Chu Xun unexpectedly found himself bound to the Protagonist system, tasked with completing missions across various small worlds. System mission: transform from a mere NPC into the center of attention. System: as the protagonist, everyone adores you, detests you. While weeping for you, they also go mad for you. Please, host, exert every effort to become the protagonist and let the entire world fall madly in love with you. A glimmer flashed in Chu Xun's eyes. Become the protagonist? No, he was already the protagonist. Chapter 1. The Flawed Trainee in the Audition. Chu Xun, Class F. A voice, solemn and cold, resonated clearly in his ears, amplified by the microphone. As Chu Xun opened his eyes, before he could fully comprehend his surroundings, he was drawn in by the murmurs of a group of young boys. As expected, is this really an idol who has debuted? The contrast is too stark. One in A, one in F. How tragic. The boys perched on the tiered platform regarded Chu Xun with expressions laced with pity and regret. Chu Xun surveyed the scene before him. Innocent, striking youths, 5 individuals who appear to be judges. Dozens of ominous black cameras aimed at him. A dazzling stage adorned with lights. It resembled a competitive entertainment event that, in an instant, Chu Xun formed a judgment in his mind. At that moment, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Protagonist mission has commenced. Alter the fate of a mere background character and debut as a top idol. Memory transmission in progress. Memory transmission successful. Host, please exert all efforts to alter the fate of the background character and become the world's center of attention. The original host's memories surged like a tide. Chu Xun quickly grasped the situation he was in. His earlier guess was correct. The original host was indeed participating in a talent competition. To be precise, he was partaking in a show called Brilliant Stars. Unfortunately, the original host's skills were lacking, his temperament impulsive and reckless, compounded by a history of scandals. These factors culminated in the original host's elimination before the first round of voting concluded, ranking him 73rd among a sea of trainees. After the show, he faded into obscurity within the entertainment industry. One could say he was the epitome of a background character in this program. Chu Xun had arrived at a rather unfortunate moment, just as the original host had finished his initial performance and received an F rating. The rating was set in stone and would not be altered. The phrase lack of talent was almost permanently affixed to him, given the previous arrogant self-introduction. It was unlikely that anyone would vote for him. In fact, it would be a miracle if no one disparaged him. Although Chu Xun had never participated in a talent show, he had seen enough to understand the dynamics. In such programs, the initial performance often dictated the contestants' fates. Those who performed poorly in their debut rarely managed to secure a debut spot, let alone the coveted center position. The predicament he faced was akin to a deadlock within the talent show. However, as Chu Xun's gaze swept over the dark lenses of the cameras, a flicker of light ignited in his eyes. He recalled the original host's appearance and remembered that he seemed to possess remarkably beautiful eyes. After a brief moment of contemplation, the next instant, the young man at the center of the stage lifted his hand, brushing aside his bangs to fully reveal his eyes. With one hand in his pocket, he narrowed his gaze slightly. In an instant, those elongated phoenix eyes radiated with sharp brilliance. The corners of Chu Xun's lips curved upward as he softly uttered, under the scrutiny of countless cameras. Thank you, mentors. Yet, what he excelled at most was surviving in dire straits. After all, he was the protagonist. Chu Xun's voice echoed through the auditorium, plunging the entire venue into silence. This light-hearted tone, this nonchalant and relaxed demeanor, mirrored his earlier self-introduction. No, it was even more audacious than that brash self-introduction, evoking a sense of annoyance. If the previous Chu Xun merely exuded blind confidence, the current Chu Xun displayed an utter disregard for this rating. In other words, he held the program, and everyone present in complete contempt. This casual attitude, this air of disdain emanating from within, astonished the mentors and contestants alike. Was this kid planning to throw caution to the wind? Amidst the whirlwind of speculation, Chu Xun lowered his gaze, a smirk playing on his lips where the cameras could not see. He was certain that the production team, eager to generate buzz, would never cut this segment. They might even go so far as to add provocative subtitles to incite debate. Chu Xun's eyes sparkled, the madness bubbling beneath the surface. Since the original host's reckless arrogance had already made an indelible impression, he would amplify it further, deepening the audience's perception of this persona. In the entertainment industry, the true horror lies not in being disliked, but in being forgotten. Raising his head, his captivating eyes returned to their initial carefree and relaxed state. He cast a casual glance at the camera before patting the astonished teammate beside him, turning decisively to exit the stage. Silence and uproar erupted throughout the venue. Even mentors were left speechless. Did he just lose his mind? Such bravery. Wow, this is quite a character. That's impressive. The contestants, stunned, refrained from making excessively harsh comments, mindful of the cameras. Yet their gazes towards Chu Xun were filled with disbelief, as if to say, this person has lost his mind. They had never imagined a contestant could be so reckless. To act so defiantly before the cameras, was he inviting disaster? Couldn't he at least pretend to care? Did he truly fear being ridiculed? Chu Xun, amidst the astonished and conflicted gazes of the contestants, sauntered to the F-rated area and sat down gracefully. With his arms crossed, he closed his eyes, responding to them through his actions, fearless. Contestants. To the trainees, Chu Xun, with his eyes closed, resembled a sacrificial pawn, unworthy of their attention. The performances of the trainees continued, swiftly drawing their focus away. Meanwhile, the condemned Chu Xun remained with his eyes shut, delving into the workings of the Protagonist system in his mind. He had bound himself to this system just a day prior, yet it operated like a pre-written program, offering no responses beyond the standard task flow. After attempts to communicate proved futile, Chu Xun resigned himself to exploration. The system interface was quite simple, divided into 3 sections: Protagonist Mission, Protagonist Marketplace, Protagonist Points. Currently, there was but one mission: debut as a top idol in the center position. The Marketplace was grayed out, presumably due to his 0 points. The latter 2 sections held little interest, so Chu Xun focused on the Protagonist Mission to alter the fate of a background character and debut as a top idol. Chu Xun tapped his index finger on the armrest to accomplish this mission. His first step was to avoid elimination in the first round of 100-60 voting. Without a doubt, he has already accomplished this. The original protagonist possesses rather commendable physical attributes. Otherwise, they would not have caught the attention of the entertainment company. During the initial stages of the audition, the audience is unfamiliar with the contestants, and in such circumstances, voting is predominantly based on superficial attraction. In other words, it is all about appearance. On stage, Chu Xun appeared relaxed and at ease, yet every gesture had been meticulously considered in his mind. The positioning of the camera, the angle of the shot, even the arc of his clothing as he turned had been carefully calculated, combined with his innate good looks. He could assure himself the image presented on camera would undoubtedly be captivating. With a sufficiently attractive visage, he aimed to garner a modest faction of admirers amidst the sea of critics, urging them to vote for him to survive the first round. This was the very aim of his earlier bravado. However, Chu Xun's fingertips, which had been lightly resting on the armrest, came to a halt to achieve his goal of debuting in the center position. Mere looks would not suffice. In a talent show, the debuting members must either possess exceptional skills that earn universal admiration or have a compelling narrative that fosters a relatable and endearing persona, capable of swiftly captivating fans. Typically, the center position embodies a harmonious blend of appearance, talent, and storyline. Thus, in the forthcoming competitions, he must craft a sufficiently riveting narrative for himself and seek opportunities to enhance his capabilities. Lost in contemplation, lively music suddenly filled his ears. Chu Xun opened his eyes, his light-colored irises scanning the stage. A youthful boy with a delicate appearance lingered at the back of the group, his gaze wandering aimlessly, betraying his flustered expression, yet his movements remained precise and deliberate. Though he appeared somewhat stiff, there was an endearing clumsiness to him. Chu Xun's gaze lingered on the boy for a moment before a smile broke across his face. He thought to himself, his opportunity had arrived. Chapter 2. The flawed trainee in the audition. Do you like him? A gentle voice floated from beside him. Chu Xun turned slightly. and his gaze fell upon a young man with a mild demeanor. As his eyes traveled downward, he noticed the name tag on the young man's attire, Shangwan Qian, a fellow trainee from the same company. He was also an impressive teammate rated A on stage. If Chu Xun's personality could be described as arrogant and self-important, Shangwan Qian represented the stark opposite. His name alone suggested a character that was courteous and gentle, with every gesture radiating humility. According to fans, he was the epitome of a gentleman, a graceful young man. Chu Xun met Shangwan Qian's curious and perplexed gaze. With his unremarkable appearance, exceptional vocal talent, and a personality entirely different from that of the original protagonist, it was evident that this individual was the one the company intended to promote for debut. Meanwhile, Chu Xun was merely a contrasting figure introduced to generate discussions during the early stages of the program. After a brief moment of contemplation on Shangwan Qian, Chu Xun quickly diverted his attention. Leaning back slightly, he gazed toward the stage, adopting a relaxed demeanor as he spoke. "No, I just find him rather endearing." "Endearing?" Shangwan Qian observed the fleeting smile on Chu Xun's lips, taken aback by the unexpected compliment. Although their acquaintance was relatively brief, he was somewhat familiar with Chu Xun's character, which prided itself on strength and often dismissed those he deemed lacking in talent. This young man before him should have been stepping on Chu Xun's nerves. Yet here he was, receiving praise instead. Shangwan Qian's eyes lingered on Chu Xun for a while longer, noticing the latter's languid posture. He couldn't shake the feeling that Chu Xun had become even more audacious than before. Though curiosity gnawed at him, Shangwan Qian refrained from investing further thought into Chu Xun. His manager had advised him to engage in only superficial exchanges with Chu Xun, avoiding any deeper connection. After all, the controversy surrounding Chu Xun's past bullying allegations cast a long shadow, and associating with him could taint one's reputation. With a discerning glance at Chu Xun, Shangwan Qian straightened his posture. The small motion was subtle, yet his erect spine imbued it with an air of elegance. He was acutely aware that Chu Xun was merely a stepping stone on his path to stardom. Neither Shangwan Qian nor Chu Xun paid much attention to one another. Their focus was instead directed toward a clumsy young man on stage, Yi Xun. Chu Xun raised his hand, his fingertips lightly tapping his temple, a spark of interest flickering in his eyes. According to the original protagonist's memories, although Yi Xun lacked talent and possessed a rather laid-back persona, he had nevertheless advanced to the finals, ultimately securing a position to debut, all thanks to his endearingly naive character. Furthermore, Yi Xun's innocent charm and non-confrontational nature had fostered amicable relationships with many trainees, including several contestants in higher ranks. Innocent and uncompetitive, Chu Xun smirked slightly. Whether Yi Xun was genuinely simple-minded was inconsequential. What truly mattered was that Yi Xun was the only individual in close proximity to the debuting members thus far. As the initial stage concluded, Yi Xun strolled forward with the nameplate belonging to Class F, suddenly becoming acutely aware of an undeniable gaze. He lifted his head and, through the throng, locked eyes with a pair of captivating phoenix-like eyes. The elongated shape and light-hued irises sparkled under the illumination, reminiscent of scattered stardust, momentarily dazzling Yi Xun. In his moment of bewilderment, the youth across from him subtly raised an eyebrow, as if in greeting. Yet he swiftly averted his gaze, as if the brief encounter had been mere coincidence, leaving Yi Xun entranced by that fleeting moment of luminescence. "Yi Xun, what are you staring at? Let's go." A teammate approached, urging him on. He placed a hand on Yi Xun's shoulder and followed his gaze, only to catch a glimpse of the retreating figures of a group of trainees. Regaining his composure, Yi Xun pointed towards one of the tall figures in the distance and asked, "Xiao Fei, do you know the name of the person in the black trench coat?" Squinting to get a better look, Bei Xiao Fei's expression shifted to one of surprise as he recognized the individual. "Chu Xun, you must be joking. He made such a scene on stage. How could you not remember him?" He then reached out to gently touch Yi Xun's forehead, concern etched on his face. "You're not coming down with a fever again, are you? You didn't hear all that commotion Chu Xun caused?" Yi Xun paid no heed to the latter part of Bei Xiao Fei's words. His attention remained fixed on the silhouette of Chu Xun as he murmured softly, "Chu Xun, The whisper was so faint that even Bei Xiaofei failed to catch it. However, at that very moment, Chu Xun seemed to sense something and abruptly turned his head. A gentle breeze tousled his hair, revealing his striking features. The youth appeared formidable, as if he were the embodiment of the wind itself. In that instant, Chu Xun radiated an even more mesmerizing glow than before, and Yi Zhen felt as though he could see no one else in the world but him. You're not feverish. But Yi Zhen, you must remember this, Chu Xun. Keep your distance from him. Like Cio Fi warned. I've heard he left his previous group due to bullying his teammates. He can be quite intimidating. With your slender frame, one punch from him could send you crashing into a wall. He was so outrageous on stage just now. Once it airs, he is bound to get criticized. Stay away to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. Bei Xiaofei rambled on, viewing Chu Xun as a person with a bad temper and a dubious past. As aspiring idols, they certainly preferred to maintain their distance from such individuals, especially in front of the camera. Yi Zhen, you're in the same class as him. Heed my warning. Bei Xiaofei's advice trailed off as he noticed the sparkle in Yi Zhen's eyes. He looks quite handsome, Yi Zhen mused, his doe-like eyes shimmering as he stared at Chu Xun's figure. Bei Xiaofei exclaimed, So you didn't hear a word I said? I told you to keep your distance. He transformed into a protective figure, determined to shield his aesthetically inclined friend from potential trouble. Amidst the clamorous chatter of the trainees, an unnoticed silver gleam darted through the shadows. The flash was so swift that none of the trainees took notice. Simultaneously, the official live broadcast room for the much-anticipated stars Shine Bright quietly opened, capturing the attention of countless viewers. Is the broadcast starting? So suddenly? Goodness. The live broadcast is indeed comprehensive. The production team truly possesses remarkable audacity. Is this how Ji Bean behaves privately? My goodness. The disparity between his commanding demeanor and the gentle persona he presents on social media is striking. Wow. Are they unaware that the live stream has already commenced? Is this permissible to say? How could they not notice the prominently displayed hidden camera? The number of viewers is escalating rapidly. This unprecedented live broadcast guarantees that the show will be an absolute sensation. In the flourishing realm of the entertainment industry, a plethora of variety shows emerges, with talent competitions being particularly abundant. Each year, these shows strive to introduce innovative elements to distinguish themselves. Brilliant Stars has earned its title as the hottest variety show of the year, primarily because it is the first talent competition in history to implement continuous live streaming. In addition to the official streaming room, each contestant will have their own channel following their debut stage. The live broadcast is transparent, fair, and just meticulously documenting every moment to eliminate the editing controversies that have plagued previous talent shows. When the official announcement of Brilliant Stars was made, it ignited fervent discussions among netizens. The novelty of continuous live streaming propelled the show's initial popularity far beyond that of similar programs. Furthermore, the unfiltered display of the trainees' true personalities and their ruthless verbal exchanges allowed the audience to witness the complexities of human nature. The show quickly became a cultural phenomenon, generating unparalleled levels of discussion and engagement. As the program gained traction, the well-performing members naturally attracted significant attention, and many contestants who did not debut found success in the entertainment industry post-show. However, none of this pertains to the original protagonist, who was eliminated in the first round of voting. Yet, it bears considerable relevance to the current Chu Xun. Chapter 3. The Controversial Trainee in the Competition. Chu Xun's personal live stream. Wow. He truly has arrived? Bullying scum, go away. The production team has no shame, bringing in such individuals. Laughable. Does he truly have the audacity to participate in a talent show? Smoking and drinking in public, bullying teammates, using foul language, and yet still aspiring to be an idol? Nose-picking JPG. Even negative fame is still fame. I'll acknowledge the negativity, but the fame is unwarranted. Were it not for Brilliant Stars, I wouldn't even know who he is. As the live stream commenced, a multitude of viewers flocked in. Chu Xun had debuted previously, and although he was expelled from the group within 2 months, he retained a modicum of recognition compared to the other entirely novice trainees in the program. Thus, In the early stages, aside from the official streaming room, his channel ranked among the top 10 in viewership. Chu Xun glanced at the corner and hastened back to the lounge. With the live stream active, he could easily surmise that the barrage of comments would be rife with criticism directed at him. The group he belonged to prior was relatively obscure, with their peak notoriety likely coinciding with the revelation of his bullying scandal leading to his departure. However, due to the obscurity of the group, there were few individuals aware of his unsavory past, resulting in a limited number of detractors at that time. Yet now, with his participation in a talent show, the audience, eager for every detail, would undoubtedly scrutinize the contestants' backgrounds thoroughly. Among a host of pure and unblemished new faces, his history as a former boy band member with a questionable reputation stood out starkly. Consequently, his initial live streams were likely to be inundated with indignant bystanders and those relishing the spectacle, fully aware that their comments would not be particularly flattering. As Chu Xun sifted through the original owner's belongings, he selected a few items that were somewhat presentable to cram into a suitcase, leaving the rest for the staff to handle. Contemplating the potentially scathing comments that might appear in his live stream, he lowered his gaze. The original owner's scandals lacked substantial evidence, comprised mainly of a few disparaging chat screenshots and vague grievances for former teammates. Coupled with the original owner's reckless and audacious demeanor, it painted a picture that made him seem capable of such behavior. Only after the company's announcement of his departure from the group did public opinion firmly label him as a bully. Rising to his feet, Chu Xun lifted the considerably lighter suitcase with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. He casually slung a black backpack over his shoulder, pushed open the door, and strode out with an air of confidence. Directly audacious? Such a personality might not be well received in the real world. However, in the entertainment industry, this trait was often described as being genuine. As Chu Xun emerged, other trainees exited from the lounge as well. Under the guidance of the staff, everyone trudged towards the seaside ferry with their luggage in tow. With 4 months on the island ahead, they all carried substantial baggage. Amidst the heavy load, Chu Xun's relaxed demeanor appeared conspicuously out of place. The official livestream was abuzz with comments. Are they all bringing so much stuff? They look exhausted, like they're moving bricks, dripping with sweat. Is this really the idle trainee? No one seems to care about their image. Maybe they think they aren't being filmed? Doge emoji, wow. I just spotted an incredibly handsome guy. Zoom in so I can see better. Whoa, that figure's something else. Secretary Jean, in 5 minutes. I need to know everything about this person. He's handsome, but this guy looks oddly familiar. With one hand gripping his suitcase, Chu Xun kept his chin slightly raised, his steps both easy and leisurely. The evening breeze by the sea danced around his clothes, creating a wild arc in the moonlight. His casual demeanor and striking physique allowed him to stand out amidst the chaotic crowd of trainees, particularly under the moon's glow. His impressive stature seemed to radiate a dazzling aura, rendering him astonishingly handsome. Not only the uninformed viewers in the official livestream, but even his steadfast critics in his personal livestream were momentarily captivated by this scene. Chu Xun may be arrogant, but he truly is quite handsome. The physique is rather remarkable. To be frank, if it weren't for his questionable character, he might indeed align with my aesthetic preferences. What a pity. I wonder what this person is so proud of. Does he genuinely believe that bullying others is commendable? Sickened emoji, with a face that holds power. The fans who have endured relentless criticism remain undaunted. Let us not, for aligning one's moral compass with their physical appearance is unwise. Is there any evidence regarding the bullying? Without proof, refrain from making baseless accusations. That unscrupulous company only knows how to intimidate our dear and amiable Chu Chu. Perhaps they're the ones collectively bullying her. The fan-s bias is truly formidable. Can this really be justified? Amidst the cacophony of comments, the trainees on site also noticed the anomaly that is Chu Xun. It is undeniable. Compared to their arduous struggles, this individual appears to navigate his circumstances with effortless ease. Casually wheeling a lightweight suitcase, he strolled leisurely past the burdened trainees, as if merely taking a stroll. The trainees' gazes occasionally fell upon Chu Xun, and at that moment, Shangguan Qian, pushing 2 suitcases, caught up with him. He glanced at Chu Xun's single suitcase and a deflated backpack, astonished. What about your luggage? I tossed it, Chu Xun replied nonchalantly. Tossed it? Shangguan Qian paused. We are to remain on the island for 4 months. You're not like us. Chu Xun interrupted him, tilting his head to meet Shangguan Qian's gaze with a playful smile. It's you. I might not last for months. Who knows? The gentle sea breeze tousled the boy's hair, revealing his striking and sharp phoenix eyes. His light-hearted voice drifted through the air, reaching Shangguan Qian's ears and those of the viewers in the live stream. Perhaps I shall be eliminated next week? His tone bore a sense of freedom and nonchalance, complemented by the slight upward curve of his lips. It was clear to everyone that he was not jesting. He genuinely harbored such thoughts. Chu Xun seemed indifferent to the prospect of successfully debuting in his personal live stream. Oh my, there's an inexplicable sense of fearless madness. Is he so self-aware? I don't know why, but Chu Xun seems even more handsome, much more than before. How does he manage to sound so arrogant while being so charming? Yes. Hurry and eliminate him. Our little program cannot accommodate such a grand figure. What's with the arrogance? Mediocre individuals should just leave. By the seaside, Shangguan Qian furrowed his brow. While it was indeed the truth, he hadn't expected Chu Xun to express it so bluntly. Moreover, hadn't Chu Xun previously exuded confidence in his own abilities? Don't say that. You're still quite strong. What if you make it to the finals? Shangguan Qian offered this encouragement for the first time to the blindly self-assured Chu Xun. He raised his eyes to observe the individual beside him, casually resting a hand in his pocket, exuding an air of arrogant superiority. It was infuriating, yet Shangguan Qian lowered his gaze, watching as Chu Xun slowed his pace to match his own. Although he had been walking briskly when alone, upon Shangguan Qian's arrival, he adjusted his rhythm, as if accommodating him. I'm strong? Chu Xun mused, seemingly surprised that such a statement had escaped his lips. As Shangguan Qian gazed upon Chu Xun's exceptionally handsome visage illuminated by the moonlight, he was acutely aware that Chu Xun was merely a stepping stone arranged by the company for him. Once they debuted, they would inhabit entirely different realms, rendering any further consideration of each other unnecessary. Moreover, Chu Xun's arrogance and thoughtless remarks hardly warranted his attention. Nevertheless, Shangguan Qian found himself nodding at Chu Xun's striking phoenix-like eyes, remarking, indeed, quite formidable. Have you not always thought as much? Yet, inexplicably, he felt that it might be rather pleasant if Chu Xun could linger on the island a while longer, for he was, after all, the only familiar face he knew in this new environment. In the initial stages of the program, having a companion was undeniably comforting, and Shangguan Qian sought to justify his kindness towards Chu Xun. However, in the very next moment, Chu Xun rendered Shangguan Qian's earlier sentiment utterly futile. Oh really? Only now do you realize? Your perception leaves much to be desired, he quipped, his disdain unmistakably evident as he surveyed Shangguan Qian from head to toe. But, I suppose it's never too late for you to come to this realization, Shangguan Qian retorted. Chu Xun then placed a hand on his shoulder, a smirk gracing his lips. In light of our shared company, as a strong individual, I shall look out for you. His audacious words drew the attention of those around them. Yet Chu Xun appeared oblivious, exuding an air of complete confidence as he tilted his chin against the sea breeze. The youthful bravado he displayed was not off-putting. Rather, it evoked a sense of long-lost freedom and elegance. In that moment, neither Shangguan Qian nor the other trainees noticed that their gazes had unconsciously converged upon one individual. The fate of the so-called supporting characters had quietly shifted the instant Chu Xun entered this world. The trainees, no, indeed, all who laid eyes on Chu Xun, found themselves irresistibly drawn to him, their attention gradually ensnared. Chapter 4. The flawed trainee in the competition to incite fervor among the fans for voting. The trainees were distinctly categorized by their ratings, clearly demarcating dormitories and classrooms. From daily life to training, the significance of ranking was emphasized in every aspect. As a member of Class F, Chu Xun resided in an 8-person dormitory, with minimal luggage. He was the first to arrive. After placing his suitcase on the upper bunk by the window, he refrained from immediately removing his makeup or freshening up, opting instead to lean against the dormitory door with arms crossed. His index finger tapped rhythmically on his arm, seemingly awaiting something. In the personal live streaming room, comments poured in. What is going on? Streaking à pause? How pretentious. You tyrant. Violent bully. Withdraw from a show and apologize. Are you jealous of our brother Chu? He is naturally beautiful, with an enviable physique. He looks good no matter where he stands. How does it feel to be envious? If you're jealous, perhaps you should just disappear. You might even get lucky with a better fate. Regardless of anything else, Chu Xun is undeniably handsome. Who are you cursing? Spreading baseless accusations like a dog barking here, without evidence. Goodness. The rivalry between Chu Xun's fans and detractors is fierce, stealing a glance at the handsome guy amidst the chaos. The figure exudes a presence that could easily grace the world of modeling. While Chu Xun may not boast a vast fan base, the fervor of her supporters is undeniably formidable. It is understandable, however, as few can maintain their integrity amidst bullying scandals. The vitriol from fellow fans and the company's announcement of disbandment. Currently, Chu Xun's admirers find themselves in a state of perpetual conflict, as if the entire world stands against their idol, vigilant and battle-ready. Given the circumstances, what more can they do? They are resolute in their commitment. This has led to a peculiar situation where, despite the prevalence of detractors, the fierce clashes are consistently won by the fans. Bystanders can't help but marvel at the phenomenon. Indeed, a reflection of the idol is evident in the character of their fans. Chu Xun herself exudes confidence, and her followers are equally tenacious. Unbeknownst to Chu Xun, who is currently attuned to the commotion outside, a cacophony suddenly erupts. He lifts his gaze, and his eyes are immediately drawn to several ominous black cameras. Following that, a throng of exhausted trainees, compelled to muster enthusiasm for the cameras, bursts into the room. Wow, is this our dormitory? How extravagant is the production crew? Ah, and there's a fitness area, with dozens of individuals rushing in. The scene is quite the spectacle. The F-class dormitory has only a few rooms, and by the time Yi Zhen and Bei Xiaofei arrive with their luggage, most of the beds have already been claimed. Seeing the situation, Bei Xiaofei grows anxious and grabs Yi Zhen, urging, hurry, hurry, we'll miss out on the good spots. Yi Zhen, momentarily dazed by the crowd, instinctively follows by Xiaofei. Suddenly, a loud crash echoes, as if someone's suitcase has been knocked over. Yi Zhen looks up just in time to see Chu Xun assisting a fellow trainee in riding their luggage. Their eyes meet, and for a few seconds, Chu Xun's gaze lingers on Yi Zhen before he casually slips his hands into his pockets and walks into the adjoining dormitory. Watching Chu Xun's retreating figure, Yi Zhen blinks in surprise, a sudden surge of determination coursing through her. Listen, once we get inside, just place your bag on the bed, she instructs Bei Xiaofei, who is pulling her towards the nearest room. However, just then, Bei Xiaofei feels an unexpected force tugging at his hand. The urgency of her words trailing off into an elongated tone. What is going on? Why are you suddenly so hyped? Yi Zhen drags Bei Xiaofei toward the dormitory where Chu Xun is, and upon spotting an empty bed, she promptly places her bag down. Bei Xiaofei, panting heavily, gasps. Why do we choose this place? It's so far. Yi Zhen does not respond. Her eyes scan the room, only to regretfully discover that no other beds are available. At this hour, it seems all the prime spots outside have been snatched away, leaving her with no choice but to claim an unwanted bed. Her gaze falls upon a figure by the window, a tinge of regret flickering within her. It remains uncertain whether she laments the loss of a desirable bed or the missed opportunity to share a room with this individual. Just as a subtle melancholy envelopes her heart, she observes that the person she's been watching has unexpectedly moved their black backpack from the lower bunk to the upper, thereby freeing up the lower bunk. Yi Zhen's eyes lit up. Is this for him? Before he could process his thoughts, the person spoke. I don't like sleeping below, so it's yours. After saying this, the individual donned his headphones and turned to tidy his belongings. Yi Zhen, reacting faster than his mind could catch up, flung aside Bei Xiaofei's arm and dashed to claim the bed. Once he secured his spot, his sluggish mind finally caught up. The stranger had offered him the bed. Though initially unfamiliar, This Chu Xun did not seem as intimidating as Xiaofei had described. He appeared to be a good person. Yizhen glanced at Chu Xun, who was rummaging through his backpack while wearing headphones. Such a mundane action took on an inexplicable charm when performed by him, especially under the moonlight streaming in through the window, casting a glow on his arm. On his wrist, a bracelet of dark brown beads glimmered in the light. Looking exceptionally exquisite, with sparkling eyes, Yizhen excitedly turned to Chu Xun, saying, "Thank you. My name is Yizhen. It's a pleasure to meet you." Just as Bei Xiaofei regained his composure, he witnessed his friend dashing toward the seemingly dangerous Chu Xun with an eagerness akin to a child spotting their favorite candy. "Bei Xiaofei, weren't we supposed to keep our distance from this guy? Why did you suddenly approach him?" He hurriedly stepped forward to pull the enthusiastic Yizhen back, whispering, "Xiaozhen, let us tidy up our beds first." Yizhen, delighted to see Bei Xiaofei, grasped his arm and introduced, "Oh, son, this is Bei Xiaofei, my good friend, Bei Xiaofei." Chu Xun removed one headphone and acknowledged Bei Xiaofei's awkward yet polite expression with a proud nod. "Hello, Bei Xiaofei, haha, hello." After the brief exchange, Chu Xun returned to peruse the check-in manual he had just found, showing no intention of continuing the conversation. Bei Xiaofei thought to himself, still as arrogant as before. As soon as Chu Xun turned away, Bei Xiaofei quickly sat down beside Yizhen, intending to remind him to keep his distance from Chu Xun. After all, he was there to support Yizhen and ensure his safety. However, upon sitting down, he was met with Yizhen's sparkling eyes. "Yizhen climate. Ah, Xiaofei. A son just spoke 2 words to you. Bei Xiaofei? Is this something to be proud of? When did they become so familiar?" He is already calling him son. Yizhen continued. "He only spoke 1 word after I said so much to him." A hint of disappointment flickered across his face. Bei Xiaofei, at a loss for words, found himself speechless once again. Why do I want to talk to him so much? I want to be friends with him. Why? Bei Xiaofei was perplexed. Why did so many people want to befriend him? Chu Xun appeared fierce and cold, and he was exceptionally arrogant. What was there to gain from associating with someone like him? Under the perplexed gaze of Bei Xiaofei, Yizhen slowly uttered 4 words. "He is quite handsome." Bei Xiaofei responded, "It's that peculiar kind of attractiveness, the sort that makes one notice him at a glance." Yizhen excitedly added. Bei Xiaofei, with an air of indifference, simply replied, "Oh." In Chapter 5, featuring the flawed trainee in the talent show, Bei Xiaofei turned her gaze towards Chu Xun, who sat elegantly by the window. The silvery moonlight streamed through the panes, casting his slender silhouette upon the polished wooden floor. The luminescence glided down his pronounced nose, gathering into scattered glimmers at the corners of his eyes. His elongated phoenix eyes were half closed, with the shadows of his lashes casting an indigo hue upon his eyelids, obscuring the emotions within. The night breeze danced through his slightly open collar, swirling around the hollow of his collarbone. The moonlight draped over him, rendering the smooth lines from his jaw to neck with the finesse of a delicate brushstroke. His skin glistening with a cool porcelain sheen. His fingertips absent-mindedly tapped the window ledge, while the rounded black beads on his wrist reflected flickering light upon the wall. In a daze, Bei Xiaofei felt as if she could almost perceive the crisp and commanding scent of mint emanating from him. Perhaps he truly is rather handsome. Bei Xiaofei pondered dreamily. Yet, despite this realization, confronted with Yizhen's fervent adulation akin to that of an ardent fan, she stubbornly retorted, "Well, he's just somewhat good-looking. There are plenty of attractive people here. He is not the only one. Xiaofei, look closely. He is different. Sun is genuinely handsome." Yizhen whispered to Bei Xiaofei, adding, "Moreover, he is quite a nice person, not at all as you perceive." Aware of Bei Xiaofei's many misconceptions about Chu Xun, Yizhen endeavored to clarify. He truly wished to cultivate a friendship with Chu Xun, and as Bei Xiaofei was his childhood companion, he hoped his dear friends could coexist harmoniously. While Yizhen exerted great effort to extol Chu Xun's virtues, although he moderated his volume, the proximity of Chu Xun allowed him to overhear. His hand momentarily paused, his lowered lashes fluttering slightly, and the corners of his lips curled upward. A fleeting smile graced his lips, vanishing almost as quickly as it appeared. However, The audience in the live stream, seasoned viewers of numerous talent shows, possessed a keen eye, capable of detecting even the slightest of gestures. In the Chu Xun live stream, why do you occupy the lower bunk? Is it just my imagination? Or does Lord Sun seem to have a fondness for Yizhan, even conceding the lower bunk to him? Impossible. Could Lord Sun allow someone else to take his spot, especially a stranger? Absolutely not. It seems coincidental. Lord Sun is simply too lazy to put his backpack up. He wouldn't occupy both bunks alone. If he doesn't give it to Yizhan now, he will later. Exactly. It appears to be mere coincidence. They call him Lord Sun for a reason. Do you really think he would reserve a spot for a stranger? Who is Yizhan? Already gaining fans? Is she really trying to ride on the coattails of Lord Sun's notoriety? Lord Sun's appearance is indeed extraordinary. How can someone have such beautiful wrists? If I stay in his live stream any longer, I might just become a fan of his looks. In a fleeting moment, the allure of the dashing gentleman adorned with accessories captures the eye, truly a sight to behold. Is it merely an illusion? Or did I truly witness a smile gracing his lips? It seems that the charismatic Chu Wang has become even more charming than before. Indeed, the video has been expertly edited by fans and has now garnered immense attention online, achieving thousands of views. Yet the fervor of the fans, not merely the casual followers, is astonishing. Their ability to produce captivating videos and fiercely defend their idol is remarkable. Despite the brevity of Chu Xun's time in the entertainment industry, his fan base exhibits an unusual loyalty. The myriad events surrounding him in recent months have cultivated a dedicated following, often referred to as life fans. As long as he remains within the bounds of the law, these fans will continue to shower him with unwavering adoration. Previously, the fans were relatively subdued, perhaps anticipating his departure from the industry. However, with their idol now participating in a talent show, the excitement has reignited. The fans are now invigorated, forming numerous groups and revitalizing support efforts, all while promoting him passionately across various platforms. Although the voting channels have yet to open, Chu Xun's popularity has surged ahead of all fellow trainees, even eclipsing those who previously captured attention during the official photo release. Unbeknownst to the trainees, this surge in enthusiasm has taken place. After enduring the initial stage performance and settling into their dormitory, the trainees found themselves utterly exhausted. Following a brief routine of washing up, most succumbed to slumber, dimming the once vibrant live stream. Only a handful of devoted fans remained vigilant in the chat, leading to a significant decline in viewership and a tranquil atmosphere. However, while the live stream quieted, a celebration erupted on social media. The launch of the Starry Night Live broadcast was sudden, yet had been anticipated for quite some time. Many trainees, unaware of the broadcast commencement, inadvertently revealed their authentic selves on camera, further enriching the discourse surrounding the already popular show. With the genuine nature of this 24-hour live program, numerous viewers were compelled to invest in the excitement. As for the rivalry between Ouyang Huiyun and Gu Wenshuan, who can truly claim the title of royal lineage? Ouyang Huiyun, a member of the Iron Royal clan, has candidly expressed his disbelief at the absurdity of the situation during his personal live stream. In the official broadcast, the presence of both individuals seemed evenly matched, yet one cannot forget the undeniable presence of our Chu Wang. With so much marketing surrounding the Iron Royals, one must ponder the implications of Chu Wang's controversial past. It appears more akin to a dramatic script than a royal narrative, questioning whether he can even reach the finals. Such overt displays seem rather uncharacteristic, yet I wager it is none other than Shangwan Qian from the same company as the formidable Chu Baowan. What of Ouyang Huiyun? A member of the royal lineage? He possesses the attributes befitting nobility. If I were to possess such capital, I would certainly elevate him. Speaking of appearances, I must say that Chu Baowan possesses a remarkably appealing visage. Indeed, he stands out distinctly, particularly when compared to others in the official livestream. He truly leaves them in the dust. I had never perceived him as so handsome before. Perhaps it is a matter of his current state? It seems his condition has improved significantly, and while his face remains unchanged, his enhanced demeanor renders him far more attractive. I digress. A glorious assembly of handsome stars. Wow, the quality this year is exceptionally high. I have spotted several striking individuals. Although the initial performances have yet to be revealed, their prowess remains unseen. However, merely by appearance, it feels as if the stars are aligned for a splendid outcome. Having watched the official live stream, I was pleased to find no unattractive faces among them. This is what a talent show should embody. Chu Xun, Ouyang Huiyun, Yi Zhen, Shengwan Qian, and Gu Wenxuan are particularly eye-catching. They would surely be considered handsome even in the broader entertainment industry. Ouyang Huiyun is precisely my type. He possesses a delightful, playful demeanor. A foolish pup, isn't he? Who would openly declare their connections in their own live stream. Truly naive. Among these individuals, only Chu Xun and Yi Zhen belong to Class F, correct? Chu Xun was the visual in his previous group and indeed has a volatile temperament, yet his looks are beyond reproach. I have the impression that Chu Xun's condition has improved markedly. He appears even more handsome. Isn't Shengwan Qian from the same company as Chu Xun? This young man is quite good-looking as well. Goodness, I declare, in terms of attractiveness, Chu Ba Wang has reached divine status. That video is simply extraordinary. What video, you ask? I spotted it trending and shall take a look. Amidst the fervent discussions of netizens, a short video featuring Chu Xun and the phrase "brilliant stars" is rapidly ascending the trending charts. By 3 in the morning, it had already claimed the 6th position in entertainment trends. This hour is when the night owls are most active, and soon a multitude of individuals click to view it. The title, "The Boy Favored by the Moon God, Stunning Moonlight Smile," is incredibly poetic, and the video spans a mere 15 seconds. The background music is a hauntingly fateful piano piece, and at the video's outset, a cool crescent moon is depicted. The moonlight is ethereal, and the camera flickers with the shimmering light. The youth's slender, pale wrists, elegantly long fingers, and glistening eyes, along with his slightly open garment, present a series of picturesque frames that rhythmically dance before the viewer's eyes. Finally, the scene freezes. The youth sits by the window, his head slightly bowed. The monochrome imagery obscures his face, yet his superior silhouette becomes even more pronounced against the simplicity of the color scheme. As spectators marvel at his comic-like form, an emphatic voice strikes through. "Take my hand now." Suddenly, the entire frame illuminates. The youth's strikingly handsome features burst into view. His elongated phoenix eyes, thick lashes, prominent nose, and lips glistening in the moonlight captivate the audience. Netizens exclaim in awe, and before they can fully recover from the vibrant visage, the camera abruptly zooms in. "Stay close to me." The background music resonates fittingly in the ears of the gathered crowd, while their gaze rests upon the slight upward curve of the boy's lips. The moonlight drifts like mist across his lips, rendering the arc of his smile ethereal. This gentle smile, soft and light, carries an almost imperceptible hint of affection. At that moment, the camera flickers, akin to the heartbeat of the audience. In the next second, the final line of the lyrics echoes in their ears, "By my lover." The gradually fading music resembles the boy's tender whisper. Accompanied by this scene, it feels as though the handsome youth is softly confessing his feelings to the one he cherishes under the night sky. The captivated viewers exclaim, "Mom, I'm utterly enchanted." Chapter 6. The flawed trainee in the talent show, the boy, the moonlight, and the enveloping atmosphere of his charming smile are all enchanting. In this, Chu Xun exudes an irresistible charm that is the epitome of a perfect boyfriend fantasy. Many viewers, entranced, replay the video several times before regaining their senses. Wow, who is this person? Chu Xun, an actor? That face is so actor-like. Goodness, those collarbones are stunning. I can't handle his boyfriend aura. That smile is simply delightful. From his face to his figure, he is a true masterpiece. Who can appreciate the depth of this gentle smile? It's driving me crazy with how handsome he is. Which talent show is this from? How can I vote for him? This atmosphere is so captivating. This kid has already won. Tending topic alert. I was held captive for half an hour. I too, in just a few seconds of video, can't seem to escape crying emoji. Due to this trending topic, many found themselves sleepless that night. A throng of infatuated individuals followed the video to find Chu Xun's live stream, only to discover he was asleep. and the entire stream was dull and gray. Unable to see the handsome boy, they began to delve into Chu Xun's previous performances and interviews. Before his debut, Chu Xun had been active for only 2 months, and the available videos were limited. Yet in every video that could be found, his looks were undeniably striking. After all, back then, Chu Xun's singing and dancing skills were lacking. His debut was solely reliant on his appearance. At that time, the company cultivated him as a visual asset, ensuring that every appearance was meticulously styled, naturally enhancing his attractiveness. Although less atmospheric compared to the viral video, it was still captivating. However, those who came to explore him had already seen the trending topic and viewed him through a favorable lens. With his filter, many imperfections were easily overlooked, and their minds retained only his most handsome visage. Thus, that night, many fell deeply into infatuation. Numerous individuals stayed up late to follow the dazzling stars, eagerly awaiting the voting portal to open for Chu Xun. Unbeknownst to him, the online excitement was lost on Chu Xun, as he had already slipped into the realm of dreams. The night passed without incident. As dawn broke, Chu Xun opened his eyes. For a brief moment, his expression was one of confusion, which quickly transformed into composure. He rose, casting a glance toward the corner. Throughout the night, the hidden camera had continued its diligent work. Chu Xun raised his hand to tousle his hair, revealing his attractive brows and eyes, and casually entered the bathroom. At this moment, within his personal live stream, viewers were buzzing with excitement. Wow, my husband is up. Good morning to the new husband. Finally, we get to see the fresh husband. So handsome. This natural look is simply stunning. Who understands that little hair tug? It's not just a hair toss. It's a heart-tugging gesture. Chu Xun rose early, while his fans, the black fans, were still asleep. Those still in a live stream at this hour were either genuine fans or the admirers who had been kept awake all night after seeing him trending on social media. Thus, the barrage of comments was significantly more harmonious, mostly filled with praise for his looks. Inside the bathroom, after closing the door, Chu Xun's previously relaxed expression suddenly turned serious. He gazed into the mirror at the youthful visage before him, a sharp glint passing through his captivating phoenix-like eyes. The reflection showed messy hair, yet it did not obscure his exquisite features. The original owner possessed striking good looks, but what stood out most were the sharp yet somewhat tender brows and eyes. His elongated eyes and pronounced brow bones lent him an air of danger, yet the clear, innocent depths of his gaze exuded youthful purity. With a mere glance, he emanated a compelling allure that was utterly irresistible. Such a visage undoubtedly held an advantage in the entertainment industry. Therefore, after absorbing the original owner's memories, Chu Xun had been subtly and intentionally emphasizing his striking features. He turned on the tap, splashing cool water onto his face. After a brief wash, he began to calmly analyze his current situation. Looking at his reflection, his water-laden fingertips lightly tapped on the porcelain sink. Yi Zhen, surprisingly, was more approachable than he had anticipated. A fleeting image of Yi Zhen's round, clear eyes flashed through his mind, reminiscent of a crystal-clear stream. Was he truly that innocent? Chu Xun's eyelashes fluttered, causing droplets of water to cascade down and splash onto the white sink, creating tiny ripples. At that moment, a slightly hoarse, youthful voice called from outside the door. Still tinged with sleepiness, is anyone inside? Yi Zhen, sporting a disheveled hairstyle, stood at the bathroom door, rubbing his eyes. The door was closed, but faint sounds of running water could be heard from within, leaving him curious about who could be awake at such an early hour. As he pondered with a click, the door swung open. A cloud of mist enveloped him, and before he could react, a glimpse of cold, fair skin adorned with glistening droplets caught his eye. A portion of a white shirt had become damp, subtly revealing the contours of his waist and abdomen beneath the fabric. A deep, resonant voice reached his ears. Instinctively, Yi Zhen looked up and was met with the striking, mist-kissed phoenix eyes of the youth before him. The gaze, shrouded in vapor, had naturally upturned corners, as if still holding on a lingering warmth. Strands of hair fell across his brow, and as the other party regarded him, long fingers casually swept back the damp locks, revealing brows adorned with glistening droplets, making his already captivating features even more enchanting. Yizhen partit Heartthrob, momentarily speechless before the striking visage of the young man before her. Sun, Chu Xun, with one hand casually tucked into his pocket, regarded the dazed Yizhen. The ethereal mist surrounding them softened the sharpness of his phoenix eyes, granting them a gentler hue. He responded softly. After lingering for 2 seconds, his gaze remained fixed on Yizhen as if awaiting something. Yet, Yizhen's mind was preoccupied with the dazzling collarbone and the hint of abdominal muscles concealed beneath the hem of his garments. The vivid imagery was too stimulating for her to process fully at that early hour, leaving her momentarily at a loss. Noticing Yizhen's lack of reaction after a few moments, Chu Xun tightened his grip on the doorknob before releasing it. He sidestepped Yizhen, granting him passage to the bathroom. Just as he took a couple of steps, he paused. A flicker of light crossed his eyes, and after a heartbeat, he suddenly turned back. Approaching Yizhen, whose expression was still bewildered, he calmly greeted her, "Good morning." As he spoke, droplets of water cascaded from the tips of his hair, landing coolly on the back of Yizhen's hand, reminiscent of the minty fragrance that lingered about him. Stunned, she gazed into his eyes and instinctively replied, "Good morning." At this, Chu Xun appeared satisfied. He nodded and turned to leave. In that fleeting moment, the corners of his lips subtly lifted. Whether his demeanor was genuinely innocent or feigned held little significance. For him, compliance and utility were all that mattered. Yizhen remained oblivious to the faint smile that adorned Chu Xun's lips, lost in reverie over his recent display of beauty. Yet, hidden cameras faithfully captured the scene, documenting the slight curl of his lips, akin to a proud beast reveling in its triumph during courtship. The youthful exuberance was undeniably captivating. In the livestream room, comments flooded in. "Wow, he's soaking wet. Those lines must indicate abs, right? Let me see. Haha." Was Chu the king just standing there waiting for a greeting? With one hand in his pocket, this is too funny. Looking at him, Chu the king doesn't seem as fierce as the rumors say. Just a kid trying to act cool. This face, this physique, it's like the screen is dirty. Ah, that smile. I can't handle it, ladies. I'm truly falling for him. Isn't Sun Dog not so hard to approach after all? This is quite nice. That smile is lethal to straight women. So incredibly handsome. Ha ha ha. Saying good morning without any awkwardness. How adorable. Many viewers had come to admire his looks. They had researched Chu Xun prior to arriving and were well aware of his less than pleasant reputation. However, upon witnessing him now, he did not seem so bad. Merely a touch awkward. Awkward individuals are easily misinterpreted, and their actions and words often subjected to excessive scrutiny. Numerous viewers began to speculate whether Chu Xun's previously reported impoliteness and rudeness stemmed from such misunderstandings. Within the 24 hours of opening the live streaming room, Chu Xun not only attracted a legion of admirers, but also, unbeknownst to him, altered some individuals' rigid perceptions of him. It can be stated that since his arrival in this world, although he appeared effortlessly elegant and relaxed, not a single moment was squandered. Wherever he found himself, his demeanor and presence were invariably impeccable. Even in slumber, he maintained a posture that was visually pleasing to behold. Though he had never been an idol, in the context of his former existence, a top-tier idol possessed not only stunning visual appeal, but also a stage presence that elicited profound empathy. He had always been attentive to his appearance. As for stage presence, the original host's lack of skill was widely acknowledged, a fact only he himself was reluctant to admit. To enhance his abilities recklessly necessitated a fortuitous opportunity. Seated on a stool, Chu Xun cast his gaze towards the bathroom, hoping that Yizhen would not disappoint him. Chapter 7. The Flawed Trainee in the Audition. Ding, ding, ding. The chime resonated throughout the dormitory building, rousing many trainees still ensconced in dreams. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, a rich male voice echoed through the loudspeaker. "Attention all trainees, gather in the assessment hall within 10 minutes. The first task is about to be announced." This announcement was repeated thrice, effectively awakening the dazed trainees. 10 minutes. Time was of the essence. Many trainees sprang from their beds in a flurry, hastily dressing while racing towards the bathroom. The AB-rated trainees fared better, as their dormitories were less crowded, sparing them the scramble for the bathroom. However, the DF-rated trainees faced a grim reality. With the largest numbers among the two ratings, their dormitories were overflowing, rendering a single bathroom utterly insufficient. Where's my jacket? Whose jacket is this? Ma Xiangwen, hurry up, we're running out of time. How long will it take us to reach the hall? Can we make it in 3 minutes? It's just next door. 3 minutes should suffice. Breakfast. Breakfast. Where do we go for breakfast? Are we still having breakfast? What breakfast? We're out of time. As the trainees descended into chaos in Chu Xun's dormitory, the scene was quite different. The moment the announcement echoed, two individuals were already ready at the door. Yi Zhen, fully attired, wore a broad smile. Brothers, breakfast is on me and Sun. It's on the table. You can eat on the way. He then turned to the slumbering Bei Xiaofei, urging, Xiaofei, hurry up. Sun and I are heading over first. With that, he turned back, offering a sweet smile to the ever-patient Chu Xun, who had been leaning against the wall, waiting quietly. Sun, let us go. All right. Chu Xun, with one hand casually tucked into his pocket, nodded coolly. His demeanor was nonchalant, yet he was obedient. Throughout Yi Zhen's conversation, he had remained silently leaning against the wall, slightly impatient but never uttering a word, and he followed promptly upon being called. The atmosphere was lively, reminiscent of an obedient large dog, yet it bore a distinct air of defiance. The trainees, despite their disheveled attire and unkempt hair, gathered in the assessment hall after a brief 10 minutes. The space had undergone a remarkable transformation overnight. The steps and chairs had vanished, leaving the hall vast and empty. A platform, half a person's height, had been erected at the front where 5 mentors stood. The trainees, some even munching on bread, elicited quiet amusement from the mentors, who offered no respite for them to tidy themselves. As the clock struck, the cue for the process was promptly given. A task was announced. The 100 trainees were to learn and perform the theme song within 24 hours, with their performances determining their reevaluation. The revelation sent ripples of shock through the room. 24 hours? Was that truly sufficient? The recent participants, just having endured their initial stage, felt as though the sky had fallen upon them. To learn the song and dance while managing breath control during the performance. The mere thought of it left them in despair. The audience in the live stream shared in the astonishment. 24 hours? Is this year really so intense? I recall last year allowing 3 days, exclaimed one. How exhilarating, yet ruthless, another remarked. Discussions erupted among the trainees, but the production team offered no time for deliberation. Following the announcement of the rules, the music video for the theme song appeared on the large screen. After 2 rounds of playback, the dance instructor took center stage to commence the choreography lesson. Unprepared for the rapid succession of movements, the trainees found the instructor's pace brisk, teaching each section 3 times before advancing. In this moment, the trainees' foundational skills became glaringly apparent. Those with strong dance abilities kept pace with the instructor, nearly mastering the choreography, while the less adept, or those lacking any dance background, were left in a daze even after the instructor's departure. A trio of philosophical questions swirled in their minds. Who am I? Where am I? What have I done? Among them were Yi Zhen and Bei Xiaofei. Xiaofei, did you catch on? Yi Zhen inweited. Bei Xiaofei shook her head vigorously. No, I can't comprehend it all. It's as bewildering as a math problem. Yi Zhen's gaze drifted to Chu Xun, who had been standing casually with one hand in his pocket, exuding an aura of confidence. Her eyes sparkled with hope. Son, you must have grasped it, right? Upon hearing this, Chu Xun withdrew his right hand from his pocket, crossing both arms and leaning against the wall behind him. With an air of confidence reflected in Yi Zhen's sparkling eyes, he boldly uttered 3 words. No. I want tea. Don't look at me. Yi Zhen was momentarily taken aback. How could he express such confidence in those 3 phrases? I thought he might have finally learned something after pulling his hand from his pocket, but it seems he merely changed his posture to act cool. What does it mean to act cool by changing posture? Haven tea, we heard our brother Chu say it. He won tea. What does he mean by not acting cool? It's merely a change in stance to appear dashing. Has the mighty Chu finally gained self-awareness? Has he realized his limitations? I can't stop laughing. Is Chu Xun truly this amusing? After a while, as Yi Zhen processed what Chu Xun had said, The light in his eyes gradually dimmed. He let out a sigh, collapsing helplessly onto the ground. If even Ah Sun can't do it, then we're doomed. The most capable among us cannot perform. Yi Zhen muttered to himself, while Bei Xiaofei, standing nearby, twitched his lips and pointed at Chu Xun, saying, "Why do you believe he is the most capable among us? Have you forgotten the initial stage? This guy is utterly hopeless at both singing and dancing. He is far inferior. At least he can sing." At this, Chu Xun instinctively glanced at Yi Zhen. Under the gaze of both individuals, Yi Zhen replied nonchalantly, "Because Ah Sun just looks like a very capable person. By Seattle Phi counted." Chu Xun, with a slight smirk, averted his gaze and stubbornly remarked, "Your judgment is commendable." Coughing to mask his flattered emotions, Chu Xun stated, "Do you really wish to achieve a good rating?" "Of course," Yi Zhen exclaimed, "but it's not that important. As long as I don't embarrass myself too much. That's all that matters." With a smile, Yi Zhen placed his hands behind his head, relaxing his body as he reclined. However, it seemed that avoiding embarrassment was an impossible feat. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. Compared to those professionals who had trained for years, he merely possessed K-Tiva-level skills. His initial purpose for joining this program was merely to broaden his horizons and garner life experiences. If he could make a few attractive friends in the process, that would be even better. Yet, he hadn't anticipated starting off with such humiliation. He could barely manage singing, but dancing? Forget it. Turning his head to glance at Chu Xun, Yi Zhen noticed from his vantage point the sharpness of the latter's jawline. His breaths exuded an aggressive beauty. Yi Zhen's eyes curved, blooming with a hint of a smile. Never mind the embarrassment. At least this show had indeed introduced him to a remarkably handsome friend, with someone as impressive as Ah Sun by his side. Perhaps it wouldn't be so embarrassing after all. Yi Zhen chuckled to himself. For those who appreciated beauty could never be unhappy when in the presence of a handsome companion. Chu Xun is a person who revels in compliments, and Yi Zhen's praise brings him great joy. Bei Xiaofei initially felt a pang of anxiety, but being easily swayed by emotions, he became less worried as he absorbed the buoyant spirits of Yi Zhen and Chu Xun. The trio engaged in lighthearted banter, exuding a relaxed ambience that starkly contrasted with those around them. Ah, are they really just lying flat? Will they not even try to learn? Chu Xun truly deserves the scorn. It's infuriating. Did these three come here for a vacation? Look how hard others are working. With Chu Xun's singing and dancing prowess utterly lacking, effort seems futile, dog emoji. I initially thought he merely enjoyed showing off, which is quite normal and even endearing for a young man. But now it appears he is genuinely arrogant, oblivious to his own shortcomings. Those lacking in both capability and diligence, yet still brimming with self-importance, truly deserve to be criticized. Chu Xun is really lacking in character, ability, and temperament. Apart from his looks, he has no other redeeming qualities. As the barrage of insults flooded in, accompanied by various detractors, the fans' comments were nearly drowned out. At this moment, Bei Xiaofei seemed to realize that their current approach was futile and suggested to Yi Zhen, "How about we follow someone else to practice? It's certainly better than aimlessly watching the video." Yi Zhen, seeing the situation, also decided to rise. "Let us give it a try. Who knows? We might actually learn something," he joked. Deep down, he understood that mastering such a challenging dance in such a short span of time was improbable without someone guiding him through the moves. However, as the saying goes, since we are here, we might as well give it a shot. With that, Yi Zhen began scanning the area for someone to follow. Suddenly, a hand appeared in his line of sight. Before he could react, his tablet was snatched from him. Yi Zhen looked up into a pair of striking phoenix eyes. The owner of those eyes wore a slight smirk, exuding youthful audacity, and said, "Didn't you say I'm quite impressive?" Yi Zhen was momentarily taken aback, but nodded in agreement. Satisfied, Chu Xun declared, "In that case, you needn't search for anyone else to learn from. I shall reluctantly teach you myself." The young man raised his chin slightly, confidence radiating from his brow. Yi Zhen's eyes sparkled with excitement. "All right, by Seattle Phi, cool?" Chapter 8. The Flawed Trainee in the Talent Show. Chu Xun, do you even hear what you're saying? While it sounds impressive, where does your confidence to teach others come from? Chu Xun. One dares to boast, while the other actually believes it. Yi Zhen. Do you really trust him to teach you? I can see it clearly. Among this trio devoid of talent, only Bei Xiaofei has a hint of self-awareness. If only a fragment of Chu Xun's confidence could be shared. Strong brother is at it again. With his level, what can he possibly teach? Perhaps the evolution of mankind? Ha ha! Amidst the skeptical comments, Chu Xun had already begun to play the video and immerse himself in learning. The three individuals divided themselves into two groups. Yi Zhen and Bei Xiaofei focused on memorizing the lyrics and learning the song, while Chu Xun dedicated his attention to watching videos to learn the dance. The allocation of tasks was executed swiftly, effectively silencing Bei Xiaofei, who seemed hesitant to voice his thoughts. As Bei Xiaofei glanced at the lyrics in his hand and then at Yi Zhen, who was already displaying signs of excitement, he fell into a brief silence, letting out a sigh. They decided to prioritize learning the song first, allowing the dance to unfold as they progressed. Though neither Bei Xiaofei nor Yi Zhen had a background in dance, their singing abilities were commendable. The song group advanced smoothly, while the dance group saw Chu Xun intently examining the dance moves in the music video, seated cross-legged in a corner with his head bowed. His dark, tousled hair partially obscured his eyes, concealing the emotions within. A glimmer of light flickered in his narrow, phoenix-like eyes as he subtly curved his lips into a smile. Chu Xun was inherently flamboyant and arrogant, a trait he had no desire to alter. However, to be liked, such a disposition required an accompanying talent. Bearing the label of being a poor singer and dancer, which had been substantiated by his previous performances, he understood that transforming into a stage powerhouse overnight was implausible. Moreover, his initial stage appearance had not been particularly impressive, and when it aired, the audience would recognize his lack of progress over time. Consequently, he had cultivated an image of a genius, someone who could effortlessly rise to prominence on stage with minimal effort. After watching the video twice, Chu Xun set the tablet aside and glanced over at Yi Zhen. Despite the slow progress, Yi Zhen wore a broad smile, admiring Bei Xiaofei with sincere praise that made Bei Xiaofei blush with embarrassment. Observing this, Chu Xun's gaze flickered with intrigue. In the memories of the original owner, Yi Zhen possessed an admirable character, capable of quickly recognizing the strengths of others. He was adept at complimenting, and, while the words might be the same, Yi Zhen's delivery carried an authenticity that was convincing. This was precisely why Chu Xun chose to approach Yi Zhen. The latter's unreserved praise served as an opportunity for him to bolster his own abilities. True to his expectations, Yi Zhen did not disappoint. A satisfied smile appeared in Chu Xun's eyes as he regarded Yi Zhen. Turning away, his gaze sharpened momentarily, and with a flick of his wrist, he exuded an indescribable charisma. Geniuses are often prideful, and he never felt inclined to actively alter others' perceptions as he remained indifferent and unconcerned. Naturally independent, he inhabited his own world governed by his own rules. Arrogant and self-assured, he never felt the need to explain himself. However, should a follower, who pleased him, wish to witness the brilliance he embodied, he would not hesitate to grant them a glimpse of what a true powerhouse is like, especially when in a jovial mood. Chapter 9. The underperforming trainee in the audition. Attention everyone, our brother is finally standing up. Is he about to begin? After such a long wait, our Chu Ba Wang is finally ready to bring some humor. I can't stop laughing. Is the comment section staging a skit? Does Chu Xun truly wish to learn this himself? Is he serious? All right, he has started to prepare. Everyone can begin to laugh now, dog emoji. As the comments flowed with a mix of sarcasm, Chu Xun positioned himself before the mirror. While awaiting the music, he brushed back the stray hair from his forehead, revealing a smooth and full brow. Suddenly, the rhythmic beats emanated from the tablet. Although distorted in the live stream, the sound was still palpable. Despite the unclear audio, the visuals were striking. At the moment the beats dropped, Chu Xun sprang into action. His tall figure stretched, and his neck, illuminated by the lights, appeared to be gilded. Moving in sync with the rhythm, he swept his long legs in a graceful arc, leaping into the air. The stray hair danced in the air, each strand exuding a sense of freedom and exuberance. Thump, thump, thump. The beats resonated like a heartbeat. As he landed, The tips of his toes grazed the floor, producing a sharp sound of friction. He lifted his gaze to meet his reflection in the mirror. His light-colored eyes burned with a fierce intensity, causing the mirror to tremble. His chest rose and fell, breaths quickening, making his atoms apple bob. As he rotated and kicked, an invisible current swirled around his fingertips, transforming into a gust of wind that shattered the scattered light spots upon his return. Bang! Another distorted thud echoed. The young man before the mirror executed a perfect stop. He knelt on one knee, his sharp, phoenix-like eyes locking onto his reflection. 1 second, 2 seconds. The corners of his eyes lifted, revealing his satisfaction with his performance. However, a fleeting glance at the content behind the tablet brought a hint of irritation, resulting in an annoyed click of his tongue. Though slightly impatient, he approached, picked up the tablet, and resumed practicing the next segment. Balancing his annoyance with earnestness, he learned diligently, yet his once lively personal live stream was now enveloped in unprecedented silence. In fact, from the moment he began to move, no one in the chat had uttered a word. After a considerable pause, wow! A simple exclamation shattered the silence in the live stream, prompting astonished viewers to emerge with fervor. What the heck? Is this still the Chu Xun I know? Oh my heavens! Isn't Chu Xun merely a pretty face, lacking any talent? Singing and dancing all in vain? Who said that? Let us drag them out for spreading false rumors. Look at those legs, that waist, wow. So powerful. Ah, it's the grand style I adore. Handsome, dancing so beautifully. I'm truly falling for him. Is he genuinely learning this on the spot? Surely, he isn't putting on a show for us? From this brief segment, I can already envision how stunning the finished version will be. Ah, incredibly handsome. Me idol, Chu Xun. The force, the lines of those arms, truly masterful. The barrage of comments at the beginning was filled with astonishment, swiftly followed by sheer madness and screams. This recent display by Chu Xun not only astonished netizens, but left his fans equally astounded. Brother, when did you become so formidable? Why didn't you notify us? Since learning of Chu Xun's participation in the talent show, his fans have been proudly showcasing his visage to the world. Detractors claim that Chu Xun lacks talent. Fans retort, my brother is more handsome than yours. Bystanders remark on Chu Xun's temper. Fans respond, so what? His looks and presence are unparalleled. Critics argue that Chu Xun's character is flawed and his appearance unattractive. Fans counter, if your eyes are failing, perhaps seek treatment instead of engaging with the tasteless. This spirited defense from fans has amused many netizens, who, after witnessing it repeatedly, find themselves somewhat brainwashed, contemplating that with a face like Chu Xun's, what does it matter if there are minor flaws elsewhere? After all, when God opens a door, he often closes other windows. Perfection in every aspect is an unrealistic expectation, is it not? Thus, fans have tirelessly managed public perception, convinced they support a beautiful yet seemingly ineffectual idol. Yet, just a few days later, they found themselves faced with a stark reality check from their own idol. However, despite this slap in the face, fans emerged from the experience elated. They screamed in the live broadcast chat while rapidly clipping and sharing this segment across major platforms. What a beautiful vase. From today onwards, please call me brother, the illustrious vassal of the New Hulu clan. Call me the primary dancer. Indeed, even before forming a group, fans have begun to vie for their roles. Previously, they had merely contended for appearances, remaining as silent as quails in the presence of main dancers and vocalists. Now, with Chu Xun's dance segment released, they have risen, not merely stood, but soared. They demand not just a dance position, but the lead dance role. After all, they are fans of the main act, just as audacious as Chu Xun himself. Online, the commentary reads, how audacious. Are Chu Xun's fans already claiming the lead dancer spot? Let them shout. For who besides themselves would acknowledge this? Hasn't it always been the case with Chu Xun's fandom? A pack of rabid dogs to be disregarded. Ha ha. Disregarding them is likely due to an inability to compete, right? Who was that ahead? I watched that dance segment, and indeed, it was quite impressive. However, Chu Xun has not been as ineffectual as in the preceding months. There's a noticeable improvement. Coupled with the striking looks, I sense his fan base will soon grow. Is it clear that he can do this? Could it be that Chu Xun is truly a genius? Ha ha ha. Is the poster a fan or a critic? What a title. I meticulously reviewed today's live broadcast of Chu Xun from beginning to end, and during the initial instruction from the mentors, he appeared utterly disengaged, his gaze wandering, clearly distracted. So, did he truly master it after watching just twice? Could it be that he is indeed a dance prodigy? I remain skeptical. Chu Xun must have practiced secretly beforehand. I compared the instructor's teachings with the performances of Class A contestants. Chu Xun indeed learned quickly, and his movements appeared relatively fluid. However, some actions were not executed precisely, resembling those of a novice. Nevertheless, achieving such proficiency after merely 2 viewings does lend credence to the notion that, in a certain light, he could be deemed a genius. His performance is undeniably captivating. With a distinctive style, if Chu Xun puts in a little more effort, he will undoubtedly excel beyond measure. I have already been captivated, and I must express my gratitude to the original poster for the recommendation. Heart emoji. Genius visual? No. He is the genius main dancer. Chu Xun. Ah, my darling is extraordinarily handsome. I have watched that video countless times. Each viewing leaves me in awe of his charm. I have seen those analyses criticizing the dance moves, claiming he is lacking, yet it is evident he performs exceptionally well. I have compared several videos with Class A trainees, and Chu Xun's execution is the most exquisite. This is what a genius main dancer embodies. Proud hands on hips emoji. While our darling is undeniably attractive, we must not overlook his immense talent. His dancing is truly captivating. He has already developed his own distinct dance style, truly a remarkable main dancer. This live performance was exhilarating. I eagerly await the direct cut release. Will the voting channel open? I am eager to cast my votes for our darling. The official announcement indicated it will open at midnight on the night the first episode concludes. Isn't that tomorrow? Given that the program is broadcast live, an official streaming room has even been established for it. Thus, the editing team works swiftly. The final product from the second day of recording is ready, pending only website review for airing. The much-anticipated voting channel for fans is about to be opened. Recently, several trainees, such as Ouyang Huiyun and Gu Wenxuan from Princess Storm, the formidable Shi Yufan and Tan Junyi, along with the visually striking Chu Xun and Shang Wanqian, have been frequently discussed in the dazzling constellation of star forums, even making it to a couple of trending searches. They are soon to face their first popularity ranking. Chapter 10. The flawed trainees in the audition, regardless of the discussion surrounding them, or Chu Xun being trending for negative reasons, from the perspective of the production team. Such matters hold little significance. What they prioritize, or rather what is paramount in auditions, is the ultimate popularity ranking, following the traditional voting methods seen in past competitions. A few votes can be cast for free, but should one wish to vote dozens or even hundreds of times, financial investment is essential. Thus, while the early stages may be manageable, the latter rankings are determined by votes that fans have invested their hard-earned money into. This not only demands considerable financial resources, but also an abundance of affection. After all, not everyone can delve deeply into the voting rules, spending time and money merely to secure a handful of votes. Historically, there have been instances where individuals debuted through a powerful, widespread popularity, accumulating votes for bystanders. However, such occurrences are rare, akin to a sudden emergence of a celestial star. Most viewers approach auditions similarly to variety shows, with genuine bystanders rarely familiar with fan circles, and consequently, they are unaware of the extensive voting regulations. Those who take the time to understand the rules to vote for a trainee cannot be classified as mere bystanders. They can be considered casual fans, elevating a bystander's favor to such a degree. Enabling a debut through collective voting truly reflects a remarkable phenomenon of the year. Phenomena like this are seldom seen. When they do appear, they are almost always poised to become top-tier talents. The current fervor surrounding the dazzling constellation is indeed high, yet it pales in comparison to the extraordinary auditions of the past. After all, it was a time when the entire nation was enamored with the show, a dazzling array of stars that has yet to be matched. The Z-Way star is a distant dream now. However, it is not impossible to produce a few popular idols. The popularity rankings are not solely awaited by the fans. The production team is also closely monitoring them. The higher the vote value, the better the show is perceived to be. While the backstage staff of the production team are bustling about in the assessment hall after 4 hours of relentless practice, Chu Xun finally completed the choreography. At this moment, he is earnestly teaching Yi Zhen. Chu Xun's breakdown of the dance goes beyond merely executing the moves. He meticulously clarifies every detail. As he instructs Yi Zhen, not only are his movements fluid, but he also breaks down the counts to demonstrate the actions. Beside them, Bei Xiaofei watches in stunned disbelief. Wait, have you really mastered it? Bei Xiaofei feels as though he is witnessing a performance on the initial stage. At this time, Yi Zhen exerted the praises Chu Xun, exclaiming, "Bath. Xun, you are amazing. I couldn't even comprehend how he turned, yet you managed to break down the actions. That's incredible, right, Xiaofei?" Bei Xiaofei looks up at the pride radiating from Chu Xun, and in a daze, he nods. Yes, very impressive. Chu Xun, flattered by the compliments, suppresses a smile, striving to maintain a composed demeanor, retorting, "It's not that remarkable. Just focus on learning. I want to teach you repeatedly." Amidst the supportive comments, Chu Xun continues to instruct Yi Zhen and the others while quietly learning the theme song. Yi Zhen and Bei Xiaofei's singing abilities are merely at a karaoke level, slightly better than the original Chu Xun, but they cannot teach him anything substantial. Thus, Chu Xun can only learn alongside them. Time swiftly passes during practice, and now only 4 hours remain until the theme song assessment. Shangguan Qian wipes the sweat from his brow with a towel, surveying his surroundings. Unbeknownst to him, a large group has already sprawled out in the hall. Not everyone can endure high-intensity training for 24 hours. Normally, Shangguan Qian would have practiced sufficiently by now and would also need to rest, allowing his body to recover to its prime state in preparation for the first task assessment. Yet, for reasons unknown, his gaze instinctively searches the hall. When he notices Chu Xun still seated by the mirror, engrossed in a video, he pauses momentarily. A few seconds later, he rises and walks in the direction of Chu Xun, thinking to himself, "I am merely establishing my persona as a caring teammate." As Shangguan Qian contemplated, he approached Chu Xun. "Is there something you require assistance with?" His tone, though weary, exuded a gentle warmth, much like the impression he left on others. A paragon of virtue, as refined as jade. Chu Xun, engrossed in tapping a rhythm, was suddenly enveloped by a shadow. Lifting his gaze, he met Shangguan Qian's face, which bore a hint of fatigue. Surprised by the question, Chu Xun raised an eyebrow. "What brings you here? Shouldn't you be keeping your distance from me?" Shangguan Qian, a favored prodigy by the company, was likely positioned at the forefront of his debut. Individuals of his caliber are typically advised on whom to associate with and whom to avoid. Someone like Chu Xun, entangled in scandal, would undoubtedly be excluded from his circle. Within the recesses of the original owner's memories, it was indeed true that Shangguan Qian had not spoken to him since arriving on the island. So what was the current predicament? In response to Chu Xun's inquiry, Shangguan Qian merely smiled faintly. He settled beside Chu Xun, glancing at the tablet in his hands, and softly remarked, "I simply felt that you might need me. I came because you might require my presence." As these words escaped Shangguan Qian's lips, Chu Xun fell into silence. However, the live broadcast room erupted in fervor. In stark contrast to Chu Xun's notoriety, Shangguan Qian had been positively marketed prior to the show's commencement. He was heralded as the top student from Beijing Conservatory of Music, a captivating presence at the audition. His prowess and charm had garnered him substantial support even before the program aired. Although his personal livestream did not reach the heights of Chu Xun's, the audience therein predominantly held a favorable view of him, unlike the tumultuous atmosphere surrounding Chu Xun's stream, rife with critics and jesters. At least in the initial stages, he was undoubtedly a leading contender. Thus, when his familiar yet subtly affectionate words were uttered, both live rooms erupted with excitement. Wait, weren't they supposed to be unfamiliar? Oh my gosh, how heart-fluttering is that statement? Even when feeling exhausted, he thought you needed him. So he came? What a declaration of love. Are they really shipping this? They seem world apart. One is in Class A, the other in Class F. Is Shangguan Qian merely offering charity? Charity? Chu Xun's personal live room is currently the most popular among contestants. Who is really supporting whom? Oh my, what a stunning narrative for the dashing Shangguan Qian. Let us take away Chu Xun. Our darling is a dazzling figure who loves no one but himself. Shangguan Qian is simply kind. After all, they're from the same company. Don't overthink it. Fans of scandal. The barrage of comments from devoted fans, ship enthusiasts, critics, and onlookers created a cacophony in both live rooms. Meanwhile, Chu Xun remained silent, his elongated eyes finally regarding Shangguan Qian with earnest consideration. As an individual immersed in the entertainment industry, he is acutely aware of the implications that the words of Shangguan Qian carry. Shangguan Qian is one of the few members of the A-class, and at this juncture, it would not be an exaggeration to say he is the center of attention. If he merely wished to cultivate a persona of benevolence, he could have simply offered his guidance without uttering such phrases. Yet under these circumstances, the other party still chose to proceed in this manner. Chu Xun's gaze upon Shangguan Qian grew profound, as if he were scrutinizing him or perhaps harboring doubt. Was Shangguan Qian attempting to lend him a helping hand? Moments later, Chu Xun suddenly broke into a carefree grin, exuding a casual charm. He remarked how delightful. With his hands propped behind him, he relaxed his stance and added, "However, that won't be necessary. I am currently quite self-sufficient." Shangguan Qian, positioned as the lead vocalist, truly had no need for assistance at this moment. After all, he had not yet forgotten the persona he had crafted for himself, a proud, self-satisfied genius, who would never proactively seek to learn anything that did not pique his interest. Even his current dance lessons were pursued solely to astonish his little follower, Yizhen, with a glimpse of his brilliance. Thus, the support offered by Shangguan Qian, the aspiring lead singer, was indeed unnecessary for him. Shangguan Qian was taken aback by Chu Xun's response. Had he been declined? Before he could fully process the situation, a hand unexpectedly encircled his neck. "You." The sweet flavor of mint spread across his palate as he looked at Chu Xun in astonishment. Chu Xun curved his lips into a smile, raised his hand, and playfully flicked his forehead, threatening, "If you spit it out, I shall strike you." Most of his luggage had been managed by the staff, leaving him with only a few pieces of clothing and a bag of mint candies. There were 15 pieces in the bag. He had consumed one in the morning for a refreshing boost and had popped 2 more while feeling restless during dance practice. Considering he would remain on the island for at least another week, he realized he might not even have enough for himself. Thus, sharing one with Shangguan Qian was indeed a generous act on his part. Chu Xun's threat held weight, as he certainly bore the appearance of someone capable of a brawl. Shangguan Qian silently held onto the candy in his mouth. Seeing him comply, Chu Xun satisfactorily released his grip around Shangguan Qian's neck and raised his chin, stating, "This is your token of appreciation for coming over." Although he had no need for it, Shangguan Qian expressed his gratitude nonetheless. Pausing for a moment, the mint candy felt even sweeter than when it had first entered his mouth. A smile graced his lips as he remarked, "Should I then express my thanks to you?" Chu Xun, with one hand casually tucked into his pocket, chuckled lightly. "No need to be so formal." "You truly are informal," Shangguan Qian replied. Their conversation flowed seamlessly, resembling that of longtime friends, leaving the viewers in the live stream momentarily stunned. "Ah, their relationship seems quite amicable. Can we ship the CP? At this rate, I might genuinely start shipping them. Their visuals are a perfect match. The combination of the arrogant lead and the gentle counterpart is delightful." Is Chu Xun really going to let this opportunity slip away? Does he truly not care about achieving good results in the assessment? Chu Xun is quite adept at dancing, and he has completed his lessons. Shangguan Qian has nothing to teach him. Indeed, we all witnessed Chu Xun complete his lessons. Cue smoking emoji. I truly must compete with these geniuses, with striking looks and undeniable talent. One cannot help but wonder which window God has closed for him. The atmosphere is electric. Can I hope for their pairing, one from each group? Is it possible for the couple to take to the stage so soon? The dazzling stars and their immense popularity are undeniable. Due to the visibly amicable relationship between the two main characters, their respective fans have refrained from engaging in fierce disputes. Moreover, as the program has yet to officially commence. The majority of the spectators in the live broadcast are merely there for amusement. Thus, the couple of Chu Xun and Shangwan Qian has begun to gain traction. Within just an hour, fan clubs and support groups for their pairing have started to attract members. The clamor of the online world did not disturb the two individuals in the hall. After a brief conversation, Shangwan Qian returned to the resting area of Class A. After an intense period of practice, he too required a moment to recalibrate. Before departing, he cast a gentle smile towards Chu Xun, believing that Chu Xun understood his intent. Observing this, Chu Xun narrowed his eyes, withdrawing his hand from his pocket to wave goodbye. Once Shangwan Qian had left, he lowered his gaze to the tablet resting on his lap. In the shadows where the light could not reach, a glimmer passed through his eyes. He indeed comprehended Shangwan Qian's meaning. Shangwan Qian's visit was not solely to enhance his rating. More importantly, it was to elevate his popularity, a practice commonly referred to as shipping. To be candid, Chu Xun had not initially considered this path. After all, those in the upper echelons of the industry are not naive. As a seed contestant, the company had certainly cautioned them extensively. They would not afford Chu Xun the opportunity to engage in such popularity-boosting tactics. Furthermore, this shortcut to fame would hold no significance unless paired with someone of considerable renown. Hence, Chu Xun had initially aimed to craft a compelling narrative and establish his identity as a prodigy. However, at this moment, Chu Xun's fingertips danced across the tablet surface. The glow from the screen illuminated his slender fingers, enhancing their already fair complexion. Although he was uncertain why Shangwan Qian had suddenly taken such an interest in him, or why he was chosen among many, these questions seemed trivial. What was certain was that engaging in a ship with Shangwan Qian would only yield benefits for him. With the opportunity laid before him, he had no reason to decline. With this thought in mind, Chu Xun paused his fingers. He gazed at the lyrics on the screen, allowing a smile to curve his lips as he softly murmured, "Forged anew, atop the pinnacle of dreams." His voice was barely above a whisper, reciting the lyrics while simultaneously revealing his ambitions. Chapter 12. The flawed trainee in the audition at 8 in the morning. A full 24 hours had passed, and the time for preparation was over. The first task assessment of the Dazzling Stars was about to commence. The trainees gathered in the hall, a sea of faces, while the mentors stood upon the elevated platform. In the center, a rectangular stage had been meticulously prepared by the staff. The stage featured 5 segments, with groups of 5 trainees performing together for the assessment. Once all performances concluded, the mentors would take half an hour to evaluate and assign new ratings to the trainees. Under the gaze of numerous spectators, students were compared, and mentors offered their critiques, resulting in considerable pressure on the participants. Even before the evaluations commenced, a few trainees with fragile psychological resilience had already succumbed to mental breakdowns. Among the initial groups of rated trainees, aside from a select few with remarkable talent, the majority performed below their rehearsed standards. This assessment not only gauged the students' abilities, but also served as a profound test of their character. Under immense pressure, some would crumble, while others would rise to the occasion. The strong would compel themselves to flourish in such an environment, whereas the weak would succumb to self-loathing and avoidance. 24 hours truly feels insufficient. This assessment method makes it easy for poor performances within the same group to affect one another. There are too many external distractions. This does not reflect the true capabilities of the trainees. Isn't psychological resilience a form of ability? After all, they must become idols post-debut, and without a robust mindset, how can they succeed? Oh, I'm in tears. It's truly pitiful to be influenced by those nearby. I've noticed that if one member of the group falters, the others tend to falter as well. It's still Gu Wenshuan. His transitions are so stable. Shangwan Qian stepped up. Wow, what impeccable timing. No doubt he is a professional. This A's in the bag. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. What kind of singing is this? Child, you're off key. One brother sings louder and louder, while the other sings softer and softer. What a pair. All right, let us freestyle. Is it just my illusion, or are there hardly any good dancers at this point? Viewers scurried through various live streams to catch glimpses of each contestant's performance. Soon, it was Chu Xun's turn. As he ascended the stage, Yizhan pulled Bei Xiaofei and shouted encouragement from below. Amidst the chaotic atmosphere, Shang Wanqin approached and playfully punched Chu Xun's shoulder, chuckling, "You've got this." Of course. Chu Xun zipped. As he took his position on the stage, the other trainees feigned modesty, allowing the center position to be open. In contrast, Chu Xun boldly claimed the C position upon his arrival. He was not one to understand humility. He was destined to stand at the center. Ha! I knew he would take the C position. If Chu Ba-Wang didn't occupy the C position, I would suspect he had been swapped. Those trainees who cried would not have done so if they possessed even half of Chu Xun's confidence. Seeing Chu Xun effortlessly take center stage left the other 4 trainees momentarily stunned. However, they quickly shook off their astonishment. The moment they settled, the nearby speakers erupted with sound. Bang! It was the beat akin to the crackling of sparks. The 5 trainees on stage began to move in sync with the sound. But at the moment they extended their arms, all eyes were drawn to the young man at the center. With arms outstretched and neck arched, the simple white light accentuated his elongated silhouette, causing spectators to involuntarily swallow. He was a youth who masterfully exploited the advantages of his physique. The rhythm emanating from the sound system carried a muffled quality, evoking a sense of confinement. Chu Xun lifted his gaze, his eyes seemingly igniting with sparks. The brilliance of his phoenix like eyes ablaze within the dim light. Coupled with the somber audio, it was akin to arrows of flame on a rainy night, piercing straight into the hearts of the audience. Initially devoid of expectations, the mentors were taken aback, suddenly sitting up straight, their demeanor shifting to one of earnestness. Others may not comprehend why a mere opening gesture could induce such a transformation in the mentor's attitude. However, Bo Qinxing, a mentor with a decade of experience in the idol industry, would elucidate the reason. It is the aura. Why do idols ascend to fame, transcending mere singers or dancers? It is their unique stage presence that captivates. This charisma allows them to radiate a vibrant individuality upon the stage. A seasoned idol transforms this luminosity into their distinctive style, effortlessly revealing it the moment they step onto the stage. With a mere gesture, they can seize the attention of countless onlookers, the focal point amidst a sea of admirers. The darling of the spotlight. That is the essence of an idol. Bo Qinxing observed Chu Xun at the center of the stage, a glimmer of appreciation illuminating his eyes. He watched as Chu Xun's body gracefully conformed to the rhythm, satisfaction swelling within him. Yet, amidst his admiration for Chu Xun's dance, a flicker of doubt surfaced. The name Chu Xun lingered in his memory. After all, it was his first encounter with someone possessing such an audacious demeanor at their initial performance. But Chu Xun had not exhibited such prowess during his debut. Could it be that he had concealed his true abilities? That seemed implausible. To hide one's talent during such a prime opportunity for display would be sheer madness. While Bo Qinxing pondered these questions, the fans in the live stream were in a frenzy, erupting with ecstatic shouts. "Ah, is this really my Chu Ge? He danced remarkably well even during practice, but I never expected him to look this stunning on stage. His gaze is entirely different. While others crumble under pressure, our Chu Xun thrives. Is this what they call a born idol? Investing in the natural talent of Chu Xun is a wise choice. Oh, my child is so impressive. Go, baby." On stage, the young man bent backward in rhythm with the explosive notes, his long right leg carving a crescent arc in the air. As he moved, the muscles of his waist and abdomen rippled beneath the damp fabric, exuding a youthful sensuality that effortlessly elicited silent gasps. Curiously, the charming youth appeared acutely aware of his allure, his lyrics laced with a soft chuckle that seeped from his slightly breathless state, sending shivers through the audience. The sound of his spinning motion transformed into the wind beneath his feet, culminating in a flawless conclusion to the performance. The young man knelt on one knee, his chin raised, revealing sharp cheekbones amidst tousled hair. His narrow, phoenix-like eyes sparkled with a dazzling light, as if silently proclaiming to the crowd, "Choosing me is your honor. Good night, my wife." Chapter 13. The flawed trainee in the audition, he was utterly audacious, and yet undeniably charismatic. Even so, One could not help but concede that this damned man exuded an irresistible charm. Ah, my husband, show me your face. Wow, he truly captivates me. So handsome. What is wrong with our darling showing off? This age is precisely when one revels in such displays. It merely attests to our darling's youth. Though he is bold, he carries it with such grace that one cannot find him off-putting. How can someone like him exist? Chu Xun's personality is striking, and his aptitude for learning is remarkable. He is a born idol. When Chu Xun performs on stage, he truly captivates me with his stellar display. Vote, vote. When do we vote? I must cast my vote for him. That physique, that intensity, those precise moves. Oh my, I can hardly contain my excitement. Infatuated JPG. Chu Xun is truly on a master level. The best of the best. The ecstatic screams in the live stream were lost on Chu Xun, yet he could distinctly hear the enthusiastic cheers from Yi Zhen and Bei Xiaofei. Huh? Axan, you were phenomenal. You performed fantastically, Yi Zhen exclaimed, her eyes sparkling, vigorously waving a band she had somehow acquired. Bei Xiaofei, under Yi Zhen's insistence, reluctantly joined in. Yes, absolutely fantastic. As they watched Chu Xun descend from the stage, Bei Xiaofei's gaze flickered. In truth, he seemed far from the disreputable character that had been previously portrayed. Though Yi Zhen had compelled him to cheer, he genuinely meant his words after witnessing Chu Xun's performance. He had indeed improved significantly since their practice sessions. So much so that, for just a fleeting moment, he felt as though he were watching a polished professional performance under dazzling lights. While Bei Xiaofei pondered this, he caught sight of Yi Zhen eagerly approaching Chu Xun, her eyes gleaming like a fawn in the forest. Ah Sun, you were absolutely stunning up there. You are truly incredible. Bei Xiaofei nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was impressive, as he completely overshadowed the other four participants, akin to a solo showcase. While he contemplated offering a few compliments alongside Yi Zhen, before the words could escape his lips, he observed Chu Xun casually slip his right hand into his pocket. With a subtle lift of his chin, he naturally remarked, I know. He had always been aware of his own prowess, never once doubting himself. But you all should tone it down a bit next time. Chu Xun's words suggested modesty. Yet the evident curve of his lips betrayed his enjoyment of Yi Zhen's praises. Bei Xiaofei thought, who should really be the modest one? Having spent an entire day together, he was well aware of Chu Xun's temperament, yet he still found it difficult to acclimate. Nevertheless, as he watched Chu Xun converse with Yi Zhen, he appeared cool and composed, maintaining his handsome demeanor, yet devoid of the earlier arrogance that had marked his initial stage presence. When he glanced down at Yi Zhen, a flicker of a smile would occasionally grace his features, reminiscent of a child basking in praise. Observing this for a while, Bei Xiaofei's face broke into a smile. He stepped forward to join Yi Zhen's team of compliments. Although he felt somewhat out of place, he did not harbor any dislike for children. A little praise and coaxing would suffice. At this moment, Chu Xun remained oblivious to the fact that Bei Xiaofei was treating him like a child. Once the evaluation concluded, he became lethargic, his eyelids heavy with fatigue. He was not alone. The other trainees shared the same weariness. After all, they had endured a grueling day and night of intensive training with little rest, so feeling drowsy was entirely natural. After finally enduring until the end of the evaluation, Chu Xun barely registered the mentor's closing remarks. Upon returning to the dormitory, he quickly washed up and collapsed in a bed, falling into a deep sleep almost instantly. As the mentors had previously mentioned, following today's evaluation, they would have no further obligations, allowing for 2 days of free practice. The results of the evaluation would not be announced until 3 days later, along with the selection of the center position for the theme song. Thus, the next few days would allow the trainees to manage their time freely. Consequently, Chu Xun slept soundly, not waking until evening. Chu Xun, a clear voice echoed in his ears. Sitting up in bed, he wore a bewildered expression, still caught in the remnants of sleep. Shangguan Qian waved his hand in front of him, intending to rouse him, but suddenly found his wrist firmly grasped. The grip was rather strong, causing him to frown slightly. Following the hand upwards, he met the piercing gaze of Chu Xun's sharp eyes. Recognizing Shangguan Qian, Chu Xun relaxed his hold. He rubbed his head and inquired, "Oh, it's you. What brings you here?" His voice, still heavy with sleep, resonated deeply in Shangguan Qian's ears, almost causing a tremor in his eardrums. Rubbing his ears, Shangguan Qian offered the food from the table. "I came to find you for training. Hurry up and eat. We need to practice afterward." Before Chu Xun could fully process this, a piece of toast was thrust into his hand. "Now?" he asked. "Yes, now," Shangguan Qian affirmed. Glancing outside at the dark night, Chu Xun paused for a moment before unwrapping the toast and taking a bite. Practice was inevitable. After all, he could not afford to disregard the popularity that Shangguan Qian brought to the duo. With other dorm mates still asleep, both Chu Xun and Shangguan Qian moved quietly. They quickly finished their meal, performed a brief wash-up, and stealthily exited the dormitory. As they made their way to the practice room, Chu Xun glanced at his watch, which indicated it was 8 o'clock in the evening. The evaluation had concluded at noon, marking exactly 8 hours since. A hint of inexplicable gratitude flickered in his eyes as he regarded Shangguan Qian. Should he thank this fellow for allowing him to enjoy a full 8 hours of sleep? "What are you staring at?" Shangguan Qian asked. "Nothing," Chu Xun replied, lowering his watch. "I just find it interesting how well you timed this." Shangguan Qian paused for a moment before realization dawned on him. "Oh, you mean that? It's only natural. We are here to compete. Every minute and second counts." He opened the door to the training room, revealing an empty space, devoid of any presence. The bright summer moonlight streamed through the windows, casting a cool glow across the entire dance studio. In the dimness, a glimmer of determination sparkled in Shangguan Qian's eyes. In the world of auditions, embodying the role of a diligent competitor is essential. The production team had previously informed the trainees that the entire process would be broadcast live, yet they failed to disclose when the live stream would commence. Little did they anticipate that the moment the initial stage recording concluded, the hidden cameras would be activated. Now, aside from a few trainees, the majority remain oblivious to the fact that their personal live streaming rooms have already been initiated. After the recording, without having noticed any cameras, they began to reveal their true selves, their carefully constructed personas crumbling before they even had the chance to solidify them. Of course, Shangguan Qian does not belong to this category of trainees. Although his realization came not particularly early, he maintained a reticent demeanor, avoiding any disintegration of his persona. When did he become aware? It was before their upcoming evaluation. At that moment, the mentors were explaining the evaluation rules to them and informing them that they would have nearly 3 days of free time following the assessment. 3 days of freedom. Such a notion is unfathomable within the context of recorded programs. In previous instances, whether in variety shows or dramas, production teams were eager to compress artist time as much as possible, striving to produce results and save costs with each passing day. Yet now, out of the blue, they were granted 3 days of freedom. Something felt amiss. It was at that juncture that Shangguan Qian realized the live stream might have already commenced. No, perhaps it had begun even earlier. Once this dawned upon him, his every action became calculated and deliberate, including his approach towards Chu Xun and the words he spoke that might attract the attention of fans. The production team had caught the trainees off guard with this move, many of whom fell into the trap. Among them were those whom the company had heavily invested in. The company had already begun marketing them before the show aired and would likely support them throughout the broadcast. These individuals had once been formidable competitors for debut positions. Yet now, as Shangguan Qian recalled their previous conversations, so unrestrained, he thought these individuals must have completely perished in their own hubris, beyond rescue, no matter the expenditure. Chapter 14. The flawed trainees in the talent show in the darkness. Shangguan Qian's gaze shifted to the side, landing on Chu Xun. It was precisely because of those who had perished that he chose Chu Xun. Regardless of the circumstances, Chu Xun at least exhibited consistency in his words and actions, devoid of any dissonance that would evoke distaste. Naturally, apart from Chu Xun, he had other, more favorable options, such as Ouyang Huiyin from Class A. However, why was the light not on? At that moment, Chu Xun's voice broke the silence, and with a click, the lights illuminated the room. Chu Xun removed his hand from the switch, looking at Qian, who stood motionless, and inquired, "Aren't we supposed to train? Why have you stopped here?" As Chu Xun gazed at Qian, a soft light emanated from his elongated eyes, reminiscent of the moonlight on this night, cool yet gentle. Qian found himself captivated by Chu Xun's eyes, realizing that this was it. Beneath the veneer of arrogance lay a trace of tenderness that stirred his curiosity, compelling him to draw closer and, inevitably, choose him. "It's nothing." Sovereign Qian averted his gaze and chuckled softly. "I have witnessed your performance. Your dancing has markedly improved." He conversed with Chu Xun as if they were long-standing acquaintances, effortlessly delving into discussions about each other's recent endeavors. Were it not for Chu Xun possessing the original owner's memories, one might easily presume that he and Sovereign Qian had been friends for many years. In reality, however, even during the month they rehearsed together at the company, their exchanges could be counted on one hand. Although he found it somewhat peculiar, Chu Xun refrained from voicing his curiosity. After all, at this juncture, appearing familiar with Sovereign Qian would yield only advantages, devoid of any drawbacks. "Not too bad," Chu Xun replied, glancing toward the entrance. "Is it just the two of us?" Sovereign Qian nodded, moving to activate the large screen, jesting, "What? Are two grown men afraid I might take liberties with you?" "Not necessarily," Chu Xun retorted, casually pocketing his hands and coolly asserting, "Given my striking looks, it's only natural for you to entertain such thoughts." Sovereign Qian entertained the notion of fostering a public relationship with Chu Xun, yet he pondered whether the latter was perhaps a tad too self-involved. On one hand, Sovereign Qian aimed to establish a persona, while simultaneously generating buzz with Chu Xun to enhance their popularity. On the other, Chu Xun sought to leverage Sovereign Qian's favorable reputation to soften his own public image. Their intentions harmoniously aligned. In the training room, the rhythm of the theme song resonated in sync with the footsteps of the young performers. Meanwhile, on the outside, the highly anticipated premiere of Starlit Gathering finally aired. "Wow, it's finally on air. I've waited so long. This is the most anticipated variety show of the year. Come watch our Ouyang darling." Although the live stream for Starlit Gathering had opened well in advance, few beyond the show's ardent fans and various fandoms were inclined to endure a broadcast where the picture quality was uncertain and the audio clarity dubious. Moreover, the production team would often disable the stream during the trainees' performances. To witness the official stage and performances, one had to resort to the edited versions available on the platform. The initial stage serves as the public's first impression of these trainees. While some argue against stereotypes, many in the entertainment industry consider them to be coveted by artists, as only by being remembered can one achieve a stereotype. For the largely unnoticed trainees, their first objective is to make a lasting impression. Tianqi was a seasoned variety show veteran, having seen countless programs featuring individuals with even modest fame. Among the numerous talent shows she had watched, both domestically and internationally, her most anticipated this year was the Starlit Gathering by Tomato. Despite its lackluster title, the unfiltered live broadcast and the gradual unveiling of its contestants piqued her interest significantly. In recent times, she had encountered numerous trending topics related to Starlit Gathering on social media. The extensive promotional campaign created an illusion that the show was set to air imminently. After a lengthy wait, it was finally here. Tianqi had prepared her snacks and drinks well in advance, eagerly awaiting the premiere on Tomato Video. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Tomato Video refreshed. With her eyes lighting up at the updated video for Starlit Gathering, Tianqi clicked to enter without hesitation. The preceding introduction is reminiscent of most talent shows, accompanied by emotionally stirring music that underscores the trainees' arduous training and their fervent desire for debut. Although every talent show employs such tactics, Tianqi finds herself moved each time she watches. Regardless, the youthful determination to chase dreams is undeniably infectious. However, as a seasoned fan of talent shows, Tianqi has developed a degree of immunity. While she feels touched, she remains vigilant in assessing the quality of this year's newcomers. As a few minutes pass, she nods in satisfaction. The initial footage flashes by quickly, leaving little room for detailed observation. Yet, even within this brevity, she perceives no exceptionally unattractive faces. Occasionally, she spots those who are strikingly handsome, a delight to her eyes. With the situation ahead looking promising, Tianqi settles in to scrutinize the program's rating criteria. The rules of talent shows are largely similar. Within just a few sentences, she can roughly surmise what is to come, even before the mentors finish their introductions. While she mindlessly munches on potato chips, the camera shifts to capture scenes of the trainees in their practice rooms, a common editing technique following the initial stage performances. At that moment, a fleeting image, barely 2 seconds long, flashes before her eyes, causing her to instinctively halt her snacking. The mentor's introductory segment carries a weighty tone, lending a somber quality to the visuals. The muted palette accentuates the stark lines of black, white, and gray within the frame. In that brief glimpse, a boy clad in a black hoodie leans against the wall. His face remains obscured, yet the sharpness of his jawline and his impossibly long legs evoke visions of internet heartthrobs. Particularly striking is his relaxed posture against the wall, exuding an effortless charm that radiates masculinity. The image lingers in Tianqi's mind, inescapable. My goodness, where did this stunning figure come from? She abandons her potato chips, repeatedly rewinding the footage of that fleeting moment, watching it countless times. After half an hour, she finally captures a screenshot of the scene, reluctantly moving on to the rest of the program. After watching the show, she must search online to discover the identity of this young man. Due to her fixation on the handsome boy, she finds that by the time she resumes watching, the commentary is already buzzing with excitement. The stars shine brightly without any superfluous embellishments. Following the mentor showcase, the contestants' initial performances are promptly unveiled. Trainees from various companies exhibit a range of styles and looks. Under the myriad of lights and cameras, they strive to present their best selves, yearning to be seen and adored by a wider audience. The trainees' abilities and personalities begin to reveal themselves during these debut performances. That was a splendid performance, but please refrain from singing again next time. That high note was truly shattered. I can't take it anymore. Mind your facial expressions, kid. The show has adopted a common strategy of initially downplaying the talents of the contestants, showcasing those who performed moderately on their debut stage, leaving little impression. Although there hasn't been the overly saccharine performances that previously induced discomfort, the monotony began to bore the audience. It is at this juncture that the production team stirred the pot by unveiling a sensational figure, Chu Xun. In recent days, he has undeniably become the most discussed contestant. Regardless of how other companies market their star performers, none can rival the inherent fervor surrounding Chu Xun. His polarizing personality, often criticized, simultaneously exudes a unique charm that has led to a mix of admiration and disdain. Though he may have fewer fans, their fervor is formidable. The clashes between fans and detractors often create a spectacle, heightening his visibility. Daily, more eyes are drawn to Chu Xun, as both critics and supporters multiply, signaling his rising prominence. Other companies watch with envy, yet they find themselves incapable of replicating his success. The path of Chu Xun is fraught with peril. One misstep could jeopardize the careers of their artists. Who among their ranks possesses such a carefree demeanor and unfiltered expression? To them, Chu Xun navigates a precarious edge, standing high yet teetering dangerously. For instance, the production team, aiming to incite drama, starkly contrasted Chu Xun's initial performance with that of Shang Wanqian. A few cuts made it evident that Chu Xun's abilities were lacking, coupled with his self-aggrandizing arrogance. Instantly, he embodied the archetype of an overly confident individual. Despite a pleasing visage, his presumptuous demeanor left viewers uncomfortable. Comments flooded in. What is he so arrogant about? How can he be so confident with such a lackluster performance? Ugh, I can't take it. I detest those who lack self-awareness. The viewers, unlike dedicated fans who might follow personal live streams, are primarily busy working professionals and students, seeking relaxation through variety shows. They remain oblivious to Chu Xun's behavior in his personal streams. Consequently, the barrage of comments during this segment was overwhelmingly critical of him. The sheer number of viewers rendered fans powerless to manage the narrative. Where did this person come from? So hard to evaluate. I thought his introduction would reveal a remarkable figure. But is this it? Shangguan Qian's vocal skills are impressive, especially in comparison to his teammate. It's like a heavenly voice. This is unbearable. He left even the most seasoned performers stunned. Chu Xun's arrogance, coupled with insufficient talent, incited widespread disdain. While viewers initially found the show somewhat dull, Chu Xun's entrance ignited a spark of indignation among them. As Chu Xun accumulated the ire of netizens, the production team demonstrated an acute understanding of dramatic irony. The camera abruptly shifted to the mentors, with the gathering leader, Bo Chinching, furrowing his brow amidst the audience's indignation, stating, "Chu Xun, Class F." In that instant, the viewers rejoiced, feeling vindicated. Let you be arrogant. Let you be wild. Class F it is. One must possess self-awareness. Refuse to rise above the refuse that belongs in the trash. The audience was elated by the mentor's disapproving expression, eagerly anticipating Chu Xun's reaction upon hearing the verdict. Contrary to their expectations, when the camera panned to Chu Xun, he did not exhibit the incredulous expression they had anticipated. Instead, the scene revealed the young man casually brushing aside the stray locks of hair from his forehead. As the spotlight illuminated him, his half-lidded eyes lifted slightly. His light-hued gaze focused ahead, seemingly catching the glimmers of light upon his lashes, dancing between his sharp brows. The corners of his brows arched delicately, and his elongated eyes curved into a charming smile. He chuckled lightly, exuding a nonchalant air imbued with an innate arrogance. Thank you, Mentor. Chapter 16. The Flawed Trainee in the Talent Show. Silence enveloped the scene. Not only did the individuals on screen fall quiet, but the audience outside the screen also hushed. In that moment, they were unsure whether they were astonished by the youth's audacity or captivated by the brilliance that shone through his youthful hubris. Yet, oblivious to the impact he had created, the boy gracefully turned away. As he descended the stage, even the fluttering corners of his garment bore the mark of his unique abandon. Goodness, has he lost his mind? For a considerable time, the comments section remained silent. It was only when the camera shifted to a delicate trainee, gazing in disbelief at Chu Xun's retreating figure, that the audience was jolted back to reality. Wow, this guy's a bit insane. That moment just now, I must say, was somewhat stunning. This Chu Xun is indeed wild, yet undeniably handsome. Those cheekbones are exquisite. I was prepared to criticize him, but with that face, I can't bring myself to. One's values should not be dictated by their appearance. Although handsome, his character leaves much to be desired. Wow, that light laugh was so captivating. Is it just me, or does it seem like he doesn't care about debuting at all? Class F, and this attitude? Is he merely going through the motions? This Chu Xun gives off a vibe as if he's just here to collect a paycheck before leaving the industry. The barrage of comments flooded in with fervor. Outside the screen, Tianqi, clutching half-eaten chips, was momentarily stunned, her heart racing wildly. The moment that Chu Xun smiled, she was genuinely captivated, her heart racing in exhilaration. Oh my, I found my destined idol. Tianqi's cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she gazed at the screen, overwhelmed by her emotions. Heaven knows, before witnessing that breathtaking moment, she had intended to unleash her thoughts on Chu Xun. Yet, before she could even type a word, she was captivated by a scene that would astonish her for a lifetime. The way he tousled his hair, arched his brow, and chuckled. Each of these gestures could easily be immortalized as a masterpiece. How could anyone possess such charm? The captivating allure of a rebellious yet handsome young man, infused with a refreshing boyishness, left Tianqi trembling as she repeatedly rewound the footage, her eyes sparkling as she began to capture screenshots and recordings. Chu Xun, was it? Sister will remember you. After viewing, I shall cast my vote for you. Tianqi took a hearty sip of her icy beverage, tempering the fire ignited by her admiration for the handsome figure before continuing to watch. However, perhaps due to the indelible impression of Chu Xun's earlier appearance, she found herself unconsciously searching for his silhouette in the subsequent segments. How could someone appear so striking even while seated in a corner? Once again spotting Chu Xun amidst the crowd, Tianqi gasped in admiration. After a fleeting moment of infatuation, she snapped back to reality, reminding herself to focus on the program. So many handsome men abound. She must not let one overshadow her attention. Yet, each time Chu Xun graced the screen, her gaze would inevitably gravitate toward him. Thus, Tianqi oscillated between clarity and infatuation. Meanwhile, the trending topic adorned with the name of Chu Xun began to ascend the rankings. Typically, during the premiere episode, the production team would purchase trending topics to generate buzz. But this usually occurs after the full episode has aired. At that time, they can select promising keywords and moments to elevate their rankings. However, in this instance, the program had just been released, and a topic featuring the production team had already surged to prominence, indicating one of two scenarios: either a prince supported by a major company or a sensational moment within the show. Clearly, this situation pertained to the latter, as the trending topic prominently featured Chu Xun's name. Chu Xun, the dazzling male deity of the initial stage. Many had entered believing it to be yet another talent show showcasing extraordinary performances. Upon clicking, they were met with a brief, less than 10-second video focused solely on visual appeal. In today's entertainment industry, many stars market their looks, causing initial indifference among viewers. However, within mere seconds, they were captivated. The youthful boy, imbued with a sharpness in his gaze, exuded an untamed spirit with every movement. His glance seemed directed forward, yet resonated as if peering through the screen into their souls. The vibrant stage lights cast a flowing amber hue in his eyes, bright and clear. In that fleeting moment of connection, it felt as though an invisible arrow had struck, leaving them in awe. This brief video encapsulated the boy's charm and personality flawlessly. In the springtime, amidst blooming apricot blossoms, whose youth upon the path is so dashing. Here, Chu Xun's allure transcended mere physical beauty. It was a harmonious blend of his demeanor and visage. Ultimately, what unfolds before the public eye is the embodiment of the audacious and carefree scion described in ancient texts, his gaze exuding an air of dominance. What a surprise! A talent show can produce such a handsome figure. Such a show-off, but undeniably charming. Wow, this person gives me the impression of a young master. One born into privilege, wealthy, handsome, and possessing an undeniable aura. Ah, he looked at me. Our eyes met. Does he fancy me? So arrogant. I adore him. Is he dazzling like the stars? Where can I vote? I want to cast my vote for him. In the span of less than 10 seconds, a video incited a frenzy among those enamored with beauty. Within just 3 hours, this trending topic surged to the top 3 positions on the entertainment charts. Simultaneously, the number of fans following Chu Xun on social media skyrocketed. With an increase in fans came a surge in votes for him. Thus, as soon as the voting portal for the dazzling stars opened, Chu Xun's vote count soared dramatically. This outcome left the production team and the various companies representing the trainees in a state of astonishment. What on earth is happening? Has the confident persona suddenly become so desirable? Such character types have typically received backlash and lost fans. How is it that Chu Xun is attracting followers instead? The entertainment companies were left perplexed. Meanwhile, within the training room, Shangguan Qian lay exhausted on the floor. He was a singing major, with mediocre dancing skills, merely managing not to lag behind. Maintaining an A grade was within reach, but contending for the C position posed a challenge. Therefore, he had resolved to focus on dance in the days leading up to the theme song's performance. After all, in previous talent shows, few vocalists had ever secured the C position in the theme song. As Shangguan Qian pondered this, a bottle of water suddenly appeared before him. He raised his gaze to meet Chu Xun's elongated, phoenix-like eyes. The pale light in his eyes appeared particularly cold beneath the moonlight, accentuated by his naturally sharp features, making him seem increasingly distant. Nevertheless, Shangguan Qian accepted the water bottle from him, noticing that the cap had already been loosened. He looked up at Chu Xun, who towered over him, and smiled, saying, "Thank you." Chu Xun did not respond to his gratitude. Instead, he scanned the sweat-drenched training attire and frowned. To what extent are you planning to practice? That night, Shangguan Qian pushed himself excessively, despite having perfected the dance to the best of his ability. he continued to exert pressure on himself. Chu Xun, perplexed, asked him directly. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Qian paused in his grip on the water bottle. The next moment, he looked at Chu Xun with unwavering confidence, a gentle smile gracing his lips, as if jesting, to the extent that I can contend for the C position. Shangguan Qian smiled, his eyelashes fluttering, and inquired, "Do you believe me?" Chu Xun regarded him, his gaze subtly shifting. Under the moonlight, Shangguan Qian's gentle and handsome visage unreservedly revealed a fierce ambition akin to tempered steel. In the springtime, the apricot blossoms blow upon the head, whose youthful figure on the path is so dashing. The Thoughts of the Emperor's Land by Wei Zhuang. Good night, my love. Chapter 17. The Flawed Trainee in the Talent Show. Shangguan Qian observed the unassuming demeanor of his rival, yet he found it astonishing. How could one participate in a competition without ambition? The contrast in Shangguan Qian was striking. He appeared as a gentle and humble young gentleman on the surface, yet harbored grand aspirations within. This was precisely the kind of selection show I desired to witness. Everyone must strive for excellence. The ambition to claim the center position, or C, is not met with disdain by the audience. Rather, when coupled with talent and diligent training, a candid expression of one's desire to advance is met with admiration. After all, ambition is synonymous with dedication. Who wouldn't wish for their beloved idol to be driven by a fervent desire for success? Thus, even in the knowledge of hidden cameras, Shangguan Qian unabashedly expressed his aspiration to compete for the center position. This not only constructed his persona as a determined individual, but also conveyed his intentions to his fans. With the awareness of his ambition, fans would exert every effort to support him with their votes. Shangguan Qian gazed at Chu Xun, and for the first time, genuine emotion flickered in his gentle eyes. His unrestrained desire surged towards Chu Xun, who, contrary to Shangguan Qian's expectations, merely frowned and inquired, "Through dance?" Taken aback, Shangguan Qian instinctively nodded. Observing this, Chu Xun's frown deepened. "If you intend to rely on dance, then you need not practice at all." "Why?" Chu Xun crossed his arms lazily against the mirror, scoffing, "With the same amount of time? What makes you think you can surpass those who have trained for over a decade?" Shangguan Qian found himself at a loss for words. Chu Xun raised his gaze to him, his narrow, phoenix-like eyes glinting with a sharp, cold light in the moonlight. "Surely, you do not believe that 3 days of effort could surpass their years of training? Dance is heavily reliant on the duration of practice. A proficient instructor can discern the quality of one's foundation at a glance." When Chu Xun previously evaluated performances, he refrained from addressing intricate details, even while attempting to establish his own persona as a prodigy. After all, being a prodigy merely implies a natural talent for rapid learning. If one were to surpass competitors who have trained for over a decade in a brief period, it would not signify genius. Rather, it would imply a blatant unfair advantage. Such a declaration would reveal an inconsistency. Therefore, Chu Xun preferred to showcase the beauty of the dance through his physical appearance and stature. While he may not have excelled in technical precision, visually he was unparalleled. Chu Xun was acutely aware that he performed for the audience, the majority of whom were not professional dancers. However, the center position was different. Based on previous selection processes, the center position of the theme song was chosen either by the mentors or the trainees. Regardless of who made the choice, both mentors and trainees could discern the quality of the dance. Shangguan Qian's intention to compete for the center position through dance struck Chu Xun as exceedingly unwise. A success was unlikely. Chu Xun's words were blunt, laced with a hint of mockery. Yet, Shangguan Qian felt no anger. After all, this was Chu Xun's usual demeanor. And indeed, he spoke the truth. It is utterly impossible to surpass those individuals within 3 days. Shangguan Qian furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction. "Should I simply concede? Are you willing to give up?" Chu Xun gazed at him. After a brief silence, Shangguan Qian lowered his eyes. "I am not willing." Yet, unwillingness does not provide a solution. He stood up, stretching his body, and softly remarked, "Let's continue our practice." His tone had considerably diminished from when he initially trained with Chu Xun. Although he was reluctant to surrender, he saw no alternative but to intensify his training regimen. However, even with increased effort, he could not compete with those seasoned performers. Foreseeing the inevitable failure, his spirits were naturally dampened. As the theme music began to play once more, just as Shangguan Qian prepared to move, a hand pressed against the speaker, halting the vibrant melody. He turned in surprise to the youth who had silenced the music. Chu Xun, with one hand resting on the speaker and the other tucked in his pocket, clicked his tongue. "Did you not say you were unwilling to give up? What is the purpose of this training?" Shangguan Qian, bewildered, responded, "What else am I to do if not practice?" He could not simply sit idly by and await his fate, could he? Chu Xun raised his hand and tossed an object to him. Instinctively, Shangguan Qian caught it. It was a microphone. "Of course, practice what you excel at." Chu Xun's voice resonated in the training room. "Why excel at?" Shangguan Qian asked in confusion. With a delicate tap on the speaker, Chu Xun smirked. "Your vocal skills." He lifted his gaze to meet Shangguan Qian's, his confidence seemingly transmitting through that glance. He declared, "Show your most proficient vocal talent and compete with them. In a competition, one must showcase their most assured abilities." For Shangguan Qian, his strongest asset was indeed his vocal prowess. Though he might lack the edge in dance, singing was a different matter altogether. As a favored artist to the company, his vocal talent undoubtedly ranked among the top 3. With a touch of confidence, one could even assert it was the best. Gripping the microphone tightly, Shangguan Qian's eyes fell, but he recalled that no vocalist had ever achieved a C grade before. Then why not become the first to do so? Chu Xun's voice rang out in his ear, filled with a sense of certainty. Shangguan Qian's heart raced. Become a first, he pondered, lifting his gaze to the youth beside the speaker. Moonlight filtered through the diamond-patterned window, casting stark shadows upon him. The tousled black hair, tousled by the night breeze, revealed sharp brow bones, and the upward curve of his eyes exuded an air of youthful genius. Leaning against the subwoofer, with his left hand casually tucked into his pocket and his right fingers tapping rhythmically on the speaker's exterior, he created a fascinating resonance with the distant roar of a passing aircraft. In that fleeting moment, Shangguan Qian envisioned a formidable predator lurking in the darkness. Upon locking eyes, the confidence and strength radiating from Chu Xun resonated within him, reverberating like a thunderous drumbeat. The first echoed Chu Xun's words, not merely an encouragement, but a silent declaration of his life as philosophy. If there are no predecessors, then he shall become the first. And he, Chu Xun, aspires to be the foremost. Chapter 18. The Flawed Trainee in the Audition. Nighttime. The training room is enveloped in an eerie silence. Yet at this moment, Shangguan Qian perceives a resounding drumbeat echoing in his heart, each thud igniting a fiery passion within him. The foremost. He locks eyes with Chu Xun, whose gaze is sharp and filled with confidence. Indeed, why can't he be that foremost figure? What does it matter if the theme song of previous auditions had no lead singer? He is determined to shatter history and assume the role of the lead vocalist for this theme song. Shangguan Qian feels an intense heat surging within his chest. Gripping the microphone tightly, he declares to Chu Xun, "All right, I shall become that foremost figure." As he speaks, a rare excitement graces his gentle face. He turns to Chu Xun and asks, "Will you cheer for me then?" Although Chu Xun may not possess overwhelming strength, he exudes an aura of formidable support, as though with him present, all challenges could be overcome. Shangguan Qian thinks that if Chu Xun were to cheer for him during that moment, his confidence would undoubtedly soar. However, as Shangguan Qian contemplates this, Chu Xun promptly declines. "No." Shangguan Qian is taken aback. "Why not?" Chu Xun retreats to a corner and sits down, stating, "Because cheering and shouting are simply not cool." Caught up in the fervor, Shangguan Qian laughs. How typical of you, Chu Baowang, always mindful of your image. I thought this was a passionate show, but it's turned into a comedic one. Ha ha ha. Chu Xun is going to make me die of laughter, despite his pretentiousness. Sun Dog truly brings a sense of reassurance. I didn't catch much of what they were saying. My attention was entirely on Chu Xun's face. He is so handsome. Let us ship these two. Such a strong duo. One is gentle and humble, while the other is confident and flamboyant. Their contrasting personalities make them a match made in heaven. The first episode is out, and it turns out Chu Xun is quite the show-off, haha. It wasn't apparent in the main footage, but these two seem to have a good rapport. Shangguan Qian should definitely give it a shot, after watching his initial stage. His vocal skills are truly impressive. He could stand among professional singers. Chu Baowang. I shan't engage in anything uncool. As the clock nears midnight, the number of viewers in Chu Xun's live stream surges dramatically. Most are passers-by drawn in after watching the first episode. It's unavoidable. Chu Xun made a lasting impression in the premiere. Whether it was the clumsy dancer or the trending handsome guy with an air of arrogance, both left an indelible mark on the audience's memory. Thus, as soon as the main footage concluded, the viewer count in his live stream skyrocketed. In the main episode, Chu Xun's appearances were scarce. Aside from his debut stage, he mostly served as a backdrop for others. Had it not been for his strikingly handsome presence, most would likely remember him only for the arrogance displayed during his initial performance. Nevertheless, it was those captivating background moments that left many yearning for more. If he looked that stunning in the background, how breathtaking must he be in the spotlight? With such thoughts, the audience flocked to Chu Xun's livestream. As soon as the results arrived, I was captivated by the sight of Chu Xun leaning against the speaker, utterly mesmerized by his striking handsomeness. Wow, is the arrogant guy really this handsome? Did the film crew apply oil on him? He is undeniably good-looking. Indeed, the allure of a handsome man delivering the same lines is simply unparalleled. Damn, the boyfriend vibe is overflowing. Even a casual lean looks so stunning. Truly, having such a star among us is a treasure. Simply leaning against the speaker had garnered Chu Xun a multitude of admirers. His continuous attention to his appearance was evidently paying off. After finishing his training, Chu Xun casually draped his jacket over his back and headed outside. Shangguan Qian, having drained the last drop of water from his bottle, followed suit. As he walked beside Chu Xun and sensed the latter slowing his pace, a smile crept onto his lips. This marked the second time Chu Xun had indulged him. Wait. Shangguan Qian tilted his head to observe Chu Xun's profile. The second instance was just moments ago. He could discern Chu Xun's impatience during training. His enthusiasm had waned when the topic of the theme song's center position arose. Clearly lacking any interest, despite his evident desire to return, he had stubbornly stayed to train with Shangguan Qian until now. Thus, this was indeed the third time. Shangguan Qian admired the sharp line of Chu Xun's jaw. Regardless of his appearance or demeanor, the other exuded an air of arrogance. Yet time and again, he bent to Shangguan Qian's will. A soft glimmer passed through Shangguan Qian's gaze. Surely, debuting alongside such an individual as a teammate would be quite a delightful experience. Chu Xun returned to the dormitory quite late, but it seemed everyone had slept too long earlier, as they were still awake. Yi Zhan, upon seeing Chu Xun come back, was elated. "Ah, Xun, you're back." Chu Xun nodded in acknowledgement, placing his jacket on a chair as he searched for clean clothes, preparing to head to the bathroom for a shower. Just as he retrieved his clothes from the closet, he was met with Yi Zhan's sparkling eyes. "Ah, Xun, you practiced, didn't you? I wonder why didn't T see you in the cafeteria? Did you eat after practicing so late? I have some snacks hidden. Do you want some?" Yi Zhan chattered on, and under normal circumstances, Chu Xun might have found it a bit bothersome. But gazing into Yi Zhan's clear eyes, he couldn't discern whether her enthusiasm was genuine or feigned. In that moment, her doe-like eyes reflected only him, as if he were the sole inhabitant of her world. Chu Xun's fingertips twitched, and after a brief pause, he haughtily nodded his chin. Eat, although reluctant to admit it. He genuinely relished the way her eyes sparkled with adoration for him. Upon uttering that word, he observed Yi Zhan's eyes light up with joy, a delight potent enough to inspire anyone. "That's wonderful. I've hidden so many snacks. Ah, Xun, wait here. I'll get them all out for you." Watching Yi Zhan hurriedly turn to fetch the snacks, a smile tugged at the corners of Chu Xun's lips as he playfully countered, "No rush. I'll shower first." "Oh dear, don't rush, child. Your smile is about to soar to the heavens." "Ha. Yi Zhan is such a looks enthusiast." As I watched the main feature, I noticed that this fellow displayed an extraordinary enthusiasm for those who were particularly attractive. Oh my! Seeing Chu Baowang like this is rather endearing. This is hardly a tyrant. He is simply a little tsundere. I genuinely feel that Chu Xun has a fondness for Yi Zhan. Each time he faces her, he seems less arrogant, transforming even the most conceited into a bashful demeanor. Isn't it amusing that his words may be harsh, yet his heart is sincere? The truth is, Yi Zhan's eyes radiate such sincerity and warmth, akin to a little sun. If I were in his position, I would undoubtedly be drawn to her as well. Meanwhile, Yi Zhan, having heard Chu Xun's words, waved her hand. All right, you go ahead. Before she could finish her sentence, her hand inadvertently snagged something, and with a forceful tug, she lost her balance as the item remained stubbornly in place, causing her to sway dangerously as the chair tilted. Instinctively, she let out a sharp cry, and in the midst of the dizzying spin, a deep blue nightgown flashed past her vision, accompanied by a refreshing scent of mint. Then, she felt a distinctly defined hand grasp her lower back, as mint-scented hair brushed against her nose. Before she could register the sensation, she caught sight of the entangled corners of their garments, spinning due to the centrifugal force. Instinctively raising her gaze, she locked eyes with a pair of elongated, beautiful phoenix-like eyes. A fleeting look of concern within them momentarily distracted her, and before she could fully comprehend the situation, she heard the owner of those captivating eyes say, "Have you been startled? Good night, my dear." In Chapter 19, the flawed trainee in the audition, the deep timbre of his voice vibrated against her eardrums, and the subtle brush of his Adam's apple against her forehead ignited a delicate tingling sensation. Yi Zhan found herself entranced by Chu Xun's handsome visage, momentarily lost in thought. Alas! Chu Xun furrowed his brows, genuinely taken aback. His hand, which supported her waist, tightened slightly, his thumb unconsciously grazing along her spine. He gently swayed her body, inquiring, "Can you steady yourself?" Due to their proximity, as Chu Xun spoke, Yi Zhan could feel the intense rise and fall of his chest through 2 layers of cotton fabric. Her heart raced, thundering loudly in her ears. In that moment, she was unable to discern whether it was her own heartbeat or Chu Xun's reverberating within her. While Yi Zhan was lost in her admiration for his looks, the audience was buzzing with excitement. "Oh my gosh! Spin and embrace me with my eyes closed. What is this? A scene from an idol drama. Sun Ji's movements are so swift. The camera couldn't even keep up. He caught her like a gust of wind, spinning and still stable. Chu Xun is indeed the epitome of the perfect boyfriend. If I were Yi Zhan, I would have fallen head over heels. A hero saving a damsel, and so incredibly handsome. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Zhen Bao is so dazed. Did Sun Ge leave you awestruck? I was just shipping Chu Xun with Shangwan Xian, and now I find myself shipping Chu Xun with Yi Zhan. Oh dear, Chu Xun, you truly have us hooked." It feels as though Chu Xun exudes an overwhelming masculine pheromone, embodying the essence of a boyfriend, making him effortlessly likable with anyone. Which idol was born to be a husband? Mine, of course, as the viewers in the live stream reveled in excitement. The other occupants of the dormitory also began to take notice of the unfolding situation. Bei Xiaofei approached, assisting Yi Zhan with concern, inquiring, "Did you hit something?" Yes, I did." Yi Zhan responded with fervent nods. Bei Xiaofei's voice jolted Yi Zhan from his daze. He hastily dismounted from Chu Xun, speaking rapidly, No. The more he insisted, the less others believed him. Chu Xun scrutinized him suspiciously, failing to detect any visible injuries. Yi Zhan bit his lip, fingers gripping the hem of his clothing. "I really am fine," he said, casting a fleeting glance at Chu Xun before quickly averting his gaze, lowering his voice. "Ah, Sun, you're quite fast. I'm unhurt." Strangely, despite his fondness for attractive individuals, he found himself hesitant to meet Chu Xun's gaze. The areas that had just been subjected to Chu Xun's scanning stare inexplicably began to flush. "Ah, Sun, weren't you going to take a shower? Hurry up." "Iem mitrulifine," Yi Zhan urged, somewhat futilely pushing Chu Xun toward the bathroom. Chu Xun's gaze lingered on him for 2 seconds before he seized his wrist, saying, "Stop pushing. I need to get my clothes." He had neglected to pick up the clean clothes he had found earlier, and now needed to retrieve another set. Oh. All right, then go get them. Chu Xun entered the bathroom for a quick rinse, emerging to find a mountain of snacks piled on the table. It was impressive that Yi Zhun had managed to conceal so much amidst the staff's rigorous search. In response to Yi Zhun's sparkling eyes, Chu Xun casually took two. Yi Zhun, disappointed, remarked, "Is that all, son? You haven't eaten yet. After training for so long, aren't you hungry? I saw your clothes were soaked. You must have exerted yourself a lot. This chocolate is delicious. It can replenish your energy." Yi Zhun babbled enthusiastically, growing more animated with each word. Chu Xun extended a finger, pressing it against his forehead to gently push him back, smirking, "You're too noisy." Just as Chu Xun emerged from the bathroom, the coolness of the water still clinging to his hands, he pressed his finger to Yi Zhun's brow, bringing a momentary calm to his warm thoughts. Yi Zhun glanced up to meet Chu Xun's eyes, which twinkled with a hint of amusement, and with a goofy smile, he said, "All right, I won't talk anymore. You eat first." Their oblivious interaction left the other residents of the dormitory momentarily stunned. Yi Zhun, with his striking looks and affable nature, had garnered a favorable reputation on the island. In their dormitory alone, there was no one who would refuse to engage with him. However, Chu Xun was an entirely different case, encumbered by rumors and a challenging demeanor, coupled with his actions during the initial stage. To put it bluntly, if they weren't forced to share a dormitory, they would have preferred to steer clear of Chu Xun altogether. These two individuals, seemingly disconnected, surprisingly share such a close bond. The trainees in the dormitory suddenly perceive the world as somewhat magical. As for Yi Zhun, it is understandable. After all, his warmth has always been evident. But what about Chu Xun? He appears to possess a temperament that is not as disagreeable as rumored. While the trainees find themselves in a daze, Bei Xiaofei reveals a smug expression, as if he had anticipated this all along. Alas, it has been said time and again that one should not heed those baseless rumors. How could Brother Sun be as fearsome as they claim? He is merely a young lad enjoying a bit of bravado. Moreover, his talent speaks volumes. What harm is there in exhibiting a touch of swagger? Bei Xiaofei distinctly recalls the time during the theme song evaluation, when he struggled to comprehend the intricate choreography. Yet, Chu Xun effortlessly mastered it, not only learning it, but also breaking it down to teach the others. What a remarkable feat! Bei Xiaofei is self-aware enough to know that he never aspired to secure a debut position in this program. Nevertheless, he is eager to achieve a commendable rank. With this thought, he retrieved 2 sausages from his locker and approached Chu Xun, his enthusiasm rivaling that of Yi Zhun. "Brother Sun, would you care to try the sausages my mother made? They are absolutely delicious." The other trainees in the dormitory chimed in. This is astonishing. By Seattle Phi, you've really made a name for yourself." Though Chu Xun may seem hard to approach, once you earn his protection, he genuinely treats people well. It's evident, Chu Xun is truly at Sundara. Every time Yi Zhun chatters away, he outwardly feigns annoyance, but his lips betray a smile. He is secretly overjoyed. In the dormitory, Yi Zhun paid no mind to the others' gazes, intently observing Chu Xun as he ate. Chu Xun's fingers are quite exquisite. As he grasped the packaging, his slender fingers glimmered under the light, resembling jade. Yi Zhun's gaze followed Chu Xun's fingers to his lips, naturally thin, exuding both elegance and a hint of aloofness. With a prominent nose, thick eyelashes, and narrow, cool phoenix eyes, he captivated Yi Zhun. "What are you staring at?" Chu Xun's voice jolted Yi Zhun from his reverie. He lifted his gaze to meet Chu Xun's pale eyes. The shallowness of his gaze softened his intimidating aura, revealing a hint of youthful charm. A broad, sincere smile spread across Yi Zhun's face as he genuinely complimented, "Look at Chu Xun. He is the most handsome person I have ever seen." Here comes the praise squad leader, Yi Zhun. How many times has Yi Zhun said this to different people? This time it's different. Our Chu Xun is truly unique. He has earned the title of most handsome. The barrage of comments in the live stream was filled with playful banter. Yet Yi Zhun's remark was not exaggerated. He genuinely believed it. From the moment he laid eyes on Chu Xun, he was struck by his captivating beauty, a beauty that seems to draw in light. Chu Xun let out a light snort, a smile and pride unmistakably evident on his face. Of course, I, too, consider myself quite handsome. It simply shows that Yi Zhen has good taste. As expected of you, Chu Xun. Confidence, apart from the formidable Chu Buong, has never been something I readily accepted. Haha, it's evident that the praise has gone to your head. Chu Xun, your smile is betraying you. Chu Xun, in high spirits from the compliments, was clearly elated, as was evident in the live comments, and Yi Zhen noticed it as well. Feeling buoyant, he chimed in, "Ah Sun, why did you train alone today? Invite me next time. I would love to join you. Training alone can be quite lonely. Having company makes it so much better." As these thoughts crossed Yi Zhen's mind, his gaze towards Chu Xun was filled with anticipation. Imagining a serene training room with just the two of them felt delightful. However, Chu Xun's calm voice shattered his daydream. Yi Zhen was momentarily taken aback, and before he could inquire about the reason, Chu Xun stated, "I am not alone." Chapter 20. The flawed trainee in the audition. This dialogue carries a hint of a battleground vibe, doesn't it? They've only been on the island for 2 days, yet a love triangle is already brewing. Chu Xun's charisma is astounding. It seems he can spark a connection with anyone. The phrase "I am not alone" uttered by Chu Xun adds an intriguing layer to this scene. The chemistry between Chu Xun and Shangguan Qian is palpable, and with Yi Zhen involved, the trio is nothing short of extraordinary. A triangle, you say? I adore it. I'm all in. Not alone. Ah Sun, are you with friends? Yi Zhen blinkt in confusion. Though he had a laid-back approach to this program, participating purely for the experience, he was still aware of some notable occurrences within the show, particularly regarding Chu Xun. As he approached Chu Xun, Bei Xiaofei had been incessantly chattering in his ear. Coupled with his own desire to learn more about Chu Xun, he had intentionally gathered information about him from other trainees over the past couple of days. From what he understood, Chu Xun appeared to have no friends in this program. Furthermore, the attitudes of the other trainees towards Chu Xun suggested they were reluctant to engage with him. Yi Zhen found their judgment lacking. How could they not wish to be close to someone as wonderful as Ah Sun? Consequently, based on the information he gathered, Yi Zhen was under the impression that Chu Xun had no friends on the island. He was prepared to accompany Chu Xun in whatever endeavor he undertook. Yet now, Yi Zhen's gaze lingered on Chu Xun's handsome face for a couple of seconds, uncertain whether to feel disheartened or elated. Chu Xun nodded, seemingly acknowledging, "I suppose. It is a friend." His tone carried a hint of skepticism, although he felt otherwise, regarding his relationship with Shangguan Qian as more of a mutually beneficial collaboration. He could not express that given the knowledge of hidden cameras. Yi Zhen failed to detect the uncertainty in Chu Xun's tone. Feeling slightly dejected for a moment, he inquired, "Who is Ah Sun's friend? Do I know them?" In response, Chu Xun curled his lips into a smile, a glimmer of mischief flashing in his elongated phoenix eyes. "You should know them." Yi Zhen was perplexed. "Shangguan Qian," Chu Xun replied. "My friend is Shangguan Qian." He turned to Yi Zhen, chuckling softly. "Do you know him?" From the memories of the original owner, it was evident that Yi Zhen was quite the social butterfly in the upper echelons, maintaining good relationships with nearly every prominent trainee. At the forefront of the show, the illustrious Shangguan Qian remains an incredibly popular figure alongside Yi Zhen. After a brief moment of silence, Yi Zhen responds, "I know him." It is evident that he is acquainted with many attractive individuals on the program, including Chu Xun. "You have quite a few friends." Chu Xun Juke Sopti. The sound of his light laughter conjures an image of Shangguan Qian in Yi Zhen's mind, a strikingly handsome young man with a gentle disposition. In terms of appearance, he would undoubtedly rank among the top 3 on the entire island. As Yi Zhen contemplates Shangguan Qian, his gaze shifts to Chu Xun, who rests his chin upon his hand, turning with a playful arch of his brows and a hint of intoxication reflected in his mesmerizing eyes. His finger, dusted with sugar, lightly touches the jade-colored jelly, releasing a cool fragrance of mint intertwined with Longjing tea that delicately wafts through the air, enveloping those nearby in its sweet aroma. Yi Zhen's gaze settles on the playful glimmer in Chu Xun's eyes. Even when teasing others, he exudes a charismatic flair, while Shangguan Qian is undeniably handsome. Chu Xun reigns supreme. Yi Zhen concludes that the most attractive boy he has ever encountered is indeed Chu Xun. "I have many friends. But my best friend is Chu Xun. Yi Zhen promptly professes his loyalty. Whoever possesses the most striking looks shall be his closest companion. Such is the nature of a beauty enthusiast. Chu Xun tilts his head, taking a bite of the delicacy, his tousled hair brushing against his lashes, his tiger teeth playfully resting on his tongue. You better be. Of course I am. Yi Zhen exclaims exuberantly. Chu Xun is unequivocally my best friend on this island. I adore him. Wow, is this a confession? Side-eye, JPG. With every move, it feels like Chu Xun is being intentional. Who eats a snack so alluringly? Haha. Chu Xun has always been like this, putting on a show, but that doesn't diminish his charm. This is the luckiest partner among the couples I ship. His spouse is left in awe, openly confessing. Chu Xun seems to possess quite a strong sense of possessiveness. If Yi Zhen hadn't declared him the best, he might have been upset. Ha ha ha. Chu Xun, the quintessential husband. After expressing his unwavering loyalty, Yi Zhen suddenly leans closer to Chu Xun, blinking his doe-like eyes and asking, "What about me, Chu Xun? Am I not your best friend?" The youth's round, clear eyes shimmer like two crystalline springs, illuminated by the light, twinkling with fragments of starlight, brimming with honeyed affection and anticipation. Such a gaze, such a tone. Anyone who witnesses it would surely feel their heart flutter. Good night, my love. Chapter 21. The Flawed Trainee in the Audition. What the heck? Is this baiting? I just remarked on how Chu Xun was being flirtatious. What a twist. The real charm is right here. Darling, you are indeed a soft, delectable cake. That head tilt is absolutely adorable. Chu Xun lowers his gaze, meeting Yi Zhen's round, sparkling eyes. After a brief moment of silence, a smile graces his lips as he raises his hand, pressing his finger gently against Yi Zhen's forehead, pushing him back slightly. Guess? The voice was soft, imbued with an irresistible allure. Chu Xun had always been adept at leveraging his advantages, which extended beyond mere appearance to encompass his vocal charm. His naturally deep and resonant voice, when whispered, bore a breathy quality laced with a hint of mirth that seemed to envelop the listener's heart in a delightful shiver. Yi Zhen remained unresponsive, yet the audience in the live stream was utterly captivated. Aside from his personality, Chu Ba Wang is truly exceptional in every regard. What a soothing voice. Perfect for lulling someone to sleep. If only Chu Xun would confess to me in such a tone, imaginary sigh. Ah, this tension is electrifying. I can't help but ship them. Their dialogue is simply off the charts. From the moment Yi Zhen nearly stumbled, the chemistry between the two was palpably vibrant. Chu Xun's popularity was already soaring, attracting considerable attention. Although Yi Zhen did not possess the same level of fame as Chu Xun, he had made notable appearances in various trainee live streams over the past 2 days. With his charming and striking looks, he had successfully endeared himself to the audience. The dynamic between such individuals, marked by their comfortable interactions, fostered an atmosphere of flirtation that left viewers entranced. The newly formed fan base quickly approached the numbers of previously heavily marketed couples from earlier shows. The emergence of this pairing allowed many to perceive a different side of Chu Xun, one that was tender and attentive beneath his cool facade, despite his somewhat pretentious demeanor. From Yi Zhen's perspective, the world saw a cool, handsome, slightly arrogant Chu Xun. His occasional self-aggrandizing remarks, juxtaposed with his remarkable aptitude for learning and the gentleness hidden beneath his sharp exterior, rendered him endearing. Consequently, an increasing number of people became invested in Chu Xun. During this time, Chu Xun continued to be summoned daily by Shangguan Qian for training. However, in the following days, he was not alone. He brought along not one, but 2 companions. Yi Zhen insisted on accompanying him, and naturally, Bei Xiaofei followed suit. Thus, their C squad transformed from a duo into a quartet. Seated on a yoga mat, Chu Xun observed Yi Zhen and Bei Xiaofei enthusiastically deciding on a name for their team, a look of confusion crossing his face. C Squad? The new ratings for the theme song had yet to be released. Among the 4, only Shangguan Qian was in Class A, while the other 3 were in Class F. Competing for C? Only those in Class A could vie for C, while Class F lacked even the qualification to compete. What do they possibly contend with? As he watched the excited expressions on Yi Zhen and Bei Xiaofei's faces, he glanced at Shangguan Qian, who wore a serene smile, and for the first time, a hint of doubt flickered in his elongated eyes. Yi Zhen, ever attuned to Chu Xun, immediately sensed the shift in his demeanor. "What's wrong, Sun? Do you not like the name?" Yi Zhen scratched her chin, observing Chu Xun with a scrutinizing gaze. "Is this name not imposing enough? Someone as remarkable as a Sun must desire a name of great stature. Zheng simply won't suffice." The thoughts swirling in Yi Zhen's mind were plainly reflected on her face, eliciting a twitch at the corner of Chu Xun's mouth. "No, it's certainly imposing enough. Let us go with this." "Hooray!" Yi Zhen cheered, grasping Chu Xun's hand along with Bei Xiaofei and Shangwan Qian, and proclaimed loudly, "From this day forth, the Zheng team is officially established. Let's all strive together." Bei Xiaofei enthusiastically chimed in, "Let us do our best." Shangwan Qian chuckled softly, "Ah yes, let's go." Chu Xun, with his left hand in his pocket and right fist extended, gave a light touch, coolly stating, "Let us do our best. It's igniting everyone. The Zheng team is the best. Ha ha. Is this a team that will disband in 2 days? Though I'm not quite sure what the excitement is about. I'll join in." Gojing team. 2 days later, in the evaluation hall, the trainees were summoned early in the morning. After the set was completed, the mentors began announcing the results of their previous ratings. Dressed in the training uniform of Class F, Chu Xun stood at the edge of the crowd. Ah Sun and Yi Zhen tiptoed closer, whispering in his ear. "Have you noticed that everyone seems a bit off?" Although he was somewhat slow on the uptake since entering the hall, the glances from others had inadvertently drifted toward them, making it impossible for him to ignore. No, it was merely glances in their direction. More accurately, they were gazing at Chu Xun. Yi Zhen scrutinized Chu Xun from head to toe, failing to find anything amiss. He still looked as handsome as ever. Upon hearing her words, Chu Xun directed his gaze toward the surrounding trainees. Those who typically avoided him now met his eyes with radiant smiles. A flicker of surprise crossed Chu Xun's eyes as he suddenly broke into a smile. He parted his lips slightly, softly reassuring the anxious Yi Zhen, "No, don't look around so much." "I'm not looking around. They're looking at you." Yi Zhen quietly pointed out her observation. "Shouldn't they be looking at me?" She gazed at Chu Xun's striking profile, realization dawning. "Oh right. It's only natural for them to look at someone as handsome as Ah Sun." In a mere second, Yi Zhen was swayed by Chu Xun's charm. She no longer lingered on her doubts, her gaze drifting like the other trainees, occasionally stealing glances at Chu Xun's face. Ah Sun is truly handsome. Infatuated little Zhen JPG. However, while Yi Zhen's admiration was purely innocent, the gazes from the other trainees were not necessarily so. Chu Xun discreetly took note of the trainees who were scrutinizing him. Within 3 days, these individuals had likely become aware of their perceptions. Chapter 22. The flawed trainee in the audition in reality shows. Contestants' communication devices are typically confiscated before their initial stage performance. Chu Xun and the others had their luggage searched by the production team. All mobile phones and tablets were surrendered, and the devices provided for practice were those distributed by the production team that did not have internet connectivity. During the training period on the island, the contestants were entirely cut off from the outside world and unaware of external information. However, as the saying goes, where there is a will, there is a way. Some individuals inevitably sought to exploit loopholes in the production team's regulations. Each time a talent show commenced, the hiding spots for contestants' mobile phones would change. Those trainees affiliated with major companies often had staff members passing them information. The production team's live stream began rather unexpectedly, leaving most contestants unprepared. However, after 3 days, they surely should have adjusted. Gaining knowledge of the outside world inevitably meant they were now aware of the current popularity standings among the trainees. With his arms crossed and fingers lightly tapping on his own arm, Chu Xun observed the reactions of these contestants. It was evident that his current popularity was quite substantial. His gaze shifted upward towards the mentors. By chance, his eyes met those of mentor Han Xingchen. A smile graced Chu Xun's lips as he nodded, a silent greeting. He pondered that perhaps his popularity was not just considerable. Given the mentor's reactions, it was reasonable to estimate that he had surged into the top 3 rankings, possibly even claiming the first position. due to the impending announcement of ratings and the recording of the theme song's music video. The live streams of the trainees were completely shut down to prevent any premature leakage of results or production details. With nowhere else to turn, the viewers in the live streams began to surf the internet. Over the span of 3 days, many developments had unfolded, and the stars no longer needed to rely solely on their own momentum. The online discourse reflected this turmoil. Indeed, Chu Xun is the most unfortunate. The show hasn't even officially started yet, and already there's a cascade of issues. Connections, backdoor dealings, cosmetic enhancements. What a predicament for Chu Xun. Can't we conduct background checks on contestants next time? 16 individuals? My word, that's more than in any previous scandal. Live streaming reveals all. It's like a mirror reflecting the truth. Just after the initial stage, they appeared glamorous, but once the cameras were off, their true selves were exposed. I suspect many past contestants had issues. We just weren't aware due to the lack of live streams. I'm truly astounded. I just watched one contestant, intending to learn more about him in the live stream, only to hear him discussing his extensive romantic experiences. What a shock. These 16 have been thoroughly scrutinized. They truly are a disgrace. The bullying incidents involving Chu Xun seem trivial in comparison. Let us not compare. Bullying is equally reprehensible, and all involved should face the consequences. I've been bewildered by the voting trends these days. Do so many truly support such bullies? I hope those voters encounter someone like Chu Xun in their future. The original poster has shown mercy. How did Ouyang Huiyan not make the list? He openly boasted about having connections and assured everyone he would debut. This corruption is outrageous. Please take care of my Chu Xun. This recording doesn't feature him, so don't drag him into this mess. The bullying incidents are all instigated by a few former teammates. Our Chu Xun is utterly innocent. 14th floor. There are several others, although there is little scandal. I believe it can still be considered a downfall. If one's persona collapses, it is indeed a collapse, is it not? A darling in public, yet a scheming boy behind the scenes. The acting is truly remarkable. Why participate in talent shows when one could simply pursue acting? 52nd floor, seriously? Does anyone genuinely believe that Chu Xun could bully 5 others all on his own? I never believed it when that trending topic emerged, and I implore those still convinced to think independently. Do not be led astray. 53rd floor, that WMR, was it not previously marketing the image of a pure-hearted boy? Scratching nose, JPG. 54th floor, is there really someone defending Chu Xun's alleged bullying? If he were truly guilty, why would he withdraw from the group? I have witnessed so many whose morals and aesthetics are utterly bewildering. Can it be that some remain unaware that Chu Xun's previous group had dual visuals? The other boy is far more handsome than Chu Xun. If one adores this so-called bully, one might as well appreciate him instead. 55th floor, the comments above are excessively critical. What has Chu Xun done to deserve such animosity? Did the original poster even mention him? Whenever there is a conflict, they drag him into it for attention. I'm truly astounded. Can you former teammates fans not cease this behavior? 666th floor. The rivalry between Chu Xun's detractors and his fans is indeed fervent, even here. 667th floor. By the way, is Chu Tyrant a derogatory title? It now seems more like an endearment, haha. 668th floor. I feel that the greatest beneficiary of this live stream is indeed Chu Xun. Prior to the broadcast, he was met with scorn, yet throughout the entire stream, he managed to attract numerous fans. His popularity is soaring. 669th floor. Chu Tyrant's live stream was indeed captivating, exuding a charming boyfriend aura. I cannot perceive him as a bully. 1260th floor. Has this place been overtaken by Chu Xun's fans? It appears everyone is defending him. 1261th floor. Before the bullying incident is clarified, I shall remain a spectator. Setting aside everything else, I truly appreciate Chu Tyrant's looks and character. 1262th floor. Chu Xun's personality is genuinely appealing to straight women, and he has quite a substantial fan base. What difference is there between that trending video and a boyfriend-esque confession? 3021st floor. Is this merely gossip? It seems more like a praise thread for Chu Xun. Have his fans multiplied so drastically? Even here, they have infiltrated. 3022nd floor. The live stream has concluded, and the fans have all emerged. However, I must admit, Chu Tyrant has indeed garnered a significant number of fans these past few days. 3023rd floor. Chu Xun seems overly pretentious. He gives off an air of disrespect, making it entirely plausible for him to be a bully. I never liked him when I watched that group, and when the revelations came to light, it felt all too predictable. 3033rd floor. Oh, where are Chu Xun's fans? Why is no one criticizing the comments above? 3034th floor. The Dazzling Stars have released their theme song, and everyone has rushed to view the direct recording. Rewind to the morning. Upon noticing the change in the trainees' attitudes, Chu Xun did not take any action. Instead, he leaned back, distancing himself from the crowd. He was acutely aware that he was not there to make friends. Most of these individuals hold little significance for him. He does not cultivate a persona that endears him to others. Thus, there is no reason to squander time on them. Moreover, Chu Xun pushed the incessantly chattering Yi Zhen forward, retreating behind him. One loquacious companion is sufficient, and Yi Zhen, suddenly thrust into the spotlight, appeared somewhat bewildered. Upon turning back, he spotted Chu Xun nestled in a corner, donning a hat that obscured much of his face. After a moment of contemplation, realization dawned upon him. Could it be that Xun had risen too early and had not rested well, prompting him to hide behind for a brief nap? Yi Zhen felt he had uncovered the truth and stood tall, attempting to shield the towering Chu Xun, who stood at 188 centimeters. With his own modest height of 178 centimeters, he could not allow Xun to be discovered, particularly by those ominous cameras. Filled with determination, Yi Zhen was oblivious to the fact that the very person he was protecting had his attention wholly focused on the mentors. Chu Xun's gaze fell upon the envelope in Mentor Han Xingchen's hand, which concealed the results of their final grading assessment. The lights in the hall flared to life, and the photographer at the front began his work. The camera panned from Class A to Class F, capturing the expressions of each trainee with clarity. Finally, it arrived at Mentor Han Xingchen's side. There was no music, nor any expressions on the mentors' faces. An atmosphere of solemnity permeated the entire venue. We shall now announce the results for the theme song grading, Han Xingchen intoned, surveying the anxious trainees with a slow, deliberate tone. The grading of the theme song would determine the positions of the trainees on stage, which, to a degree, also represented their visibility to the audience. The closer one stood to the center of the stage, the more camera time one would receive. In a less than 4-minute theme song, capturing the audience's attention hinged on those very moments in front of the lens. The significance of visibility for an idol is self-evident. Thus, all the trainees present held their breath, their gaze fixed intently on the envelope in Han Xingchen's grasp. In the hushed stillness, Han Xingchen began to call out the names of the trainees. Please, Ouyang Huiyun and Gu Wenxuan, step forward to receive your grading results. Starting from Class A, he continued down the list. Perhaps due to Chu Xun's rising popularity, a photographer had been specifically assigned to capture his moments. Among the contestants of Class F, the photographer quickly identified Chu Xun. There was no denying that his striking aura set him apart. However, the photographer couldn't help but grimace as he observed Chu Xun obscuring most of his face with his hat. How could he capture this? It was impossible to remind Chu Xun to reveal his face. The photographer, caught in a dilemma, gazed at the screen. In the frame, Chu Xun leaned against the wall, lowering the brim of his hat even further, casting shadows that revealed only his sharply defined jawline. His index finger unconsciously drummed against his forearm, the silent rhythm imparting an inexplicable sense of pressure. Although his face remained hidden, the commanding aura he exuded was undeniably captivating. The photographer hesitated for a moment before deciding to capture the scene. The lens was rather exquisite, and the resulting image turned out splendidly. Moreover, he was skeptical. Would Chu Xun really keep his hat on when he went up to collect the letter? The photographer was not particularly close. Yet how acutely sensitive was Chu Xun to the camera? Almost as soon as the photographer adjusted his angle, Chu Xun had already sensed it. This realization led him to understand that his current popularity had likely reached a level significant enough for the production team to take notice. Chu Xun lowered his eyelashes, casting a fleeting shadow across his phoenix-like eyes. During his previous performance of the theme song, although his dance skills were somewhat rudimentary, he had already developed a distinctive style, and the visual appeal was undeniably captivating. Thus, it could be presumed that his dance would meet the A standard. As for his singing, he had not invested much effort, merely hoping to avoid any mistakes. In this context, whether he would achieve an A rating depended on the mentor's attitudes, or rather, on his current popularity. Popularity is a fickle thing. Although he had laid the groundwork to attract attention, he remained uncertain of the ultimate outcome. However, at this moment, Chu Xun ceased the rhythmic tapping of his fingers, slightly raised his head, his sharp brows arching gracefully. As he glanced at the photographer ahead, a sudden spark ignited in his expression. It seemed the outcome was even better than he had anticipated. Not only had the trainees' attitudes shifted dramatically, but even the production team had begun to focus on him. Thus, he felt an unwavering conviction that within that envelope meant for him, there must be an A. With this expectation, Chu Xun exuded a more relaxed demeanor. His languid posture stood in stark contrast to the tension radiating from the other trainees around him. At this juncture, the primary camera also turned its attention to him. Mentor Han Xingchen, upon witnessing his demeanor, could no longer maintain his stern expression, a hint of helplessness flickering in his eyes. Chu Xun, please step forward to receive your rating results, he called, uttering only his name. Chu Xun raised an eyebrow. Was he to receive a solo shot? Being in Class F, he stood at the very bottom of the hierarchy, correspondingly closest to the mentor's stage. Thus, it took him only a few steps to reach the mentors. Han Xingchen handed him the envelope. Please open it and then proceed to your designated rating position. The scene was hushed, with over 200 trainees and staff present. It was eerily quiet. All eyes were fixated on the trainee clad in a gray training suit upon the stage. Yet, he seemed oblivious to their gaze, calmly holding the envelope in his hands. His raven-like lashes lowered as he raised his eyes to meet the mentor's gaze. With a smile reminiscent of his initial stage appearance, he softly remarked, "Thank you, mentor," his tone echoing the same playful yet nonchalant attitude. In that moment, everyone present was transported back to the memory of first seeing Chu Xun on stage. Back then, few had taken him seriously, presuming he was merely a disposable contestant destined for early elimination. But now, the youth in the sweatshirt closed the envelope and bowed slightly to the mentor. The curvature of his back gracefully adhered to the threshold of etiquette, the protruding nape of his neck revealing the sinewy contours beneath his delicate skin. With almond-shaped eyes elegantly arched from below, a subtle smile graces his lips as he bows, transforming what should be a humble gesture into a coronation of the exalted. From the outset, he has embodied the demeanor of the superior, polite, yet not overly so, exuding the confident grace of a true champion. The audience, reminiscent of an initial stage, marvels at his audacity. Yet, in this moment, they also envy his boldness. How long has it been since such a free-spirited individual has graced the entertainment industry? Han Xingchen's face reflects admiration as he raises a hand, signaling for Chu Xun to join him in his ranking. Chu Xun nods in acknowledgement and turns, ascending the staircase step by step amidst the collective gaze of the crowd. F, D, C, B. He finally halts at A. Confronted by the complex expressions of the A-class trainees, he smirks and steps forward, establishing his presence. Simultaneously, Han Xingchen's voice reverberates throughout the evaluation hall. Congratulations to trainee Chu Xun for achieving an A rating in the theme song. The filming director leads the applause, and the trainees follow suit. In an instant, the applause in the hall seems potent enough to pierce through the clouds. Chu Xun stands at the pinnacle, surveying the sea of faces below. All eyes are fixed upon him, reflecting admiration, astonishment, and jealousy. Despite the varied emotions, it is undeniable that in this moment, all sentiments orbit around him alone. He is the true focal point of the crowd, the center of visual attention. Chapter 24. The flawed trainee in the audition, congratulations. A hand extends toward him. Chu Xun looks up to meet the handsome face of Shangwan Qian, adorned with a smile. He lifts his hand to shake, replying, "Congratulations to you as well." Shangwan Qian also receives an A rating for his theme song. In contrast to the 4 trainees who fell from the A class, he successfully remains, preserving his eligibility for the coveted C rank, truly a reason to celebrate. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Qian's eyes narrow with a hint of deeper meaning, and he remarks, "Impressive." The significance of a solo camera shot is well understood by anyone with even a modest grasp of the audition process, especially by Shangguan Qian, who is a key focus of the company's training efforts. With the episode lasting only 3 hours, divided among 100 trainees and further reduced by commercials and minor segments, a prolonged solo shot signifies that this trainee plays an essential role in the program. Even if they do not secure a debut position, such a contestant possesses a distinct persona and growth arc, enriching the narrative of the show. Should the program achieve substantial popularity, such contestants will be well positioned for excellent opportunities post-show. Thus, from a moment this extended shot is granted, Chu Xun transcends the role of a mere contrast group pawn as envisioned by the company, and he is no longer regarded as a passerby destined for early elimination by his fellow trainees. Instead, he emerges as a character of genuine significance, deserving of the production team's attention, a coveted ally, and even a contender to be wary of by the leading contestants. It can be said that from the moment Chu Xun attained an A rating, he became an adversary to all competitors vying for the C rank. Shangguan Qian, feeling the firmness of Chu Xun's grip, deepens the smile upon his lips. He did not mind Chu Xun competing with him. In fact, he was quite pleased that Chu Xun was willing to engage in such rivalry. Shangguan Qian retracted his hand and regarded Chu Xun's sharp phoenix eyes with a smile, saying, "Let us strive together moving forward." After all, Chu Xun was someone he had personally chosen. Their gazes locked for 2 seconds before Chu Xun replied, "Of course." Currently, it was his moment to shine, and ordinarily, this segment would be included in the final cut. It was prime material for their pairing. Shangguan Qian took the initiative, and naturally, Chu Xun would not refuse. Moreover, based on his speculation, the company had prepared the press release the moment Shangguan Qian approached him. Unlike Chu Xun, Shangguan Qian was a prized artist of the agency, and every aspect of his persona, from appearance to capability, as well as the romantic storyline within the program, had been meticulously planned in advance. However, the chemistry between them was an elusive quality. It could not simply be manufactured. Thus, he surmised that the company had likely selected several candidates for Shangguan Qian to interact with, allowing him to ultimately choose someone with whom he felt most at ease. Although the company may not have anticipated that Shangguan Qian would select him, they would still disseminate press releases to enrich Shangguan Qian's narrative arc. Consequently, it was imperative to cultivate this pairing. Chu Xun averted his gaze, yet lifted his foot, stepping closer to Shangguan Qian. The distance between them diminished, such that a slight movement could bring their arms into contact. Yet, in reality, they did not touch, maintaining a tantalizing distance imbued with a hint of ambiguity. In the realm of the entertainment industry, Chu Xun was far more familiar with the art of creating chemistry than Shangguan Qian. This subtle intimacy, contrasted with overt gestures like a handshake, along with the nuances of their positioning, was what resonated more with the audience. With his fingertips gently tapping against his forearm, Chu Xun's lowered eyelashes concealed his thoughts. Shangguan Qian had signaled his interest early on. Having not declined before, he certainly would not do so now. Since receiving this rating, he understood that his popularity had likely surged. However, with rising popularity came not only an influx of fans, but also various criticisms from rival factions. Isolated on the island and regarded as a company underdog, he had no one to manage his public relations. Yet, now that he was tethered to Shangguan Qian, the agency would have to take some responsibility for him as they sought to protect Shangguan Qian. After all, in a boy band, the benefits of a romantic pairing were significant. There had even been instances where groups debuted solely on the strength of such narratives. Therefore, at least until the night of the finals, the company would ensure the maintenance of Shangguan Qian's pairing. Following Chu Xun's performance, the announcement of the ratings proceeded swiftly. Once the new ratings for all trainees were confirmed, they immediately began shooting the theme song's music video. All trainees, except for those in Class A, were summoned to arrange their positions, while the Class A trainees were led to a spacious rehearsal room filled with dozens of social media influencers. Upon entering this scene, the Class A trainees were momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Mentor Han Xingxin spoke up, addressing all members of Class A. You now have 10 minutes to prepare. In 10 minutes, each participant will have 2 minutes to showcase their talent. Once all 7 performances conclude, the media judges will cast their votes based on their criteria, and the member with the highest votes will be crowned as the center for the recording of our theme song. Han Xingxin glanced at the inexperienced trainees and solemnly declared that the member with the most votes would hold the coveted center position. Following this announcement, he, along with 4 other mentors, took their seats before the media representatives, quietly observing the trainees. The gaze of dozens of individuals converged, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Ouyang Huiyan remarked, "Wait, do we have to perform in front of them?" Gu Wenxuan surveyed the media personnel and replied, "It seems so." After speaking, he disregarded Ouyang Huiyan's lament and found a corner to begin preparing for his performance. Mu Lanyue hesitated for a moment, glancing at Ouyang Huiyan, but seeing that those nearby had already started their practice, she bit her lip and ultimately refrained from approaching. Chu Xun leaned against the southwestern corner, surveying the situation. There were only 7 debut positions available, which meant only 7 members from Class A would remain. Those who had endured 2 rounds of evaluations were undoubtedly talented. Among them were Shangguan Qian, with exceptional vocal skills, Mulan Yue, who had trained in classical dance since childhood, Ouyang Huiyan, a rapper with explosive stage presence, and a legendary all-rounder, Gu Wenxuan. In the original owner's memories, although not all of these individuals debuted, they were all popular contestants during the show. Notably, Gu Wenxuan was referred to as the Demon King, possessing extraordinary abilities that allowed him to excel on any stage, coupled with an incredibly diligent disposition that left other trainees questioning their own worth. As Chu Xun pondered this, his gaze inadvertently lingered on Gu Wenxuan for a moment longer. "What are you looking at?" Shangguan Qian patted his shoulder, reminding him, "I won't go easy on you, so be careful." Chu Xun smirked, replying, "Rest assured, I shan't show mercy either." After all, Chu Xun's gaze subtly swept towards Gu Wenxuan, as he was indeed prepared to vie for the center position from this formidable Demon King. In the original owner's recollections, Gu Wenxuan was destined to be the shining center of this dazzling ensemble, achieving the remarkable feat of being the initial center and maintaining that status until the end. Historically, in talent shows, very few initial centers have managed to reach the finale. Typically, initial centers serve as sacrificial pawns, luring attention to pave the way for the true stars. These false royalty attract sufficient spotlight in the early stages, allowing the genuine stars to remain hidden, only to emerge later and claim the crown from the false royalty. This narrative has become a common trope in talent shows. However, Gu Wenxuan shattered this curse, transforming from a target of criticism to a contestant whose talent earned universal respect. Rightfully claiming the center position, it can be said that Gu Wenxuan's success was the result of relentless effort and perseverance. With a contemplative gaze, Chu Xun lowered his eyes to the tablet in his hands. Gu Wenxuan, a person of extraordinary talent and remarkable ability, was also incredibly diligent. Snatching the sea from him would prove to be quite a challenge. As Chu Xun pondered, his peripheral vision swept across the journalists in front of him. After a brief moment of reflection, he solidified his resolve. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. As the preparation time concluded, the contestants were called forth to draw their performance order. The participants from Class A all possessed considerable skill, and by this juncture, everyone had composed themselves, including the initially boisterous Ouyang Huiyan. Walking behind Shangguan Qian, Chu Xun nudged his shoulder as Shangguan Qian was about to draw, whispering, "Get me one." Shangguan Qian paused briefly. Understanding the request, he drew 2 lots and handed one to Chu Xun, grinning, "You asked me to draw, so don't blame me." Chu Xun accepted it, glancing at the number 3 inscribed on the slip. It was neither particularly advantageous nor disadvantageous. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he smirked and reassured, "Rest assured, I want to hold you accountable." After they completed the drawing, the 2 moved to a corner to await their turn. This minor episode was captured by the photographer. Regardless of whether it would make it to the main footage, the members of class a naturally generated buzz, ensuring that even if it were excluded from the primary cut, it would surely feature in the supplementary version to attract fans. Exchanging a glance with Shangguan Qian, they simultaneously turned away, both satisfied with their collaboration. Meanwhile, the performance order was announced. The first to perform was the exquisitely beautiful Mulan Yue. True to his name, Mulan Yue exuded an ethereal grace reminiscent of the bright moon suspended in the night sky. His features leaned towards the delicate, even possessing a somewhat feminine quality. Coupled with the poise acquired from years of classical dance training, every movement he made radiated an otherworldly beauty. Perhaps due to his extensive experience in competitions from a young age, he appeared unfazed as he took the stage. Standing firm, his gaze was gentle yet imbued with an inexplicable sense of determination. Mulan Yue offered a slight nod to the sound engineer, and in the next moment, a female voice accompanied by the haunting tones of a swona filled the air. Before the audience could fully comprehend, Mulan Yue inched forward on the marble stage. He raised his hand, his fingertips gliding across his brow. As he lifted his eyes, it seemed as if moonlight itself cascaded down. His movements were graceful yet powerful, enchanting without being vulgar. Though he embodied the chill of the moon, there were subtle threads of allure, compelling the audience to gaze deeper. Ultimately, as Mulan Yue concluded his performance, his fingertips lightly brushed his crimson lips, casting a mesmerizing glance toward the journalists before him. In that moment, not only the journalists facing him, but even the ever-watchful photographers felt that failing to cast a vote for him would be a grave injustice. With a resounding clap, Mentor Han Xingqian initiated the applause, and the journalists quickly followed suit. Their eyes reflected admiration and affection, clearly acknowledging the prowess of Class A member. Truly formidable. Yet, Chu Xun remained in the corner, scrutinizing the expressions of the media personnel. Affection is undeniable, yet the actual votes cast are likely few. Chu Xun's gaze flickered slightly as he analyzed the situation with subtlety. Idols typically engage in performances that blend singing and dancing. Both elements are indispensable. However, Mulan Yue had not uttered a single word during her performance, which was already a critical flaw. Moreover, Chu Xun's fingers lightly tapped against the soft fabric of his training outfit, reminiscent of a chess piece resting on a board. Mulan Yue's style was exceedingly distinctive, a unique flair that could swiftly capture attention. Yet, such uniqueness also implied a certain lack of conformity. The audition aimed to form a boy band, and the center position of the theme song was reserved for the Group S leader. If one were to stand out awkwardly within the group, how could they effectively lead from the central position? Chu Xun concluded that Mulan Yue's segment was likely unrelated to the center position. Nevertheless, she performed remarkably well, showcasing her individuality and strength. Therefore, her segment would likely be included in the final cut, potentially attracting a dedicated fan base that appreciates her style. As Chu Xun contemplated Mulan Yue's vote count, the contestant before him commenced their performance. In stark contrast to Mulan Yue's pure dance, this contestant had opted for a singing and dancing routine. However, perhaps due to insufficient preparation time, their performance was rather conventional. It was devoid of errors, yet failed to stand out. What a foolish choice, thought Chu Xun. In a competition like this, making mistakes is preferable to mediocrity. After all, mistakes, at least, bring dramatic tension and camera attention, while mediocrity does not garner a moment in the spotlight. Observing the contestant reveling in their error-free performance, Chu Xun smirked slightly, rising to brush past them. As he glanced ahead at the now composed media personnel, his lips curled into a smile. It was now his turn to perform. Chu Xun, are you ready? Han Qingfian invited. Chu Xun pulled the strap of his training outfit from his collar, maneuvering it around to tie it at the back of his head. Having just advanced to Class A, he had not yet changed into the appropriate training attire, and thus wore the gray outfit of Class F. The gray, slightly translucent strap obscured his eyes, slightly mellowing his sharp aura while adding an unnoticed allure. Hearing Han Xingqian's question, Chu Xun smiled and nodded affirmatively. Ready. Okay, sound engineer, prepare the audio, Han Xingqian instructed. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a whistle pierced the air. The youth standing in the center flashed a smile, tilting his head slightly, a breathy sigh escaping his throat. The gray strap swayed with his movement, brushing against his throat. Bang! The deep, resonant beat of the drums resounded. Once, twice, bang, bang, bang. The rhythm began urgently, then slowed, rich with lingering resonance. It was an exceedingly suggestive drumbeat. Chu Xun's movements were languid and deliberate, though subtle in range. Every beat was impeccably timed, offering a visually gratifying experience. With another drumbeat, he lowered his head to murmur, his deep voice resonating through the audience's ears. Before anyone could react, he lifted his gaze, and the strap that had obscured his eyes suddenly fell away. In that instant, his sharp, piercing eyes widened, revealing their profound intensity. At this moment, everyone felt as though they were being scrutinized by some terrifying entity. The fabric of his attire cascaded from his eyes to the tip of his nose, gliding over his throat and finally resting at his collarbone. The young man clad in a gray training suit bent his fingers, tracing the line of his throat. As the rhythm of the drums intensified, his body began to sway in synchrony. The flowing fabric in the air under his movements inadvertently brushed against his waist and abdomen. In that instant, not only the media personnel, but even his fellow trainees, who were supposed to be rivals, were captivated. It was undeniably tantalizing. At the conclusion of his performance, he leaped into the air, catching a portion of the fabric between his teeth as he descended. His dark hair danced in the breeze, and the breathy sound escaping his throat was laced with laughter. His deep, magnetic voice resonated, sending shivers through the audience. He lifted his gaze, his phoenix-like eyes flickering with intensity, resembling a predator in the dark night, perpetually ensnaring those around him. Yet, he seemed oblivious to the fear he instilled, his fingertips gliding across his lips. The upward curve of his smile exuded ambiguity, causing involuntary gasps from those watching. A light chuckle slipped into the ears of the crowd, inducing a tremor just as the drumming came to an abrupt halt. Chu Xun rose, seemingly indifferent to the astonished reactions of the onlookers. He bowed gracefully and turned to exit, his movements as fluid as when he first took the stage. For several seconds, the audience remained in stunned silence, until Han Xingchen finally reacted, breaking into applause. Under his lead, the media personnel awoke from their stupor and joined in the clapping. Following each trainee's performance, the mentors and media would express their appreciation through applause. On the surface, their reactions mirrored those of Mulan Yue and the others, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern a faint blush on many faces, as if they had been playfully teased. Was it not indeed teasing? Chu Xun's recent performance bore striking resemblance to flirtation. It was utterly provocative. Shang Wanqian watched as Chu Xun approached, hesitating to speak. "What? Is something the matter?" Chu Xun inquired as he settled beside him, his expression unperturbed. However, Shang Wanqian felt his ears flush at the sound of Chu Xun's voice, which still held a slight tremor from the performance, imbued with a breathy quality. This voice instantly reminded him of the earlier tantalizing display. Shang Wanqian parted his lips, ultimately deciding, "Never mind, perhaps it's best if you refrain from speaking for now." At that moment, he found it difficult to bear the sound of his voice. During their exchange, another trainee ascended the stage. Chu Xun, undistracted by Shang Wanqian's earlier peculiarity, began to regulate his breathing and attentively observe the performances of others. He had actually seized an opportunity. It was common knowledge that Chu Xun was not adept in singing or dancing. Dance, being highly subjective, often prioritizes aesthetics over technicality in non-professional settings. Hence, in terms of dance, he could afford to overlook certain technical details and focus solely on the visual appeal. Since not all media personnel were professional dancers, he had a competitive edge in this area. However, singing posed a different challenge altogether. While it is often said that singing requires more innate talent than dancing, one would assume that his genius persona would be more fitting. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that singing is fundamentally dependent on vocal talent. There's a saying that suggests the heavens reward those who possess it, and singing is a prime example of this. A singer's vocal quality ultimately determines their potential. Some individuals can merely hum and still sound more pleasing than others who sing earnestly. As for Chu Xun, his vocal attributes are apparent to all. He cannot possibly alter his natural voice. Thus, he pondered for quite some time on how to excel in both singing and dancing simultaneously. Consequently, he sees an opportunity during his recent performance. Technically, his act cannot be classified as a complete singing and dancing stage performance, as he did not deliver a single complete lyric. It consisted solely of a blend of whistles and low notes. Yet, one could argue that it did involve singing. Ultimately, the judgment rests on the media personnel who cast their votes. Chu Xun's gaze swept across the faces of the predominantly female journalists. In order to sway their evaluations in his favor, he deliberately chose a dance style appealing to women, with a slight narrowing of his eyes. He hoped that his strategic planning would yield the desired outcome. Class A consists of only 7 individuals, with each person allotted a mere 2 minutes for their performance, which swiftly passed. Once the contestants concluded their acts, the staff ushered them into another room. Meanwhile, the journalists remaining in the practice room engaged in fervent discussions regarding their votes. How should they articulate their thoughts? Who should they vote for? In my opinion, I would select one from among Gu Wenxuan, Ouyang Huiyan, Sheng Wanqian, and Chu Xun. After much contemplation, this journalist ultimately circled Chu Xun's name. Chu Xun? Can that even be considered singing and dancing? Perhaps it can. It was quite melodious, after all. Sheng Wanqian possesses commendable singing skills, though his dancing is somewhat lacking. Nonetheless, I find him quite impressive. What about Ouyang Huiyan? Does his rap qualify as singing? If Chu Xun's performance counts, then why doesn't his? In truth, Gu Wenxuan seems more appropriate. He is undeniably formidable, excelling in every aspect. So, shall be Gu Wenxuan? But Chu Xun performed admirably as well. In my view, his performance was the most capable of evoking emotions. I am caught between choosing Chu Xun and Gu Wenxuan. One I genuinely admire, while the other is undeniably strong, making the decision quite challenging. I also appreciate Chu Xun's style. As the journalists deliberated, the trainees from Class A engaged in lively conversations in another room. Chu Xun, shall we team up for the first public performance? Ouyang Huiyan, with his golden locks, approached Chu Xun, his chin held high, despite being the one to extend the invitation. He carried an air of superiority, as though bestowing a favor. Chu Xun scanned him from head to toe, one hand casually tucked into his pocket. Who are you? Ouyang Huiyan, taken aback, replied, You don't recognize me? After all, he was a popular contestant on the show, and they had just performed together. How could this person not know him? Chu Xun responded cryptically, Do I need to know you? Ouyang Huiyan retorted, I remembered you just now. Why haven't you remembered me? Wasn't his recent rap explosive enough? Impossible. Upon hearing this, Chu Xun leaned back lazily, raised a hand to rub his ear, and nonchalantly remarked, Shouldn't you remember me? Why should I remember you? Also, you're quite noisy. Could you step back a bit? The trio of inquiries struck Ouyang Huiyan like sharp blades, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. Chu Xun lifted his eyelids and regarded the arrogant youth before him. Comparing himself to him? Perhaps he should practice for another decade. As the chapter unfolds, Ouyang Huiyan, the young master of the Ouyang family, found himself at a loss for words, pointing at Chu Xun. Wherever he went, he was accustomed to being coddled and adored. Even as he ventured into the entertainment industry, his family had meticulously paved the way for him. He had no need to worry about his persona or trajectory. He merely had to be audaciously himself, while his agents and team would handle the rest. Upon entering this program, both the staff and fellow contestants had treated him with utmost respect. Even the 5 mentors greeted him warmly. However, for some inexplicable reason, the contestants who had once shown him exceptional enthusiasm began to distance themselves from him. His colleague Mu Lanyue's demeanor also grew strangely aloof. It had nearly been a day since anyone had spoken to him, and finally, he spotted someone he found agreeable and reasonably talented who made the effort to engage him. How astonishing that Master Huiyan would lower himself to initiate a conversation. What on earth was going on? Ouyang Huiyan was filled with a mix of rage and incredulous astonishment. He had never been labeled as bothersome, and for a moment, he was at a loss for words to retort. Meanwhile, Chu Xun, sitting opposite him, was far from accommodating. Noticing that Ouyang Huiyan remained, Chu Xun frowned. Is my message not clear enough? Why are you still here? Ouyang Huiyun was infuriated. It was his first experience of such disdain. As he grew visibly agitated, Shangwan Qian, observing the scene, couldn't resist pulling at Chu Xun's arm, urging him to tone it down. Well, the fight broke out. There were cameras present. Unfortunately, Chu Xun was not the type to temper his demeanor. With one hand casually tucked into his pocket, he leaned against the wall with an air of languid pride, arching his eyes slightly as he scrutinized Ouyang Huiyun from above. Furthermore, I'm not fond of the tone in which you address me. So, next time, please adjust your attitude. Ouyang Huiyun was taken aback. Is your attitude any better? Upon hearing Chu Xun's words, Ouyang Huiyun fell silent, as did Shangwan Qian. The remaining four spectators regarded Chu Xun with expressions that conveyed an ineffable mixture of astonishment and intrigue. With the cameras rolling, was this audacious individual truly intent on completing the program only to withdraw from the industry? Gu Wenxuan's gaze lingered on Chu Xun for a moment before shifting to the silent Shangwan Qian. His eyes subtly raised in a silent inquiry. Is this the one you have chosen? Shangwan Qian maintained his silence, adhering to his own rhythm. Gu Wenxuan observed. Chu Xun's arrogance once again reshapes the trainee's perceptions. This fellow had been relatively subdued these past few days, and now that he has ascended to Class A, everyone assumed he would at least temper his temperament. After all, the entertainment industry remains a realm that attracts a multitude of aspirants, with countless individuals striving relentlessly to gain entry. Yet, Chu Xun remains unperturbed, embodying the same audacious and reckless persona, as if he intends to withdraw from the limelight after this singular performance. The astonished gazes of the crowd shifted from Chu Xun to the now dumbfounded Ouyang Huiyun. Indeed, if Chu Xun dares to provoke the young master of the Ouyang family, why would he fear the cameras? The show's footage might tarnish his character. Yet the Ouyang group possesses the genuine power to obliterate his career. Chu Xun showed no regard for Ouyang Huiyun, so why would he concern himself with being filmed? The trainees began to comprehend Chu Xun's intentions. Thus, it seemed he truly planned to retreat from the industry after leaving the island. The trainees, caught between shock and an unspoken anticipation of Ouyang Huiyun's retaliation, recognized that the altercation between two popular A-class contestants would inevitably attract media attention, regardless of the reason. Once the topic trended, the show would gain visibility, which in turn would funnel traffic to the contestants. As A-class trainees, they were frequently in the spotlight, and they would ultimately reap the greatest rewards. Hence, in the face of this palpable conflict, no one, aside from Shangwan Qian, stepped forward to mediate. Gu Wenxuan folded his arms, observing with a cold detachment. Mu Lanyue hesitated, biting her lip, but ultimately averted her gaze in fear. As for the others, they might as well have had the words fighting emblazoned across their faces. Shangwan Qian wished to intervene, yet having just attempted to do so, he knew Chu Xun would not heed him. He pressed his lips together, slightly shifting his body. From this angle, he could swiftly position himself between the two should a fight ensue. If he had to endure a beating, so be it. Shangwan Qian sighed silently. He couldn't simply disregard the person he had chosen. Watching Ouyang Huiyun's clenched fists, he held his breath, bracing for the impending confrontation. Chu Xun, Ouyang Huiyun bellowed. Raising his fist, Shangwan Qian closed his eyes, pivoting his foot to shield Chu Xun. In the next moment, Chu Xun, Chu Xun, Chu Xun. How's that sound to you? Young Master Ouyang plopped down beside Chu Xun, his face flushed with anger. You tell me to leave, and I just go? Who do you think you are? Ouyang Huiyun, seething, hurled back Chu Xun's words with fervor, his voice booming. Do you think I'm too loud? No one has ever complained about my volume. Despite sitting right next to Chu Xun, he raised his pitch, seemingly attempting to bolster his own presence. Perhaps it was a combination of both, but his words carried an inexplicable hint of grievance, diminishing his earlier bravado. After a prolonged wait with no punch thrown, Shangwan Qian, along with the other trainees, was left perplexed. Is this truly the Ouyang Huiyun we know? The willful and arrogant young master? They gazed at Ouyang Huiyun, seated on the ground like a child throwing a tantrum, bewildered, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Was it real? They looked again. While others were merely spectators, Chu Xun genuinely found the noise bothersome. He rubbed his ears, casting a downward glance at the person below, who was behaving like a petulant child. Ouyang Huiyun felt a chill run down his spine. What are you staring at me for? Unless you apologize to me for 3 days about today, there will be no end to this. The young master, fierce yet timid, resembled a fluffy little golden retriever, baring his small fangs in a show of defiance. Chu Xun replied with a scoff. 3 days of apology? Indeed. Otherwise, I shall not let this matter rest. Upon seeing a smile on Chu Xun's face, Ouyang Huiyun assumed there was hope and grew bolder. Rising to his feet, he raised his chin high. Let me tell you, I've already been lenient with you. Otherwise, I would demand much more from you. Just wait and see. Chu Xun had no time for his ramblings and seized Shangwan Qian's wrist, leading him towards the door. What do you mean by this? Ouyang Huiyun questioned. Employing the excuse of needing to use the restroom, Chu Xun successfully escorted Shangwan Qian out of the room, leaving Ouyang Huiyun's clamor behind. Throughout the entire process, Shangwan Qian remained silent, obediently following Chu Xun until they reached a secluded corner. Do you require anything from me? Shangwan Qian inquired, observing the youth leaning against the wall, his brow slightly furrowed. The boy's demeanor was typically relaxed and languid, yet at this moment, a hint of irritation flickered in his light-colored eyes. His elegantly shaped brows knitted together, enhancing the sharpness of his aura, which now appeared dangerously potent. However, this danger, in Shangwan Qian's eyes, transformed into a profound trust that the youth held for him, an unreserved trust. After all, he had just brought him out alone, hadn't he? Pondering this, Shangwan Qian asked what was required of him. Was it to contact the production team to have the earlier argument removed, or perhaps to devise a way to eliminate Ouyang Huiyun from a show? He lowered his lashes. In the past, he would never have engaged in such high-risk endeavors. Yet now, Shangwan Qian raised his gaze to meet Chu Xun's elongated, phoenix-like eyes. Those light-colored irises sparkled like embers, dazzling and captivating. Shangwan Qian thought that if it were for this person, he would be willing to take the risk, no matter how great. Chapter 28. The flawed trainee in the audition. If the noisy fellow were to vanish, it would undoubtedly alleviate this person's irritation. After all, they were currently in a partnership, and it was his duty to consider his partner's feelings. Shangwan Qian rationalized his thoughts. He looked at Chu Xun, prepared for the request he was about to make. With unwavering determination, he fixed his gaze upon Chu Xun. Chu Xun was momentarily taken aback by Shangwan Qian's suddenly ignited fervor, responding with a tone of confusion. What do you want? You don't need to do anything. Just stay put. I will take you back shortly. Stunned, Shangwan Qian asked, Stay put? For what purpose? Is there any significance to this? Until now, he had been searching for a reason behind Chu Xun's decision to pull him aside. There must be a reason for singling him out, after all. Nothing in particular. I just wanted to get away for a bit, Chu Xun replied, unaware of Shangwan Qian's bewilderment. He rubbed his forehead, expressing his disdain. That guy's too noisy, chattering incessantly. He is quite the show-off, resembling a kindergarten child in demeanor. Always chattering away. Shangwan Qian, with an air of indifference, remarked, Indeed, he is rather loud. Upon returning to the dormitory at night, he would seal people's mouths with tape, as that noisy fellow drove him to distraction, nearly overwhelming his thoughts. What Shangwan Qian contemplated remained a mystery to Chu Xun. The reason he pulled Shangwan Qian out was indeed due to the incessant clamor of that golden-haired youth. Additionally, he had noticed Shangwan Qian stepping in to obstruct his actions, prompting a reciprocal gesture. As a popular contestant from Class A, both he and Shangwan Qian were bound to receive ample screen time, especially in a segment rich with dramatic conflict like the contest for C. The star-studded production crew claimed to be the most transparent and fair in history. Thus, it was expected that screen time would be evenly distributed in the editing process. After all, Class A participants garnered a certain level of attention, with fans meticulously counting their screen durations, some even down to the very seconds. Therefore, in the narrative of the competition for C, for the sake of fairness, the screen time for the 7 Class A members should be roughly equivalent. However, this only pertains to duration. In the editing process, aside from mere screen time, There are numerous avenues to manipulate the content. For instance, exceptional performances might be glossed over in a fleeting moment, or entirely omitted in favor of extended dialogues in the dormitory. Such editing techniques leave fans unable to pinpoint any faults while effectively dimming the brilliance of competitors deemed threatening by the producers. Even if fans advocate for their idols, the production team could simply assert allotted screen time was given. It was your idol's own failure to capitalize on it. Yet, everyone is acutely aware that effective and ineffective footage are two entirely different concepts, though the average bystander remains indifferent to these nuances. Consequently, many manipulated artists and their fans are left with no choice but to swallow their grievances in silence. Chu Xun observed the somewhat awkward Qian, who seemed lost in thought and narrowed his elongated eyes slightly. The original contestant did not finish watching the entire program after his elimination. Thus, he lacked any visual memory of the production team's manipulations. However, for Chu Xun, holding back was not a difficult task. Bringing Qian along was merely a matter of convenience. Now that the two had exited the room, with no cameras documenting their actions, the production team would likely allocate more screen time to their preparation and performance segments for the C competition in the name of fairness. These two segments would showcase their diligence and prowess, ensuring that even if they did not gain new fans, retaining their current supporters would not be arduous. As Chu Xun analyzed the situation, the earlier disturbance caused by Ouyang Huiyun had cleared his mind significantly. In truth, Ouyang Huiyun's backing was indeed formidable. Ouyang Group, a name even the original contestant had heard of. However, as Chu Xun sifted through his memories, he recalled that this young scion of the Ouyang family ultimately did not succeed in debuting. Once Chu Xun and Shangwan Qian stepped outside, the previously tense atmosphere dissipated. A few more mild-mannered contestants engaged in reconciliation, restoring the lively ambience of the room. However, despite the idle chatter, there remained an unspoken hesitation to approach Ouyang Huiyun. Mu Lanyue cast several glances in his direction, her expression a complex tapestry of sorrow, yet she refrained from advancing. Ouyang Huiyun, initially engulfed in anger, found his frustration dissipate upon witnessing Mu Lanyue's countenance, which only served to amplify his vexation. How had he failed to notice her penchant for theatrics before? He turned and retreated to the corner where Chu Xun had recently stood, crouching down. Strangely enough, despite his aversion to Chu Xun, he found himself preferring the company of this individual over others. Ouyang Huiyun's fingers tapped against the wall, his once defiant gaze now imbued with a pitiable quality. He was no fool. The shift in the trainees' attitudes over the past few days was too conspicuous to ignore. Was it merely a matter of having connections? Previously, these individuals had flocked to him, nearly clinging to his side. Yet, within the span of 2 short days, their demeanor had pivoted dramatically. They avoided him, and numerous others, like Mu Lanyue, had taken to performing in his presence, each display causing him further irritation. Comparatively, Chu Xun was a breath of fresh air. At least he did not feign pretense before him. Ouyang Huiyun busied himself with the peeling paint on the wall, silently counting. When would that fellow return? He had yet to deliver his warning. Had he been in the restroom for so long that it raised concerns about his health? Happy Children's Day to my dearest wives. A bit late, as Finiu also celebrated the occasion. Good night, my loves. Chapter 29. The flawed trainee in the audition, Chu Xun returned just in time, adhering to the timeline set forth by the production team. Upon spotting him, Ouyang Huiyun's eyes brightened, and he raised his chin, ready to speak. When the large screen in the room flickered to life. After half an hour of deliberation, the media's voting concluded. Instructor Han Xingchen, holding the voting results, spoke with gravity, Mu Lanyue, for votes. The initial blow left Class A in a state of shock. Out of 76 media representatives, equating to 76 votes, Mu Lanyue had garnered a mere 4. Despite his outstanding performance and remarkable dancing prowess, he had received only 4 votes. Upon hearing this disheartening count, Mu Lanyue's face drained of color. With his naturally delicate features and an aura of ethereal coldness, his vulnerability was accentuated by the pallor that now enveloped him. It is often said that a fragile woman invokes a man's protective instincts, The same holds true for fragile man. Many women are drawn to such delicate yet resilient individuals. While others remained astonished by Mulan Yue's vote tally, Chu Xun's gaze swept over his expression, a hint of intrigue glimmering in his raised brow. Quite interesting. His ability to manage his expressions is commendable. Meanwhile, Han Xingchen paid no heed to the trainee's astonishment, continuing to announce the results. If Mulan Yue's score was startling, the upcoming numbers would leave the trainees in a state of numbness. Fan Hong received 0 votes, while Deng Kaifeng garnered a single vote. The disparity between a 0 and a 1 creates an overwhelming sense of bewilderment. Each trainee in class possesses extraordinary talent. Having participated in numerous competitions prior to this show, this is likely the lowest score they have ever received. Such a tally not only signifies their disconnection from the coveted C position, but also implies a crushing defeat, one characterized by absolute dominance. This transcends a mere failure in the quest for C. It is a humiliation. Ouyang Huiyan, who had previously been preoccupied with thoughts of reclaiming his dignity in front of Chu Xun, felt a serious shift upon hearing the vote count he initially dismissed. His anxious, drooping eyes turned towards the large screen. What could this vote count mean? Surely, he couldn't have scored so low. That would be utterly embarrassing. Under Ouyang Huiyun's tense gaze, Mentor Han Xingchen began to announce the results. Ouyang Huiyun, 13 votes. 13 votes? This was the highest score revealed thus far. Ouyang Huiyun instinctively exhaled, his inner critic patting him on the back. Fortunately, 13 votes were not disgraceful. After reassuring himself, Ouyang Huiyun glanced around. Whether it was Chu Xun, Gu Wenshuan, or even Shangwan Qian, they all appeared remarkably composed, seemingly unfazed. Their expressions were relaxed, exuding confidence in their own scores. Ouyang Huiyun was taken aback. After a fleeting moment of confusion, he realized that 13 votes were hardly a cause for celebration. He was vying for C, and 13 votes would certainly not suffice. Moreover, based on the order in which Mentor Han Xingchen was announcing the votes, it was evident that those revealed later would have higher counts. As Ouyang Huiyun observed Chu Xun and the others, he felt like a mere lapdog for his earlier moment of joy. Indeed, as he had suspected, Chu Xun and the others hoped that the next name called would not be their own. Given the show's penchant for suspense, the later the name was announced, the higher the vote count was likely to be. Even Shangwan Qian, usually so steady, found himself clenching his fists. Gu Wenshuan remained his usual inscrutable self, betraying no emotion. Chu Xun lowered his gaze, his body relaxed. Securing a position in the top 3 had already fulfilled his objective. He had not anticipated surpassing Ouyang Huiyun in votes. His original expectation had been to rank around 4th or 5th. This result not only solidified his image as a prodigy, but also demonstrated that he indeed possessed the capability to compete with the trainees from Class A. If anyone were to mention him henceforth, it would not be as the inept Chu Xun, but rather as the rapidly evolving genius of the show. However, as he gazed at the 3 names on the screen, yet to be revealed, a flicker of uncertainty crossed his eyes. It seemed this outcome was somewhat beyond his expectations. Just then, as if sensing his thoughts through the screen, Mentor Han Xingchen announced, Chu Xun, 17 votes. 17 votes, for more than Ouyang Huiyun. A distance akin to that between a mere trickle and a surging stream. Mulan Yue, Ouyang Huiyun, the atmosphere is electric. Congratulations. Shangwan Qian turned to Chu Xun, feeling quite anxious, yet still elated to hear Chu Xun's vote count. From the initial F class to now securing 17 votes, this underdog narrative is bound to attract a considerable following. While the center position of the theme song is crucial, it primarily serves to garner more exposure and attract additional fans. Ultimately, the fans' votes will determine their potential debut. Thus, even without claiming the center position, Chu Xun's vote count deserves a heartfelt congratulations. Chu Xun nodded, graciously accepting Shangwan Qian's congratulations. He raised his hand, brushing aside the stray locks of hair that partially obscured Shangwan Qian's eyes, much to his surprise. With his left hand casually in his pocket, he softly reassured, "Don't be nervous." Having trained alongside Shangwan Qian for the past few days, He understood the effort his companion had invested in pursuing this center position. As the company's favored candidate, Shangwan Qian would benefit from prepared promotional materials. However, the ultimate outcome still depended on his performance during the show. Now, only two names remained on the big screen, standing just a step away from the coveted center position and the chance to create a historic moment in the world of talent shows. Comforted by Chu Xun's words, Shangwan Qian felt a warmth envelop his heart. His previously tense demeanor relaxed slightly as he glanced at the young man beside him, unconsciously inching closer to his presence. It seemed that being near this person instilled him with a newfound confidence. On the big screen, under Shangwan Qian's anxious yet hopeful gaze, Mentor Han Xingchen finally spoke, Shangwan Qian. Upon hearing his name, Shangwan Qian's once anxious expression gradually morphed into one of disappointment. 21 votes. Congratulations to A-Class trainee Shangwan Qian for securing the center position for this theme song. Additionally, congratulations to A-Class trainee Gu Wenxuan for receiving 20 votes in this round of voting. Congratulations? For what? He had 21 votes, and Gu Wenxuan had 20? The sudden twist left Shangwan Qian momentarily stunned. It was only when Chu Xun nudged him that he hurriedly bowed in gratitude towards the mentor on the screen. As he bent down, he felt a surge of emotion welling up in his eyes. 21 votes, just one more than Gu Wenxuan. As the large screen in the room switched off, the staff granted the trainees an hour of rest before removing the equipment. The number of people in the room dwindled. Yet Shangwan Qian immediately turned his gaze toward Chu Xun. Battling the sting in his eyes, he wore a beaming smile. I did it, he proclaimed. As the lead vocalist, he had achieved the center position. He truly did it. He had made history in the talent show realm. Though elated, Shangwan Qian felt a strange sense of unreality. He longed for Chu Xun's affirmation. Chu Xun noticed the uncertainty in his eyes and, unusually, offered praise. Yes, excellent. You sang beautifully. As he spoke, he affectionately patted Shangwan Qian's head. At those words, Shangwan Qian's eyes sparkled with joy. For the first time, emotions were so openly displayed on his otherwise calm and composed face. He sang beautifully. He was now acutely aware of this truth. Chapter 30. The flawed trainee in the audition on the stage. Dancing has always overshadowed singing. After all, most people are visual creatures, captivated more by the dazzling spectacle of dance. Thus, in the realm of auditions, the center position has consistently been occupied by those with formidable dancing skills. Shangwan Qian's dancing can only be described as passable. When compared to the dancers of Class A, he falls significantly short. He had previously contemplated dedicating himself to dance, practicing diligently. However, as Chu Xun pointed out, it is impossible for him to bridge the gap of over a decade of training in just a few days. Hence, he heeded Chu Xun's advice, meticulously selecting songs that suited his strengths and focusing on honing his vocal prowess. During performances, he aimed to draw attention to his singing abilities. As for the dancing, he merely needed to synchronize with the music and avoid errors. Consequently, he presented himself as a performer whose vocal talent shone brilliantly amidst the choreography. Shangwan Qian's strategy for vying for the center position was clever, and he acknowledged this fact. Moreover, the vote difference between him and Gu Wenxuan was a mere 1 vote. Therefore, his current standing in the center position was partly due to luck. Nevertheless, he felt elated, as this validated Chu Xun's assertion that his singing is indeed remarkable. While Shangwan Qian was sharing his joy with Chu Xun, Gu Wenxuan, who had remained silent, approached him. 1 vote, he stated with unwavering determination, a hint of barely perceptible resentment flickering in his eyes. I will reclaim it. Although the margin was narrow and luck played a significant role, to him, a loss was a loss. It simply meant he was not strong enough. A shadow of resolve crossed Gu Wenxuan's gaze as he regarded Shangwan Qian with a combative spirit. Shangwan Qian had known Gu Wenxuan previously. Despite being from different agencies, both were key trainees within their respective companies, and they were somewhat familiar with each other's profiles. He was aware, to some extent, of Gu Wenxuan's character. Noting the shift in demeanor, he subtly inclined his jaw, a gentle smile gracing his lips, reminiscent of a nobleman. I await your challenge, he replied, his tone calm and unhurried, flowing like a serene stream under the moonlight, embodying the elegance of a refined gentleman. In the presence of others, Shangguan Qian did not display the same emotional openness he reserved for Chu Xun. In the entertainment industry, who among them was devoid of a facade, especially when confronted by someone issuing a challenge? Gu Wenxuan sensed the change in Shangguan Qian's demeanor, but remained unfazed. He had come to this competition with a singular objective, to claim the top position, and the top position was synonymous with the center spot. Thus, he was indeed here to issue a challenge. Their gazes collided, as if invisible sparks of tension ignited in the air. Chu Xun, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but rub his ears. To be candid, their exchange appeared to him as a mere 2 sentences. Gu Wenxuan declared his intent to claim the center spot, and Shangguan Qian retorted that he too was prepared to contend fiercely. In summary, 2 formidable contenders were about to engage in an internal battle for supremacy. Chu Xun crossed his arms, watching the unfolding drama with an amused demeanor, casually brushing aside the stray strands of hair falling across his forehead. Having witnessed numerous underhanded tactics employed in the shadows, observing these 2 individuals boldly declare war struck me as somewhat juvenile, albeit endearing. Chu Xun, in a pleasant mood, watched the unfolding scene when a sudden cacophony interrupted him. "Hey, Chu Xun, when are you going to apologize to me?" Ouyang Huiyun, sporting an eye-catching golden mane, obstructed Chu Xun's line of sight. Chu Xun clicked his tongue in annoyance, turning away without acknowledging Ouyang Huiyun's shimmering, dog-like eyes. "If you treat me to a meal later, I might consider forgiving you," he retorted. Ouyang Huiyun continued to shout, seemingly oblivious to Chu Xun's disdain. After all, when Chu Xun had expressed his irritation earlier, he had been quite direct. Now, his silence surely indicated a desire for reconciliation, right? Ouyang Huiyun lifted his chin with an air of arrogance. You think silence will mend things? Not a chance. To be friends with young Master Yin, you must at least treat me to a meal. I must inform you, I am allergic to eggs and detest the flavors of garlic, cilantro, and celery, Ouyang Huiyun continued. However, Chu Xun merely rubbed his ears, casting his gaze past him toward Shangguan Qian, calling out, "Shangguan Qian, let's go." Without waiting for Ouyang Huiyun's reaction, he headed straight toward the cafeteria, passing by Ouyang Huiyun without so much as a glance. No, to be precise, he had not regarded Ouyang Huiyun at all, as if the latter were invisible. Ouyang Huiyun exclaimed, He, is he ignoring me?" His hand trembled as he pointed at Chu Xun's retreating figure, clearly infuriated. Shangguan Qian, noticing his distress, patted Ouyang Huiyun on the shoulder, adding fuel to the fire. "Indeed, but do not take it to heart. That's just his nature." With that, he could hardly conceal the amusement in his eyes and followed after Chu Xun. Although Chu Xun did disregard Ouyang Huiyun, he had deliberately called out to him before leaving. While double standards can be irksome, in this case, the double standard favored oneself, which was rather gratifying. This behavior of Chu Xun's delighted Shangguan Qian, while it left Ouyang Huiyun seething with rage. Cursing under his breath, he hurried to catch up. The trio bickered their way to the cafeteria, where they had a simple lunch before heading to the filming location at the staff's behest. Aside from the trainees from Class A, the other trainees had already been waiting for quite some time. Nearly 100 trainees filled the stage to capacity, leaving the central triangular platform open, clearly reserved for their 7-member group. Thus, their arrival immediately captured the attention of the other trainees. Standing on the largest stage, Yizhan's eyes lit up upon spotting Chu Xun, and she rushed over. Having not seen him all afternoon, she had much to share, from their initial awe at the stage to the playful banter during their position rehearsal. Just as she was feeling jubilant, she noticed Chu Xun being led by the staff to the highest platform, accompanied by Shangguan Qian, Ouyang Huiyun, and others. "Chu Xun, did you remember what I said?" Ouyang Huiyun's voice echoed in Yizhan's ears. His joyful expression faltered as he instinctively halted his steps towards Chu Xun. "Good night, my wife." Chapter 31. The Flawed Trainee in the Audition. Under the guidance of the staff, the 7 of them ascended amidst the throng of trainees to the very heart of the stage. Throughout the journey, the staff continuously spoke to them, ensuring that the other trainees did not intrude. Strangely, despite having only been apart for a mere afternoon, the sight of the seven standing at the center of the stage made them feel somewhat unfamiliar, especially when the spotlight illuminated them. They appeared to belong to two distinct worlds. They were, after all, merely trainees standing behind the grand stage, while they shone like stars under the spotlight. Witnessing this scene, the trainees from other classes felt a wave of complex emotions. Just before noon, they had all shared the same starting point, yet suddenly, everything had changed. Xiaozhen? Xiaozhen. Bei Xiaofei called her name thrice before Yezhen snapped back to reality. What's wrong, Xiaofei? Yezhen responded, her gaze still lingering on Chu Xun above. Following her gaze, Bei Xiaofei teased, is Brother Chu that handsome? Are you so captivated that you can't look away? I don't think he's even wearing makeup. But with the light hitting him just right, he does look quite charming, Bei Xiaofei remarked, turning to observe Yezhen's dazed expression. Then glancing back at the figures on the stage, blinking rapidly, he stared for quite some time before realizing, you can't possibly be fixated solely on Brother Chu, can you? No wonder you're so entranced. With them standing together, your aesthetic senses must be overwhelmed. Bei Xiaofei playfully draped an arm around Yezhen, scrutinizing her features, and curiously asked, Xiaozhen, I think you're quite beautiful too. Why are you such a beauty enthusiast? Can't you just admire your own reflection daily? Bei Xiaofei jested for a while, but Yezhen remained silent. Gradually, he sensed something amiss. Typically, Yezhen would engage in banter with him multiple times. Observing her trance-like state, Bei Xiaofei's expression grew serious. Xiaozhen, Xiaofei. Yezhen suddenly interjected, interrupting Bei Xiaofei's concern. Her gaze fixated on Chu Xun, positioned between Shangwan Qian and Ouyang Huiyun, and she whispered softly, Sun seems to have made many wonderful friends. Isn't making friends a good thing? Bei Xiaofei, puzzled by Yezhen's less than enthusiastic tone, replied, Xiaozhen, haven't you always loved making friends? Yezhen fell silent. After a few seconds, she smiled once more, regaining her usual vivacity. Yes, making friends is the best. I should be happy that Sun has made new friends. Those new friends of Sun are all so good-looking and impressive. He should be delighted. Yet, as Yezhen observed Chu Xun interacting with the trainees from Class A, an inexplicable unease stirred within her heart. He instinctively raised his hand to the location of his heart and turned to Bei Xiaofei, saying, Sun looks so handsome standing up there. When Sun and the others rehearse later, shall we cheer for him together? Of course. Bei Xiaofei responded without hesitation. That lad, Chu Xun, adored receiving compliments. They would undoubtedly bring him joy with their cheers from below. Indeed, Yezhen nodded emphatically, determined to give Chu Xun the loudest applause. Sun was currently at work. As a good friend, she ought to support him in her own way. With hopeful eyes, Yezhen gazed at Chu Xun, who stood at a high position. Once Sun completed his work, she would share her thoughts with him. They were good friends, and surely there would be opportunities for that. The shooting of the theme song continued until 6 o'clock the next morning. Once everything concluded, all the trainees were utterly exhausted and immediately fell into a deep slumber. While the trainees rested, the staff had no such luxury. They worked tirelessly to edit the direct footage of the trainees' theme song and began crafting the music video. At 9 o'clock that evening, the contestants' music video was released punctually. In the absence of updates or live broadcasts, fans fixated intently on the official blog. The moment the direct footage was unveiled, countless fans surged in. The direct footage of 100 trainees was simultaneously released, making the view counts abundantly clear. Those with a hint of fandom began analyzing their favorites' direct footage, engaging in data compilation and promotional editing. In no time, the topic of the dazzling direct footage video surged to trending status. Wow, I wonder where the broadcast had been for so long. Turns out they were recording the theme song. The same moves, wow. This direct footage video comparison is quite striking. Ah, the relief in the court has finally arrived. God knows how I've managed these past few days. I can't live without you, Xingzi. This year, the popularity of dazzling stars surpasses that of the competition. Now that the direct footage is out, where's the MV? Xingzi's editing team, hurry up and get to work. You can't suffer while we, the audience, endure. Doge emoji. With the attention brought by the trending topic, an increasing number of netizens began to notice the trainees' direct footage. For the capable contestants, this was a golden opportunity to attract fans. Since watching the first episode, Tianqi had been unable to forget Chu Xun. Later, she searched for him online, and many claimed he was an arrogant waste. Her own findings seemed to corroborate this. Disappointed, she set aside Chu Xun for a while and explored numerous other handsome faces over the days. However, when the direct footage of dazzling stars was released, she was the first to click on Chu Xun's direct footage. Tianqi thought, "That flamboyant face is simply too handsome. I can't resist." As the current most popular trainee, Chu Xun's personal direct footage garnered the highest view count. Even with Tianqi's quick reflexes, by the time she opened it, numerous comments had already appeared. "Here to see Brother Chu, who voted for the #1 spot. It's our Chu Xun. Direct footage check-in. Oh, Chu the Overlord is preparing to dance again? Who is it that claims he has lost all his skills? Ah, it turns out to be our Chu Xun." The voting results are quite astonishing. It's finally clear why Chu the Overlord is so audacious. He has powerful backing. This voting manipulation is rather amusing. The barrage of comments regarding Chu Xun remains as divided as ever, with equal parts admiration and criticism, while curious onlookers navigate the chaos. Tianqi had searched for videos of Chu Xun before and had grown accustomed to this peculiar style of comments. She adeptly minimized the barrage's visibility and cranked up the volume, ready to earnestly appreciate the handsome visage on display. Skilllessness in dance and song? No matter. She was here solely for the looks. Tianqi quietly mused as she nibbled on a chip. The video commenced. In the darkness, a cascade of crimson feathers descended from above, igniting the entire scene with fervor. Amidst the flames, four bold characters emerged before Tianqi's eyes. Wings of Nirvana. Chapter 32. The Flawed Trainee in the Talent Show. What a grand production. This captivating opening truly caught Tianqi's attention. It was evident that considerable resources had been invested. In previous talent shows, the production team often provided lackluster direct shots of the contestants, typically using a static camera and featuring bland promotional photos. Such a dramatic introduction, complete with special effects and a title reveal, was a rare gem. Tianqi brushed the crumbs from her hands and drew her phone closer. Following this dazzling introduction, a young man clad in a dark red suit appeared. Standing at a height of 188 centimeters with an impeccable physique, Chu Xun possessed broad shoulders, a slim waist, and a small head. His perfect proportions rendered this slightly exaggerated suit exceptionally flattering. Coupled with his unique posture, he exuded an aura that was distinctly his own. Without any special lighting, the ordinary incandescent bulbs provided a magazine-like allure, making it difficult for viewers to tear their gaze away. Upon witnessing such a sight, Tianqi's eyes sparkled. "Oh my goodness, a suit!" Her internal scream, which she refrained from voicing, was echoed in the comments. "Ah, it's formal wear." Though there is plenty to criticize about Chu the Overlord, his looks are truly beyond reproach. Both his face and physique are exquisite. That red suit, wow. Is the production team this bold? I don't think the production team is bold. Rather, it's Chu Xun who wears it with such flair. Ha ha ha. Chu Ge, you are so handsome. Nearly all the comments were adoring his looks. It became evident that when someone is strikingly attractive, even detractors struggle to find fault. At that moment, the prelude of the theme song began to play. A haunting yet somewhat weighty piano melody accompanied the sound of falling feathers. This prelude evoked a vivid image of pure white feathers descending amidst ruins. And the intense imagery prompted the previously enamored comments to shift into a more serious tone. Forge anew, atop the pinnacle of dreams. A soft, almost wistful murmur escaped the young man's throat. His deep voice lent a substantial quality to the sigh, resonating in the ears of listeners like a cello's final note in a world on the brink of oblivion. Wow, is this Chu Xun's voice? Didn't they say he had lost all his skills? Can a useless person produce such an introduction? The allure of voice control is truly captivating. How could you not have mentioned your talent earlier, Chu Bawang? Ah, merely an introductory monologue. Who cannot achieve that? Have you truly fallen for him? Just wait until he begins to dance, and you'll be subdued. Chu Xun's dancing is rather impressive. Those who have witnessed the live stream can attest to that. As the barrage of comments threatens to erupt once more, Chu Xun finally begins to move. His hands glide down from above, concealing his face. The moment his eyes are revealed, his gaze suddenly lifts, and within his elongated pupils burns the essence of magnificent wings. On the 7th night of the countdown, I capture my breath as I edit. Chu Xun's voice is relatively deep, yet unexpectedly aligns with the theme of the song. The concept of rebirth amidst ruins is inherently heavy and fervent. Although his singing skills are average, one might even say somewhat lacking, the determination in his gaze compensates for this, seamlessly immersing the audience in the song's narrative. Surprisingly, he performs quite well. Has Chu Bawang been honing his skills during this time? This elevation of his gaze is absolutely captivating. Oh my, how handsome he is. Wow, the fingertip movements are mesmerizing. I've watched several performances, but he stands out. His singing may be mediocre, yet the rhythm of his dance is undeniably remarkable. So this is how Chu Xun dances. Just a few days ago, I thought his fans were merely overzealous in their claims of him being the lead dancer. Wow, I feel deceived, given this performance. What was that explosive stage I witnessed months ago? Was I being played with? Not everyone can appreciate the live stream. Most viewers still rely on the official edited version. This direct filming is shared on the official account, thus reaching a broader audience. Despite the simplicity of the dance moves in Chu Xun's opening, his musicality is evident. A dancer's every movement carries a unique rhythm, making him exceptionally captivating when in motion. Many viewers, who previously believed in his dual deficiencies in singing and dancing, now feel misled. However, amidst their frustration, they find themselves drawn to admire the performing Chu Xun. Wings of fervor unfurl from the ashes. All disparaging remarks transform into golden feathers that soar. The performance continues. The youth in the video moves with grand, yet effortless motions. As the climactic beats drop, the curve of his neck arches sharply. The hem of his red suit flutters with each wave, revealing the tantalizing outline of his physique, glistening like honey under the lights. Viewers watching the video are captivated. Although the song leans towards a heavier tone, Chu Xun's rendition is infused with a playful and deliberate provocation. His movements, seemingly languid as if still waking from slumber, are executed with precise synchronization to the rhythm. Boom! The sound of metal clashing resonates. In the video, the youth's fingertips glide across his throat, his head tilted, hair dancing lightly. The mischievous smile emanating from his elongated eyes makes the audience feel as though they can hear his soft laughter echoing through the screen. As the performance unfolds, the barrage of comments begins to dwindle. The viewership of the video is surging at an astonishing rate. Chu Xun's dance style is extraordinarily distinctive, so much so that those who witness it seem to overlook his vocal prowess. His movements, infused with an intoxicating blend of hormones and allure, intertwined seamlessly with the heavy piano and bass in the background. In a moment of reverie, the audience appears to see the young man in red dancing amidst the ruins, with the surrounding explosions providing a thunderous accompaniment. A phoenix reborn, powerful and breathtaking. As the performance draws to a close, Chu Xun, breathless, licks his sharp canines. He tilts his head, his upward-turned phoenix, eyes locking onto the camera. Raising his hand, he softly utters, bang. A silent bullet shoots from his fingertips, piercing through the screen and striking the hearts of the audience. The viewers, utterly entranced, exclaim. At this juncture, the music halts and the performance concludes. Yet, the filming has not yet reached its end. While the audience still savors the moment of Chu Xun's metaphorical shot, the camera suddenly shifts. The viewer's perspective rotates, transitioning from eye level to a bird's-eye view. On the table directly in front of where Chu Xun had just fired lies a vibrant green candy. A low, playful chuckle emanates from off-screen. My bullet is yours. Good night, my dear. The audience reacts with fervor. Ah, my love. Is that bullet a real one? Shy. Covering face, JPG. I'm swooning. How can this man be so charming? Ah, who told you to laugh while panting? Audiophiles are in distress. Nosebleed, JPG. Chu Xun's final interaction is exceedingly alluring, sending the viewers into a frenzy, particularly the mint candy on the table, which creates a striking contrast. Earlier, Chu Xun exuded the aura of a phoenix in the throes of rebirth, powerful and striking. Every pose he struck was effortless, exuding both languid ease and boyish provocation. Yet, from such a formidable and audacious persona, emerged a sweet and endearing piece of candy. What is a candy killer? This is a candy killer, a delightful juxtaposition of charm and playfulness that makes hearts race. As the audience revels in Chu Xun's final engagement, a hand suddenly reaches out. From the angle, it appears to belong to the photographer. The audience, momentarily taken aback, watches as the photographer tears open the candy's wrapper and places it into his mouth. The exhilarated viewers exclaim, "Ah, what are you doing? Put down. That is my candy. Don't eat the bullet my love gave me. Ha! This barrage is killing me." At the moment the photographer consumes the mint candy, the screen fades to black. Chu Xun's theme song filming concludes here. It is only now that the audience realizes that throughout the entire filming, their attention remained fixated solely on Chu Xun. There was no extraneous thought. All their focus was captivated by the figure on the screen, this mesmerizing and immersive charm. Chu Xun's filming not only delights the eyes, but also possesses a uniquely captivating style. Incorporating his final interactive design with the audience beyond the screen, the theme song of Chu Xun, upon its direct release, ascended to the pinnacle within a mere 24 hours. Showcasing an array of virtues, the direct video of the theme song has emerged, featuring a striking red suit that exudes quality. The brilliance of the star-studded cast is truly commendable. A glance reveals numerous handsome figures, satisfying my aesthetic cravings. The official account has released a staggering 100 direct videos, leaving me dazzled by the abundance, all meticulously curated. Are there any favorites among them? 1. The dark red suit, infused with phoenix elements, creates an exhilarating theme song. 2. The quality of the stars is undeniably high. A single sweep of my gaze left me breathless. Setting aside all else, I am committed to following these handsome figures. 3. The same song allows for comparisons. Given Chu Xun's tempestuous nature, it seems the excitement is about to escalate. 4. The chatter has already commenced, with comparative videos trending on the homepage of a certain platform, as Mu Lanyue, Gu Wenxuan, and Chu Xun engage in fierce competition for the leading dance role. Nam Chu Xun, the Chu Overlord? Is he vying for the main dance? 6. The previous commenter must not have seen the direct video. The Chu Overlord's performance is astonishing. Within mere hours, short videos have garnered hundreds of thousands of likes, and it's conceivable that it could surpass 1 million. That final move by the Chu Overlord left me utterly mesmerized. 7. Compared to Mood Song, that move was simply breathtaking. 8. The mint candy featured later is also delightful. It has been revealed to be his favorite, which he consumes daily as a form of self-regulation, at least 1 piece a day. Sharing one's beloved items. What a concept. The dream girls must be ecstatic. 9. Ecstatic is an understatement. The fans in Chu Xun's fan group have gone wild, energetically promoting him everywhere. 10. This direct video from a Chu Overlord radiates an alpha aura, exuding potent hormones. From his appearance to his physique, personality, and dancing style, he embodies the essence of a perfect partner, suggesting a high concentration of dream girls among his fans. 11. No need to wait for the future. He already has quite a number of girlfriend fans. 12. It's astonishing. I've witnessed Chu Xun's transformation from being scorned to becoming the ideal partner. How did this happen? 13. I'm curious too. By the way, has the bullying controversy surrounding Chu Xun been clarified? How did he suddenly amass so many fans? Is no one delving into the past? 14. Primarily, there is no solid evidence regarding that incident. The Chu Overlord certainly has a fierce personality, which is evident in the show, but it's not accurate to label him as someone who would actively bully others. His self-absorbed nature seems to render him oblivious to anyone but himself. After observing a few days of live streams, it appears that as long as he is not provoked, the Chu Overlord maintains a relatively friendly demeanor. 15th floor, whether there is bullying is uncertain, but discord is undeniably real. 108th floor, the tumult surrounding Chu Ba Wang is indeed a tempest. Why has the discussion reignited? Weren't we just discussing the theme song's direct filming? 109th floor, his notorious yet popular persona is, to be honest, somewhat enviable. During this period, he has garnered more trending searches than all other trainees combined. 111th floor, original poster. This has veered off topic. Please refrain from further disputes, or I shall delete everything. 287th floor, Mu Lanyue looks stunning in red. She resembles an ancient courtesan. 288th floor. No wonder she has been trained in classical dance since childhood. Her movements are so graceful. I wager she will ultimately secure a debut position. 289th floor. Previously, the CP pairing with Ouyang Huiyin was all the rage. Why has it cooled off now? 290th floor. Just a few days ago, CP news was rampant, yet now it has vanished, and previous posts have been deleted. 291th floor. The pairing of Huiyue was hardly easy to support. Mu Lanyue's gentle and amiable demeanor is consistent with everyone. Yet some fans irrationally speculate about her having double standards towards him and indulge in fantasies about her being a devoted wife. This is utterly absurd. She is merely attractive, but she is undoubtedly a genuine boy. 292th floor. Recently, Ouyang openly declared in a live stream that he is destined for debut, as the company has arranged everything for him. His words are more audacious than Chu Ba Wang's, provoking many to desire confrontation with him. 293th floor. I could easily guess the fan affiliations from the earlier posts. Who hasn't watched the live stream? Honestly, it was your own Yu Fei who initially approached. At that time, too many were fervently supporting Prince Hui, making Yu Fei appear less prominent. However, to speak candidly, it was indeed Yu Fei who sought out Prince Hui, who never initiated conversation with anyone. Your side is merely anxious to sever ties after Prince Hui's misstep, but who truly bears the mantle of virtue? 294th floor. So what if there is backing? Having support does not equate to lacking capability. Our Huiyin excels in singing, dancing, and rapping. As the only versatile ACE on the island, what do you have to compare? Why does a brother you only dance and direct filming without singing? Is he unable or simply unwilling to sing? 295th floor, royalists be gone. Those who wish to profit from CP yet flip the table at the first sign of trouble should also leave. 296th floor, the only versatile ACE? Clearly, you don't regard Gu Mo Wang highly at all. 728th floor, original poster. If this continues, I will block you. This is a discussion thread for evaluating the theme song's direct filming, not a fan war. 729th floor, with only the first episode released. Is the fighting spirit of the contestants' fans already this formidable? The star-studded cast is indeed poised for success. 730th floor, they have already achieved prominence, currently ranking first in discussions across all platforms, overshadowing the competition. 731th floor, Gu Mo Wang is exceptionally formidable. Every comparative video hesitates to feature him. Professional commentators regard him as the standard for evaluation. He is simply outstanding. Post 732, the omnipotent ACE, to be honest. Only Gu Mo Wang truly embodies the essence of ACE. It is not enough to merely dabble in various talents. One must excel at each to truly be considered an ACE. Post 733, Shangguan Qian qualifies as a half ACE. His dancing is commendable, and he possesses striking looks. A humble and gentle man, he is precisely my type. Post 734. Who among the top contenders lacks charm? It all depends on your aesthetic preferences. Truth be told, the quality of this year's selections is remarkably high. Post 2024. Why did the host include Yi Xun? Does he possess any real talent? Picking nose JPG. Post 2025. He may lack skill, but he has looks and a popular pairing, not to mention a pleasant personality. Doghead JPG. Post 2026. Both are known for their lack of singing and dancing prowess. Yet why does Yi Xun enjoy a significantly better reputation than Chu Xun? Post 2027. Chu Xun has some negative press, while Yi Xun was a complete novice before. Moreover, Chu Xun's personality, for better or worse, tends to attract criticism. Doghead JPG. Yi Xun, on the other hand, is renowned for his amiable character. He can interact well with anyone, akin to a little sunbeam. He has appeared in numerous live streams, and the more fans see him, the more they are drawn to him. Although he may not be the best, he is self-aware. During the opening of the live performance, he even clasped his hands together and apologized to the audience, which had me in stitches. It was my first time witnessing such an apology before a performance. Post 2028, with Chu Wang's temperament, to be fair, who would T want to punch him upon first meeting? Post 2029, let us take Chu Xun away. He is not entirely devoid of talent in singing and dancing. I suggest you watch the live performance before passing judgment. Let's not compare apples to oranges. Post 2030, the theme song has been released. Can we head to the training base now? I'm eager to see their after-work photos. Post 2031, thank you for the invitation. I have already arrived on the island. Just waiting for them to emerge. Post 2032, wow, are the sisters so quick? I'm eagerly awaiting the after-work photos, rubbing hands in anticipation JPG. Chapter 34, The Flawed Trainee and the Talent Show 34. Early morning. Enthusiastic fans have already gathered outside the recording venue. The production team has set up barriers, with staff members stationed nearby. Upon noticing this, fans quickly claim prime positions, setting up their equipment. Some fans even unfurl banners, hoping to catch a glimpse of the contestants as they finish their shifts. Meanwhile, the contestants, who have been called to the recording venue early in the morning, have just emerged from 2 days of closed live streams, which resumed the moment they arrived. Wow, it's finally back. I just finished watching their live performance and rushed over. Here we go again, with no warning of the broadcast. I've figured out the star's strategy. They want to show us the main stage, will they? Why is everyone here? Didn't we hear that their theme song was already recorded? The audience's confusion mirrors that of the contestants. They had returned to rest after recording the theme song and were still groggy when summoned here. As the contestants stood in a haze of confusion and uncertainty, the production team did not keep them waiting for long. The camera swiftly shifted to the mentor, Han Xingchen. Attention, trainees, he began, his tone grave. I am about to announce the rules for our first public performance in the dazzling constellation of stars. This inaugural showcase marks your debut on a formal stage, before a live audience and facing the camera, as well as your first evaluation through live voting. The title of your first performance is Group Competition. Han Xingchen's serious gaze swept across the trainees' youthful and bewildered faces, his voice lowering, tinged with a hint of gravity. Next, I will unveil 8 songs of varying styles, each accompanied by 2 teams competing with the same track. The audience will cast their votes for each group's performance, and the victorious team will receive additional votes as a reward. He raised his eyes, a calm yet slightly ruthless tone lacing his words. The votes from this first public performance will contribute to your cumulative voting tally, influencing your ultimate fate, so I urge all trainees to give their utmost on stage. As he set down the microphone, the room erupted in a chorus of murmurs. The trainees exchanged glances, their faces betraying uncontainable excitement. Throughout their journey on the show, they had primarily encountered mentors in the lens of the camera, who often instilled pressure and anxiety. However, the audience represented something different. A stellar performance could very well transform these spectators into ardent fans. A breakout stage could potentially propel them to new heights. Each contestant had surely envisioned themselves shining brilliantly on stage. The mere thought of an imminent opportunity to showcase their talents stirred an exhilarating anticipation within them. So soon? Our first performance. My heart is racing. I want to be on stage right now. I'm already envisioning my performance. I wonder what songs we will have. They whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with eager expectation directed at Han Xingchen. Without delay, Han Xingchen declared, "Let us now reveal the first song." With that, a fateful melody resonated through the hall. The prelude was somewhat unfamiliar, leaving many trainees looking perplexed. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, Chu Xun rummaged through the depths of the original owner's memories as the prelude played. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and his expression shifted. Before he could cover his face, a male voice from the song began to sing, Say you love me. Chu Xun, Jin, viewers in the live stream. Good night, my wife. Chapter 35, The flawed trainees in the talent show, oh my goodness. This song. I am curious to see how they will perform this piece. Actually, it's quite melodious. The song currently being played by the production team is titled The Devil's Love. It hails from an early idol drama, and its title suggests a narrative akin to a domineering young master falling in love with the protagonist. The melody is pleasant enough, yet the opening lyrics delivered a startling blow to the contestants. Let them stand on stage, pointing at the audience and singing, say you love me. The trainees lower their heads, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment at the mere thought. However, the production team spared them no time for shame, swiftly releasing the other 7 songs. Chu Xun leaned back casually, seemingly indifferent, yet his fingertips silently tapped the rhythm of the melodies. Among the 8 songs presented by the production team, a multitude of styles was represented: dance tracks, love songs, hip-hop, and even classic girl group anthems. As Chu Xun gazed at the large screen displaying the titles, he began to ponder. They had not yet entered the elimination phase, and each group remained intact. The boy band, with its dynamic choreography, was the most likely to capture attention. Thus, to win over fans, selecting an energetic dance number would be most fitting. His gaze shifted from the screen to mentor Han Xingchen. In a typical competition format, contestants with better scores generally enjoyed certain advantages in subsequent rounds, such as the privilege of selecting songs first. Currently, as a member of Class A, he ranked 3rd in the media votes for the theme song. Judging by the contestants' attitudes and the production team's focus on him, his popularity in the outside world appeared to be quite favorable. Therefore, if song selection were based on rankings, he would have the opportunity to choose a vibrant dance track. However, this was a talent show, despite the program's claims of transparency and fairness. Such notions were merely promotional tactics. The influence of capital often bestowed advantages upon those whom investors favored. As Chu Xun contemplated this, he suddenly heard Han Xingchen announce the song selection rules. The center position for the theme song would choose first, and afterward, he could draw a card. Each card bore a contestant's name, with the drawn individual automatically becoming his opponent in the same song. Then, both sides would alternate in selecting participants, and those chosen could not refuse. Once both teams were full, the member currently holding the highest rank would continue the selection process. Upon hearing this rule, Chu Xun smiled. Although it was said to be random and reliant on luck, there was a significant degree of manipulation possible in the song selection process. The production team could easily control the outcomes of the card draws. Indeed, after Shangguan Qian selected his song, the individual he drew was none other than Gu Wenshuan, who had previously declared war on him. Oh wow, both of them are incredibly strong. This is going to be exciting. I was hoping they would team up. Their relationship seemed quite good before. Arch-nemesis lovers, what a sight. The romance between men is all about battle. Is this fate? The AC demon lord and the gentle vocalist. Ah, they're my favorites. Fate? Coincidence? Chu Xun observed the fist bump exchange between Shangguan Qian and Gu Wenshuan, a smirk creeping upon his lips. He was far from believing in such serendipity. Gu Wenshuan had just declared war on Shangguan Qian, and the confrontation plot had arrived. It was evident that the production team was pulling the strings behind the scenes. Realizing this made Chu Xun's previously relaxed demeanor even more at ease. As a trainee without company support, the production team would not consider him. Even if he was presumably popular, merely granting him a few camera moments for exposure was likely the extent of what the production team would do for him. Thus, the selection of songs and participants bore no relation to him. Chu Xun raised his hand to tousle his hair, adjusting his hairstyle while awaiting the program team to assign him to a group. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated within the venue. I choose Chu Xun. Chu Xun looked up, meeting the warm, smiling gaze of Shangguan Qian. Wow, the first selection is actually Chu Xun. The Qian-Sun couple has got me hooked again. It's evident that Shangguan Qian truly adores Chu Xun. They trained together before and are from the same company, so it's only natural for him to choose Chu Xun. But Shangguan Qian is selecting for the vocal stage. Isn't Chu Xun a dancer? Two popular figures teaming up. Is this considered support from the same company? Chu Xun raised an eyebrow at Shangguan Qian. Was he certain that Chu Xun would not overshadow him on the vocal stage? Or was he intent on binding their coupledom? Chu Xun stood up and walked toward Shangguan Qian, meeting his gaze. The lights illuminated his face, accentuating his sharp features. His elongated eyes had a casual tilt, exuding a sense of nonchalance. Upon reaching Shangguan Qian, he withdrew his hand from his pocket and casually slapped it against Shangguan Qian's palm. "Pleasure to collaborate, Captain," he remarked. Shangguan Qian's smile deepened. "Pleasure to collaborate." Standing behind Shangguan Qian, Chu Xun was a tad taller, necessitating a slight bow of his head during their conversation. From a distance, Shangguan Qian tilted his head slightly, revealing a face adorned with a distinct smile. Chu Xun could see his full face, yet due to Shangguan Qian's considerable height of 183 centimeters, part of Chu Xun's face was obscured. Moreover, as he leaned in to speak with Shangguan Qian, his striking phoenix eyes were partially concealed by the strands of hair that fell across his forehead. What the onlookers beheld was him, one hand casually tucked in his pocket, exuding a cool demeanor while slightly bowing his head in deference to Shangguan Qian. Wow, this pair is indeed quite delightful. It's surprising to see such a confident individual like Chu Xun accommodating Shangguan Qian. And as for Shangguan Qian, his affection for Chu Xun is unmistakable. He can't help but smile with squinted eyes. Chu Xun is known to be difficult to get along with, yet Shangguan Qian manages to interact with him so well, demonstrating his admirable character. Oh, Chu Xun's gesture is so charming, bowing his head for his boyfriend. I'm captivated by the dynamic of the arrogant lead dancer and the humble lead vocalist. Their personalities indeed complement each other. Only someone like Shangguan Qian could embrace Chu Xun's temperament. What does it mean by only Shangguan Qian can tolerate him? The previous comments were overly complimentary and then dismissive. What a contradiction. Shangguan Qian's choice is quite thought-provoking. It's clear that Chu Xun isn't particularly suited for this song. Is this merely a matter of good relations or an elaborate setup? This is how parents should match up. What does it mean to be the first choice? Our Qian Xun is truly a national treasure. The feast has arrived. I shall indulge heartily. The interaction between Chu Xun and Shangguan Qian was not only witnessed by the audience in the live broadcast, but also by the trainees present at the venue. Observing their close relationship, the trainees exhibited a range of expressions. Class F, last row. Yizhan observed the interaction between the two and instinctively placed her hand upon her heart. Here it comes again, that suffocating feeling. Which song do you wish to choose? Xiaozhen? Bei Xiaofei's gaze lingered on the 8 available songs, hesitating as he contemplated. I believe joining Shangguan Qian's team would be quite favorable, though I wonder if he would select us. Neither he nor Yizhen excel in dance, yet they do sing reasonably well. Among the 8 songs, there are few opportunities for lead vocalists, so it would be prudent for them to be chosen early. Otherwise, joining the dance group later would be unfortunate. Both Shangguan Qian and Gu Wenxuan belong to the vocal team, making either of their teams an excellent choice for them. However, due to their closer familiarity with Shangguan Qian and Chu Xun, they naturally lean towards joining Shangguan Qian's team. Yet, uncertainty loomed over whether Shangguan Qian would choose them. While Bei Xiaofei pondered this, he noticed that Yizhen had been silent for quite some time. Turning his head, he found Yizhen gazing intently in the direction of Shangguan Qian and his companions, her hand still resting on her chest. Realization struck Bei Xiaofei, and he approached her. Xiaozhen, you think the same way I do, don't you? But we are both from Class F. Would anyone choose them? Although they had trained with Shangguan Qian and Chu Xun these past few days, the selection of teammates ultimately affects the presentation of their performance. It is entirely plausible that they might not be chosen because they belong to Class F. Just as Bei Xiaofei was lost in thought, a somewhat cold voice resonated throughout the venue. Yizhen. Bei Xiaofei looked up to see Gu Wenxuan holding a microphone, his gaze directed towards them as he clearly stated. I choose Yizhen. Chapter 36. The Flawed Trainee in the Audition. He chose Yizhen. Has Gu Wenxuan lost his mind? Does he not understand the significance of the first round of selections? Shangguan Qian is choosing Chu Xun from Class A. Why would he select someone from Class F? Yizhen sings reasonably well. Do they know each other? Why haven't they spoken during previous live broadcasts? Could it be that Gu Wenxuan intends to select a group of underperformers to highlight his own abilities? Apologies, but my Xuanchuan skills are already quite formidable. He does not require anyone to bolster his prowess. Gu Wenxuan's decision not only bewildered the online audience, but also left the trainees present in confusion. Even Mentor Han Xingchen could not restrain himself from seizing the microphone to inquire, "May I ask the reason behind your choice?" Gu Wenxuan looked at the Daisy Zhen and replied, "She sings very well. Her vocal timbre is quite bright and perfectly suited for this song. Of course, the most significant factor is that we are acquainted." Gu Wenxuan watched as Yi Zhen approached him with pursed lips, several memories surfacing in his mind. Feiloit. The setting sun streamed through the practice room window. The young boy puffed out his cheeks, perplexed as he asked, "Xiao Xian, why don't you give up if it's so difficult?" Gu Wenxuan remained silent, merely pointing to the unlit lamp above. "What? The lamp?" Gu Wenxuan rose and stepped from the shadows into the sunlit area. "Xiao Xian, look at me." He raised his hand, the silver jewelry adorning him glimmering in the sunlight. Accompanied by his resolute gaze, it was as though he himself was radiating light. Yi Zhen gasped, "Xiao Xian, the sunset is so beautiful. You seem to be glowing. Indeed, it is quite captivating." Gu Wenxuan lifted his gaze, his eyes illuminated by the setting sun, radiating a resolute brilliance. "Therefore, I hope that one day in the future, it will no longer be I who seeks the light, but rather the light that follows me." He declared, "Xiao Zhen, I aspire to stand upon the stage, to bask in the spotlight. I yearn for applause, for the attention of thousands, to become a formidable force. This is my ambition, my faith." Gu Wenxuan tilted his head, glancing at the stunned youth, and smiled. "Thus, Xiao Zhen, for this, I shall not yield, no matter how arduous the journey." Upon hearing this, Yi Zhen's mouth opened slightly, a clear look of bewilderment gracing her face. Noticing her reaction, Gu Wenxuan remained unperturbed. He had known Yi Zhen for a considerable time and understood her simplistic, laid-back nature. Since childhood, she had never possessed any particular passions. Even if something piqued her interest momentarily, it would soon be presented to her by someone else. It was only natural that she could not comprehend the feeling of exerting oneself entirely for an elusive dream. Gu Wenxuan had anticipated Yi Zhen's confusion and bewilderment when he spoke, thus he did not take offense, though he felt a twinge of disappointment. The endeavors he wished to pursue were not understood by his family, nor by his parents, and even those friends he had grown up with failed to grasp his aspirations. Gu Wenxuan shook his head and returned to his training in the distance. At that moment, Yi Zhen's admiring voice rang in his ears. "That sounds so cool." Gu Wenxuan turned in astonishment to see Yi Zhen blinking her bewildered eyes. "Although I don't quite understand, I feel like you, Xiao Xian, are embarking on something truly remarkable. Can I join you? Are you participating in that competition? Shall we go together?" Gu Wenxuan chuckled. The flicker of disappointment he had just felt dissipating with Yi Zhen's whimsical remarks. He replied, somewhat exasperated, "It's not merely a game. This program is quite demanding, and you might not be able to handle it." "I know," Yi Zhen exclaimed, seizing Gu Wenxuan's shoulder with enthusiasm. "I'm not going to play a game. I want to experience your dream." As the memories faded, Gu Wenxuan gazed at Yi Zhen, whose dimples were accentuated by her pursed lips, and he sighed silently. He had initially thought she was jesting, for participating in such a program was no trivial matter. Moreover, he had not misled Yi Zhen. The intensity on the island was indeed beyond what a pampered young master like him had ever endured. Yet, to his surprise, she not only came, but thrived in the program, making friends with many. Gu Wenxuan felt helpless. His childhood companion was present, and he could not simply disregard her. Besides, had she not expressed a desire to experience what his dream entailed? To truly grasp his aspirations, making friends within the confines of the program would not suffice. One must ascend to the genuine stage. A barely perceptible smile graced Gu Wenxuan's lips as he calmly bumped fists with Yi Zhen. He held unwavering confidence in himself, as well as in the stage he cherished. He believed that his confidence would allow Yi Zhen to sense just how intoxicating his dreams could be. When Gu Wenxuan chose Yi Zhen in the first round, the entire audience was taken aback, with the exception of Chu Xun and Shang Wanqian. Shang Wanqian had been thoroughly briefed on the contestants' profiles prior to his arrival, and being a fellow seed contestant alongside Gu Wenxuan, They shared a mutual understanding. As for Chu Xun, his analysis relied solely on the original owner's memories. Yi Zhan's ability to secure a debut position, despite her complete lack of singing and dancing prowess, could be attributed not only to her amiable personality, but also to her frequent interactions with influential figures in the upper echelons. However, facilitating the acceptance of a seemingly ineffectual figure into this elite circle is no trivial task. It necessitates either a strong backing or the presence of an indisputable powerhouse within the upper echelon, someone who unequivocally supports Yi Zhan. Chu Xun lightly tapped his fingers on his arm, tilting his head to meet Yi Zhan's clear, shimmering gaze with his own light-colored phoenix eyes. He pondered the identity of the formidable protector shielding Yi Zhan. The answer was becoming increasingly evident. As he regarded Yi Zhan, a playful smirk graced his lips. Yet he speculated on the reasons behind her successful integration into the elite circle, believing that both factors might hold true. Originally, Chu Xun approached Yi Zhan simply because she was the only contestant in Class F with whom he could connect while maintaining the original persona. In a talent show, establishing relationships with popular contestants is crucial for gaining a debut. After all, in a boy band, the focus remains on the group as a whole. The bonds and collective allure are undeniably powerful, and fans of such shows relish these dynamics. By approaching Yi Zhan, Chu Xun was, in essence, also drawing closer to the favored contestants of the upper circle. Yi Zhan possessed a delightful character, quick to recognize and generously praise the strengths of others. Chu Xun found this trait highly satisfactory, as it allowed him to cultivate his own persona effectively. After all, who does not appreciate a compliment? However, mere amiability is insufficient for achieving a debut position. Thus, Chu Xun had previously formulated two hypotheses. He believed that Yi Zhan must have a close relationship with someone in the upper circle, facilitating her seamless integration. Initially, he had assumed this person to be Shangwan Qian, given that their pairing had been quite popular and deemed the beauty of the group in the original owneress memories. However, upon Shangwan Qian choosing to bind with him, he dismissed that possibility. Yet, aside from Shangwan Qian, Chu Xun had not identified any other popular contestant with whom Yi Zhan was particularly close. This detail was of little significance to him, and thus he did not pursue it further. Now, however, as Chu Xun withdrew his gaze and leaned against the wall with his hands in his pockets, he considered that if Gu Wenxuan were the one providing support, then Yi Zhan's smooth assimilation into the upper circle would indeed be quite logical. After all, Gu Wenxuan, as the formidable figure who shattered the selection curse this season, possessed both the strength and popularity to shield Yi Zhan. Furthermore, he consistently ranked first in both performances and games throughout the show, making it easy for other upper circle contestants to accept someone like Yi Zhan on his account. Nevertheless, in the original owner's memories, the interactions between Gu Wenxuan and Yi Zhan during the program were rather scant. Thus, Chu Xun surmised that while Gu Wenxuan's protection was genuine, Yi Zhan's advantageous connections were also a reality. After all, Yi Zhan has gained notoriety primarily due to various pairings, with the most popular being her connection with Shangwan Qian, rather than with Gu Wenxuan. Such marketing of pairings would not have reached this level of fervor without external encouragement. Chu Xun gently tapped his fingers on his arm. With capable participants supporting him and an external team constantly operating, coupled with the popularity of the pairing and his own amiable disposition, Yi Zhan's ascension to debut status seems entirely reasonable. Chu Xun lowered his gaze, a fleeting smile glimmering in his eyes. Initially, he sought merely a partner to establish a genius persona, allowing his abilities to enhance swiftly within a plausible range. Little did he anticipate discovering such a delightful surprise. Turning his attention away, Chu Xun began contemplating how to arrange the vocal stage. As for selecting participants, he had little acquaintance on the island, aside from himself. He was unaware of anyone else. Selecting candidates? It was utterly unfeasible. Observing the scene, Shangwan Qian shook his head in resignation and proceeded to make his own selections. While they were engaged in conversation, Chu Xun remained oblivious to the moment when he smiled at Yi Zhan, her eyes illuminating instantaneously. That glimmer subdued all his prior anxieties. He gazed at Chu Xun conversing with Shangwan Qian, his eyes revealing an intensity that even he was unaware of. What were they discussing? Yi Zhen pondered it, recalling how Chu Xun had similarly lowered his head to listen when they had chatted before. Had Chu Xun smiled at him just now? Perhaps he too harbored countless thoughts he wished to share? They had yet to converse today, but that was of little concern. They shared a dormitory, and, upon returning, he would have the opportunity to engage with Chu Xun. The thought of sharing a dorm with Chu Xun made Yi Zhen's eyes involuntarily curve into a smile. They had ample time to bond. Haha, I'm in stitches. Yi Zhen is truly a visual person. Her gaze isn't strayed from Chu Xun at all. Haha. That smile from Chu Xun towards Yi Zhen was so charming. I genuinely feel he has feelings for her. These two aren't on the same team. Yet they seem like a couple, doghead JPG. Zhen Bao is adorable and has a wonderful personality. It's perfectly normal to like him. Is this really a couple? Chu Xun has only been on the island for a few days, and you've already conjured a harem for him. The subsequent selection process proceeded smoothly. Shangguan Qian's team consisted of Chu Xun, Bei Xiaofei, Zhong Juanrui, Zhai Ming, Yu Ran, and Ouyang Huiyan. Ouyang Huiyan excels in rap, but his singing and dancing skills are also commendable. It must be said, although Ouyang seems arrogant, he possesses the talent to back it up. With a respectable rank, he could easily choose a song and take on the role of captain. However, when Shangguan Qian hesitated to glance in his direction, he approached without a second thought, deliberately humming as he passed Chu Xun. While Chu Xun was absorbed in reading the score, he glanced up at Ouyang with a puzzled expression. Ouyang Huiyan, raising his voice, reminded him, "Hey, I've joined your team." Chu Xun, with a hint of impatience, rubbed his ear and met his gaze as if to say, "And we're team members now?" Ouyang Huiyan reiterated. "Ohat, Chu Xun ziplit non chalen." He set down the sheet music in his hands, raising an eyebrow as he glanced at Ouyang Huiyan, curious about what antics this young master would engage in next. Chu Xun's brows and eyes bore a sharpness, his elongated phoenix eyes exuding a formidable intensity. Yet, the upward tilt at the corners of his eyes infused a hint of playful mischief into his otherwise aggressive demeanor, rendering his sharpness tinged with an inexplicable allure, as if he were teasing someone. Observing this, Ouyang Huiyan was momentarily taken aback. 2 seconds later, seemingly enraged and flustered, he retorted, "Will you perish if you utter a few more words to your teammates? And Chu Xun, you still owe me an apology, so stop acting so high and mighty. Just you wait." One day, after venting his frustrations, Ouyang Huiyan disregarded Chu Xun's reaction and swiftly concealed himself behind one of their teammates, turning away with an expression that screamed refusal to communicate. Chu Xun, Ouyang Huiyan, hiding behind someone, replayed the scene of Chu Xun raising an eyebrow at him. Until now, Chu Xun had ignored him entirely, not even bothering to open his eyes in his direction. Thus, he had never realized that this fellow possessed quite captivating eyes. However, reflecting on Chu Xun's demeanor darkened Ouyang Huiyan's countenance. Every time he sought to make friends, it had always been others approaching him. This was the first time he had taken the initiative to reach out to someone, only to be met with such indifference. Dam Chu Xun, unwilling to converse and unwilling to acknowledge his presence. Was he? Ouyang Huiyan clenched his teeth. Just you wait. He would make Chu Xun come crawling back like a dog. Eager to please, the young master cursed inwardly, lost in fantasies. Suddenly, a refreshing scent of mint wafted towards him from behind. Before he could react, a powerful arm ensnared his neck. Huh! Chu Xun's lips parted slightly, his voice laced with a chill that sent shivers down one's spine. So you intend to insult and then flee? Ouyang Huiyan turned his head, locking eyes with Chu Xun's slender phoenix gaze. The light hue of his eyes bore a touch of coldness, reminiscent of snow upon a mountain, frigid yet dazzling, captivating to the point of distraction. At that moment, he felt the pressure around his neck intensify, making it difficult to breathe. Chu Xun leaned closer, whispering coolly in his ear, "Young master, have I been too lenient with you? How else could you dare to provoke me time and again, and now even insult me?" As Chu Xun's words fell, the atmosphere shifted from chaotic to eerily silent. Ouyang Huiyan, Shangguan Qian, the trainees? Is Chu Xun really easygoing? Does he harbor some misperception about himself? If he's easygoing, then no one in the world has a temper. Sarcasm. Chu Xun easygoing? What sort of new joke is this? Wow, are they about to fight? Chu Xun truly fears nothing. He's ready to throw down right here on the show. Hasn't Chu Xun always had this personality? Poor Ouyang Huiyun, of all people to provoke. You chose the formidable Chu Xun. Wow, wow, wow. The golden retriever and the little wolf are clashing. Can these two actually get along? Bitter rivals or playful foes? Sarcastic. Upon hearing Chu Xun's words, Ouyang Huiyun ceased his struggles. He cast a gaze that was difficult to articulate towards Chu Xun. Was he too lenient with him? Was this kindness reflected in the hand that firmly gripped his neck? The meaning in Ouyang Huiyun's eyes was unmistakable. Not only Chu Xun understood, but the onlookers did as well. Shangguan Qian remarked, Xiao Sun, ease up a bit, don't truly hurt him. Yi Zhen rushed over from another group, her concern evident as she cautioned, Ah Sun, be careful, don't get hurt. Ouyang Huiyun, perplexed, thought, who exactly is supposed to be worried about whom? In the past, he had always been the center of attention, with everyone cherishing his feelings. Now, for the first time, he felt the sting of being isolated and helpless. Chu Xun, seeing his despondent demeanor, did not let him off easily. He raised a fist before him, warning, do not provoke my young master. I am not someone to be trifled with. After delivering his threat, Chu Xun turned and departed. The selection segment concluded, and the production team did not require him to remain in place. As soon as Chu Xun left, Yi Zhen intended to follow, but was called back by her teammates, who needed to rehearse their parts. Shangguan Qian observed the silent and downcast Ouyang Huiyun and, after a moment's contemplation, gently placed a hand on his shoulder. Xiao Sun has that kind of temperament. It's not personal, so please do not misconstrue it. As long as you do not provoke him, he will not harm you. There is no need for concern. In truth, Shangguan Qian was not overly inclined to manage this young master. Frankly speaking, Ouyang Huiyun was, in his eyes, even more bothersome than the initial Chu Xun. After all, the earlier Chu Xun, though arrogant, lacked influence and allowed Shangguan Qian to establish his own persona. However, Ouyang Huiyun was different. He was both arrogant and haughty, accustomed to being cherished, with an attitude that suggested such treatment was entirely deserved. This was exasperating to witness, and yet they had to tread carefully around him. If the young master were to become irate, it would be they who would suffer the consequences. Were he not the team leader, he would not have uttered another word. As he watched Chu Xun saunter away with effortless grace, a flicker of envy crossed his eyes. Xiao Sun truly has a good, living life freely. With this thought, his irritation deepened. He offered a few casual words of comfort before relinquishing his concern and turning to seek out Chu Xun instead. With Shangguan Qian, who aspired to maintain a gentle persona, having departed, the other trainees found it even less likely to remain and console Ouyang Huiyun. Setting aside everything else, Ouyang Huiyun's temperament as a young master was truly challenging to bear. No one relished the role of a servant. Previously, their adoration for Ouyang Huiyun stemmed merely from his inherent charisma and formidable background. However, now, the label of royalty seemed irrevocably affixed to him. The clips circulating online depicted his haughty demeanor, as he flaunted his connections with an air of entitlement, plunging him into a precarious state. At this juncture, anyone genuinely invested in the competition would avoid him, even steering clear of his vicinity. Thus, despite the commotion that had unfolded, not a single trainee approached Ouyang Huiyun to offer solace. Ultimately, the grand hall was left desolate, with only Ouyang Huiyun remaining. His head hung low, lost in thought. The silence in the hall was profoundly unsettling. Could it be that he is crying? Is he truly so fragile? Though the royal family may not be deserving of pity, the rapid shifts in sentiment are indeed astonishing. Just days ago, everyone was rallying around Ouyang Huiyun, and now, not a single word is uttered in his direction. Ouyang Huiyun appears rather forlorn these days, almost reminiscent of a drenched golden retriever. Consequently, the barrage of comments in his live stream reflects a mix of sympathy and sardonic remarks. Although Ouyang cannot see the comments, he can surmise that many are likely disparaging him. The attitudes of the trainees, the subtle hints from the staff, and snippets of conversations he overheard in the dormitory have made his current predicament all too clear. Yet understanding a situation does little to alleviate his discomfort. Previously, these individuals had showered him with adoration, their smiles and affection seemingly genuine. He believed that despite certain external influences, there was a modicum of sincerity in their sentiments. After all, he has always strived to excel. However, this notion shattered amidst their distancing behavior. Furthermore, those who once admired him online have turned against him due to his connections, even resorting to insults. He cannot comprehend why possessing a background would strip him of his identity. Did they not appreciate him for who he truly is? With his gaze cast downward, Ouyang Huiyan sank against the wall. The hall was enveloped in silence, and his world had never felt so quiet. Time passed unmarked until, suddenly, a light flicked on with a soft click. He lifted his eyes to see a youth leaning against the door, casually chewing on a mint candy, and exclaiming with a hint of impatience, "Hey, young master, aren't you training?" The recent data has proven significant, and those with leisure are encouraged to linger on the reading interface a bit longer. Finally, I wish all the diligent individuals preparing for exams an abundance of success. Chapter 39. The Flawed Trainees in the Audition Training. Ouyang Huiyan was momentarily taken aback. It had been several days since anyone had spoken to him, and the one addressing him was none other than Chu Xun, who had previously ignored him. He was momentarily at a loss for words. What else could it be? Chu Xun approached him with long strides, visibly irritated, though this vexation was directed not at Ouyang, but rather at the stage for their first performance. The production team had provided a broad framework for all songs, leaving the rest to the members for their own adaptations. Just moments ago, Shangguan Qian had practically dragged him to review the demo video. Afterward, they split into teams to seek out their fellow group members. According to Shangguan Qian, although the mentors had declared a day of rest, every moment must be seized if they wished to emerge victorious. Chu Xun felt overwhelmed by the pressure. Reflecting on the water stage they had just witnessed, a sharp pang surged through him. He detested the clammy sensation of damp clothing clinging to his skin. Frustrated, Chu Xun raked his fingers through his hair and strode purposefully towards Ouyang Huiyan, who stood in the corner. The lights cascaded down, illuminating his striking brow, akin to stardust descending from the heavens, settling in the depths of Ouyang Huiyan's gaze. The one who bore the light approached and grasped his wrist, their cool, deep voice resonating in his ear. "I can't escape, and you certainly have no chance." The warmth of the youth's fingertips transmitted through the fabric of their training attire inexplicably instilled a sense of reassurance. Ouyang Huiyan momentarily lost himself in this comforting warmth. In the next instant, the grip on his wrist tightened. Instinctively, he rose in response, stepping forward into the light. "You came in on your own. No one from our team is allowed to flee," Chu Xun stated, his voice soft yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Ouyang Huiyan tilted his head back, the light casting a radiant glow on his golden hair, dazzling like the sun. He observed as Chu Xun's phoenix eyes curved into a smile. The droop of his dog-like gaze momentarily sparkled. "I never intended to run," Ouyang Huiyan retorted, twisting his wrist and raising his chin defiantly. "Don't pull me. I can walk on my own." Chu Xun gulped lightly, releasing him and slipping his hands into his pockets, urging, "Hurry up, I still need to find someone." Ouyang Huiyan raised an eyebrow. "Weren't you specifically looking for me?" "Indeed." Chu Xun zipped. "Then who else are you searching for?" Chu Xun regarded him as though he were foolish. "Our team comprises 7 members. Ouyang Huiyan realized that he had mistakenly thought he was the only one absent, prompting Chu Xun's visit. In reality, everyone was absent. The golden-haired youth cast a sidelong glance at Chu Xun, who had one hand in his pocket, and, with an air of bravado, declared, "Fine. Seeing as you were the first to seek me out, I shall accompany you henceforth. I wouldn't want you to feel pitifully alone." Chu Xun twitched his lips. "I don't require company. Searching separately is more efficient." Ouyang Huiyan grew irked at this. Not having a phone is such a hassle. The two bickered animatedly. No, to be precise, Ouyang Huiyan was the sole one vociferously venting as they stepped outside. Behind them lay the darkness, untouched by the illuminating glow. In that moment, it felt as though they had emerged from the shadows into the light. Although they have been bickering, I cannot help but feel a sense of beauty when I see this silhouette. How peculiar is it that despite his notoriously difficult personality, many are inexplicably drawn to him. This must be the legendary allure of an alpha's irresistible pheromones, I suppose. The recording venue of the show is quite expansive. Without their phones, Chu Xun and the others ultimately managed to gather their teammates under the guidance of the staff. The 7 of them convened in the practice room. After watching the video in its entirety, they began to divide the parts. It was evident that the captain and the center position belonged to Shangguan Qian. The remaining members exchanged glances, and Ouyang Huiyun was the first to speak up. "I'll take care of the rap, no problem." He was the only one in the group who could rap, and his skills ranked among the top 3 on the island. So his declaration was met with unanimous agreement from the others. Once Ouyang Huiyun had made his choice, Chu Xun raised an eyebrow at the handsome youth seated across from him. "You go next." Almost all the members were vocalists, with only 3 of them capable of taking on the dance parts, and those 3 included Ouyang Huiyun as the rap specialist. Thus, the division for the dance section was quite straightforward. The boy who chose first was named Yu Ran, rumored to be a dance instructor, and he appeared very gentle. Chu Xun allowed Yu Ran to select first, and Yu Ran seized the opportunity, directly choosing the part he desired. Eager to showcase his advanced skills, he opted for Section B. As for Chu Xun, he successfully acquired Section A. When he affixed the sticker representing A onto himself, the corners of his lips curled slightly. Though he feigned indifference, his initial aim had always been Section A. The solo dance combined with the ending movements may not be overly complex, but they are visually appealing. As long as he executes it flawlessly, the audience will undoubtedly remember him. Showcasing skills can merely attest to one's strength. Excelling as a teacher is one thing, but captivatingly displaying one's abilities is the most crucial aspect of an idol's charm. The division of the dance parts proceeded swiftly and without any friction. However, the singing portion encountered a slight conflict. 2 individuals were vying for the same part, and one of them had a rather fiery temperament, leading to a palpable tension. Shangguan Qian intervened to mediate, yet neither party was willing to concede. Ultimately, Chu Xun grew impatient and suggested they both sing the segment together. After they performed, the other team members voted, and that is how the decision was made. Once the parts were assigned, the 7 of them began their practice. Those writing rap focused on that, those choreographing danced, and those rehearsing the songs concentrated on their vocals. Perhaps because it was their first team stage, everyone was dedicated to their practice without any distractions. Moreover, the individuals chosen for their team were all talented, so there was no room for slacking off. The only one inclined to take it easy, Chu Xun, was closely monitored by Captain Shangguan Qian. As he watched his hard-working teammates, Chu Xun reluctantly stood up. "All right, let us practice." "Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter." Even a mighty Chu Xun has moments of frustration. It appears that their relationship is indeed quite strong. Otherwise, Chu Xun would not be so obedient. However, why didn't this become apparent during the initial stage? Let us not associate everything with shipping, shall we? His compliance stems not from obedience, but rather from a desire not to burden the team. It has nothing to do with Shangguan Qian. Ha ha! Chu Xun was originally so carefree, yet he ended up in a highly competitive team. I can't shake the feeling that Chu Xun has lost some motivation lately. He was so dedicated while learning the theme song on his own before. At that time, he was reluctant to learn, but he later dedicated himself to it just to show off. Indeed, he remains the Chu Xun I know. At 2 in the morning, Chu Xun and his companions finally left the training room. In the darkness, he walked lazily down the corridor of the practice room, one hand in his pocket, with his headphones replaying their performance song. Suddenly, a bright female voice appears through the noise. "Chu Xun." He paused, casually turning his head. Outside the corridor's railing, a glowing sea of green light illuminated the night, reminiscent of fireflies suddenly appearing on a summer evening, repeatedly calling out his name. It was his fans. They were gathered outside the railing, holding green lights, creating a gentle sway of green illumination in the wind. Some stood on tiptoes, straining to raise a banner, which billowed in the breeze, boldly emblazoned with with the wind and the green sea as wings. Chapter 40. The Flawed Trainee in the Audition. Wow. Is this really happening? They VE created a sea of green. I can't believe it. Chu Xun's fans are fierce. Their love for him is genuine. The island just opened, and they VE made such a grand spectacle. Their initiative is incredible. It's the middle of the night. It must be freezing on the island. They truly are resilient. This sea of green is unparalleled. Other fans can't even compete. Were those online criticisms of Chu Xun just lies? How can there be so many people here to see him in person? I feel like I've been played. Indeed, there are many who disparage Chu Xun online. But there exists a phenomenon known as black-red. It is precisely because of the negativity that fans have endured considerable hardship. Even though they understand that Chu Xun possesses a strong character and is largely indifferent to others' opinions, they strive with all their might to provide him with the best support. They wish for him to know that they are his unwavering source of strength. Previously, Chu Xun had no personal support color, as he debuted with his group and shared their fan color. Now that he has left the group, his fan club has established a new fan name and support color based on his performances during live streams. The fan name is now Mint Candy, inspired by the mint candy he playfully mimicked during the filming of his theme song. The support color is a refreshing mint green. Chu Xun, look over here. The girls' shouts echoed one after another, their calls reaching the ears of the boy wearing headphones. He stood momentarily stunned before the realization hit him, prompting him to remove his headphones. The night breeze tousled the hair falling over his forehead, revealing his typically nonchalant phoenix eyes. So handsome. Chu Xun, you're so handsome. I'm so thrilled to see you in person for the first time. Darling, do you still have your candies? Mother brought some for you. Go ahead. As he observed the girls with their noses reddened by the night breeze, Chu Xun felt an inexplicable surge of emotion. This peculiar feeling compelled him to step forward, and amidst the gasps of his fans, he approached them. The fan standing at the forefront was enveloped by a refreshing scent of mint. Before she could react, a slender hand intercepted the mint candy she was about to toss. Thank you, the youth said, a smile gracing his lips as he waved the candy in front of her. The evening breeze rustled, causing the candy wrapper to shimmer under the moonlight, reminiscent of the sudden sparkles that ignited in the boy's eyes. The fans exclaimed, "Aw, darling, you look so handsome when you smile. Chu Ye, why did you finish work so late? Are you tired? Next time, Mother will bring you more." Under the affectionate gazes of so many, Chu Xun felt an overwhelming joy swell within him. He chuckled softly, his voice unusually gentle. "No need. Please don't bring food next time. It's quite late. You should head back." The fans replied, "Darling, we'll go back after we see you leave." Yes. We'll only leave once we see you return to your dorm. Make sure to dress warmly at night. The temperature difference is significant." Chu Xun asked, "Aren't you cold?" The fans responded, "Not at all." "Are you cold, darling?" He replied, "Don't wait so late next time. Girls should take care of themselves." The fans shouted in unison, "Boys should take care of themselves too." The viewers in the live stream were taken aback by the harmonious interaction between Chu Xun and his fans. Is this the infamous Chu Ba Wang? What a warm-hearted Chu Ba Wang. I can hardly recognize him. Now I understand why his fans are so dedicated. He actually walked over. Isn't he afraid of danger? I finally comprehend why the mint candies fight so joyfully every day. Among so many contestants, he is the only one who approached the fans. No wonder they cherish him. What do you mean by cherish? That's the love of our mint candies. After exchanging a few simple words with his fans, Chu Xun noticed security approaching out of the corner of his eye. He waved goodbye to the fans and turned to leave. However, halfway through his return, the fans' cacophony gradually merged into a unified chant, echoing in rhythmic harmony. "Love rises like the wind. Green waves spread their wings for you. Go, Chu Xun." The chant crescendoed, one voice rising above the other, akin to a tidal wave, leaving a profound impact. Many trainees were envious, gazing at the dazed youth with longing, pondering when they might also be blessed with such adoring fans. Chu Xun stood momentarily stunned, absorbing the girls' voices. Then, he turned back, raising an eyebrow with a smile. He understood what they adored about him. Amidst the fans' fervent support, the young man raised his hand, gently tapping his temple with his fingertip, and then made a casual, haughty gesture, blowing a playful kiss to them. The venue fell silent for a brief moment, only to be instantly filled with a chorus of ecstatic screams. Ah, how handsome! Good night, my love. Chapter 41. The Flawed Trainee in the Audition. This is quintessential Chu Xun. The gesture exudes his essence. Carefree, arrogant, yet tinged with a lazy charm. This scene not only captivated the fans present, but also enchanted the viewers in the live stream. Is that flying kiss truly real? My phone screen is smudged. Please, Chu Xun, kiss again. Crying cat emoji. He is so arrogant. I adore it. That flying kiss is more elegant than my entire existence. Whoever claimed he had a bad personality, look at how he interacts with his fans. This man is extraordinary. Where have the haters gone? Are they secretly calling him hubby? Dog emoji, that forehead tap before the kiss. My heart has been ambushed. Now I understand why fans adore him so much. It's impossible not to. The spirited and audacious youth is truly difficult to resist. The livestream's comments exploded with excitement over Chu Xun's handsomeness, and the fans on site were equally enthusiastic. Listening to their cheers, Chu Xun waved his hand. Once the fans calmed somewhat, he withdrew his gaze, reinserted his headphones, and turned to continue towards his teammates. This time, however, the corners of his lips curled into a slight smile, and his previously languid pace now carried a hint of buoyancy. Though it was quite late, the trainees were all masters of staying up. Consequently, Chu Xun's fans were not unnoticed by the other trainees. Despite the modest turnout, the sea of green was sufficient to evoke feelings of envy and admiration. When will I have so many fans? One trainee lamented while gazing at the green ocean below. We all arrived on this island together. Just look at him. I wish to interact with fans too. Do you think anyone will come to see me tomorrow? Comparing ourselves to others is disheartening. How is Chu Xun so fortunate? No, I must strive to make others notice me. Amidst the envying murmurs of his peers, Chu Xun returned to the dormitory. He arrived rather late, and the lights were already off, with his roommates fast asleep. He placed his coat on his chair and was about to head to the bathroom when a figure suddenly darted out from the window. Aksan, Yizhen, leaning over the table, grasped his arm, lifting his small face, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I saw your sea of green. You're amazing. Your fans are incredible. Since everyone else was asleep, Yizhen lowered her voice. Yet even so, her exhilaration and joy were palpable. The dormitory was quiet, and Chu Xun could hear her breath clearly. He paused, casting his gaze down at Yizhen. The summer moonlight was particularly bright, streaming through the window and illuminating Yizhen's glimmering eyes, refracting enchanting rays. Chu Xun's eyes flickered, and suddenly he reached out. In the midst of Yizhen's bewilderment, he gently grasped her chin, tilting it upward to fully reveal her face in the moonlight and in his sight. As he felt the warmth on his chin, Yizhen inexplicably grew a bit anxious. He blinked and stammered, "What's wrong? Chu Xun?" Chu Xun narrowed his eyes slightly, a familiar glint residing within them. It seemed as though he had just encountered it moments ago. Indeed, it mirrored the adoring gaze of his fans, a look brimming with affection. However, unlike the pure adoration emanating from his admirers, Yizhen's eyes held something more profound. As Chu Xun's gaze lingered on Yizhen's face, he noticed the rapid thumping of Yizhen's heart, and suddenly, he curved his lips into a smile. "It's nothing, I just realized," he said under the moonlight. The young man squinting gently and smiling softly, "Your eyes are quite beautiful, especially when they're solely focused on me." Much like his fans, they brought him joy. After casually uttering this, he nonchalantly took a towel and stepped into the bathroom, leaving Yizhen frozen in place. The moonlight flowed like water, accompanied by the sounds from the bathroom, quietly meandering through the dormitory. Yizhen's ears turned nearly transparent with embarrassment, his heartbeat resonating in the stillness of the night. The scene of Chu Xun's light-hearted praise replayed in his mind, the nonchalant tone of the other, akin to a firework, bursting within his heart. He raised a hand to cover his chest, where his heart threatened to leap out, his expression one of bewilderment. Why was his heart racing so fast? What was happening to him? The following morning, Chu Xun was once again roused from his slumber by Shang Guanqian. Xiao Sun, it's time for us to train. Shang Guanqian spoke in a leisurely manner, sufficient for the still groggy Chu Xun to comprehend. Chu Xun raised a hand to tousle his disheveled hair, arranging his appearance before heading to the bathroom. Upon finishing his morning routine and stepping out, he sensed something was amiss. Glancing at the empty bed below him, he inquired, "Where's Yizhen?" Shang Guanqian shook his head. "I don't know. He was already gone when I came in." Just then, Bei Xiaofei entered from outside and overheard the question. He casually remarked, "Xiao Zhen mentioned he couldn't sleep last night and is probably at the training room." Chu Xun nodded, understanding. Ever since the theme song shoot commenced, he had been placed in Class A, limiting his time with Yizhen. Previously, whenever he was in the dormitory, Yizhen would eagerly shower him with compliments. Just like last night, this morning, the absence of such praise felt a tad unusual. After all, Yizhen usually lavished him with delightful flattery. In truth, he had reached a point where he no longer relied on Yizhen. His genius persona, firmly established and supported by the ensemble of potential candidates, Yizhen seemed somewhat superfluous to him now. Yet, as Chu Xun recalled the sparkle in Yizhen's eyes from the previous day, he realized that was not entirely accurate. There remained a certain utility in Yizhen's presence. At the very least, Yizhen's gaze, which seemed to belong solely to him, brought him joy. Moreover, he found Yizhen's genuine yet simplistic adulation quite gratifying. As he thought of Yizhen's sincere and exaggerated praises, a smile graced Chu Xun's lips. The earlier irritability of waking up dissipated somewhat as he donned his headphones and proceeded toward the training room alongside Guanqian and the others. Time in the training room felt as if it had been accelerated. The participants rehearsed tirelessly under the glaring fluorescent lights, sweat splattering onto the floor and creating dark stains. The backs of the boys' shirts were already drenched, while droplets of water trickled down their necks, seeping into their collars. The intensity of the training was so palpable that even onlookers felt a sense of suffocation. Yet, the youths seemed oblivious to their exhaustion, rehearsing the choreography repeatedly, as the shimmering sweat under the lights mirrored their radiant dreams. Outside the training room, the fans' battle was just beginning. Chapter 42, The Flawed Trainee in the Audition 000 a.m. in a certain apartment. The cold glow of Tianqi's computer screen illuminated the darkened bedroom. With 5 different ticketing platforms simultaneously aglow, a countdown hovering ominously at the center. Time until Starshine's ticket release, 0:30:27. As a newcomer in the realm of fandom, she had prepared extensively. However, being her first time pursuing an idol and attempting to secure tickets, she could not quell her anxiety, especially while gazing at the countdown. Taking a few deep breaths, Tianqi endeavored to calm herself. Though her expression became composed, her fingers continued to nervously tap the mouse, while the fan club's homepage incessantly refreshed the ticket acquisition strategies. Chu Xun Official Fan Club Ultimate Ticket Purchase Guide. 1. Ticket sales on Demai and Maoyan simultaneously. Prioritize Maoyan, more inventory. 2. Pre-copy your ID number. The comments section had erupted. Sisters, flood the screen with Chu Xun's name for good luck. I want to be there live. I've opened 20 devices. My dear must secure first place today. 0:25 a.m. within a cryptic chat group. Messages exploded at a rate of 10 per second. Ticket agent 8-2 final VIP tickets for Chu Xun, 120,000, non-negotiable. Chu Xun's cat, are they real tickets? You won't deceive me, right? Ticket agent A, rest assured, we are relatives of the production team. Meanwhile, the anti-black market teams of various contestants were urgently reporting. Xuanfeng Discipline Department, reporting scalpers selling tickets at exorbitant prices, evidence submitted to the production team. Please purchase tickets through official channels. 0:29 a.m., Tianqi swallowed hard, pressing a cold can of cola against her flushed cheek. At that moment, her phone vibrated with a message from the fan group. I have a relative interning in the production team who says Chu Xun's tickets have been locked by scalpers at 30. Tianqi's blood ran cold. Already anxious, this dubious news sent her into a tailspin. 0:30 a.m. The sound of clicking mice resonated like a torrential downpour. The ticket purchase page froze instantly. The progress bar struggled like a dying worm, futilely writhing as it attempted to load. Tianqi's nails unconsciously dug into her palm. When suddenly, "We apologize, this session is sold out." No, no, no. A painful wail echoed through the apartment. Meanwhile, the online forum erupted with hundreds of exclamations akin to her own. Who managed to snag tickets? They vanished within 3 seconds. Has Xingzi reached such a level of popularity? I plead for a transfer. The price is negotiable. Upon reading this, Tianqi felt a profound sense of despair. She knew all too well that there was no such thing as easily securing tickets on the first attempt. She was no favored child of fortune. Yet, the thought of the interaction she had witnessed on screen between Chu Xun and his fans lingered in her mind. That flying kiss had truly captivated her for an eternity. She longed to experience his presence live. While one rejoiced, another lamented. Tianqi failed to acquire a ticket, but novice fan Duan Xiaofeng succeeded. She had been drawn into fandom by Chu Xun's flying kiss and had been present at the scene that day. Initially, Duan Xiaofeng had merely intended to join the festivities and capture some photographs of the handsome performers as they left work. Unexpectedly, a single flying kiss from Chu Xun struck her heart, plunging her into the depths of fandom. As a seasoned fan, her ticket-snatching skills far surpassed those of Tianqi. Watching the notification of payment successful on her phone, Duan Xiaofeng beamed with joy. The image of Chu Xun's playful demeanor towards his fans flashed in her mind, and soon, she would have the chance to see him again, this time as a peppermint candy. The ticket-snatching frenzy had drawn to a close, yet the online celebration continued unabated. This ticket acquisition event, marked by the brilliance of numerous stars, was particularly intense. Apart from Chu Xun's faction, fans of other popular contestants were equally fervent. Such is the nature of talent shows. Each performance holds immense significance. Perhaps a single video or a striking image could catapult a contestant's popularity, thereby securing opportunities for future performances. For the contestants under immense pressure, witnessing their supportive fans in the audience could significantly uplift their spirits. A positive mindset is crucial for a stellar performance. Thus, this ticket acquisition was not merely for the fans to see their idol. It was also to ensure that their idol could see them, to witness the unwavering support of his fans and the conviction that fueled his perseverance. Chapter 43. The flawed trainee in the talent show. The ticket-snatching battle has concluded, and Chu Xun's faction has emerged victorious. Having reviewed the statistics from various fan clubs, each claimed to be in the lead. However, upon inspecting the comments regarding ticket exchanges, it was evident that Chu Xun supporters were indeed the most numerous. Post 1, what a title! The first performance hasn't even begun, yet they claim the top spot? Is Chu Xun not even the center this time? Post 2, though Chu Xun faces criticism, his popularity is undeniably soaring. Post 3, even before the first performance, the competition is already fierce. The stars truly are on the verge of becoming sensational. Post 4, the visual appeal of Xingzi is at an all-time high. It's a sea of handsome faces. Moreover, there is virtually no overlap in aesthetics. During the initial stage, the CP performance of Hui Wei, the gunfight choreography of Guillermo Wang, and our audacious Chu Xun all gained some attention. Recently, a video of Chu Xun went viral, and with such momentum, it is impossible for Xingzi not to rise to fame. 5. The star indeed shines brightly. There are handsome gentlemen, captivating couples, and the perfect blend of timing, location, and human connection. 6. Currently, the data released by various parties is fabricated. To discern the truth, one must await the broadcast of the program. 7. The figures presented by the fan clubs are misleading. One can simply observe the voting values, can't they? Although others have caught up, the disparity for Chu Wang remains evident. When it comes to fan counts, his is undoubtedly the largest, isn't it? 8. My curiosity does not lie with ticket grabbing, but rather with how they will exchange votes later on. Ha ha ha. The previous rounds of vote exchanges were tumultuous, and with the star's popularity soaring, I anticipate much excitement ahead. Side-eye image. 89. Is it true that Hui Yu has truly severed ties? Do fans refuse to exchange votes with each other? 90. In the first episode, it was clear that the production team aimed to promote their coupling. The dual interaction scenes were abundant. Ever since the royal recording of Hui Huang surfaced, Yu Fei seems disinterested in the promotion, and someone has unearthed their live streams, revealing almost no interaction in recent days. 91. I have scrutinized the live recordings of popular contestants. In fact, Hui Huang had more interactions with others initially. It can only be said that the production team is eager to promote Hui Yu, showcasing their limited interactions. Haha. 92. Hui Huang is currently in a precarious position, and it is only natural for Yu Fei to wish to distance herself. Hui Huang's voting value has plummeted to 16, while Yu Fei remains in 7th. Further promotion would be akin to charity work. Moreover, whether the charity succeeds or fails could potentially drag her down as well. Doghead image. 93. What does it mean that Yu Bao wishes to escape? Who can endure the temperament of the young master, Ouyang Huiyun? Should Yu Bao perpetually tolerate him? The fact that she has endured this long is already commendable, and it is not as if Yu Bao refrains from speaking to him. It is Ouyang Huiyun's own temper that is the issue. On several occasions, she has looked his way and even taken the initiative to sit beside him. Surely that suffices? 94. Continuously approaching someone who remains aloof is rather disheartening. Mu Linyu is not fleeing, but merely refraining from taking the initiative. In any relationship, whether romantic or platonic, it cannot always be one party making the effort. There must be reciprocity. 95. Please refrain from discussing purifying matters here. Everyone knows Ouyang Huiyun's temperament. Does Mu Linyu not? Is it so difficult to perceive this blatant torment of fans? Let's not attempt to gloss over it here. One is a hot-tempered young master of royal lineage, and the other is a masterful actress playing the innocent role. Neither is particularly virtuous. 168. Enough with the quarrels. Where's the thread owner? Block and get to work. 169. Why is it that arguments always arise here? Can you fans not take your disputes back to your respective forums? 170. Whether to characterize Hui Huang as innocent or foolish is a dilemma. The statements made during the live stream contain some truth, but he genuinely did not realize the broadcast was live. One can only say that currently, those who dare to approach Hui Huang are indeed something else. Thumbs up image. 172. Did Chu Bao and Hui Huang engage? Is Hui Huang truly so charismatic as to attract Chu Bao? That is not the case. It was indeed the illustrious emperor who sought out the formidable king of Chu. The king appeared utterly exasperated, which brought me great amusement. I truly delight in their interactions. The banter between these two rivals is quite comical. I conducted a search, and, to my astonishment, they have indeed begun to play together. They are part of the same team. It is improbable that they do not communicate. After all, it is the king of Chu. Is he not characterized by his independent spirit and his defiance of authority? I must catch up on the live stream recordings. I feel as though I have missed a plethora of intriguing moments. On the island, two individuals I had high hopes for have formed a partnership, and they even have a dedicated fan thread. The chemistry surrounding Chu Xun is remarkable. How many pairings have emerged in just a few days? Chu Xun and Yi Zhen. Zhen Sun Xiaohua, the cool, charismatic wolf king with a charmingly cute demeanor. Chu Xun and Shang Wanqian. Qian Sun Qianxuan, the genius. Rebellious heir with an air of refined humility. Chu Xun and Ouyang Huiyun. Sun Hui Xuan Hui, the wolf king and husky. Chu Xun and Bei Xiaofei. My goodness. There are so many pairings, and each one boasts a substantial following. Chu Xun did not merely go to participate in a talent show. He seems to have taken on the role of the leading man on the island. Primarily, he exudes a strong boyfriend aura, does he not? When handing someone water, he unscrews the cap beforehand. If he sees someone about to drop something, he instinctively reaches out to assist. During recent interactions with fans, he displayed a charming boyfriend demeanor, assertive yet attentive to details. Such a person naturally garners a following. Fans often refer to such behavior as the manifestation of a top-tier alpha releasing pheromones. There's a reason why the king of Chu occupies the top spot. His appearance and personality undoubtedly attract a multitude of female admirers. who are, after all, fiercely loyal supporters. Having rapidly caught up, I must say, I was quite taken by the moment when Chu Xun sought out Ouyang Huiyun in the hall. It is perfectly natural for Ouyang Huiyun to become attached to him. Originally, I was merely a bystander, but upon seeing your discussions about the King of Chu, I felt compelled to investigate. Lo and behold, several videos nearly captivated me. Why has this thread transformed into a praise fest for Chu Xun again? Although the King of Chu may have a challenging temperament, there is no denying his charisma. It has been quite some time since I have witnessed someone so vibrant and unrestrained in a talent show. Unbeknownst to me, this thread has once again morphed into a tribute to the King of Chu. To my surprise, the second episode has been released ahead of schedule. I must dash. Ladies, today marks the second day of the recommendation period. I implore you to support our beloved Fei Niu and give him a round of applause. Chapter 44. The controversial trainee in the talent show, the dazzling second episode was unexpectedly released an hour early, catching the audience off guard. Alongside this episode, the production team also unveiled the long-awaited theme song music video, which they have been meticulously crafting for several days. The duration of this episode's main feature spans a remarkable 5 hours, encompassing the re-evaluation of the contestants, the fierce competition among Class A participants for the coveted C position, and the recording process of the final theme song. The content is brimming with excitement, leaving the audience, who have eagerly awaited a week, thoroughly satisfied. Unlike the live broadcasts, the main feature benefits from meticulous post-editing and subtitling, accompanied by a variety of music that adeptly stirs the viewer's emotions. The palpable tension of the re-evaluation, the intense competition for C, and the breathtaking stage presence during the theme song recording weave together a dramatic narrative that connects the hearts of the audience with the fates of the trainees. Unsurprisingly, following the airing of the second episode, it ascended to the trending topics, or rather, it did not merely trend, it dominated the charts. Among the top 10 topics on Xuanbua, 6 were adorned with the brilliance of stars. Chu Xun, currently the most popular contestant within the production team, naturally found himself trending, not just in one topic, but in 2. The trending topics included the Overlord Ascends and the blindfolded god Chu Xun. The segment titled The Overlord Ascends features a brief clip, accompanied by an exhilarating background score, showcasing a young man in gray confidently receiving an envelope, glancing at its contents, and casually setting it down. He then strides forward, with the lights on the steps illuminating sequentially with his every step. Paired with the strong beats in the background, it evokes a magnificent yet weighty atmosphere. Ultimately, the young man halts under the gaze of all present. As he turns, the camera dramatically zooms out, revealing the emblem of Class A behind him. In a mere 30 seconds, this video delivers an immense sense of satisfaction. The exhilarating narrative of rising from the depths to the pinnacle, coupled with Chu Xun's confident and proud demeanor, offers a refreshing experience for viewers. Thus, it didn't take long for the video to surge into the trending topics. Moreover, the comments in the video uniformly exclaim, "Welcome, Overlord Ascends," prompting casual onlookers who haven't even viewed the video yet to feel inexplicably energized. Chu Xun's fan group expressed their enthusiasm. This trending topic has brought me such joy. Welcome, Overlord Ascends." Although they had seen it in the main feature, witnessing the trending video still provided immense joy. From F-class to a class. Chu Gu is truly impressive. While the sisters were elated, they understood the importance of data. With Chu Gu trending, they aimed to effectively promote him to casual viewers, striving to draw more fans in the fold. He deserves it. In contrast to the playful, trending topic of the Overlord Ascends. Another trending topic held a slightly lower position, but served as a focal point for fans to promote their admiration. The blindfolded god, Chu Xun, originated from the C competition segment in the second episode. As is widely acknowledged, the contestants vying for C are the formidable candidates who have remained in Class A after 2 evaluations. Each of the 7 individuals is exceptionally talented. Now, gathered together for this competition, one can only imagine the excitement of this segment. However, the live broadcast for the C competition was closed, leaving fans waiting in the live room unaware of the unfolding events. As the main segment unfolds, it indeed does not disappoint. Mu Lanyua's ethereal and graceful solo dance, Ouyang Huiyun's sunny and proud rap, Gu Wenxuan's impeccably timed singing and dancing, Shang Wanxian's showy vocal performance, and Chu Xun's blindfolded, sensual display all shine brilliantly. While the audience was somewhat prepared for the earlier performers, having recognized their prowess from the initial stage, they merely reinforced that impression. However, Chu Xun's performance was a genuine surprise, catching the audience off guard. Most viewers watching the main episode were not followers of the live broadcasts, and many hadn't even subscribed to the official accounts. They might have been oblivious to the fervent discussions surrounding Chu Xun's lead dance role, as they were true outsiders. Thus, when they witnessed his performance, their astonishment was palpable, leaving them questioning, is this really Chu Xun? Who was the Chu Boang we saw in the first episode? The audience was utterly bewildered, yet their admiration for the handsome performer remained undiminished. Chu Xun's blindfolded dance, while not particularly difficult in a technical sense, was visually captivating. The sheer gray veil obscured his eyes, allowing his striking features to emerge tantalizingly through the mist. His movements appeared languid and carefree, yet each pause was impeccably timed with the rhythm of the music, as if he had anticipated every beat. The suggestive drum beats resonated, and the flowing gray fabric swayed gently with his motions, brushing against his throat before finally cascading down during a spin. He tilted his head back, catching the falling fabric with his teeth, his half-closed eyes exuding an irresistible allure. Lifting his hand, his slender fingers grazed his lips, and with a playful chuckle, he uttered goodies, like a predator in the night, declaring the game at an end. His deep, magnetic voice reverberated through the video, captivating the audience. This performance was a feast for both the eyes and ears, leaving no one untouched by the heat of the moment. It was an embodiment of a top-tier alpha in his prime, exuding an intoxicating pheromone that transcended the screen. Pure seduction. Is this truly Chu Boang? I am utterly enthralled. This is someone I genuinely wish to pursue. His dance was imbued with such spirited vigor. I replayed his final line at least 10 times. This was not merely dancing. It felt like a flirtation. That tilt of his head made me want to sit atop him. How could someone dance with such a boyfriend-like charm? I can hardly contain myself. The comments flooded in, overwhelming the discussion sections that trended online. Chu Xun's performance not only transformed the audience's perception of his singing and dancing abilities, but also propelled his social media following by a staggering 60,000. Chapter 45. The flawed trainee in the talent show. Despite the relatively low difficulty of Chu Xun's performance compared to Gu Wenxuan and others, he executed every detail with finesse. Infused with his distinctive style, arrogant and languid, yet exuding the youthful allure of sensuality. Every gesture he makes is imbued with his unique charisma, irresistibly captivating and enchanting those around him. This is a performance of remarkable individuality, affirming Chu Xun's exceptional talent and his remarkable ability to showcase his charm before the camera. Such individuals are inherently meant to bask in the limelight. They are often referred to as born idols. They arrive adorned with a dazzling halo, effortlessly drawing attention without the need for contrived displays, as the stage naturally caters to their presence. A mere glance can ignite cheers, and a simple turn can unleash a storm. It seems as though the world's spotlight is destined to follow them. The audience, who understands, might wonder, isn't Chu the embodiment of a human spotlight during that segment? My goodness. Having just finished the second episode, Chu has gone absolutely wild. When he looked up, I could hardly breathe. This is the pinnacle of masculine beauty. Comment 1. This episode is filled with sincerity. It lasts a full 5 hours. Comment 2. Many fans who couldn't get tickets were quite vocal about it. I seriously suspect this was released as an apology. Comment 3. Although Chu did not ultimately seize the spotlight, his segment resonated with me profoundly. Comment 4. Is it just me, or has he truly ascended? Have you seen the trending topics? Comment 5. Has Chu's segment truly transcended boundaries? The speed at which he gains followers is astonishing. Comment 6. Thank you, dear poster. I've watched it and am now thoroughly captivated. Comment 54. After finishing the 5-hour episode, one has to wonder, is Chu truly of royal lineage? He hardly had any screen time in the main feature. Comment 55. I recall that when the full cast direct shots were released, Chu's segment garnered some attention. Yet how is he absent from the music video? Comment 56. Wasn't his screen time substantial? The two trending segments alone surpass many trainees' footage. Furthermore, he appears in the theme song. Comment 57. Wait, when did people start saying Chu Xun has ascended? Can't they see the obvious script? The production team likely only intends for him to generate buzz, not to debut. Comment 58. Not debuting him? Our Chu has already ascended. Would the production team truly risk offending his fans? Comment 59. Chu originally had a minor gap, but with these two trending topics, it has now widened significantly. Unless a new star emerges, Chu will undoubtedly debut. Comment 60. Haha. Regarding this new star, I wager it will be Gu Wenxuan. Comment 61. Gu Wenxuan has also trended. Hasn't he? To be honest, without Chu, he would have undoubtedly gained many followers. Comment 62. Gu the Demon King and Chu the Overlord. Have they never shared frame? I'm eager to see that. Comment 63. Gu the Demon King's recent performance was nothing short of perfection. His bid for the spotlight would have been commendable in previous times. Moreover, his competitive spirit is unparalleled. Someone has tracked the trainees' practice times, and Gu ranks at the top. Truly impressive. 64. Generally speaking, a character like the Demon King Gu is quite appealing, possessing formidable strength and being a true talent. Unfortunately, he encountered a bug in the form of the Overlord Chu. 65. The camera time is relative. It is entirely normal for Chu Xun to receive more footage than ordinary contestants, as he is a popular figure. Moreover, he ranked third in the voting for the C position this time, yet his screen time is still less than that of Mu Lianyu, who ranked fifth. This is evidently a suppression. 67. It may not necessarily be suppression. The footage he receives is indeed effective, perhaps in a form of torment for the fans as well. 68. In this episode, Hu Huang also received limited screen time. I trust Hu Huang, thus it might be a case of fan torment, dog emoji. 69. Haha. This is hilarious. While others may have a false emperor, Hu Huang is undoubtedly genuine. 70. After watching the second episode, I caught up on the live recording. Although Hu Huang is an emperor, he still possesses considerable skill. Observing his interactions with the Overlord Chu is quite amusing. Haha. Despite being from the Iron Royal family, my fondness for Hu Huang is quite high. 71. To be honest, if I were part of the royal family, I would be over the moon. 72. The royal family represents script players, resource holders, unworthy of their status. The royal family represents self-assertion. My treasure deserves it. The production team has an eye for talent. 73. There are truly only two types of royal family members. Those I support, and those who obstruct my ascension. 891. Wow, this really hits hard. Both the Overlord Chu's and Hu Huang's families are fighting for their rights. 892. The Overlord Chu's family is one thing, but Hu Huang's family fighting for rights? Isn't he an Iron Emperor? What rights are they claiming? 893. The Hu family claims that the production team arranged a royal script for their brother, and the comments in the live stream were orchestrated by the production team, not something he intended to say. 894. The production team is losing motivation, assigning such a sacrificial script to the young master of the Ouyang family. 895. There's something even more absurd. They say Hu Huang ventured out on his own, while his family never wanted him in the entertainment industry and wished for him to inherit the family business, thus colluding with the production team to set him up. Haha. 896. Wait, the logic is coherent. I somewhat believe it now, lighting a cigarette emoji. 897. Fans can truly wash away anything. Is this even wash-worthy? 898. Both families are substantial, and the production team must be having a headache. I'll head to the front lines to scout the situation. 6078. Why is no one here? 6079. Everyone is in the live stream room. The two families have reached a resolution, and they are set to provide a fan-facing dual live broadcast. 6080. A dual live broadcast? The Chu Xun family must be in an uproar. 6081. Bundled operations. My heavens, I truly believe Hu Huang this time. If he isn't the emperor, who would be? 6082. It's already in chaos. Hu Huang's side has been overwhelmed, and the fighting spirit of the Overlord Chu's fans is genuinely terrifying. I feel afraid just watching. The trainees are unaware of the events unfolding online. They're still sweating it out in the practice room. In the makeup room, Chu Xun and Ouyang Huiyun, adorned with freshly styled hair and makeup, listened as the staff instructed. Chu Xun, you hold the live-streaming phone. The procedure is outlined on this card. Chu Xun accepted the phone from the staff's hands. His mood less than cheerful. The situation with Shangwan Qian had already been overwhelmingly intense, and just when he hoped for a moment of respite, he was pulled back into the fray. Indeed, this was a performance. Chu Xun's gaze drifted to the haughty Ouyang Huiyun beside him, his fingers restlessly tapping on the phone. TSK, it was yet another CP collaboration. While Chu Xun did not harbor any aversion to fan service, it heavily depended on the partner involved. This young master possessed an insufferably peculiar temperament, often saying things that were far from pleasant. In their CP interactions, any sweetness would require him to coax the other. Chu Xun, Thao Wen. At that moment, Ouyang Huiyun plopped down beside him, lifting his chin to inquire, "It's not that I wish to sit here. It's them." Chu Xun moved his lips, cutting him off coldly. "Then you can leave." Ouyang Huiyun, irate, retorted, "I haven't finished speaking. They made me sit here. Do you think I want to be next to you?" Chu Xun turned away, focusing on securing the phone, preparing for the live stream. Coaxing this young master? That was utterly out of the question. After fixing the phone, Chu Xun directed his gaze to the nearby display screen. The mobile screen was too small to discern the barrage of comments, necessitating the larger screen. His eyes flickered. Although he was not particularly pleased to be called in for this collaboration with the young master, the production team must have deemed their pairing worthy of promotion, suggesting they had amassed a decent fan base. Upon reflecting on his interactions with Ouyang Huiyun, he concluded they were far from harmonious. If they had garnered a following, it indicated that the editing team had featured them prominently in the main show. Moreover, such fan-centric live streams were typically reserved for contestants the production wished to elevate. Chu Xun was realistic. Despite some level of popularity, the best he could hope for was to avoid being sidelined. Elevation? Unthinkable. Thus, this dual live stream was a boon for Ouyang Huiyun, with him merely tagging along. A glimmer of curiosity passed through Chu Xun's eyes. Was their CP popularity truly so significant? Significant enough for the production to wish to promote Ouyang Huiyun alongside him? At the staff's cue, both Chu Xun and Ouyang Huiyun nodded simultaneously. The staff initiated the live stream, and a deluge of comments flooded in. His Majesty Sun has arrived. Everyone rise. Hubby, you look so handsome today. Yinbao's mom has come to see you. Did Chu get his makeup done today? So handsome. Come see the Overlord Chu. His Majesty Sun goes to battle. Not a blade of grass survives. Overwhelmed by the sheer volume of comments, many bearing his name, Chu Xun realized the truth. It was not that he and Ouyang Huiyun's CP was particularly popular. Rather, it was his own popularity that shone through. Since arriving on the island, he had lost all means of communication, with no staff to keep him informed, leaving his connection to the outside world nearly non-existent. No, that was incorrect. Every day, numerous fans gathered to welcome him after work. However, due to management regulations on the island, only a limited number of fans are allowed entry. Consequently, despite the considerable number of fans that Chu Xun attracts daily, it remains relatively small. In Chu Xun's view, his popularity is commendable, ranking at least among the top 3. Yet he could hardly fathom that he has far surpassed his competitors, standing distinctly in first place. After gleaning ample information from the barrage of comments, a smile crept onto Chu Xun's lips. He adjusted his earpiece with one hand, the chain bracelet jingling through the headset, captivating the ears of his fans. Coupled with the effortless charm and charisma of the young man, it sent hearts racing. Oh my goodness, how can someone look so cool just adjusting their earpiece? Chu Xun, but the fans are so handsome. Help! It's my first time watching a live stream of Chu Xun. Is this beauty even real? Hands, oh hands, so splendid. Seeing the screen filled with compliments, Chu Xun felt his spirits lift considerably. With a soft chuckle, he greeted, "Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to meet you." The youthful tone of his voice rose slightly, and rather than sounding humble, it bore a hint of audacity. Fans responded, "Guidance? What kind of guidance? Is it one-on-one with brother son? Oh my goodness, that's the spirit. So cool." After finishing his greeting, Chu Xun playfully nudged Ouyang Huiyun beside him, commanding, "Say hello." Ouyang Huiyun, still miffed by Chu Xun's earlier indifference, was taken aback by the sudden smile as the live stream began. He was shocked by the unexpected elbow jab. Is this guy a master of changing faces? Ouyang Huiyun mused as he rubbed his arm, feeling disgruntled by Chu Xun's double standards. Despite his dissatisfaction, he complied. Turning to the fans in the live stream, "Good evening, I am Ouyang Huiyun." Chu Xun frowned, "That's it?" Ouyang Huiyun replied matter-of-factly, "That's all." There weren't even any fans for him in the comments, so why say more? Chu Xun remarked, the production team, working tirelessly to make him popular. In truth, there are comments from Ouyang Huiyun's fans on the screen, but they are simply overshadowed by the multitude of Chu Xun's supporters. Without careful observation, they would indeed go unnoticed. Ouyang Huiyun, however, could not comprehend the significance of this live broadcast, believing it to be of little consequence. What was the fuss about live streaming? They were already under constant scrutiny every day, with merely the addition of visible comments, having always had everything handed to him on a silver platter. Ouyang Huiyun was oblivious to the fact that this dual live stream was a dream come true for many competitors. Engaging with fans directly could stimulate voting through interaction. Collaborating with a popular contestant allowed for a one-on-one engagement, practically a golden opportunity laid out for him by the production team. If other contestants were to witness this, their eyes would surely turn green with envy. Yet, the protagonist remained silent. The production team watched in exasperation from behind the scenes. At the scene, Chu Xun couldn't help but twitch his lips. To be frank, if this live broadcast hadn't been instigated by this fellow, he truly wouldn't have bothered. However, now, as he gazed at the barrage of compliments flooding the live room, he thought, why not indulge a little? After all, this guy had indeed provided him and his fans with an opportunity for interaction. As for the production team's desire for a one-on-one blood-sucking scenario, Chu Xun curled his lips and waved his hand towards the staff behind him. Soon, a yellow box was placed before them. He tapped the box with his index finger, lifted his hand, and slid the box forward. "You go first," he said. Then, under Ouyang Huiyun's astonished gaze, he relaxed and leaned back into the sofa, sinking into its depths. His long legs casually crossed, and the collar of his black sweatshirt hung loosely, revealing a sliver of pale collarbone. The light illuminated his profile, accentuating his sharp jawline, yet his languid posture imbued it with a hint of dangerous lethargy. "Don't even think about slacking off," he said, his chin slightly raised, lazily lifting his eyelids, the corners of his eyes subtly lifting with his movement, as if casting a condescending glance akin to a superior surveying his domain, casually threatening. "I'm watching you." Bound to him, it was uncertain who would truly drain the other's vitality. As he spoke, the arm resting behind Ouyang Huiyun relaxed. Although they were separated by distance, the camera perspective suggested that he had almost encircled Ouyang Huiyun, languid, like a satiated leopard carelessly guarding its prey. Ah, that gaze is so captivating. Wow, that expression and movement. Truly a natural-born alpha. He is practically a walking embodiment of hormones. Is he teasing us or Huiyun? Help, who can withstand this? No one could withstand it. Not the fans, nor Ouyang Huiyun at the scene. From the moment Chu Xun uttered his first words, Ouyang Huiyun was utterly stunned. Had Chu Xun ever spoken to him in such a normal tone? Ouyang Huiyun stared blankly into those aggressive phoenix eyes, momentarily dazed, before suddenly bristling. "Who's slacking off?" I'm here. He awkwardly averted his gaze, flustered as he fumbled with the yellow box pushed toward him by Chu Xun. After pulling out a task card, he furtively glanced at Chu Xun again, feigning calmness as he read. Interactive Q&A. Select 10 questions from the comments and respond. Ouyang Huiyun read smoothly, his expression seemingly composed. If one overlooked the slight redness of his ears and the occasional furtive glances toward Chu Xun, one might truly believe that the two of them were not on good terms. Wow. His ears are red. Oh my. Turns out he S8 Sundara. He doesn't seem so unpleasant now. The main footage didn't deceive me. Their interactions are genuinely intriguing. Watching Ouyang Huiyun, who, despite his dissatisfaction, obediently followed his lead, Chu Xun couldn't help but smile. Much like Yi Zhun, it mattered little whether this young master was merely naive or foolish. For him, it suffices to be obedient. The production team aims to promote their pairing, yet they have not overstepped the boundaries just yet. The initial task merely involves interacting with their fans. Although Ouyang Huiyun's fan comments were largely obscured, a diligent search reveals their presence. After stumbling through his responses, Ouyang Huiyun turned to Chu Xun. It's your turn. Upon meeting Chu Xun's half-closed gaze, Ouyang Huiyun felt an inexplicable sense of frustration at his earlier reaction. Contemplating this, he was tempted to toss the task card directly at Chu Xun. However, when his eyes met the upward curve of the latter's lips, he hesitated. Never mind. Today he was in a good mood and wouldn't hold a grudge. Ouyang Huiyun obediently extended the task card, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Chu Xun. Huh. Chu Xun let out a light chuckle, accepting the card with a smirk, fully aware of the mischief that had just flickered in Ouyang Huiyun's eyes. Under normal circumstances, he would not have let it slide so easily. Yet now, his gaze shifted to the large screen, where fans were showering him with compliments in the comments. For the moment, the fans took precedence. All right, I'll go. In contrast to Ouyang Huiyun, Chu Xun's comments were plentiful, so he selected the ones with higher repetition rates. What does Chu Xun consider his greatest advantage? Upon finishing his reading, he spoke with a playful demeanor and remarkable confidence. My face. Ha. As expected of Brother Chu. He said it so earnestly. It truly seems he believes that. Exactly. His face is indeed Brother Chu's greatest asset. With his face, all is possible. Brother Chu, you're the most handsome. Chu Xun perused the comments, praising his handsomeness, complimenting their discernment before continuing. What is Brother Chu's ideal type? This question can be quite challenging for young male artists, especially idols, whose fan base predominantly consists of females, with girlfriend fans making up the majority. A poorly phrased answer could risk losing fans. However, this question often piques the curiosity of many fans and even bystanders, leading to its frequent recurrence. When the audience heard this question, they anticipated Chu Xun would take a moment to contemplate his answer, much like Ouyang Huiyun had done previously. To their surprise, he responded with the same rapidity as before, almost instantaneously proclaiming, myself. Huh? Himself? The audience was momentarily bewildered. Ouyang Huiyun, who was also spectating, opened his mouth in confusion, voicing the collective sentiment. What do you mean, yourself? Your ideal type is yourself? Chu Xun casually placed the task card on the table, adopting a languid posture. What's wrong with that? I genuinely like myself. But this is about the ideal type. Ouyang Huiyun presumed he misunderstood the concept, attempting to clarify. An ideal type is the perfect partner you envision. What do you think it is like? I know, Chu Xun replied nonchalantly. His slender fingers tapped the task card as he spoke leisurely. I like those who like me. Chu Xun raised his gaze, a dangerous glimmer flashing in his phoenix-like eyes. Yet, at this moment, no one could possibly appreciate him more than he did himself. Thus, his ideal partner could only be none other than himself. Ouyang Huiyun remarked to the fans in the live stream. At first glance, Chu Xun's statement may seem rather narcissistic. However, upon deeper reflection, one realizes that he possesses exceedingly high expectations for his ideal partner. More accurately, he demands a profound emotional investment from them, requiring that they love him even more than he loves himself. But where in this world can one find someone who understands and loves themselves more than they do? His demand not only necessitates total devotion, but also the complete abandonment of their own world, leaving only him in their sight. Such an intensity of affection could likely only be achieved by fervently devoted fans. Yet, it is evident that Chu Xun's expression also calls for the other person to maintain their own individuality. Oh my, such a request could only be fulfilled by himself. Let us face it, Chu Xun, you might as well remain alone. What is wrong with being devoted? Chu Xun's high standards are justified. Such extreme romanticism. This ideal can only exist in dreams. Wow, that is a bit cool. This kind of idol is certainly preferable to those who frivolously engage in romance. Chu Xun's demands may be daunting for a lover, but they make him the perfect idol. I originally came to watch for amusement, but I found myself captivated. This pinnacle of idealistic love is truly a blessing for his fans. Though it's somewhat peculiar, it's undeniably charming. It suits Chu Xun even more. Chu Xun, how can you be so cool? The barrage of comments from fans and passers-by erupted in fervent adoration, clearly enamored by Chu Xun's response. Truth be told, such sentiments expressed by Chu Xun would resonate deeply within the entertainment industry, in dramas, and even in novels, garnering much admiration. Yet in the realm of reality, Ouyang Huiyun stared at Chu Xun, mouth agape, his eyes reflecting a mixture of confusion and astonishment. He found himself at a loss for words. The staff members nearby exchanged bewildered glances at Chu Xun. In a corner, the door cracked open slightly. In the shadow outside, a young boy pressed his hand to his chest, where his heart was racing fervently in response to Chu Xun's words. The boy blinked his doe-like eyes, subconsciously murmuring, "To love him more than oneself? Good night, beloved." Chapter 48. The flawed trainee in the talent show Yizhen was unsure why he found himself eavesdropping in this hidden corner, especially since he had been deliberately avoiding Chu Xun these past few days. The strange feelings from that night still eluded his understanding. Perhaps it was an instinct to avoid danger, prompting him to steer clear of Chu Xun. Rationality told him that Chu Xun would lead him astray, and he should maintain his distance. Yet, every time he encountered Chu Xun, his gaze would involuntarily follow him. Just like this instance. He couldn't fathom why he was lurking here like a voyeur, but as he listened to Chu Xun's voice, he placed his hand over his heart. The pulsation there conveyed to him both joy and confusion. I relished the sound of my own subdued voice emanating from within. Yizens gaze filikeret momentarily, instingivet echoes. Do I cherish him even more than he cherishes himself? This soft murmur resembled an unknown signal, silently taking root in a place unbeknownst to Yizhen, awaiting the day it would sprout and flourish. In the room, Chu Xun continued addressing the remaining inquiries. Typically, a dual live broadcast attracts fans, yet occasionally, animosity can endure longer than affection, and some detractors infiltrate the crowd. Initially, the fans' barrage of comments inundated the entire screen, obscuring the remarks of the naysayers. Suddenly, as if orchestrated, they flooded the comments with, "Bully, when will you apologize to your former teammates?" Chu Xun owes his teammates an apology. Boycott the bullying artist. How can he still participate in the show while his teammates are unjustly mistreated? The screen was rife with bullying rhetoric, leaving the staff momentarily stunned. Beside them, Ouyang Huiyun's expression shifted, and he turned anxiously towards the staff, urging, "What are you doing? Clear the comments." Upon his command, the staff quickly reacted and began to eliminate the vitriolic messages. However, it soon became apparent that their efforts were unnecessary, as the fans were quicker to respond, organizing themselves to drown out the negativity the moment it appeared. In the fan group, exclamations surged. Where did these detractors come from? Drown them out. Don't let Xu and Bao see this. They dare to disturb my treasure's mindset. They will pay. Did Chu Chu see this? My heart aches for him. My treasure is still competing. Don't these people have any heart? In the live broadcast room, witnessing the despicable comments vanish from the large screen, Ouyang Huiyun cast a glance at Chu Xun. Hesitation mingled with concern as he feigned anger, saying, "Chu Xun, what questions are you reading? They lack any substance. I might as well choose for you." As he spoke, he sought a more amiable comment to redirect Chu Xun's attention. To his surprise, Chu Xun simply replied with 2 words, "No need." Lifting his eyelids, Chu Xun's elongated phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, the outer corners curving into a chilling arc. Bullying? The youth raised his chin, his eyelids half closed, repeating with an imposing demeanor, "Apologize?" A cold chuckle escaped from his throat, his pupils shimmering with an amber glow under the overhead lights. He raised his hand, subconsciously rotating his wrist, reminiscent of a predator preparing for battle in the shadows. At that moment, not only did the audience before him feel the palpable pressure, but even Ouyang Huiyun beside him sensed an overwhelming aura. On the screen, the youth lifted his gaze, his sharp eyes piercing through the camera. Like a blade, he thrust through the screen, piercing hearts. Everyone, including those watching from behind screen, instinctively held their breath, as if any slight relaxation would alert the youth to their presence. In the unprecedented silence, the youth's sword-like brows arched with haughty defiance. His delicate lashes glimmering coldly like a tempered blade. He parted his thin lips, exuding an air of arrogance and power. Do they even deserve it? Silence enveloped the room. The stillness is so profound that even the sound of breathing can be distinctly heard. The barrage of comments on the large screen is unprecedentedly pristine, devoid of even a single symbol. These 5 words, dripping with irony and disdain, have left everyone in shock. In the entertainment industry, whenever there is a hint of conflict, who does not merely gloss over it with vague insinuations? Even when genuinely upset, the responses are typically veiled in sarcasm. However, encountering someone like Chu Xun, who not only confronts the issue head-on but does so with such ferocity, is a first for them. This combative demeanor has left even the most fervent detractors momentarily speechless. After a long pause, comments began to trickle in. Bro, you're amazing. Absolutely. Who do they think they are? Wow. Chu Bawang, have you lost your mind? Haters, get lost. Chu Xun is right. They don't deserve it. Observing the blind defense from his fans on the screen, a flicker of amusement crossed Chu Xun's eyes. He casually tucked a stray lock of hair behind his ear and turned to the dazed staff across from him, raising an eyebrow. Shall we continue the live broadcast? Although he regarded it as inconsequential, he was acutely aware that his words today would have considerable repercussions. For the production team eager to market a couple, this could be classified as a broadcasting mishap. The optimal response to such an incident is to pause the live stream. Noticing the staff silence, he inquired once more. Upon hearing Chu Xun's question, the staff seemed to awaken from their stupor. Observing Chu Xun's seemingly composed demeanor, an inexplicable fear welled up within him as he swallowed hard. While he appeared normal now, there was no telling when he might suddenly erupt again, just as he had moments ago. The staff averted their gaze from Chu Xun and hesitated as they glanced at the live broadcast backend. At that moment, the director's voice crackled through the earpiece. Continue. The staff instantly regained their composure and, in a sycophantic tone, addressed Chu Xun. Teacher Chu, please proceed. Don't mind these troublemakers. We'll keep an eye on things from the back end. What transformation? Initially, he was merely Chu Xun, and now he has become Teacher Chu. Chu Xun nodded in acknowledgement, unfazed by the shift in tone, and resumed addressing the barrage of questions. He still had 7 inquiries left. Meanwhile, Chu Xun continued the live stream at a leisurely pace, as if nothing had transpired. Online, however, his segment had gone viral, soaring to the top of trending searches with unprecedented speed since the show's inception. Within half an hour, it had claimed the #1 spot. Congratulations to the stars. They have achieved the first trending topic since the show's debut. The official account of the show announced, Chapter 49, The Flawed Trainee in the Talent Show. Securing a trending topic has undoubtedly elevated the show's visibility. The production team was pleased. Yet their initial intent behind the dual live broadcast was solely to provide a financial lifeline to the program's major investors' heir through a one-on-one engagement. The immediate impact on Mr. Huiyun's standing remains uncertain, but it is evident that Chu Xun's popularity is on the rise. The trending topic indicates the immense traffic it will bring to Chu Xun, and notably, the content is exclusively centered around him. Not a trace of Ouyang Huiyun could be found. The production team felt a complex mix of emotions, inexplicably sensing that they were crafting a garment for another. With the show trending, many spectators flocked to the live stream, eager to catch every detail. Consequently, the viewer count for both Chu Xun and Ouyang Huiyun soared. At this juncture, Chu Xun had already answered 10 questions. Though he should not have taken so long, he occasionally engaged with the fans, which extended the duration of his responses. Upon completing the first task, Ouyang Huiyun instinctively reached for the second task card. As he read the task, his gaze inadvertently darted towards Chu Xun. It was not that he wished to be so attentive. Rather, the crowded live stream made him apprehensive that Chu Xun might utter something astonishing again. He decided to take the initiative, hoping to anticipate the program's intentions to stir up their chemistry, which necessitated more interaction than mere solo chats with fans. Thus, the second task was designed for their mutual engagement, titled Shark Crisis, Tooth Challenge. Ouyang Huiyun articulated each word clearly, ensuring all viewers could hear him. As he spoke, the staff presented a toy shark with an array of prominent teeth, bold and daringly displayed before them. This toy operated on a press mechanism, with teeth that would randomly spring forth. The rules of the game dictated that they would take turns pressing the shark's teeth, and the unfortunate individual who got bitten would face a penalty. The penalties were determined by 5 slips of paper, with fans voting on which punishment to impose. After reading the second task card, Ouyang Huiyun's earlier fright dissipated, and his spirit was rejuvenated. He rolled up his sleeves, lifted his chin, and addressed Chu Xun with a confidently haughty demeanor. Chu Xun, my luck is impeccable. Prepare yourself for the punishment. Chu Xun, unfazed, casually assessed the shark toy and replied, Rest assured, if I lose, I won't spare you either. Ouyang Huiyun, taken aback, exclaimed, Are you threatening me? In front of so many people? Chu Xun nodded cheerfully, indeed. Perhaps due to their earlier encounter with negativity, the fans were now highly vigilant. Any unfavorable comments were swiftly drowned out by waves of supportive remarks. Having witnessed the flurry of encouragement, Chu Xun's mood lifted. He smirked, resting his chin on one hand, with a slender finger delicately poised near his lips. His narrow phoenix eyes exuding a lazy yet captivating charm. Observing this, Ouyang Huiyun found himself at a loss for words, his initial retorts fading away. His ears flushed slightly, and he shot a glare at Chu Xun, simmering with mild irritation. Umph. Not being friends yet still looking at him like that. Was it all deliberate? With a determined press, Ouyang Huiyun activated a shark tooth with considerable force, imbuing it with personal emotion. Chu Xun raised an eyebrow, refraining from his usual sharp tongue, and casually pressed down on a tooth. In the first round, luck was on both their sides, and neither was bitten. Perhaps due to the usual stifling interactions with Chu Xun, Ouyang Huiyun's competitive spirit surged this time, prompting them to quicken their pace significantly. Indeed, as he himself claimed, fortune favored him exceedingly well. When it was once again Chu Xun's turn, he lifted his gaze to glance at the others. With an air of nonchalance, he pressed down, and with a sharp snap, his index finger was caught by the shark. Ouyang Huiyun, brimming with delight, placed his hands on his hips and proclaimed with pride, I told you, my luck is exceptional. Chu Xun calmly extracted his finger from the shark's jaws, a cryptic expression crossing his features. So happy? Perhaps Chu Xun's tone was too natural, too gentle, for Ouyang Huiyun, without a second thought, blurted out his thoughts. Of course, you've ignored me all this time. So winning is a delight. Chu Xun Eko Sopti. His deep voice emitted a sound that conveyed an entirely different sensation from Ouyang Huiyun's, sending a shiver of electricity through the air. Ouyang Huiyun was momentarily taken aback, and the live stream erupted with excitement. What endearing sound! What is this? A live demonstration of a sweet couple's banter. How is Huiyun so assertive with Princess Yu, but so delicate here with Chu? As I said, Chu the Conqueror is the ultimate top on the island. Truly a man brimming with boyfriend energy. Just a smile, and that boyfriend vibe radiates. Chu Xun is so alluring. His aura is overwhelmingly potent. I can practically sense his alpha pheromones through the screen. A powerful top remains composed while gaming with his partner. Most of the viewers had originally come to the live stream for gossip, but instead of juicy tidbits, they found themselves served a delightful treat. Both youths, with their charm and demeanor, were a feast for the eyes. Although the unexpected display of affection caught them off guard, it was an offer too delectable to decline. Many onlookers began to join in on the banter in the comment section. With the live stream bustling, the comments flowed rapidly. However, Ouyang Huiyun managed to catch a glimpse of the chatter. His previously uneasy demeanor became even more flustered. Straightening his posture, he feigned pride and declared, You lost. Quickly perform the punishment. I want to see what they voted for. Number 1. As Ouyang Huiyun grew increasingly anxious, his hands grew more fidgety. The piece of paper lay right in front of him, yet he struggled for an eternity before finally retrieving the first slip. He hastily opened it and read aloud. Punishment. Princess Carrie, followed by a squat. Ouyang Huiyun's voice faltered abruptly. His eyes widened in disbelief. Was this punishment intended for Chu Xun? It was evidently meant for him. For a young man, it was far more preferable to carry someone else than to be carried. Ha ha ha, Yunbao is stunned. A Princess Carrie. There are only the two of them here. It goes without saying who Chu Xun will carry. All right, a game won, and still a punishment to perform. Indeed, the highlight of the duel live stream has arrived. Ha ha ha. Was Chu Xun this composed because he had anticipated it all along? Amidst the animated comments, Ouyang Huiyun stared blankly at Chu Xun. The other party leisurely reclined on the sofa, his right hand resting on the armrest, slender fingers lightly tapping his temple. Meeting Ouyang Huiyun's gaze, his eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. Lucky, are we? He curled his lips into a smirk, a teasing laughter escaping him. Perhaps you are familiar with the term child of fate. Today marks the 6th day of my wife's recommendations, with only 2 days left until the debut. Ladies, do lend a hand to encourage updates. Chapter 50. The Flawed Trainee in the Selection Show Child of Fate? Ouyang Huiyun was momentarily perplexed. Then he found himself speechless, his lips twitching in response. He had only encountered this phrase in novels. He glanced at Chu Xun, who was observing him with a composed demeanor, mischief dancing in his beautiful phoenix eyes. This playful demeanor softened the sharpness in Ouyang Huiyun's features. Noticing this, Ouyang Huiyun's initial anger dissipated slightly. He murmured under his breath, "You're just trying to fool me." Perhaps it was merely his illusion, but since the start of the live stream, Chu Xun's attitude towards him had noticeably improved. "Oh my gosh, darling, you are indeed the child of fate, the born protagonist." Laughing my head off. Hui Huang's astonished expression could be captured as a meme. Hui Huang's personality is quite charming. He doesn't appear as arrogant as he did in the previous live stream. "Aha, Hui Huang, why are you being so timid?" He is showing off in front of you. Hui Taizi simply cannot compete with him. I adore this vibe from Brother Chu. So dashing. Indeed, Chu Xun was teasing Ouyang Huiyun. The notion of being a child of fate was merely a jest. This was not about luck, but rather about their joint live stream, a display of their pairing. The production team would certainly create opportunities for interaction between them. It was obvious that all 5 notes pertained to their physical interactions. Having anticipated this, he felt little in the way of surprise. Moreover, he had already discerned from the bullet comments that within their pairing, he was the one taking the initiative. For someone like Ouyang Huiyun, who prided himself on being strong and masculine, playing the subordinate role in their dynamic would undoubtedly be uncomfortable. Therefore, whether he won or lost, regardless of which note he drew, it would be a form of punishment for Ouyang Huiyun. Chu Xun sat on the sofa, his phoenix eyes unabashedly surveying Ouyang Huiyun. Suddenly, he smirked. What a foolish dog. His gaze was unmasked, a subtle smile gracing his lips, imbued with a flirtatious charm that could make one's cheeks flush. Ouyang Huiyun, feeling uneasy, averted his eyes, but retorted defiantly, "What are you staring at? Are you envious that I'm more handsome than you?" With a light chuckle, Chu Xun chose not to engage further. After all, a shadow flickered in his elongated phoenix eyes. In front of the camera, the young man reclined, his eyelids half closed. His gaze seemed to fixate on an inescapable prey as he lazily patted his thigh, languidly commanding, "Come sit over here." His voice was soft yet carried an undeniable authority that brooked no refusal. The silver chain on his wrist glimmered with a cold radiance as he moved. In an instant, the languid gaze that fell upon the crowd seemed to reveal a hidden danger lurking within those light-colored eyes. The comments exploded. "Wow, this is so exhilarating. This is simply the level of a master alpha. Those movements, that gaze, incredible. Darling, brother, you're so dominant. Your tone is so S." The barrage of comments filled the air, while in reality, Ouyang Huiyun felt his ears flush at Chu Xun's tone. He shot an annoyed glance at him, muttering, "What do you mean sitting over there? You were the one holding me. You should come here." Yet, as Ouyang Huiyun's words met the gaze of Chu Xun, they faltered. He opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed back what he intended to say. With a sense of reckless abandon, he approached Chu Xun, sulking as he forcefully sat down. attempting to crush him. "So you wanted to come over? I'll sit on you." Ouyang Huiyun grumbled inwardly, but before he could execute this minor act of revenge, he found himself lifted into the air. Chu Xun effortlessly encircled his waist with one arm and secured his ankle with the other, smoothly lifting him up. His movements were so fluid that not even Ouyang Huiyun, nor the viewers in the live stream, could comprehend what had just occurred. Is it really that easy? Wow, is he carrying a person? It looks like he's lifting a doll. This is a bit too effortless, bro. I remember Ouyang Huiyun's official height is 185 centimeters, right? Chu Xun's strength is impressive. I told you, he's the dominant one on the island. Ignoring the comments, Chu Xun gazed at the dazed Ouyang Huiyun and raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "How many?" His deep voice resonated, causing Ouyang Huiyun, who was close by, to snap back to reality. Meeting Chu Xun's piercing gaze, he instinctively replied, 10. "Okay." Chu Xun nodded, disregarding Ouyang Huiyun's reaction, and began to perform squats in front of the camera. Carrying an adult man while doing 10 squats seemed effortless for him. Before Ouyang Huiyun could fully process the surprise, Chu Xun swiftly completed all 10. After finishing, he considered tossing Ouyang Huiyun aside, but, observing the blank expression on his face, decided instead to place him on a nearby sofa with a gentle thud. A voice filled with fury rose behind him. "Chu Xun, you're dead meat." Chu Xun paid no heed to the agitated, golden-haired individual, turning without hesitation to the staff in front. "Is it time?" The staff nodded in a daze. Satisfied, Chu Xun addressed the fans in the live stream. "Thus, we shall conclude this session on a pleasant note." Ouyang Huiyun's voice served as a background. "Pleasant? My foot." Chu Xun, unfazed, covered his mouth with his hand, his pale fingertips brushing his lips lightly as he tilted his head and lowered his voice with a smile. "Until next time, my little mint candies. Good night." The utterly casual kiss caught everyone off guard. Before the fans could react, the lights in the live broadcast room dimmed, and a system notification appeared, stating that the live stream had ended. After a moment of confusion, the fans erupted in excitement. What has happened? My mint candy. He mentioned my mint candy. I'm so happy I could cry. A special goodnight kiss. All right, I understand. From today on, I shall be mint candy. A casual kiss captivated many onlookers, drawing them into the fervor. What was the fuss about? They saw only a charming young man skillfully enchanting his audience. Initially, it was a joint performance, and while the couple's fans had increased, Chu Xun's following had surged even more. The production team, witnessing this scene backstage, felt a mix of emotions. Meanwhile, after concluding the live stream, Chu Xun released Ouyang Huiyun. As Ouyang prepared to reach out, Chu Xun cast him a fleeting glance, saying, "Enough, I'm exhausted." Stretching lazily, he waved dismissively at the staff and made his way towards his dormitory. With his already insufficient sleep time curtailed by the live stream, it was well past his usual bedtime. The youth departed with a hand casually tucked in his pocket, exuding a nonchalant aura despite his fatigue, resembling a resting beast ready to spring into action. Ouyang Huiyun watched Chu Xun's retreating figure, counting the times he had been outdone. Who caused the ruckus? He muttered in frustration. Clearly, it was Chu Xun who had instigated it. It's unfair. Only the authorities are allowed to create a stir while the common folk must remain silent, he thought. Next time, I will reclaim my dignity. Oblivious to Ouyang Huiyun's ambitions, Chu Xun returned to the contestant dormitory but did not head straight to his room. Instead, he made his way to Class A. A series of knocks echoed as Gu Wenxuan opened the door, surprised to see the black-clad youth leaning against the doorframe. Chu Xun. It was already past midnight, and the corridor lights were dim. Were it not for the unique aura emanating from him, Gu Wenxuan might not have recognized him at all. "I came to find Shangwan Qian." Chu Xun succinctly stated his purpose. Gu Wenxuan's gaze swept over Chu Xun's sharp features before he nodded and called out inside. Shangwan Qian soon emerged, following Chu Xun without question. The two figures disappeared down the corridor, leaving Gu Wenxuan contemplating the darkened hallway. Though he had little interaction with this individual, every encounter allowed him to sense a familiar energy, one that radiated a profound self-trust. Gu Wenxuan's eyes lingered in the darkness for a moment, his intuition whispering that this Chu Xun was akin to himself. Meanwhile, Chu Xun had not ventured far with Shangwan Qian. After finding a secluded corner, he came to a halt. "What's the matter? What happened?" Shangwan Qian inquired. Chu Xun had never sought Shangwan Qian out before. It was always Shangwan Qian who came to their dormitory to encourage him to practice. At this moment, Shangwan Qian felt a tinge of concern, pondering whether something amiss had occurred. Nevertheless, he maintained an air of calmness, fully aware of the presence of hidden cameras that necessitated caution in his every word and deed. "Nothing has happened," Chu Xun reassured him, his gaze meeting Shangwan Qian's, the tranquility in his eyes soothing the latter's unease. "I merely wish to share some good news." "Good news?" Shangwan Qian inquired, his interest piqued. With a nod, Chu Xun casually glanced at the camera hidden among the bushes. A subtle smile graced his lips as he spoke without any pretense. "I am preparing to sign an artist contract. Is that not good news for you?" The mention of an artist contract momentarily startled Shangwan Qian, but he quickly composed himself. "I am delighted, of course. Once we leave the island, we will still be comrades under the same company. How can I not be pleased?" Although he was uncertain why Chu Xun had suddenly brought this up, it was clear that the latter felt compelled to disseminate this information. With no communication devices available on the island, reaching out independently was improbable. Broadcasting the news through a live stream was one method, and there was another. Chu Xun regarded Shangwan Qian, who was playing along with the act, a hint of amusement glimmering in his elongated eyes. The alternative was that the company's chosen talent, already prearranged by the staff of the program, could relay the message. As they exchanged pleasantries, the live chat exploded with a flurry of gossip and excitement. Comments flooded in. "What does this artist contract entail? Didn't Chu Xun not sign anything? Wow, a moonlit date. Qian Xun truly is the island's power couple. How romantic. I just finished shipping Chu Xun and Ouyang Huiyun's playful rivalry, and now I'm shipping him and Shangwan Qian. Chu Xun, you really know how to cultivate a fandom." Qian Xun embodies genuine emotion. Other manufactured pairings should stay out of it. Wait, if Chu Xun is signing an artist contract, does that imply he intends to remain in the industry? When did he ever say he wanted to leave? Naysayers, stop spreading rumors. Our Chu Ge has never mentioned anything about quitting. He had been silent for months, and now that he's on the island, rumors abound that he is preparing to exit the industry altogether, treating this as his final project. No wonder he seems so carefree. It appears he genuinely views life and death with indifference. But that's not quite right. His personality has always been like this, even before he left the group. I've spent the entire day researching him. His arrogance has remained unchanged from the very beginning. However, I must admit, he left the group rather swiftly, with minimal stage presence and content to uncover. I could cry. Did Brother Sun decide to renew his contract after seeing fan support? Sob, our company is unworthy. Brother, let's switch to a better one. Though Chu Xun may be unfriendly to others, he is genuinely kind to his fans. I envy this double standard. Wow, there are still so many people in Chu Xun's live stream at this hour. Is this the power of trending? As the barrage of gossip filled the chat, Chu Xun and Shangwan Qian concluded their conversation, exchanging waves before returning to their respective dormitories. As he departed, Chu Xun subtly curled his lips upon passing a concealed camera nestled among the grass. He was confident that his words would soon circulate among netizens. Meanwhile, Shangwan Qian would swiftly reach out to the company's contacts. The original owner had previously signed a trainee contract due to his young age. Capital has always been driven by profit, a truth particularly evident in the entertainment industry. The original owner was merely an aspiring artist with lofty ambitions. Thus, the company could easily cast him aside. Furthermore, compared to the management contracts signed by his former teammates, the original owner, having not yet reached adulthood, was barred from participating in numerous activities. Without the ability to generate revenue for the company, the scales naturally tipped in favor of others. But what of the present? Chu Xun recalled the enthusiastic comments from fans during their previous live stream, a smile blossoming on his face. Now, he stood as the brightest star, an unparalleled sensation. On one side was a rising star, while on the other lay a struggling group that had received considerable resources yet failed to flourish. He pondered how the company would make its choice, The outcome was already glaringly apparent. Under the moonlight, stars twinkled, casting the youth's shadow into the encroaching dusk. The camera hidden in the grass reflected faint starlight, illuminating his slightly narrowed phoenix eyes, resembling a lingering shadow painted in twilight, imbued with a hint of peril. A bully, perhaps? Chu Xun's fingers caressed the silver chain on his wrist, and his thin lips suddenly curved with a subtle arc. It was high time to confront those who had burdened him with that title for so long. As the advanced debut stirred excitement among fans, they eagerly commented and urged for updates, though some appeared apprehensive. Dear fans, do not overly nurture this story. It risks becoming detrimental, they joked. In the entertainment industry, embarking on a solitary journey without any foundation is decidedly unwise. Chu Xun had been contemplating what type of company he should sign with once he left the island. The original owner's memories regarding management firms were scarce. Currently, stranded on the island without access to information or means to connect with the outside world, he had no way to analyze the merits and drawbacks of other companies. His only point of reference was the company he was presently affiliated with. This company, named Infinity Dimensions, had previously focused on anime, virtual idols, and cross-dimensional content. It was only in recent years that they began signing artists and venturing into the entertainment sphere. Consequently, they placed immense importance on the visual appeal of their artists, as evident from both Shangwan Qian and Chu Xun. During group activities, the company had indeed provided substantial resources. As a figurehead, his makeup artist and stylist were hired at a considerable expense. This explained why, despite enduring prolonged criticism, no one had ever criticized his looks. Once he departed from the group, the company had forsaken him, leaving the original owner without a dedicated styling team to craft tailored looks. Upon arriving on the island, the original owner had consistently expressed his aesthetic through his styling choices, obscuring his most exquisite features. Occasionally, he would experiment with unconventional looks, which, over time, led to the loss of his final remnants of charm, ultimately resulting in his early dismissal. Chu Xun analyzed the original owner's company, although driven by profit in certain decisions. They generously allocated resources when it came to promoting talent. For instance, the original owner's previous group, as well as the current rising star, Shangwan Qian. Furthermore, within the original owner's memories, he did not recall any particularly renowned artists within the company. Thus, if he could sustain his current popularity until his debut, he might contend for the position of the company's leading figure. The company was substantial enough to secure resources for him and maintain his visibility, yet not so vast that he could not easily extricate himself upon establishing his own studio. Chu Xun contemplated as he unconsciously returned to the entrance of his dormitory. Raising his gaze, a flicker of cold light glimmered in his pale eyes. In truth, he could indeed forge his own path if circumstances allowed. However, the original owner lacked evidence to prove his innocence. Such evidence, should the company desire, could be readily obtained. Having signed an artist contract, he was evidently of greater value than others. The company, eager for his advancement, would undoubtedly cleanse any damaging rumors of bullying, much like they had previously abandoned the original owner when he lacked the worth of his former teammates. This time, those unworthy former companions would likewise be forsaken by the profit-driven company. Thus, a slight smile curled at the corners of Chu Xun's lips, revealing a hint of danger. He could not be blamed for utilizing the company as a stepping stone. After all, mutual exploitation was the nature of their relationship, was it not? Chu Xun pushed open the door to his dormitory, and the moonlight flooded into the stillness of the room alongside his silhouette. The strands of hair cascading over his forehead partially concealed his light-colored eyes, which absorbed all surrounding light like a dark pool. As he raised his gaze, it seemed as though a concealed blade had grazed its sheath, revealing a flash of icy brilliance. For a fleeting moment, Yizhan perceived a Chu Xun entirely different from the one she knew. Sun, she instinctively murmured, captivated by this version of him. Chu Xun's fingers, resting against the doorframe, paused momentarily. His gaze shifted, and the chill surrounding him dissipated. He lifted a hand, brushing aside the tousled strand from his forehead. His pale eyes emerged, reflecting fragments of moonlight, dispelling the remnants of his earlier hostility, leaving only the youthful fervor. Chu Xun's gaze lingered on Yi Zhan by the window, and with a raised brow, he inquired, "Are you waiting for me?" His voice, low and resonant, bore a hint of breathiness due to the slumbering roommates. In just those four simple words, the powerful confidence of the Chu Xun she was familiar with returned, rendering her earlier perception a mere illusion. Yi Zhan blinked, her expression naturally shifting as she extended the food container in her hand. "You went straight to live streaming after training, so I thought you hadn't had dinner yet. I brought you something from the cafeteria." Chu Xun's gaze fell upon the container before him, clearly chosen with care, filled with his favorite dishes. "Thank you." He accepted the container from Yi Zhan and walked toward the small balcony, with Yi Zhan following closely behind. Chu Xun's gaze swept over Yi Zhan's contemplative eyes, and suddenly, he turned abruptly. Yi Zhan was caught off guard and stumbled. Fortunately, Chu Xun quickly grasped his wrist, steadying him. Chu Xun?" Yi Zhan's voice was soft, tinged with curiosity. The cool moonlight slithered through the window, illuminating the figure of the boy in black. With his back to the window, his striking phoenix eyes were shrouded in shadow. Yet his facial contours were remarkably distinct under the moon's glow, exhibiting a sharpness akin to a blade. "Aren't you going to sleep?" Chu Xun's voice broke the silence. In the darkness, his gaze upon Yi Zhan bore a hint of inquiry. From this angle, Yi Zhan could not discern his expression, yet Chu Xun could see every nuance of Yi Zhan's face with clarity. Hearing Chu Xun's words, Yi Zhan paused for a moment, then his eyes curved into an exceedingly innocent smile. "I'm not sleeping. I want to keep you company for dinner." His doe-like eyes sparkled under the moonlight, exuding a softness reminiscent of dew. "Does Chu Xun often eat alone? May I accompany you from now on? Eating alone is too lonely." Yi Zhan chattered on, as was his custom. However, Chu Xun loosened his grip on Yi Zhan's wrist, fixing his gaze upon his face. Moments later, he curled his lips into a smile. "No need," he replied, casually tossing the lunchbox onto the table. "I'm not hungry tonight. I don't plan to eat." With that, he brushed past Yi Zhan towards the bathroom. In that fleeting moment, the warmth in his eyes chilled. It seemed he had misjudged. Yi Zhan was not as simple as he had presumed. The metallic handle twisted, and water gushed forth, striking the ceramic sink and creating a fine spray. A drop of water fell onto Chu Xun's eyelashes. He raised his hand, his cool white fingertips brushing his eyelid. If Yi Zhan did not exhibit his usual innocence, then what was the reason behind his kindness all this time? Was Chu Xun approaching Yi Zhan merely to establish his persona, to navigate the upper echelons? And what of Yi Zhan? Chu Xun lifted his gaze, his sharp phoenix eyes scrutinizing his reflection in the mirror. What was Yi Zhan's true intention in drawing near to him? Was it merely a superficial infatuation? Chu Xun turned off the faucet, lowering his gaze. He was unconvinced. It was late, and after a brisk battle shower, Chu Xun emerged. As he dried his damp hair and approached the bedside, a round little head popped out. Yi Zhan's eyes sparkled, his tone affectionate. "Chu Xun, good night." Chu Xun's wrist momentarily faltered. His eyes narrowed slightly as he softly replied, "Good night." After exchanging good nights, Yi Zhan appeared notably delighted, his smile widening. Only after watching Chu Xun settle into bed did his gaze reluctantly wander away. Once Chu Xun sensed the absence of Yi Zhan's gaze. His hand's motion slowed, his eyelids lowering. His thick lashes cast a small shadow beneath his eyelids, yet could not obscure the glacial gleam in his eyes. As he peered downward, his gaze, sharp as a hawk's, bore an air of superiority, as if capable of piercing through the darkness and discerning all truths. What, after all, did Yi Zhan seek from him? On the other side, Yi Zhanxing remained oblivious to Chu Xun's scrutinizing gaze, feeling quite elated at the moment. It had been several days since he last conversed with his son, although his son had not partaken of the dinner he had brought, which was somewhat regrettable. Yi Zhan extended his hand and rolled up his sleeves. Under the faint moonlight, a ring of redness and swelling adorned his fair wrist, bearing distinct fingerprints, evidence of Chu Xun's recent grasp. Yi Zhan pursed his lips, unable to resist the urge to caress the circle of bruises, his luminous eyes reflecting a momentary daze, a son's mark upon him. A gentle smile curved the boy's lips, radiating an innocent joy. The alarming bruises on his pale skin were already unsettling, yet juxtaposed with the boy's affectionate smile, the entire scene became eerily haunting. Chapter 53. The flawed trainee in the audition. Meanwhile, on Shang Wanqian's side, actions unfolded swiftly, with the company dispatching personnel the very next day. Upon confirming Chu Xun's intention to sign a contract, the representatives from the company displayed evident elation, hurriedly finalizing the contractual procedures. The contracts for artists varied in duration: 3, 5, 8, and 10 years. Chu Xun opted for the 8-year term. 8 years would suffice for him to amass capital, and by the end of that period, he would be merely 26, the prime age for a man to venture forth into the world. The signing of Chu Xun's contract proceeded quietly. Simultaneously, the team assigned to him began to mobilize. Cheng Xing, Chu Xun's new manager, was a decisive woman. To mitigate any potential discomfort for Chu Xun, the company refrained from assigning his previous manager, instead appointing a new one. Cheng Xing had been acquired at considerable expense from another entertainment agency and was known within the industry. This election underscored the company's significant investment in Chu Xun. Transforming infinite dimensions proved exceedingly challenging. Substantial resources had been allocated in recent years with little to show for it. Initially, they had pinned their hopes on Shang Wanqian. However, with the emergence of a more promising option, Chu Xun's current popularity was a rare find. If managed adeptly, the potential for him to achieve stardom was immense. Those in the circle understood that while elevating an artist was not overly difficult, propelling someone to meteoric fame was a formidable challenge, reliant on a confluence of timing, opportunity, and synergy. Clearly, Chu Xun now exhibited the momentum for success. Although there were controversies surrounding him, they were not entirely negative. During this period, Chu Xun had been consistently trending on social media. This level of discussion was enviable not only to other companies, but even to the production teams of star-studded programs. If handled properly, Chu Xun could very well become the flagship artist of the company. The contract Chu Xun signed spanned 8 years, a sufficient duration for Infinite Dimensions to leverage this new star to attract fresh talent and successfully reinvent itself. Upon taking charge of Chu Xun, Cheng Xing began to circulate some seemingly credible rumors, reigniting discussions about the previous bullying incident. After inciting debates within the fan community and drawing a considerable audience of onlookers, she unexpectedly leaked information through the voice of an unnamed employee. Within just 2 days, the topic of Chu Xun's misfortunes surged back to the top of social media trends. This time, the trending topic has indeed been influenced by certain companies. With the return of the trending searches, congratulations to Xingzi for once again securing the top spot, welcoming Chu Wang to ascend the throne. Within a week, achieving 2 top trends is truly remarkable, and Xingzi has struck gold. The topic surrounding Chu Ba Wang eclipses others by considerable margin. The bullying controversy has taken a turn, and this time, the evidence is irrefutable. I have attached the timeline of the evidence below. This evidence is far more substantial than the few chat screenshots released by Guangnian Xiaoyan. The bullying controversy has dissipated, and with Chu Ba Wang's current popularity, he is indeed on the verge of ascension. Previously, Chu Ba Wang's rate of gaining followers was already astonishing. I just checked, and he is about to surpass 2 million, and this is only after a few days on the island. I had previously stated, how could one person bully 4? It seems the tables have turned. Fortunately, it is Chu Ba Wang. Had it been someone else, they might have been bullied to death. Infinite Dimensions has been remarkably swift in issuing announcements. Does this indefinite suspension count as a concealment? I took a glance at the Chu Ba Wang super topic, and the fans are utterly heartbroken. This wave of emotional turmoil has lasted for months, and the fans' loyalty is frighteningly strong. Chu Ba Wang was merely beautiful before. Since arriving on the island, he has gained strength, and now, with the addition of a tragic backstory, he has completed his character arc. I can hardly imagine how much his voting value will increase next week. Guangnian Xiaoyan has already had a confrontation with Bo Tang, but their combat power seems somewhat lacking compared to the fans of Hui Huang. Is it beneath them to engage with a non-debuted artist? It is evident that the character of the main individual reflects in their fans. The main character is of poor character and shows disrespect to their seniors, making it difficult for them to debut, and the fans' quality is equally concerning. Have fans infiltrated? It appears the flames of conflict have spread quite widely. Unable to debut? Is Chu Xun truly the first to be unable to debut? Clearly, the fans who only support him lack intelligence. The original poster is at work, and the fans have begun their tirade. The original poster, deleting. Chu Ba-wong truly garners attention wherever he goes, naturally attracting topics of discussion. No wonder he has appeared on trending searches so many times. This chain of evidence is utterly conclusive, and Guangyan Xiaoyan has been sacrificed. The only contentious scandal surrounding Chu Ba-wong has vanished, and his rate of gaining followers speaks volumes. Let us welcome Xingzi as Chu Wong ascends the throne. Goodness, has Chu Ba-wong just transformed into Chu Wong? I still prefer to call him Chu Ba-wong. I'm not a hater. I hold quite a favorable opinion of him. It is simply a matter of habit. Please don't scold me. The voting value has indeed been disrupted. With his charisma, he single-handedly sustains the trending searches. Enough said. Let us welcome Chu Wong to the throne. Welcome, Chu Wong to the throne. Welcome, Chu Wong to the throne. Have you all seen the dual live stream, sisters? The essence of the proud husky and the lazy cheetah is undeniably potent. The sole princess of the island embraces the moment. I shall forsake Qianxuan and arrive at this more esteemed home. First floor, Prince Hui, indifferent to all, finds delight in Chu Xun, who consistently draws near. Such a double standard is delightful. Moreover, isn't Xuanhui's data overwhelmingly superior to Qianxuan's? This is precisely the demeanor that the United States ought to embody. Second floor, the sweetness of the dual live broadcast is simply off the charts. The proud little dog only obeys its master. Third floor, the final moments of the broadcast were filled with interaction. What a joyful rivalry. 101st floor, although it was a live broadcast featuring two individuals, only Chu Ba-wong has garnered the trending spotlight. Ponder that, scrutinize it. 102nd floor, Chu Ba-wong has become a coveted entity, with everyone desiring a taste. The production team evidently intended to create a binding duo, yet Chu Ba-wong unexpectedly sparked a trend, drawing all the fans to himself. 103rd floor, upon closer inspection, Chu Ba-wong has quite a few CPs. Allow me to list the island's all-grain prince. 104th floor, the island's dominant force is not mere talk. 105th floor, riding the wave? Not a chance. Chu Ba-wong's persona in each CP is remarkably compelling. The majority of fans have gravitated towards him. 789th floor, the United States? That remains uncertain. Chu Xun evidently shares a stronger bond with Shangguan Qian and Yi Zhen. Let us set aside Yi Zhen for now, as there has been little interaction recently. However, Shangguan Qian is different. After the dual live broadcast, Chu Xun sought him out individually. Has Chu Ba-wong ever proactively reached out to anyone before? No. Thus, I still favor Qianxuan in this regard. 790th floor. The production team is clearly promoting Xuanhui. If not the United States, then who? And isn't the playful rivalry delightful? The master-dog dynamic is simply thrilling. 791st floor. Chu Xun's character and aura inherently exude a boyfriend vibe, and regardless of his partner, there is a slightly dominant undertone. Not exclusive to Xuanhui, mind you. Isn't the gentle and humble gentleman Qianxuan captivating even when pushed to the edge? 1012th floor. After reading so many comments, I realized that Chu Xun exhibits some eccentricities. 1013th floor. Ha ha ha. I too find amusement in it. Within the CP, Chu Xun's characterization is rather unconventional. 1014th floor. While healthy relationships are indeed important, the thrill of unconventional romance is undeniably captivating. 2015th floor. Nevertheless, I still stand with Qianxuan. It's simply that the prince has emerged. Chu Xun and Shangguan Qian are on the same team. 2016th floor. Amidst the external clamor, the fortunate fans who secured tickets are entering quietly. Duan Xiaoshuang clutched her equipment tightly, her cheeks flushed. She gazed towards the stage, yet to be illuminated, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Chu Xun, your peppermint candy has come to see you. The final day for recommendations is upon us, dear fans. I implore you for your 5-star reviews. Let us present flowers to our beloved. Good night, my dear. Chapter 54. The Flawed Trainee in the Audition. The trainees are already adorned and eagerly awaiting their moment. As this is their inaugural performance, a palpable tension envelopes the atmosphere. Even though the screens before them remain dark, they seem to envision the brilliant lights that will illuminate the stage during the actual performance. I can barely contain my nerves, even as someone passes by. Perhaps we should rehearse again in the back? I fear I might forget my moves once on stage. How does my makeup look? I was so anxious while the makeup artist worked on me that I hardly had a chance to observe. Oh no, I think I haven't warmed up my voice. The cacophony of 100 trainees chattering away is overwhelming. Yet in this moment, all the staff empathize with their emotions. To prevent any leaks about the stage, the live broadcast was halted during the trainees' rehearsal yesterday. Consequently, the outside world has been devoid of any news regarding the contestants for the past 2 days. Seated quietly in the front row is Chu Xun, flanked by Shangwan Qian and Ouyang Huiyan. Perhaps influenced by him, their entire team exudes an unusual calm, standing in stark contrast to the clamor of the room. After more than an hour, the recording camera finally powers on. Unable to contain himself, Ouyang Huiyan inquires, "Aren't you all nervous?" While contestants from other teams chatter incessantly about their anxiety, his team appears remarkably composed, maintaining a stoic demeanor that exudes an air of authority. Ouyang Huiyan is astonished. Is their team truly this unflappable? After a few seconds of silence following his question, Bei Xiaofei finally responds, "Nervous? Yes. So much so that my mind feels a bit muddled." Zhai Ming adds, "I'm just focusing on the choreography, worried I might forget it later." Yuran interjects, "I'm all right. Not nervous." Well, if only Yuran's voice didn't tremble while saying that, it would have been far more convincing. Having listened to his teammates, Ouyang Huiyan realizes they are merely putting on a facade of calm. Spending too much time with Chu Xun has evidently taught them all to feign composure. Ouyang Huiyan muses, casting a glance at the seemingly asleep Chu Xun beside him, who, with headphones on, is reclining against a pillow in a relaxed manner, while the others may be pretending. He senses that Chu Xun's tranquility is genuine. Unable to resist, Ouyang Huiyan pokes him gently in the arm. "What?" Chu Xun responds, his tone unruffled, not even opening his eyes. Ouyang Huiyan, curious, asks, "How can you be so unfazed?" Chu Xun taps his fingers on his headphones and replies, "Because you've exhausted all your nervousness for me." Ouyang Huiyan is perplexed by this response. However, Shangwan Qian comprehends the implication. Chu Xun finds Ouyang Huiyan's chatter bothersome. With a chuckle, Shangwan Qian translates for the bewildered Ouyang Huiyan. "Xiao Hui." What Xiao Xun means is that he wishes to rest for a while. So let us not disturb him. After that duo livestream, Chu Xun's demeanor towards Ouyang Huiyan has softened. Ouyang Huiyan, a master of pushing boundaries, has taken the opportunity to annoy Chu Xun even more frequently. He occasionally pokes and prods, provoking Chu Xun to the point where he sometimes wishes to grab him by the collar and toss him out. As the captain, Shangwan Qian often intervened to prevent a confrontation between the two, especially when Chu Xun's patience was wearing thin. This was one such moment. Chu Xun had been roused early in the morning from makeup preparations, and his lack of sleep rendered him rather irritable. If Ouyang Huiyan were to provoke him at this juncture, there would be no holding him back. Once Shangwan Qian diverted Ouyang Huiyan's attention away from Chu Xun. The latter's tightly shut eyelids lifted slightly. Seated in the front row, he had a clear view of the display screen, which remained dark, though technicians had begun their adjustments. Checking the time, he noted that the audience should now be seated, as it was 6 o'clock in the evening. The attendees had settled into their seats. And amidst the darkness of the venue, a few scattered support items began to glow. Duan Xiaoshuang, positioned towards the front, had already set up her equipment, eagerly awaiting the moment when Chu Xun would emerge to capture some stunning high-definition photos. She had also prepared a banner, which she had yet to unveil, saving it for when Chu Xun made his entrance. The venue was shrouded in darkness, rendering the stage scene nearly invisible to most. However, through a lens, She observed the staff descending from the stage, signaling the commencement of the event. Duan Xiaoshuang's heart raced with anticipation. Was it about to begin? Suddenly, an explosive sound reverberated through the air. Massive pillars of crimson golden fire erupted from the edges of the stage, bursting into a cascade of fiery meteors. The searing wave of heat, accompanied by sparks, enveloped the audience, instantly transforming them into a sea of crimson. Mentor Han Xingchen, alongside 4 other judges, made their entrance, illuminated by the flames that cast their figures in sharp relief. Welcome everyone to the dazzling concert of the stars, Han Xingchen proclaimed into the microphone. It has begun. Oh my, the stage design is breathtaking. I thought to myself upon entering. Xingchen has truly spared no expense. It's Han Xingchen. His outfit today looks magnificent. As the audience buzzed with excitement, the contestants in the viewing room were equally stirred by the vibrant opening. Fortunately for them, they were more mindful of their appearances, aware that the cameras were rolling. Teacher Han looks so handsome. I could see my light board. Oh no, I'm getting nervous again. Chu Xun, sitting upright in the front row, adjusted his posture. Although his demeanor still appeared somewhat relaxed, his gaze towards the display screen reflected a newfound seriousness. As a popular contestant, his performance would likely be scheduled towards the end, typically among the last 2. Thus, he could attentively observe the performances of the other teams. Mentor Han Xingchen maintained a brisk pace, swiftly reciting advertisement from sponsors before delving into the main event. The first competitive stage was the rap segment, known for its explosive energy, making it an ideal opener. Unfortunately, Chu Xun glanced sideways at Ouyang Huiyun, who excelled in rap. Having witnessed Ouyang Huiyun's skills during the C competition, he knew that both the tone and stage presence far surpassed those of the other 2 teams. Although the atmosphere is already electrifying, he believes that if Ouyang Huiyun were to perform, the opening would be even more exhilarating. What are you staring at? Ouyang Huiyun, sensing Chu Xun's gaze, felt somewhat bewildered. Chu Xun tapped his fingers on the armrest and inquired, "Why didn't you choose this? Isn't rap what you excel at?" At this, Ouyang Huiyun paused for a moment, his gaze falling upon Chu Xun's pensive eyes. Suddenly, feeling a bit awkward, he turned slightly aside and replied, "There's no reason. I simply don't want to." Chu Xun, with a flick of his tongue against his sharp canine, chuckled in exasperation. The young master's temper was flaring again. How tiresome. Chu Xun understood Ouyang Huiyun's awkwardness. He was seeking a bit of coaxing. However, he simply did not wish to indulge him. Crossing his arms, he curled his lips into a disdainful smirk and coldly stated, "Fine." He then shifted his gaze away to the large screen. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Huiyun was momentarily taken aback. After a while, unable to resist, he stole glances at him. Noticing that Chu Xun's attention remained fixated on the screen, he couldn't help but speak up. "Why aren't you asking anymore?" Chu Xun remained silent. Ouyang Huiyun turned back, tugging at his arm. "Don't you want to know?" "Not really," came the clean and decisive rejection. Ouyang Huiyun pouted. "Is it so hard to ask for a little kindness? I just want you to be a bit nicer and coax me." He felt indignant. After all, everyone around him used to pamper him. However, recalling Chu Xun's slightly improved attitude over the past few days, he decided to give him another chance. He tugged at Chu Xun's arm again, raising his chin defiantly. "Ask me once more and I'll tell you." Chu Xun retorted, "Is this never-ending?" He withdrew his arm, pressing a finger against Ouyang Huiyun's forehead to push him away. "Young master, if you keep bothering me, I won't hold back." Perhaps due to Chu Xun's unusually amiable demeanor lately, or perhaps because they were surrounded by too many people, the lowered tone of his somewhat threatening words sounded to Ouyang Huiyun like playful banter from a close friend, causing his ears to flush. He hesitated then, under Chu Xun's impatient gaze, leaned in closer and whispered, "Because they're all too inexperienced. I would want to team up with someone who is both unskilled and fickle." Chu Xun raised an eyebrow at Ouyang Huiyun's secretive demeanor, suppressing a smirk. Did this young master forget that he was equipped with a microphone? Such intellect, TSK, as Ouyang Huiyun insisted on chatting with him. For performances had already taken place on stage. The preceding groups had not garnered much popularity, resulting in a lackluster response from the audience. The fifth performance featured the group of Mu Lianyue. They performed a piece of traditional music. The dance was visually pleasing, but their singing left much to be desired. Some even faltered in their notes. Watching Mu Lianyue, who was in tears during the voting segment on the big screen, Chu Xun's gaze shifted. Was this a form of fan torment? Here we go again. Ouyang Huiyun's disdainful voice chimed in beside him. Truly, every time he witnessed Mu Lianyue in such a state, it made his teeth ache. He seemed like a heartless scoundrel, yet they were merely ordinary colleagues. Ouyang Huiyun muttered under his breath, diverting his gaze. He could hardly bear to see Mu Lianyue in such a state. Just the sight of him made Ouyang feel utterly uncomfortable. Chu Xun cast a glance at him before returning his attention to the large screen, where Mu Lianyue was tearfully lamenting the immense pressure he felt, unsure of how to interact with friends. The stark contrast in their attitudes narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. During the previous Dual Live broadcast, he had gleaned considerable information from the comments, including the shipping of Ouyang Huiyun and Mu Lianyue as a couple, known as Huiyue. Rumor had it that this pairing had gained significant popularity on the island. A shadow flitted through Chu Xun's gaze. Thus, it was not merely heartbreak for the fans. There were also devoted shippers involved. As he pondered this, Mu Lianyue finally finished crying and passed the microphone to the next person. At the moment the camera shifted away, Chu Xun distinctly heard Ouyang Huiyun exhale in relief beside him. His slender fingers tapped rhythmically on the armrest, and he suddenly lowered his gaze, a smile playing on his lips. If that were the case, he understood why this young master had yet to debut in the original narrative. It seemed the fans had been drawn away by those around him. While Chu Xun analyzed the contestants' performances on stage in the audience, Duan Xiaoshuang was boredly counting how many stages had passed. To be honest, as a seasoned fan, the previous performances had failed to capture her interest. A perfectly good concert had nearly lulled her to sleep. Next, let's welcome Out of Control. Upon hearing those words, Duan Xiaofei was instantly alert. Wasn't the song performed by her brother Out of Control? Duan Xiaoshuang quickly adjusted her camera to focus on the center of the stage. As the host's voice faded, the lights dimmed dramatically, plunging the audience into a darkness akin to the depths of the ocean. Suddenly, a sound like shattering glass pierced the silence. Crack! A beam of aquamarine light descended from above, revealing a misty blue figure on stage. The individual was tall, and even from a distance, one could discern their superb physique. At the moment the glass-like sound echoed, the camera zoomed in. The figure raised a hand to shield one eye, while the other eye, slightly lifted, unveiled a striking gaze that pierced through the camera. In that instant, it felt as if the audience beheld the eyes of Poseidon himself. Those misty blue eyes, like arrows infused with moisture, shot straight into the hearts of every viewer present. Ah, Chu Xun. Goodness, those blue contact lenses. Help that makeup. Just a close-up shot sparked a wave of shrieks, forming a stark contrast to the preceding quiet performances. The contestants in the viewing room felt a pang of jealousy, as if they had tasted a sour lemon. Truly, it was a case of comparison kills. Chu Xun and his team's stage concept was the dangerous throb of the pure white youth, essentially narrating the journey of a boy who had never experienced love. From his initial stirrings to a state of loss of control, Chu Xun's appearance was undoubtedly striking, particularly his eyebrows and eyes, which radiated the fervor of youth. Upon donning the colored contact lenses, the aggression in his gaze did not diminish. Instead, it accentuated the youthful emptiness regarding emotions. The misty blue lenses' elongated phoenix-like eyes, combined with Chu Xun's inherent commanding demeanor, radiated a clear message the moment he opened his eyes. This is a youth, a deity untouched by the afflictions of love. Oh my goodness, such an incredible gaze. It was indeed right to showcase Sun Ji's visage at the outset, a divine presence on the big screen. How can one be so captivating? Due to the limited capacity on the island, many fans were encountering Chu Xun for the first time. They had previously felt his charm through the screen, but the reality was utterly breathtaking, particularly for those equipped with devices. Under the high-definition lens, Chu Xun exuded an overwhelming aura of boyfriend pheromones, seemingly capable of intoxicating them. Duan Xiaoshuang gazed excitedly at the youth in the lens. As a seasoned fan, her equipment was of the highest quality. Through her lens, the contours from Chu Xun's neck to collarbone were vividly captured. His thin shirt accentuating the comic-like lines of his shoulders, subtly outlining the definition of his abs beneath the hem. What a splendid display of broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs. Duan Xiaoshuang's cheeks flushed as she simultaneously drooled and screamed within. "Oh my goodness, darling, your styling is beyond extraordinary." Chapter 56. The disgraced trainee in the talent show Tick-Tock, Tick-Tock. The distinct sound of water droplets accompanied by a noble and elegant piano ensemble filled the air. The youth on stage moved in rhythm with the sound of the background droplets, his blue and white shirt billowing in the mist, embodying the exuberance of youthful spirit. The lights danced along with his movements from fingertips to shoulders, the smooth wave captivating to behold. In harmony with the lighting, it resembled the dazzling waves of the sea. This segment of dance lasted about 10 seconds, yet within that brief duration, the audience felt as though they were witnessing the tide's breath and heartbeat alongside the youth. The mysterious chill and the boy's spiritedness were perfectly intertwined, each movement exuding an irresistible allure. Chu Xun was flamboyant and audacious. The audience, accustomed to his carefree demeanor, was witnessing a side of him that radiated a chilling elegance for the first time. This unexpected revelation brought both surprise and delight to all. Chu Xun's coolness was akin to that of a divine being, as if he were an awakened, youthful deity, gazing down upon the world through the lens. He embodied the frigid depths of the ocean and the pristine essence of a boy awakening. His movements were subtle, yet each sound of dripping water resonated perfectly. His effortless grace carried an air of noble coolness, striking directly at the hearts of the onlookers. Oh my goodness, Chu Xun possesses this side of him as well. Darling, what other surprises do you hold that I am unaware of? Ah, this moment is exhilarating. It feels as though he has made remarkable progress. This movement is so much cleaner than during the previous theme song. In approximately 10 seconds of prelude, Chu Xun successfully enveloped the audience in his world. Suddenly, the rhythm in the background shifted. Chu Xun paused, lifting his gaze to meet the lens. The glimmer in his eyes suggested a sudden realization, followed by an unexpected smile. His Adam's apple bobbed, and his thin lips curled slightly upwards. There was a hint of shyness, a touch of indulgence, a trace of helplessness. Yet, above all, there was a sense of pride, as if he reveled in the infatuation of his beloved. He took 2 graceful strides forward, the camera remaining fixed in its position, thus presenting to the audience a scene where the youth gazed at himself with a smile. The sharpness in his gaze transformed into tenderness and resignation. He advanced step by step, as if lost in thought before suddenly tilting his head. Lifting a hand, his fingertips glided over the collar of his shirt, finally resting on a button. At this sight, the crowd instinctively held their breath, watching in awe as he deftly unfastened 2 buttons, exposing his collarbone and shoulder line to the lens. A sharp intake of breath echoed. Whoever it was, they were spellbound. At this moment, the camera shifted to a close-up. His half-closed phoenix eyes, slightly raised chin, the loosely draped misty blue shirt, the reassuring broad shoulders, and the alluring collarbone on display. The youth smiled, his long fingers brushing against his Adam's apple, the play of light rendering the onlookers weak at the knees. "Oh my, he is teasing me." Laughter erupted. "Stop laughing. Chu Xun, I can't take it." Who taught him to unbutton with one hand? They did splendidly. "Take it off. Darling, take it off." Just as the audience was overwhelmed by Chu Xun's charm, a sudden bright light illuminated the stage. The camera pulled back to reveal a panoramic view of the stage. The 7 members formed a hexagon, with Chu Xun and Ouyang Huiyun positioned at the forefront, the 4 in the middle, and the remaining 4 at the back. Beneath their feet, blue and white spotlights illuminated, converging into a mysterious hexagram. The young men donned shirts of harmonious hues, cinched at their waists with ribbons or silver chains. The camera circled around them, showcasing a splendid display of long legs. Such stage aesthetics. The production team must have invested a fortune. This group, featuring Chu Xun, is a visual delight with those long legs. Finally, a refreshing spectacle. The previous stages had nearly lulled me to sleep. Although this performance incorporated dance elements, it ultimately leaned towards singing. Aside from a few parts assigned to the dance members, the movements were minimal. The first segment featured Chu Xun singing, situated in the middle of the formation. As the camera panned to find him, the ribbons of his teammates fluttered, their blue and white shirts reminiscent of crashing waves. This scene echoed the tumult of the ocean as it approached him. Chu Xun lifted his gaze to the camera, the microphone brought to his lips. The third button of the white shirt conceals the gap of a heartbeat. The shadow cast by your lowered lashes feels like the prison that condemns me. His voice, warm and distinctive, calmed the tempest to the waves. It seemed as if the audience could sense the youthful spirit of a seaside boy in his song. Humble and gentle, this is Chu Xun. He is truly unique. The unparalleled son of the world, adored by all. The lead vocalist has arrived, the deity of introductions. Sing out, dear Chien. The prowess of Chu Xun is indisputable, and as the centerpiece of this stage, he has secured numerous significant parts. Following closely behind Chu Xun was indeed a bold move. Had he faltered, his role could have easily faded into obscurity. Fortunately, not only did he rise to the occasion, but he did so with remarkable finesse. While he may lack the icy intensity of Chu Xun, he possesses a unique warmth that is as encompassing as the deep sea. The song's technical demands are somewhat challenging. However, under the adept control of the three vocalists, the rhythm of the first half of the performance was executed flawlessly. Suddenly, a resounding bang echoed, reminiscent of something bursting forth from the water. The stage lights shifted dramatically as Ouyang Huiyun strode confidently to the forefront. The rapper emerged, igniting the atmosphere. The tempo accelerated instantaneously, with the background beats intensifying. Ouyang Huiyun, sporting a mane of golden hair, resembled the sun rising above the horizon. This uprising has long spiraled out of control. Your pupils are the fuse. The third button of his white shirt burst free, akin to a rebellious bullet. The rap lyrics, penned by Ouyang Huiyun himself, reflect his straightforwardness, stemming from his lack of romantic experience. Yet, this candidness adds an element of youthful naivety to the song. The youthful excitement is characterized by confusion and helplessness, yet it is imbued with a brave, unvarnished honesty. Hu Huang is explosive. Wow, my ears are treated. What were the previous two stages doing? This is true rap. The winds of change are upon us, yet the clouds remain unbroken. Yunyan is handsome, handsome, handsome. Ouyang Huiyun was previously a popular contestant, though he lost some fans due to issues with the royal family. However, his playful interactions with Chu Xun quickly turned the tide of public perception. Thus, he still garnered a substantial audience at the venue. Logically, this song's rap segment would be difficult to elevate, yet Ouyang Huiyun managed to excel. Not only did he succeed, but he also maintained the song's original tone. Such talent requires no so-called backing. He possesses a significant chance of debuting. Following Ouyang Huiyun's rap, a synchronized dance segment ensued. The choreography was not overly complex, primarily showcasing the youthful exuberance of adolescence, a refreshing allure unique to the young. The dance break featured a high-difficulty solo by the dance instructor Yuran, making this stage configuration truly remarkable. Regardless of vocal, dance, or rap, there are formidable talents present, and the performance possesses depth. Without altering the song's essence, each individual showcased their distinctive charm. The audience was utterly enthralled, and within mere minutes, it seemed they had nearly lost their voices from cheering. I declare, this stage has triumphed in my eyes. When I watched the live broadcast earlier, I had not realized the strength of this lineup. No wonder they appeared so late. The production team was luring me in. It is entirely different from what I saw in the practice room. Everyone is fantastic. Amidst the audience's fervent cheers, the performance on stage approached its conclusion. The 6 individuals formed a circle, with Chu Xun standing at the center, his eyes lowered, breath echoing through the reverberation, reaching the ears of the audience. In the backlight, the shirt clings to his silhouette, resembling the dissipating foam of mermaids upon the sea. The youth's emotions are pure, candid, and courageous. In moments of fervor, their hearts race uncontrollably, mirroring their bewildered pulses. Chu Xun's fingertips lightly tap against his chest, resonating in harmony with the rhythmic crashing of waves in the background. He raises his hand, and shattered ice-blue petals scatter from his grasp. Gradually, he kneels, one knee touching the ground. The light spills in from his side, and as he lifts his gaze, his misty blue eyes glimmer with unspoken desire beneath the interplay of light and shadow. The collision of youthful innocence and intense passion ignites a tempest of uncontrolled hormones. In that fleeting moment, it unsettles the hearts of all present. As the lights dim, the youthful, husky timbre of his voice lingers in the air. The thrill of youth is me losing control for you. Low and gravelly, it carries a breathy sigh, reminiscent of a soothing whisper after the storm, laden with a bittersweet tension. The audience. Wives can freely call their husband Hassan. The first world is an idol, all hearts directed solely at him. Hee, it's all about calling him husband Wang. Let us shout it out. Chapter 57. The Flawed Trainee in the Talent Show. What a voice. It feels like ES reach a new peak. Help. This voice. This breath paired with Brother Sun's visage. It's too much. I can't bear it. This man is extraordinary. Chu Xun may have had few shots, but whenever he appears, he captivates the competition. The stage of Chu the Overlord has achieved divine status. Oh my. Whenever he steps out, my mind is consumed by nothing else. I don't know why. Usually I can boldly call him husband, but this time there's a peculiar sense of careful transgression. What's going on? Brother Chu's icy demeanor is astounding. This breathiness evokes a sense of sinful desecration, tainting the divine. Oh, how thrilling. Vote for Brother Chu. Everyone, vote for Group A. As the stage lights dim, the supporting items in the hands of fans illuminate the venue. Particularly for Chu Xun, the sea of green engulfs a quarter of the arena. Just by witnessing this green expanse, one can grasp the staggering level of his popularity. The fans, many seeing him for the first time and captivated by his performance, fervently wave their light sticks, hoping to catch his attention. Aside from the frenzied fans in the audience, the contestants in the viewing hall are equally exhilarated. Except for Gu Wenxuan and his team, all other groups have completed their performances and the voting results have been announced. With the tension of competition lifted, they can earnestly appreciate the stage. Chu Xun's recent performance was undoubtedly exceptional. How crucial is an out-of-the-box stage for a talent show? The more extraordinary the stage, the more popular the show becomes, leading to a greater audience. Consequently, they have the opportunity to garner more fans. Although it's somewhat regrettable that this stage wasn't tea of their own making, they remain overall thrilled. Brother Qian is steady. When Brother Sun came out, I was astounded. He was so handsome. Ha! I wish I were up there too. Yi Zhen, seated in the front row, gazes intently at the now dimmed screen. Under the spotlight, I seem to comprehend your thoughts. Xiao Xian, Yi Zhen murmured softly. The person standing beneath the luminous rays, favored by the light, embodies dreams, pursuits, and faith. What? Yi Zhen's voice was too faint for Gu Wenxuan to grasp. Just moments ago, he had been analyzing the vote counts for Chu Xian and his team. To be candid, he felt the weight of pressure. The team led by Shangwan Xian was undeniably formidable, particularly that Chu Xian. Although he had sung only a few lines and appeared fleetingly on camera, each time he emerged, his commanding presence radiated an aura that heightened Gu Wenxuan's vigilance like never before. This was indeed a potent rival. Gu Wenxuan reaffirmed his previous assessment. Chu Xian was more powerful than anyone he had ever encountered, an embodiment of strength from within. Furrowing his brows, Gu Wenxuan felt a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Engaging with a formidable opponent promised to be far more intriguing, did it not? Enthralled by the discovery of an adversary unlike any he had faced, Gu Wenxuan failed to catch Yi Zhen's earlier murmurs. He tilted his head apologetically. I didn't quite catch that, Xiao Zhen. What did you say? As he spoke, Chu Xian's team returned from outside. Yi Zhen's gaze swiftly traversed the crowd to rest upon the languid figure of Chu Xian, clad in stage attire. His features were obscured from afar, yet up close, the intricate patterns of his clothing and the silver chains adorning his wrist and waist became vividly apparent. The exquisite silver chains shimmered with a cold glow under the lights, rendering Chu Xun's ethereal appearance even more unattainable. He truly resembled a youthful deity, radiating a faint silver luminescence. Yi Zhan's eyes sparkled with fervent admiration, an obsession flickering beneath the surface, so much so that Gu Wenxuan, who had been listening attentively, scarcely noticed. "Xiao Xian, I think I've come to understand your dream a bit better," Yi Zhan remarked. "Huh?" Yi Zhan continued to gaze at Chu Xun, at the one surrounded by many, a longing to draw near, to strive in pursuit, to have his attention fully upon oneself. Yi Zhan's tone gradually adopted a tone of fervor, but suddenly he blinked, and in an instant, the emotion in his eyes dissipated, returning to his usual demeanor. He turned his head away from Chu Xun, smiling at Gu Wenxuan. "Xiao Xian, it seems I have a dream of my own now." Gu Wenxuan was taken aback, but did not dwell on Yi Zhan's declaration. Having grown up alongside him, he understood him well. Yi Zhan often had fleeting interests, passionately enamored with something one moment, only to lose interest soon after. Reflecting on Yi Zhan's earlier gaze, fixed on the grand screen, depicting Chu Xun's performance, Gu Wenxuan chuckled wryly. "Congratulations. Xiao Zhan probably just found the stage visually appealing and developed a bit of curiosity." At this, Yi Zhan beamed brightly. "Yes, I will work hard, just like you, Xiao Xian, striving to draw closer to my dream. Good night, my dear." Chapter 58. The flawed trainee in the talent show. Yi Zhan's gaze was quick to retract. Although he had formed bonds with many upon arriving on the island, his interactions were predominantly with Chu Xun. Thus, he was well aware of Chu Xun's sensitivity to the gazes of others. However, what he remained oblivious to was that, the moment he averted his eyes, Chu Xun lifted his gaze and glanced in their direction. Observing Yi Zhan's demeanor, which was no different from usual, Chu Xun's eyes deepened with contemplation. The stage performance of Shangguan Qian's team was undoubtedly exceptional, boasting several popular contestants. Everyone sought to cultivate good relations with them, and upon returning to the viewing hall, they were playfully surrounded by the contestants. Both Shangguan Qian and Bei Xiaofei had amiable temperaments, allowing them to engage in light-hearted conversation with these contestants. After successfully navigating through the pleasantries, Shangguan Qian's team made their way back to their seats. At that moment, Gu Wenxuan and his team also stood up, preparing to head backstage for their performance. In that fleeting moment of passing, their gazes met, and an unspoken tension ignited. "Good luck," Shangguan Qian said to Gu Wenxuan, a smile tugging at his lips. Gu Wenxuan's gaze was unwavering. "I will." After uttering these words, his peripheral vision caught sight of the languid Chu Xun nearby, and the fervor in his eyes intensified. Once seated, Chu Xun casually crossed his legs, directing his gaze towards the large screen ahead. He had noticed Gu Wenxuan's glance, yet it held no significance for him. His sole concern was his own performance on stage. To be honest, the outcome of the contest mattered little to him. The 10,000 votes could bring honor and victory or evoke sympathy from fans in defeat. Regardless, the result would not be detrimental. However, a lackluster performance on stage would hinder his ability to attract followers. In a show of this nature, failing to garner attention equated to regression. Therefore, from the outset, his intention was to unleash his charisma, to captivate the audience and showcase his versatility. Chu Xun's fingertips tapped lightly against the armrest, a subtle smile gracing his lips. His eyes were fixed on the large screen, where 7 performers executed synchronized choreography. Although they were performing identical movements, the collective gaze seemed to be singularly fixated on Gu Wenxuan, who overshadowed the others. "Wow, truly the King Gu. Incredible. This choreography is phenomenal. Gu Wenxuan is amazing. He has completely captured my attention." The trainees were thoroughly enchanted by Gu Wenxuan's prowess. In the face of such undeniable talent, all they could offer was admiration and praise. Yet, Chu Xun observed the fully unleashed Gu Wenxuan with a playful glint in his eye, intrigued. Sometimes, being excessively formidable may not be advantageous for the team. The performance, lasting less than 4 minutes, concluded swiftly, with Gu Wenxuan striking a pose on stage. He did not exhale until the lights dimmed completely. Listening to the cheers from the audience, he confidently smiled. He held great faith in his abilities, as the recent performance had been honed through countless rehearsals. Given the absence of errors, he did not entertain thoughts of defeat. Gu Wenxuan returned to the viewing hall with his team, receiving compliments from other contestants. Similar to Shangguan Qian's experience. After a brief exchange with the contestants, he returned to his seat, glancing sideways at the composed Shangguan Qian beside him. Shangguan Qian raised his hand in a fist and lightly tapped it against Gu Wenxuan's, laughing as he remarked, "Still as formidable as ever. Did you choreograph the dance?" If their team leaned more toward singing, then Gu Wenxuan's team was decidedly more focused on dance. It wasn't that Gu Wenxuan's dancing lacked skill, rather in a live setting, dance held a distinct advantage over singing. "Indeed, I choreographed it," Gu Wenxuan affirmed with a nod. As the captain and the center of the group, he naturally had the authority to dictate the performance style. Shangguan Qian smirked. "No wonder. It bears your unique flair." The entire performance resonates with Gu Wenxuan's signature style. Gu Wenxuan's prowess was so extraordinary that no one in his team could match his level. The dance he created could only be interpreted by him. Others could merely avoid errors. Thus, when compared to the dazzling Gu Wenxuan, the other members seemed more like mere background figures, rather than a team performance. It resembled a personal showcase for Gu Wenxuan. Observing the confidence in Gu Wenxuan's eyes, Shangguan Qian shook his head inwardly. His friend was simply too arrogant. Meanwhile, during their conversation, Yi Zhan silently shifted to sit beside Chu Xun. Chu Xun, leaning back with his hands supporting him, lazily glanced at him as he approached, but said nothing. Catching his gaze, Yi Zhan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Ah, Sun, are you hungry? I brought snacks." Chu Xun scrutinized him from head to toe, finding it hard to imagine how he had smuggled the snacks in. Yi Zhan discreetly pressed the treats into Chu Xun's hand, their fingertips inadvertently brushing against his warm palm, a smile evident in his gaze. He subtly shifted closer to Chu Xun, a refreshing minty fragrance enveloping him, ensnaring him entirely. Yi Zhan's small actions did not go unnoticed by Chu Xun. His finger, slightly bent from the contact, shifted to rest on the boy beside him, who was stifling a laugh. Over the past few days, he had pondered this friendship, unable to discern what could possibly entice Yi Zhan. The debut position was readily accessible, and his amiable personality was well known. He was not particularly needed. Thus, Chu Xun's gaze softened as it lingered on the boy, losing some of its scrutiny. Yi Zhan was not as simple as he initially perceived, yet his fondness for him mirrored that of his fans. Chu Xun's fingers grazed the mint candy in his hand. Isolated on the island, he was curious about how Yi Zhan acquired them. He unwrapped one and placed it in his mouth. The familiar coolness spread from his tongue, awakening his previously lethargic mind. Following the coolness, a sweetness characteristic of candy emerged. With his lashes lowered, a subtle shadow graced his eyes, enhancing their allure. The sweetness of the candy reminded him of the night of the live stream. He had held back then to gauge Yi Zhan's reactions, and the latter's demeanor had kept him on guard. Yet upon reflection, Yi Zhan's wrist must have been sore. Chu Xun's gaze swept over Yi Zhan's wrist. His long-sleeved shirt concealed it, making it difficult to discern anything. However, in his eyes, Yi Zhan's frame and wrist appeared rather delicate. Chu Xun pressed the candy with his tongue, pausing for a brief moment. Suddenly, under the bright gaze of Yi Zhan, he lifted his hand and placed a mint candy into her palm. "Thank you," he said. The act of reciprocating with a gift given by another is something only Chu Xun could manage. Yet, Yi Zhan was utterly delighted. She knew that Chu Xun had a fondness for mints, particularly mint candies. Whenever he experienced a surge of irritation, joy, or fatigue, he would invariably pop a mint into his mouth. For Chu Xun, these candies served as a steadfast anchor amidst the tumult of his emotions, a source of solace. However, he had now chosen to share one with her. Yi Zhan carefully cradled the candy, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Chu Xun. "Ah, Sun, could you perhaps?" She hesitated, her voice tentative. "Call me Yi Zhan?" The moment he offered his cherished mint to her felt like a step closer in their relationship. Chu Xun's gaze flickered, and for a brief moment, the air hung still. Just as a hint of disappointment flickered in Yi Zhan's eyes, he gently tilted her chin upwards. When she looked up, a strikingly handsome face drew near. Chu Xun observed her, his gaze lingering on her radiant eyes, which exuded a clarity so profound that it created an illusion of solitude, as if she were the only person in his world. With a soft chuckle, a trace of mischief danced at the corners of his lips. In the midst of Yi Zhan's astonished stare, he traced his finger along her smooth jawline, smirking. "Gauge my mood." His tone held an unmistakable arrogance, yet the intimate, flirtatious nature of his gesture infused it with a playful tension. "Es un momento de disfrute." Then her eyes sparkled with newfound brightness. She grasped the hand that rested on her chin, their fingertips brushing, warmth exchanging between them. Her smile was sweet, filled with anticipation as she asked, "So, Sun, are you feeling good right now?" The silver chain adorning Chu Xun's wrist glimmered under the lights, casting a dazzling reflection that Yi Zhan perceived as a manifestation of his brilliance, radiating from his wrist and enveloping him entirely. "What are you two up to?" interrupted an untimely voice. Ouyang Huiyin returned from the restroom to find his seat occupied by Yi Zhan. He recognized her as a spirited young man. They had conversed on the first day, and Ouyang had formed a favorable impression of her. Unlike others who sought to elevate themselves at the expense of others, Yi Zhan had consistently treated him with warmth. However, what was Chu Xun doing? Holding her chin as if he were bullying her. Ouyang hesitated, then finally offered a gentle reminder. "The vote results are out. Chu Xun, you should take a look. There's a camera on you. Don't you fear being reprimanded for this?" Chu Xun's attention was successfully diverted by Ouyang Huiyin, whose gaze shifted to the large screen displaying the individual vote counts for both teams. Ouyang Huiyin's tally was revealed, 121 votes. Given the limited screen time he received, particularly only showcasing his rap segment, this score was commendable. Ouyang Huiyin appeared quite pleased with his performance. After the previous live broadcast, he had feared that all his fans had abandoned him, leaving him unloved. Had it not been for his desire to share a stage with Chu Xun, he might have considered giving up altogether. To his surprise, many fans had turned up to support him. From a stage, he could see them waving his name and cheering him on, a heartening reminder that he was still cherished. Their presence invigorated him, allowing him to excel beyond his expectations. Consequently, Ouyang Huiyin was in high spirits and felt grateful towards Chu Xun. If it weren't for Chu Xun's constant prodding, he might not have taken the time to write his rap lyrics seriously, nor would he have had the opportunity to showcase his talent to his fans. Though grateful, Ouyang Huiyin chose not to express it directly. Instead, he awkwardly settled beside Chu Xun, subtly urging him to pay attention to the camera, reminding him not to bully others, lest they incur criticism. Chu Xun, preoccupied with the scores displayed on the screen, paid little heed to Ouyang Huiyin's actions or his presence. The vote counts for both teams were gradually being unveiled, with only the tallies for himself, Shengwan Qian, and Guwen Xuan yet to be revealed. Yi Zhan, following Chu Xun's gaze, noticed her own 42 votes but remained unfazed, her focus solely on Chu Xun. He had seemed quite cheerful moments ago, as if victory were within his grasp. However, a shadow crossed his pure gaze swiftly, and Yi Zhan's smile returned almost instantaneously. With a grin, she remarked to Ouyang Huiyin, "Huiyin, you're amazing. You're currently in the lead." Ouyang Huiyin, who relished compliments, held his chin high and responded nonchalantly, "It's all right, I suppose." His eyes frequently flickered toward Chu Xun, as if awaiting some acknowledgement. After a prolonged silence, with Chu Xun showing no intention of speaking, he could no longer restrain himself. "Hey, Chu Xun, did I not perform well?" His tone was somewhat stiff, yet the eagerness for praise was all but evident. Chu Xun shot him a sidelong glance and replied curtly, "Not bad." Having seen his fans today had uplifted his mood, he was disinclined to bicker with this young master. A casual compliment sufficed. While he had focused solely on his own fans during his performance, he had little insight into how the young master had fared. Ouyang Huiyin sensed Chu Xun's indifference, but was accustomed to it, so he paid it no mind. In fact, he felt rather pleased that at least there was no antagonism directed at him. Sitting beside Chu Xun, Ouyang Huiyin was in high spirits. He had made a new friend in Chu Xun and garnered many fans who were unbothered by his background. Indeed, he had not made the wrong choice in participating in this program. Meanwhile, Chu Xun remained oblivious to the dim-witted young master beside him, deeply engrossed in analyzing the vote counts for both teams. Among the publicly disclosed votes for their team, Ouyang Huiyun leads with the highest count, while the others have at least a dozen votes. In stark contrast, Gu Wenxuan's team is faring poorly, aside from Yizhen, who has garnered 42 votes. The rest have not even reached double digits. The expressions of the team members have soured considerably, and even their leader, Gu Wenxuan, does not appear any better. Amidst the tense gazes from both teams, the votes for the remaining three were revealed simultaneously. Chu Xun, 214, Shangwan Qian, 179, Gu Wenxuan, 279. Gu Wenxuan's tally is the highest in the room, yet their team has lost, quite miserably in fact. Upon seeing these numbers, Chu Xun smirked. As Shangwan Qian approached, he raised his hand, and they exchanged a celebratory slap. "We won," Shangwan Qian declared. Indeed, Chu Xun was about to respond when suddenly, someone leaped onto him. His shoulder was struck painfully, and the individual, feigning dominance, patted his shoulder and exclaimed, "Not bad, Chu Xun. Over 200 votes." He then attempted to flee, reminiscent of a mischievous child escaping after a prank. At that moment, Chu Xun tightened his grip around the intruder's waist. Looking down, he met Ouyang Huiyun's gaze, which bore an unsettling mix of amusement and menace. Was this a deliberate ambush? Ouyang Huiyun sensed the precariousness of his situation and attempted to rise, but the grip around his waist rendered him immobile. Chu Xun's voice, though melodious, now sounded like a devil's whisper in his ears. "Ouyang Huiyun, you've been contemplating this for quite some time, haven't you?" Indeed, Ouyang Huiyun had been mulling over this for a long while. He had endured too many humiliations at the hands of Chu Xun. When had the illustrious young master, Ouyang, ever felt so constrained? Even his attempts to forge new friendships had been thwarted. Thus, he had been scheming on how to make Chu Xun stumble as well. However, given Chu Xun's strength and intellect, it was no simple task to orchestrate his downfall. The revelation of the votes had provided a moment of relaxation for everyone, making it an opportune time for a surprise attack. They had emerged victorious, and Chu Xun was in high spirits. Surely, he would not be too angered by a sudden ambush. Moreover, with the cameras rolling, Ouyang Huiyun reasoned that as long as he made a timely escape, Chu Xun would not pursue him relentlessly, disregarding his image. Ouyang Huiyun's plan had been meticulously crafted, yet he had not foreseen the final hurdle. What timely escape? He had no chance to flee at all. Feeling the tightening grip around his waist, Ouyang Huiyun forced a sheepish smile at Chu Xun. "What contemplation? I'm simply delighted for you. You secured over 200 votes, and I'm genuinely happy for you." Despite his words, his tone remained defiant, though he could not bring himself to meet Chu Xun's gaze. Indeed, Chu Xun's eyes deepened as he tightened his hold, and Ouyang Huiyun could distinctly hear himself stifle a groan before Chu Xun continued, "Then I must thank you." A chill ran down Ouyang Huiyun's spine, compounded by the pain in his waist. He began to struggle fiercely, simultaneously glancing at Shangwan Qian for assistance. "No, no, no. Shangwan Qian, we won. Shouldn't we celebrate? Just give me a hand. I can't get up." Shangwan Qian, glancing at the camera, noted Chu Xun's retaliation and, with a smile, helped Ouyang Huiyun to his feet. "All right, enough of this." He disregarded Ouyang Huiyun, who was grimacing and rubbing his waist, and fixed his gaze on Chu Xun, who was lazily propped up on his hands. "Congratulations, Xiao Xun," he remarked. Chu Xun rotated his shoulder, feeling a twinge of pain, yet it was bearable. After all, Ouyang Huiyun was an adult man. Caught off guard by such a sudden tackle, he indeed felt the impact. Upon hearing Shangwan Qian's words, he raised his eyes, noticing the genuine amusement in the other's gaze. Chu Xun smiled subtly and replied, "Congratulations to you as well." They exchanged knowing smiles, a multitude of unspoken words lingering in their eyes. As the program's fierce competition unfolded, the team led by Shangwan Qian triumphed over the one commanded by Gu Wenxuan, and they did so in splendid fashion. For Shangwan Qian, this was undoubtedly an excellent marketing point. Conversely, for Chu Xun, despite not being the center of attention and having limited screen time, his votes were rapidly closing in on Gu Wenxuan, who was renowned as the demon king of their group. The weight of such acclaim was indisputable. Thus, in the first public performance, their victory was resounding. While Chu Xun and his team basked in their camaraderie, Gu Wenxuan's side wore expressions of discontent. Those members who had received few votes looked grim, and even Gu Wenxuan, who had garnered the highest votes in the room, did not appear much better. He had always fought solo, never partaking in team battles before. This time, despite his efforts to train his teammates, the essence of skill could not be cultivated overnight. He had lost this competition, and quite miserably at that. With pursed lips and silence, he kept his gaze lowered, lost in thought until the public performance concluded. As the event came to a close, the audience began to disperse under the guidance of the staff. Duan Xiaoxiang, clutching her equipment, was still brimming with excitement. Although bound by a confidentiality agreement preventing her from releasing today's footage until after the program aired, the memory of Chu Xun's glance towards her lens was exhilarating. It felt as though they were sharing a moment of connection. Duan Xiaoxiang was overwhelmed with enthusiasm. Perhaps it was merely her imagination, but she couldn't shake the feeling that Chu Xun had been glancing in their direction intentionally. Lost in her thoughts, a sudden gasp arose from the crowd ahead. She turned to see security clearing a path as the contestants made their way back to the bus on the island. Shangwan Qian. Yizhen, look here. Gu Wenxuan, Gu Wenxuan, Gu Wenxuan. Duan Xiaoxiang, without a moment's hesitation, aimed her camera towards the front and shouted at the top of her lungs. Chu Xun. Perhaps due to her position being relatively forward, or perhaps because her voice was undeniably loud, her shout caused several contestants to pause in their tracks. Chu Xun, originally wearing headphones, noticed the commotion ahead and removed them. Then, her voice rang out again with fervor. Chu Xun turned his head, spotting a girl clad in green, wielding a massive camera that nearly obscured her petite frame. It was a wonder how such a small figure could emit such a powerful voice. Unable to contain himself, Chu Xun let out a soft chuckle. The crowd was immense, rendering his laughter inaudible, yet his fans could discern the subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips. Instantly, the peppermint candies in the audience grew more exuberant. Chu Xun, we have come to see you, my husband. Chu Xun, our beloved king. We adore you without hesitation. Lord Chu Xun, please shoot towards me. With numerous contestants present, Chu Xun could not obstruct the pathway. Urged by security, he strolled towards the bus, extending his hand, his elongated phoenix eyes glimmering with a hint of mirth. He gently raised his index finger. With a silent pop, an invisible bullet was released from his hand, complemented by the youthful, carefree demeanor he exuded, causing everyone to feel as though they had been struck by a love-laden arrow. The peppermint candies exclaimed in delight. After fulfilling his fans' wishes, as Chu Xun boarded the bus, he waved his hand towards the crowd, inciting another wave of shrieks before he contentedly turned and entered the vehicle. This segment, occurring outside and not bound by confidentiality agreements, was swiftly shared online. Since the release of Chu Xun's theme song and its corresponding video, many had become familiar with the iconic scene of Chu Xun, the candy marksman. This time, the scene was revived, with the bullets aimed directly at the spot where his fans, the peppermint candies, were situated. The first shot was for the peppermint candies he cherished. This time, it was for those who adored him. This callback not only thrilled his fans, but also stirred the hearts of passers-by when they stumbled upon it. Several editors even crafted transition videos juxtaposing the two moments, paired with rhythmic music. With each beat, it felt as though everyone's hearts were synchronizing in excitement. The comment section was inundated with reactions. Wow, that shot struck right at my heart. So dashing. He has practically boyfriend material. Utterly enchanted. Isn't he supposed to be the fierce Chu? How does he charm his fans so effortlessly? You fans truly know how to indulge. This transition is magnificent. I can already imagine how exhilarated the live audience must have been. Surely, they'll love him for a lifetime. This title, The Peppermint Candies He Loves, and Those Who Love Him. Isn't that akin to a discreet confession? When did the entertainment industry become so generous? A mere 10 seconds of video captivated me for 2 hours. This time, Chu Xun was undeniably stunning. This image went viral among netizens, prompting Chu Xun's new manager, Cheng Xing, to take action. Soon, the term Chu Xun's exclusive candy marksman trended on social media. Chapter 61. The Flawed Trainee in the Talent Show. This term was particularly targeted, clearly aimed at Chu Xun's devoted fans. Since taking over Chu Xun's career, Chu Xun had conducted a comprehensive data analysis of both Chu Xun and his fanbase. Chu Xun's fans exhibited remarkable loyalty. Having weathered previous controversies, their resolve had fortified. Unless Chu Xun were to commit a crime and be incarcerated, his fans would not easily waver in their support. Due to past incidents of disbandment and being sidelined by the company, fans believed that Chu Xun had no one but them. Consequently, their motivation for data-driven initiatives was robust. Moreover, Chu Xun's distinct personality was vibrant and charming, fostering numerous pairings on the island. Such individuals, while not necessarily devoted fans, are regarded by many as one of the prominent figures in the realm of entertainment. Consequently, Chu Xun's current popularity is remarkable, both in terms of public appeal and voting. He stands unchallenged at the forefront. He has achieved a level of success that is unparalleled in recent years of talent shows. However, Chu Xun's ambitions extend beyond this. She firmly believes that Chu Xun harbors aspirations that surpass the ordinary. The distinction he holds within the program is merely a stepping stone. What she desires is for him to emerge as a top-tier star. She envisions Chu Xun, upon leaving this show, as a luminary that everyone would wish to elevate. Over the past few years, many talent shows have emerged, yet it has been a long time since a true star has been born. A glance at the history of talent shows reveals that only two individuals can genuinely be regarded as top-tier. The first is the center position from the inaugural talent show. During that time, audiences were captivated by the novelty of such a program, and the popularity of the center surged amidst various innovative discussions. The second is the Z-Way star from a few years ago. With the perfect timing and circumstances, her acclaim transcended boundaries, reintroducing many to the concept of talent shows and establishing her as the second top-tier idol in their history. Beyond these two, any other idols emerging from talent shows are fortunate to avoid obscurity. In the current landscape of talent shows, cultivating a few moderately popular idols is feasible, but producing a top-tier star remains an arduous task. Yet, Chu Xun is different. Chu Xun has analyzed him and noted that, without any team support, he managed to trend nearly 10 times in half a month, with 2 of those instances reaching the pinnacle of trending. Although the latter instance had some corporate influence, it is evident that if Chu Xun lacked the requisite talent, the company could not elevate him to such heights. This current phenomenon is a testament to his enviable trending presence in the entertainment industry. Merely this quality, with a bit of strategic management, would suffice to propel Chu Xun into the limelight. Furthermore, Chu Xun possesses an extraordinary intellect. Chu Xun has scrutinized his live streams and found his learning ability to be astonishing. To label him a genius would be an understatement. With such an aptitude for learning, combined with his distinctly vibrant personality, Chu Xun is merely a few fortunate gusts away from breaking through to superstardom. However, to seize these opportunities, his current fan base lacks sufficient strength. Thus, she aims to transform those so-called casual fans, shipper fans, and bystanders into devoted followers. This trending topic, aimed at the fan community, represents her initial step in expanding his fan base. One must ponder, if you discover that an artist you admire only interacts with devoted fans and disregards others, what would your reaction be? You would either unfollow or would transform into a devoted follower of that artist. Chu Xun is confident that Chu Xun's charm will compel those individuals to remain loyal. The message she intends to convey through this trending topic is clear. Chu Xun is adept at captivating his fans and caters exclusively to them. Do you wish to receive his special attention? Then become his fan, truly devoted to him. Just as the first public performance concluded, Chu Xun once again ascended the trending charts. Having just returned from the live event, he is open to inquiries and willing to respond to any questions. Chu Xun truly embodies the essence of trending. Upon returning to his hotel, he was greeted by the news of his trending status, leaving him pleasantly surprised. Had it not been for my unwavering resolve, I might have succumbed to temptation. I have just returned from the event, and I am utterly enchanted by the charismatic Lord Chu. I have fallen headlong into infatuation. My fondness for mint candies is unparalleled. Becoming the dream girl of Lord Chu is as effortless as a breeze. Having watched the trending video, it is evident that it directly appeals to the fans. This double standard is truly remarkable. The way Lord Chu presents himself is strikingly contrasting. He exudes arrogance outwardly while being tender and indulgent within. As I have become his dream girl, I kindly request to be left undisturbed. That video possesses a charm that would captivate even the most indifferent passerby. Upon my return from the event, I observed a palpable difference in Lord Chu's demeanor towards his fans. I was moved to tears. His treatment of Shangguan Qian during the show was commendable, yet it pales in comparison to how he interacts with his fans. Who can fathom the allure of a man like Lord Chu, who proactively seeks out his fans, engages with them, fulfills their wishes, and graces them with a smile so charming it leaves one breathless? Trust me, if you attend an event donning green attire, brandishing banners and support items, you shall receive a version of Lord Chu that surpasses even that of a boyfriend in affection. After following the talent show for an extended period, my heart had grown weary and closed off to love. Yet, with a single shot, Lord Chu has reignited my spirit. The cool and aloof Lord Chu has transformed into an endearing mint candy. One need not attend in person. Simply observing the trending topics reveals the genuine affection Lord Chu holds for his fans. When fans call out to him, his soft laughter is so tender and delightful that I can hardly bear it. Having returned from the event, I have become a mint candy myself, hoping that my new partner will bless me with the good fortune to secure tickets next time. I have come back from the trending topic, transformed into a mint candy, sharing the same desire to obtain tickets. Lord Chu is a deity in the flesh. He is the divine spirit of fan adoration. He is the god of mint candies. As a multitude of fans transform into mint candies, Lord Chu and his team are engaged in post-show interviews. They had previously conducted several interviews without calling for Lord Chu, as the production team had wished to limit his screen time. However, circumstances have changed. Lord Chu has signed a contract with the agency backing him. The production team can no longer suppress his presence on screen. Lord Chu reclines lazily on a high stool, one leg relaxed while the other is slightly bent. He rests one hand behind him, casually lifting his gaze to the staff before him, awaiting their first question. Faced with such a formidable presence, the staff member gulped nervously and bravely posed a pointed question. From the initial stage until now, your practice attitude has not appeared particularly earnest. Do you believe the other contestants are unworthy of your full effort? I beseech my dear admirers for their 5-star evaluations. Please take a moment to consider Lord Chu's performance. This predicament is evidently an attempt to entrap him. He fears that, after the interview concludes, the formidable king of Chu might orchestrate his assassination. Perhaps everyone is aware of the show's intentions. After the staff posed their question, it seemed as if even the air had come to a standstill for a few seconds. In this hushed atmosphere, the apprehensive youth furrowed his brow. Although I indeed did not exert my utmost effort, Chu Xun's gaze lifted, and a flicker of discontent glimmered in his narrow, phoenix-like eyes. Who told you that I was not serious? He straightened his previously languid posture and leaned slightly forward, speaking without courtesy. Which of you saw with your own eyes that I did not practice earnestly? Despite his irritable demeanor, his daily practice duration was anything but short. Moreover, with the diligent Shangguan Qian around, his training hours far exceeded those prior to his debut. Furthermore, if he were to engage in an activity, it would undoubtedly be with utmost seriousness. Chu Xun raised his chin slightly, a hint of mocking disdain gracing his expression. If you wish to use me as fodder for discussion, why not simply ask me to edit it out? Otherwise, listening to it makes me sick. Although this last remark remained unspoken, all present could discern it from the expression on his face. The staff members on site were taken aback. This individual truly dares to say anything. They had been briefed on Chu Xun's character before their arrival and were aware that he differed significantly from those artists who are overly concerned with their public image. Yet, this was rather audacious, wasn't it? Chu Xun's boldness left them feeling somewhat apprehensive. No. Teacher Chu, please do not take offense. Every contestant faces similar inquiries, and none were directed specifically at you. The staff hastily clarified. With arms crossed, Chu Xun regarded him with a sidelong glance, listening to his concocted explanations. Upon meeting Chu Xun's faintly piercing gaze, the staff member mustered his courage to inquire. So, Teacher Chu, shall we proceed? It was the program's producers who instigated the situation, not the staff member in front of him. Thus, Chu Xun was not overly difficult and simply tilted his chin, granting permission to continue. Observing this, the on-site staff collectively exhaled in relief. Heaven knows how much mental preparation they undertook before approaching this esteemed individual. Fortunately, although his words were somewhat sharp, he did comply with their requests. Compared to the initial inquiry, the subsequent questions were considerably more conventional, perhaps in an effort to expedite his departure. The staff's questioning was notably swifter than that directed at other contestants. In Chu Xun's subsequent interview, both the questions and responses revolved around his own persona. Unbeknownst to him, during this round of interviews, a majority of the contestants mentioned him. Among them, one contestant referenced him particularly frequently. Chu Xun, I admire him greatly. I just wonder if he would like me. Shall we form a team? I wish to be in Chu Xun's group. Chu Xun, I am utterly fond of his character. He embodies the very essence of who I aspire to be. In a lens, a strikingly handsome youth enthusiastically addressed the camera. Under the spotlight, his eyes shone brightly, as if he truly beheld his own brilliance. The following day, at 8 in the morning, the production team gathered the contestants in the main hall to divide them into teams for a game. The competition is serious, yet the reality show is, after all, a form of entertainment. It is essential to incorporate moments of leisure and relaxation. This segment is designed to enhance interaction among the contestants, allowing the audience to gain deeper insights into their personalities while also facilitating future emotional group portrayals. The teams are divided according to their initial public performances, with the originally opposing teams merged into one, reducing the total from 16 to 8. Upon hearing this rule, Yi Zhen's eyes sparkled, and she immediately approached Chu Xun. Sun, we are teammates now. A voice called out before Yi Zhen could speak. She turned to see her teammate, Yin Tianyang, rushing up to Chu Xun with a bright smile. Chu Xun glanced over Yin Tianyang's face, nodded slightly, yet remained silent, although his demeanor could be perceived as aloof. Yin Tianyang appeared quite pleased. He extended his hand toward Chu Xun, suggesting, how about we cheer each other on? Chu Xun's gaze drifted past Yin Tianyang, landing on Yi Zhen standing behind him. He raised his hand, prompting Yin Tianyang's eyes to light up. It was said that Chu Xun was hard to approach. Yet Yin Tianyang felt he was not as unapproachable as rumored. For a fleeting moment, he envisioned the increase in his popularity by associating with Chu Xun. However, he watched in disbelief as Chu Xun's hand bypassed him and beckoned toward the back. Are you not coming? Chu Xun's voice resonated before him, clearly not directed at Yin Tianyang. Startled, Yin Tianyang turned to find Yi Zhen had quietly positioned herself behind him. Observing Yin Tianyang moving closer to Chu Xun, Yi Zhen had felt an inexplicable discomfort. Yet, upon hearing Chu Xun call her name, that discomfort vanished in an instant. She quickly approached Chu Xun, her lips curving into a radiant smile. Sun, we are on the same team. We can play games together. As she gazed into Yi Zhen's sparkling eyes, a barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of Chu Xun's mouth. Are you very happy? He inquired. Yes. Yi Zhen nodded enthusiastically. I love playing with you, Sun. Just as the two exchanged a few words, Yin Tianyang interjected, Yi Zhen, don't forget about me. Ha ha, we are also on the same team. I noticed the railing over there. We might need to do a relay, so we should allocate tasks in advance. Yin Tianyang spoke with a cheerful demeanor, his sunny appearance making it easy for him to connect with others. Although he addressed Yi Zhen, his attention remained fixed on Chu Xun. Observing this, Yi Zhen bit her lip, feeling an inexplicable discomfort. It was odd, although Chu Xun had other friends, like Shangwan Qian and Ouyang Huiyan. She typically felt merely a sense of sulkiness when they approached him. But with Yin Tianyang, watching his fascination with Chu Xun left her feeling inexplicably uneasy. Yi Zhen seldom voiced her discontent toward anyone, but Chu Xun did. He looked at the incessantly chattering Yin Tianyang with a furrowed brow, showing no regard for politeness. I'm sorry, but you're a bit too loud. Also, who are you? Chapter 63. The flawed trainee in the audition upon hearing the words. The smile on Yin Tianyang's face faltered. Before he could respond, a wave of unrestrained laughter erupted nearby. This is too funny. Turns out you don't even know him. You two seem so chummy. I thought you had just made a new friend. Ouyang Huiyun, who was approaching with a drink, overheard Chu Xun's familiar phrase. Who are you? He had initially observed Yin Tianyang conversing with Chu Xun from a distance, assuming that Chu Xun had formed a new friendship. To discover that they were not acquainted at all was a surprise. Ouyang Huiyun felt a twinge of anger at the realization that Chu Xun did not remember his name. Yet, when Chu Xun forgets someone else's name, he merely takes it as a matter of fact and laughs without restraint. After all, he had endured his fair share of humiliation before managing to befriend Chu Xun. Who is this person? He mused. He arrives and engages in cheerful banter with Chu Xun. Something I have never accomplished. Does he not regard me, young Master Ouyang, with any respect? Ouyang Huiyun doubled over with laughter, finally managing to pat Yin Tianyang on the shoulder after a prolonged moment. This guy is just like that. He rarely remembers inconsequential people, so don't take it to heart. This statement, while appearing to be a form of consolation, carried an undertone of mockery. To Yin Tianyang, it felt like a perfunctory gesture. After this exchange, Ouyang Huiyun pulled Chu Xun and Yizhen away. Unlike Chu Xun, who was oblivious to the world outside, Ouyang Huiyun, though somewhat prideful, was not entirely uninterested in his surroundings. He recognized Yin Tianyang, after all, as a rival from the first public performance. Although he knew him, Ouyang Huiyun harbored no fondness for Yin Tianyang. The reasons eluded him, but Yin Tianyang evoked the same unsettling feelings as those who had previously attached themselves to him. Despite Ouyang Huiyun's relatively sheltered upbringing, he was not naive. He was acutely aware of Chu Xun's remarkable popularity during their previous livestream. At the first public performance, Chu Xun had garnered the most fans. Suddenly, someone was intruding upon them, and it was clear that their intentions were not purely innocent. As a friend, Ouyang Huiyun did not wish for Chu Xun to face the same challenges he had previously encountered. Thus, upon hearing Chu Xun claim he did not know Yin Tianyang, he swiftly led him away. According to Ouyang Huiyun's understanding, if he were in a similar situation, he would undoubtedly feel too embarrassed to continue pursuing the conversation. Unfortunately, he underestimated Yin Tianyang's audacity. Yin Tianyang was not a person who placed excessive importance on face-saving. Though he had been publicly humiliated by both Chu Xun and Ouyang Huiyun, he merely wore a fleeting frown before swiftly regaining his composure. He stepped forward to join their trio, smiling as he introduced himself. I assumed we should be acquainted from our previous competition. It turns out you still don't know me. No worries. Allow me to introduce myself once more. I am part of Gu Wenshuan's team. We are now on the same team for this game, so we need to become even more familiar with each other. As he spoke, Yin Tianyang extended his hand toward Chu Xun, his eyes sparkling with a smile. Hello, Chu Xun. My name is Yin Tianyang, and I enjoy singing. Stepping closer to Chu Xun, he spoke with a bright tone. It is a pleasure to meet you. May we become friends? Yin Tianyang's appearance could only be described as handsome, a quality that stood out even among previous contestants in the auditions. Yet amidst the brilliance of stars, after encountering individuals like Chu Xun, he no longer seemed remarkable. Nevertheless, he possessed a pair of sunlit eyes that, under the spotlight, appeared to radiate with an inner glow. When he gazed at someone, his eyes brimmed with earnestness, effortlessly earning the affection of others. Yizhen observed this scene, and inexplicably, that peculiar sense of displeasure resurfaced within her. Strangely, she felt as if this moment bore a semblance to something she had witnessed before. Yizhen could not recall, but Chu Xun knew. He regarded the eyes of the person before him, their depths profound. Those sparkling eyes mirrored the very gaze that Yizhen directed at him, almost identical in nature. Chu Xun curled his lips slightly, yet his gaze grew cold. So he had studied his preferences? Yet, what he loathed most was the presumption to speculate upon his likes and dislikes, to attempt to manipulate him. Chu Xun lifted his eyelids slightly. casting a disdainful glance at Yin Tianyang from his elevated stance, his thin lips parting to utter two chill words. Not allowed. Should he pursue further, he would bear the consequences. Chu Xun had never engaged in frivolous dialogue with such individuals, nor would he grant them any opportunity to cling to him. Even with cameras present, he showed no courtesy. He shot Yin Tianyang a look devoid of any emotion before turning aside and proceeding to the lounge area. Yi Zhen and Ouyang Huiyin were initially startled by Chu Xun's tone, and they hurriedly followed as he departed. Upon reaching the lounge, the two exchanged glances, both taken aback. Since arriving on the island, although Chu Xun's temperament had consistently been rather poor, his demeanor had never been so frigid. In that fleeting moment, they were both somewhat frightened. Yi Zhen need not be mentioned. Chu Xun had always treated him relatively well. The only notably harsh instance had been that evening's test. Even during that trial, Chu Xun had tempered his demeanor. Thus, he had never witnessed such a fearsome side of Chu Xun before. Ouyang Huiyin felt similarly. Although Chu Xun often irritated him, he had never issued a genuine warning. Yesterday, when Ouyang inadvertently collided with Chu Xun, he had merely retorted a couple of words and moved on. The frightening visage he had just displayed, as if poised to send someone to the emergency room with a mere step closer, was something he had never encountered. Ouyang scratched his head, observing Chu Xun seated on the sofa, contemplating saying something. However, recalling Chu Xun's recent demeanor made him a bit apprehensive. Yi Zhen hesitated for a moment, then mustered her courage to approach and offer comfort. "Ah Sun, would you like some candy? If you have some, will you not be angry anymore?" As she spoke, she extended a green candy towards him. Chu Xun opened his eyes and regarded the candy before him. He noted Yi Zhen's pleading gaze and glanced at Ouyang Huiyin, who seemed hesitant to speak. He raised his hand and ruffled Yi Zhen's hair playfully, scoffing lightly. "I'm not angry, just a bit annoyed. If the person being imitated was not upset, why should he be?" He was merely vexed by others' senseless attempts to speculate on his preferences. He despised being conjectured about and loathed being manipulated. The actions of that Yin Tianyang had merely struck a nerve with him. Chu Xun took the candy from Yi Zhen's hand, tore it open, and placed it in his mouth. The coolness of mint spread from the tip of his tongue, alleviating some of the agitation within his heart. At this moment, Chu Xun felt his spirits soothed by a single mint candy. Meanwhile, Yin Tianyang remained rooted in place, his entire body stiff with trepidation. The glance from Chu Xun had plunged him into a chilling abyss, leaving a coldness deep within. That was not a gaze one would expect from an ordinary person. It felt as if he were being regarded as an inanimate object. The hall was bustling with people, noise echoing all around. Yet, Yin Tianyang stood frozen, as if ensnared by some unseen force. After a considerable time, he finally emerged from the warning conveyed through Chu Xun's eyes. He moved his numb fingers, recalling the task his manager had assigned him, but his gaze dared not stray towards Chu Xun again. A lingering fear gripped him. Had it not been for the dossier his manager had shown him, he might have genuinely believed that Chu Xun had taken a life. In the midst of this, the crowd was thick, and it took Shangguan Qian and Gu Wenxuan quite some time to return with their number tags. "This is a relay race. Let us divide the tasks," Shangguan Qian suggested, glancing at the languid Chu Xun. Only then did he notice that the usually boisterous Ouyang Huiyin and Yi Zhen were exceptionally quiet at this moment. Particularly, Ouyang Huiyin cast furtive glances at Chu Xun, as if terrified of provoking him. Shangguan Qian raised an eyebrow, gesturing with his eyes. "Have you upset him again?" Ouyang Huiyin shook his head vigorously. "It wasn't me this time. It was someone else." Just then, Gu Wenxuan approached with his team, having already sorted out their assignments. This event was akin to a miniature sports meet, involving over 100 participants, nearly qualifying as a grand affair. While many events were individual, some required teamwork. Gu Wenxuan stated, "For the name tag tearing game, we need 5 people. Chu Xun and Ouyang Huiyin, are you in?" Both Chu Xun and Ouyang Huiyin were of considerable stature, one standing at 188 centimeters and the other at 185 centimeters, with long limbs providing them an advantage in this particular game. Noticing their lack of descent, Shangguan Qian nodded in agreement. Due to the large number of participants, the team leaders typically decided who would partake in which events. recognizing Chu Xun's aversion to such activities. He intended to enroll him in just this one. At that moment, Yijin approached like a little hamster, whispering to Chu Xun, "Ah, son, could you join me for the pressure plate event?" Chu Xun cast a casual glance and nodded his assent. An event of an entertaining nature was unlikely to pose much difficulty. With Chu Xun's agreement, Yijin's eyes sparkled as she eagerly approached Shangwan Qian to register. The allocation of events concluded swiftly, and the mentor Han Xingchen, serving as the host, took to the stage to oversee proceedings. Amidst the lively atmosphere, Chu Xun sat at the back, utterly bored. He despised excessively noisy environments, yet the camera frequently intruded upon his space. Striving to maintain his suave image, he found it impossible to relax. "Chu Xun, are you still seated? Get up and warm up." Ouyang Huiyun emerged from behind, tossing him a bottle of mineral water from a distance. Chu Xun raised his hand to catch it, flexed his wrist, and stood up. He surveyed the scene. The area for the name tag tearing game had been cordoned off by the staff. 8 teams, each consisting of 5 members, totaling 40 participants. With so many people involved in the name tag tearing, Chu Xun rubbed his temple, feeling a sense of annoyance creeping in. Yet there was no choice. If their team wished to triumph, he had to participate. He twisted open the cap of the water bottle and took a sip, slightly stretching his body before joining Ouyang Huiyun on the field. On the platform, Han Xingchen raised his eyebrows upon seeing Chu Xun enter. "It seems our name tag tearing this time will be a grand battle. Even the acclaimed Chu Xun has been sent to the fray." Laughter erupted at his words. As a popular contestant, Chu Xun always attracted attention, and photographers often snapped shots of him. However, he appeared rather out of place, like an audience member who had wandered onto the wrong set. Not only did he refrain from participating, but his reactions were also rather subdued. This demeanor suggested he was not there to compete, but merely to observe. Hearing the mentor's teasing, Chu Xun felt a twinge of helplessness. A faint smile graced his lips as he lowered his head to cooperate with the staff member fastening a blindfold around his eyes to enhance the show's entertainment value. The name tag tearing would be conducted while blindfolded, necessitating that participants wear blindfolds before entering the arena. The staff member assisting him was a girl who struggled to reach him. As he bent down slightly to accommodate her, she initially felt intimidated by serving the formidable Chu Xun, who had garnered quite a reputation within the production team for being hard to approach. However, the moment she caught sight of his resigned smile as he bent down, she felt as if she had been enchanted by his charm, her heart racing uncontrollably. No one had mentioned to her that Chu Xun's smile could be so captivating. With muscle memory guiding her, she managed to secure the blindfold around his eyes, her gaze fixated on him as he adjusted the straps. His beautifully shaped lips parted, still carrying the remnants of his earlier smile. "Thank you." A simple expression of gratitude, yet imbued with a hint of warmth, paired with his previous gesture, exuded an irresistible charm. The staff member was momentarily entranced, only snapping back to reality when she saw Chu Xun, under the direction of the staff, tentatively make his way into the arena. Her heart raced as if it had been stolen by that gentle smile he had just offered. Goodness! Who claimed that Chu Xun had a volatile temperament? That smile was disarmingly tender. If only she had her phone with her, she would have captured that moment for keepsake. As the staff member internally squealed, all the contestants participating in the name tag tearing had already entered the arena. Chu Xun, where are you?" Ouyang Huiyun had begun to frantically wave his arms in search of him before the game had even commenced. Chu Xun, who was already nearby, quietly distanced himself upon hearing Ouyang's boisterous voice. This fellow was practically a voice-activated locator, and he certainly did not wish to be overwhelmed. With one hand in his pocket, he elegantly edged towards the periphery. The onlookers burst into laughter at his antics. "Aha, bruta tu. Is he still concerned about his image at this moment?" They chuckled. Brother Chu has truly ingrained the art of showing off into his very bones. As Chu Xun approached the edge, he collided with the railing. In the next instant, Ouyang Huiyun's voice rang out, "Chu Xun, Gu Wenxuan, where are you?" Chu Xun tilted his head slightly, the voice sounding distant and unable to reach him. "Ah, safe." While Chu Xun was indeed safe, Gu Wenxuan, right beside Ouyang Huiyun, was not as fortunate. Although he reacted swiftly and distanced himself, he was still obstructed by a throng of people. Any contestant with a modicum of ambition would not let such an opportunity to interact with popular players slip away. Leaning against the railing, Chu Xun delicately tapped his slender fingers on the yellow barrier, silently counting down in his mind. 3, 2, 1. A subtle smile crept upon his lips. Simultaneously, Ouyang Huiyun's cries echoed through the air. Help! Don't grab me, ah! In the arena enclosed by the yellow railings, a brutal onslaught was underway. Ouyang Huiyun and his 3 teammates were besieged by more than 30 people. His screams had not ceased since the whistle blew. No, let us talk this out. Who's tugging at my pants? Where are my teammates? Chu Xun, Gu Wenxuan, where are you? Save me. After a struggle, Gu Wenxuan finally managed to extricate himself from the crowd, only to hear Ouyang Huiyun calling out his name. For a fleeting moment, he truly wished to sew Ouyang Huiyun's mouth shut. His carefully styled hair from the morning was in disarray, and his clothes were in tatters, leaving him looking utterly disheveled. Meanwhile, Ouyang Huiyun and the other 3 teammates could not hold out much longer and soon had their name tags torn off, leading to their elimination. Once outside and having removed his blindfold, Ouyang Huiyun glanced at Gu Wenxuan, who was still stumbling around, still wearing a blindfold and looking quite pathetic. He then looked over at Chu Xun, who was leisurely and comfortably posing at the edge of the arena, seemingly unfazed. Scratching his head, he found it perplexing. Why were those people targeting them and not going after Chu Xun? The fierce skirmish in the arena had everyone focused intently on the contestants tearing off name tags, leaving no one to answer Ouyang Huiyun's question. Standing at the edge of the arena, Chu Xun listened intently to the commotion. Whenever someone approached, he would gracefully step aside, resolutely abstaining from the fray. It was precisely because of this that, while others became disheveled, he appeared particularly fresh. Not only were his clothes unruffled, but even his hair remained impeccably styled. He exuded an air of casual ease, as if strolling in his own backyard. Wow, look at Brother Chu. Incredible. He seems destined to last until the end, they exclaimed. Brother Chu looks far too relaxed. Someone go after him. Half an hour later, only 5 contestants remained. Surprisingly, Gu Wenxuan, who had started in such disarray, had managed to survive until now. However, he was not in much better shape, panting heavily. Since the elimination of Ouyang Huiyun and his companions, he had been fighting alone, perceiving everyone as an adversary. No matter how robust his stamina, after half an hour of fierce combat, it had dwindled considerably. What filled him with despair was the sensation of being encircled. Moreover, the 4 individuals surrounding him belonged to the same team. Gu Wenxuan felt the pressure of being besieged, and Chu Xun shared this sentiment. However, unlike Gu Wenxuan, who was compelled into this predicament, he approached it willingly. Upon hearing that few remained, he boldly stepped into the fray. Chu Xun flexed his wrists, tilting his head to gauge the sound of their footsteps. 3, or perhaps 4. Certainly no more than 5. Quite manageable within his capabilities. A smirk played on his lips as he shifted his stance and darted forward like a gust of wind. Seizing one individual by the arm, he expertly subdued him, forcing him to the ground. Simultaneously, he ducked to evade an attack from a left, his other hand deftly tearing off a name tag from another opponent's back. With a swift motion, he grasped the wrist of a 3rd attacker, pivoted, and extended his arm. Another name tag was claimed. The entire sequence unfolded in less than 30 seconds, reducing the number of participants on the field by 2. Chu Xun's remarkable display left the onlookers in awe. No way. He just took down 2 people. He could discern their positions by sound. My goodness, has he trained for this? It's undoubtedly a refined skill. The finesse in his grip is astonishing. Chu Xun's prowess in swiftly dispatching 2 opponents was undeniably impressive, prompting many spectators to chant his name. Gu Wenxuan, who had nearly given up, felt a surge of renewed determination upon hearing the commotion. Tentatively, he called out, Chu Xun, with a playful glint in his eyes. Chu Xun replied lazily, Ah, Gu Wenxuan, you're still alive? He casually tucked a hand into his pocket and strolled toward the direction of the remaining opponent. Since Gu Wenxuan was his teammate, there was no need for him to exert full strength. After all, a 2-on-1 scenario didn't require such exertion. Feeling Chu Xun's voice, Gu Wenxuan instinctively moved closer to him. As he heard two sets of footsteps approaching, the last remaining contestant felt a surge of terror. He held his breath, forcing himself to remain composed and prepare to strike. The pressure emanating from Chu Xun led him to target Gu Wenxuan. At the very moment he made his move, Chu Xun acted as well. Unable to see, he first grasped the fabric of the opponent's clothing. In the ensuing struggle, he skillfully confined the opponent's wrist, securing him with one hand, and effortlessly instructed, Gu Wenxuan, come here. With one hand restraining the opponent, he pushed forward. Though the adversary was also an adult male, he found himself utterly immobilized under Chu Xun's grip. Brother, how are you this strong? Easy now, easy. Gu Wenxuan, following the voice, navigated toward him, reaching out to locate the name tag on the final opponent. It was only at the moment he tore off the name tag that he felt a wave of disbelief. He had nearly resigned to defeat, yet here he was, victorious? Let us congratulate Team Out of Control. Chu Xun, Gu Wenxuan, you may remove your blindfolds. As the host Han Xingqian's voice faded, Gu Wenxuan removed his blindfold. His eyes adjusted to the light, and he began to search for Chu Xun's figure. They had been quite close at the end, so he quickly spotted Chu Xun. The tall youth removed his blindfold with one hand, his eyes slightly squinted as if acclimatizing to the brightness. His demeanor was languid, and he appeared impeccably put together. From his hairstyle to his attire, exuding a sense of elegance devoid of any signs of struggle. He seemed merely to have taken a leisurely stroll. Gu Wenxuan lowered his gaze to his own clothes, nearly torn apart. Aren't they teammates? How can there be such a disparity? In his moment of silence, Yi Zhan approached, clutching a bottle of mineral water. The two were together, yet Yi Zhan held only a single bottle, which she directly passed to the seemingly unscathed Chu Xun, bypassing Gu Wenxuan entirely. Shouldn't he be the one in greater need of this water? Gu Wenxuan pondered. Yi Zhan's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "Ah, son, you're amazing. You've made it to the end." Gu Wenxuan remarked, "It seems he has also survived till the conclusion." Yi Zhan then pulled out a tissue from her pocket, tiptoeing to wipe non-existent sweat from Chu Xun's forehead, her concern evident as she asked, "Ah, son, are you tired? Our project is about to commence." Gu Wenxuan, observing the scene, felt increasingly uneasy. He understood Yi Zhan's amiable nature, but regardless of her disposition, she had been raised in an environment where respect was paramount. At gatherings, people would refer to her as Mississippi. Not to mention, her independence was commendable without the need for assistance. Yet what was he witnessing now? Yi Zhan not only prepared water for him, but also personally tended to him. Gu Wenxuan felt something was amiss. He pulled Yi Zhan, who was still fretting over Chu Xun's fatigue, and glanced between the two. "Xiaozhen, when did you two become so close?" Yi Zhan was momentarily taken aback, her eyes brightening as she replied, "Do Ah Sun and I seem to have a good relationship?" "Very much so." Gu Wenxuan did not respond, but Ouyang Huiyan, who had leaned in, interjected, "Chu Xun is particularly nice to you. He is typically quite aloof with everyone else." Once he started, Ouyang Huiyan could not contain his grievances. Heaven knows how much effort he had expended to befriend Chu Xun. When had Ouyang Xiaoya ever treated someone with such warmth? Only Chu Xun, that ungrateful fellow, dared to challenge him daily. Having finished his water, Chu Xun showed no interest in Ouyang Huiyan's carefully crafted lamentations. He waved to Yi Zhan. Upon noticing, Yi Zhan disregarded Ouyang Huiyan and trotted over to Chu Xun. "Let's go. They are gathering over there," Chu Xun stated, leading Yi Zhan towards the track. His long legs took large strides, yet he slowed his pace to walk alongside her. Gu Wenxuan gazed at their retreating figures, an inexplicable feeling stirring within him. He turned to Ouyang Huiyan, who was still grumbling, and asked, "Is Chu Xun very kind to Yi Zhan?" Perhaps due to preconceived notions. He simply could not envision what it looked like for Chu Xun to be kind to someone. Moreover, from his perspective, it was evidently Yi Zhan who treated Chu Xun exceptionally well. The small gestures, such as offering water and wiping sweat, were merely what he had observed in the last few minutes. What transpired beyond his sight? He and Yi Zhan had grown up together. Although she had a penchant for good looks, she had never shown such concern for anyone to this extent. It was difficult for him to fathom just how well Chu Xun treated Yizhan in private to elicit such attentiveness from her. Ouyang Huiyin scratched his head and remarked, "Is that considered good? Good? Compared to me, Chu Xun is indeed better." Ouyang Huiyin glared at the retreating figures of the duo heading to the competition, feeling indignant. "Look, he is even accompanying Yizhan to the pressure board. I invited him just moments ago, yet he remained as unyielding as an old man." Ouyang Huiyun's grumbling resumed. Meanwhile, Gu Wenxuan frowned. Due to his excessively audacious nature, few dared to approach Chu Xun on the island. Ouyang Huiyun was already considered part of Chu Xun's circle. If even he spoke this way, it was highly probable that Chu Xun's private demeanor was indeed similar. What then had Chu Xun done to garner such attention from Yizhan? Gu Wenxuan did not overhear the conversation between him and Ouyang Huiyun, as they had already arrived at the track to begin their pre-race preparations. This event required a duo collaboration, necessitating the two participants to work in tandem. The first pair to succeed would claim victory. The track was equipped with pressure boards, and obstacles had been set up. As Chu Xun listened to the host explaining the rules, he grasped the gist. They simply needed to navigate the obstacles and retrieve the star cards placed upon them. Securing 5 star cards and reaching the finish line would signify success. Throughout the process, their wrists would be bound together and could not be separated. Furthermore, only 2 legs could touch the ground at any given time. If 3 or 4 legs were on the ground simultaneously, they would have to restart. Upon hearing this, Chu Xun understood. It was essentially a 2-legged game, merely enhanced by the addition of a pressure board. "Is everyone ready?" The mentor Han Xingxin called from the platform, urging them to hasten. Chu Xun picked up the yellow strap, signaling for Yizhan to come over. Yizhan responded with a sweet smile, readily extending her hand. Chu Xun simply bound their wrists together, leaving ample room for movement. Observing that most contestants had secured their hands, Han Xingxin announced, "Contestants, please prepare. The countdown begins. 10, 9. The participants focused their attention. 3, 2, 1. The competition commences. As soon as Han Xingxin's words fell, the referee's whistle pierced the air. The contestants surged forward. Given this was a 2-legged game, most participants opted for a single-legged hop. This required considerable synergy, and with the pressure boards and obstacles, many competitors faltered, landing on both feet and having to restart. Those with a bit more cleverness chose to carry their partners on their backs, perfectly balancing on 2 feet while allowing for greater mobility. As the weight of an additional person bore down, the pressure board was less than forgiving. Yizhan observed the actions of others and turned to Chu Xun with a suggestion. "Ah Sun, allow me to carry you." As he prepared to turn and crouch down, he was abruptly yanked back by Chu Xun, who grasped his wrist. Chu Xun lifted their joined wrists, mockingly remarking, "With your strength, forget it. Ah Sun, trust me. I can do it." Before he could finish, he was suddenly lifted into the air. Chu Xun, securing Yizhan's waist with one arm, hoisted him onto his shoulder. As Yizhan spun in a whirlwind, his perspective shifted dramatically. "Ah Sun," his voice trembled slightly. This marked the first significant physical contact between him and Chu Xun. Although the shoulder beneath him was somewhat uncomfortable, the warmth emanating from Chu Xun ignited an inexplicable excitement within him, causing his voice to quaver. Chu Xun, unable to see Yizhan's expression, could only hear his voice. He opted to carry him because it was the most efficient method. To win the competition and outpace the other contestants, he naturally chose the least taxing approach. However, upon hearing the tremor in Yizhan's voice, Chu Xun paused for a brief moment. Forget it, he decided, and continued to stride forward. At the same time, he applied a gentle pressure on Yizhan's lower back, lowering him slightly, while his other arm swept beneath Yizhan's knees, lifting him effortlessly. The sudden shift in position left Yizhan momentarily stunned. His lower back pressed against Chu Xun's taut arm, allowing him to distinctly feel the powerful muscles beneath the fabric. Chu Xun's chest was perilously close, and a slight turn of his head would enable him to hear the rhythmic beating of Chu Xun's heart. Thump, thump, thump. Yizhan tilted his head, unable to discern whether the sound was his own heartbeat or Chu Xun's. While Yizhan was lost in thought, the audience erupted in cheers. "Wow, a Princess Carrie? Chu Gu is incredible. Ha ha ha, this is killing me." Yi Xun is too shy to show his face. As the contestants laughed, Chu Xun looked down and reminded him. Hold tight. His voice, deep and resonant, echoed against Yi Xun's ears as he leaned against Chu Xun's chest, the sound reverberating through him. Before Yi Xun could fully grasp the meaning of that voice, a shadow enveloped him. He looked up to find Chu Xun's fiercely determined gaze fixed upon him, drawing closer. Why are you dazed? Grab the card, Chu Xun prompted, noticing Yi Xun's momentary stupor. The proximity of his features and the movement of his throat captivated Yi Xun, who felt as if he were in a dream. Chu Xun, the slightly elevated tone, snapped Yi Xun back to reality, and he suddenly realized they were at a low railing, beneath which was a yellow star card that Chu Xun was attempting to pass under. As realization dawned upon her, Yi Xun swiftly reached out to retrieve the star card. Having secured the card, Chu Xun passed through the railing, lifting his head to forge ahead. They navigated numerous obstacles, occasionally lowering their heads to draw closer, the warmth of their bodies exchanging in a silent communion. In fleeting moments, Yi Xun felt the refreshing mint-scented breath of Chu Xun brush against his face, their breaths mingling at the corners of their lips, akin to a kiss. Although it should have been invigoratingly cool, the mintiness at that moment was intoxicating. Yi Xun lifted his gaze, his eyes settling on Chu Xun's chin. From this angle, he was reminded of Chu Xun on stage that day, illuminated by the spotlight, resembling a deity exalted in the heavens. And just as on that day, he gazed up in rapture at the radiant and formidable figure before him. Chu Xun moved with remarkable speed, while Yi Xun, aside from a brief moment of distraction at the outset, harmonized seamlessly with him thereafter. It was almost as if the moment Chu Xun halted, he instinctively reached out to pluck the star card from its place. Unsurprisingly, they were the first to arrive. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 star cards. Congratulations to our contestants, Chu Xun and Yi Xun, for securing first place in the duo challenge. Nearby, the staff set off a small confetti cannon in celebration. Chu Xun was slightly out of breath, having run too swiftly in pursuit of victory. Moreover, carrying someone in a princess carry was undoubtedly more exhausting than merely hoisting them. As Chu Xun pondered this, his gaze fell upon Yi Xun, who was holding a bottle of water for him. His eyes flickered momentarily before he accepted the bottle, tilting his head back to take a sip. Well, a little exertion was a small price to pay, after all. He had been the one to agree to participate in this endeavor. Returning to the team with their first place sign, Chu Xun handed it to Shangguan Qian and casually remarked, "Here you go. I won't be participating in the next ones." "All right. Thank you for your effort," Shangguan Qian replied, taking the sign. His gaze lingered on Chu Xun's somewhat disheveled hair, pausing for a few seconds before speaking. "Your hairstyle is a bit messy. Do you wish to fix it?" Chu Xun raised a hand to tousle his hair slightly, nodded, and turned toward the lounge. Shangguan Qian watched Chu Xun's retreating figure, his expression deepening. He had witnessed the recent competition and understood how Chu Xun's hair had become disarrayed. It was ironic that amidst the chaotic fray of 40 individuals, he had maintained his stylish image, only to lose it during the duo event. Shangguan Qian's gaze shifted to Gu Wenshuan, where a young boy surrounded by others was eagerly watching Chu Xun's back, seemingly wanting to follow, but being held back by Gu Wenshuan. Shangguan Qian's eyes flickered. He had no particular grievances against Yi Xun. In fact, he had previously considered him a commendable friend due to his amiable nature. However, it was now apparent that Yi Xun should not exploit Chu Xun's goodwill to engage in tasks he was reluctant to undertake. Anyone familiar with Chu Xun knew how much he valued his image, and Yi Xun, as a supposed friend, was well aware of this. Despite knowing, he still allowed Chu Xun to carry him throughout the entire event. Shangguan Qian discerned clearly that it was only after Yi Xun had said something that Chu Xun altered his approach from carrying him to the princess carry. An exceedingly exhausting, yet effortlessly romantic gesture. Yi Xun whispered softly to Shangguan Qian, his eyes lowering to conceal the flicker of hostility within. Although Chu Xun was not required to participate in the subsequent events, his presence was still necessary. After tidying his hair, he returned to the group. "Wow, Chu Xun. Look at Gu Wenshuan. Impressive. Wait, what? Is it possible to lose like this? Bei Xiaofei has such skills? How do we not notice it before? Haha." That fall was so clumsy. Ouyang Huiyan's voice echoed in his ears, more diligent in reporting the happenings on the field than the commentary over the loudspeakers. Chu Xun, after a prolonged struggle, resisted the urge to toss this chatterbox out, perhaps due to Ouyang Huiyun's incessant noise. He failed to notice something amiss beside him until the sports meet concluded. Glancing around, confusion crept into Chu Xun's eyes. Where was Yizhen? At that moment, Shang Wanqian approached him with teammates from the out-of-control group. Xiao Sun, the production team has given us a long break. Our team is planning to go out for a meal. You should join us. With the first public performance over, the first ranking will likely be announced soon, and 40 will be eliminated. Although we earned extra votes this round, it does not guarantee that everyone will make it into the top 60. This gathering might very well be the last dinner for the out-of-control team on the island. Upon hearing this, Chu Xun nodded. He had no intention of declining such a necessary gathering. Hence, he did not see Yizhen. Perhaps he too was attending the meal. At 2 a.m., Chu Xun returned from the dinner. The dormitory was tranquil, with some beds still unoccupied, presumably because their occupants had yet to return from a meal. Chu Xun retrieved a change of clothes and took a shower before retiring to bed. As his breathing gradually steadied, the curtain of the lower bunk swayed slightly. Yizhen parted it just enough to peek towards Chu Xun's direction. He had initially planned to spend the day with Chu Xun at the sports meet, but unfortunately, he was hindered by friends and missed the opportunity. During the dinner, he had not even caught a glimpse of Chu Xun. However, a smile suddenly graced Yizhen's face as he recalled the moment during the competition when Chu Xun had embraced him. In Chu Xun's embrace, the warmth of his body, the rhythm of his heartbeat, Yizhen's fingers gently curved, brushing against the yellow ribbon around his wrist. The very ribbon that bound him to Chu Xun today. He lifted it to his nose, inhaling the faint minty fragrance that wafted from the ribbon, reaching his heart and quickening its pace. His cheeks flushed like a cat caught in a guilty act. He curled up, cradling the seemingly ordinary yellow ribbon with reverence. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, gazing intently in the direction of Chu Xun. The moonlight streamed through the gap, illuminating his eyes and making them shine brighter than usual. The blushing youth, with an infatuated gaze, parted his lips and whispered silently, "Ah Sun, good night." Chapter 68. The Flawed Trainee in the Talent Show. The following day, early in the morning, the trainees were summoned to the hall. Mentor Han Xingxin stood atop a platform, flanked by the other mentors who had also gathered. Out of the 100 crystal seats prepared by the production team, only 60 were illuminated. In stark contrast to the relaxed atmosphere of yesterday's sports event, a solemn ambience enveloped the hall at this moment. Following the fierce competition of the first performance, the results of all contestants had been intensely scrutinized, and now, the moment that would determine their fates had arrived. Han Xingxin lifted his gaze to the anxious contestants below, pausing for 2 seconds before continuing. The cheers from the audience and the sweat on the stage will transform into ranks. Are you ready? Ready. The resounding voices of the 100 contestants echoed, sufficient to stir the entire hall. Most of the contestants were already aware of their rankings, yet until the final announcement, a glimmer of hope lingered. The power of hope and dreams is invariably formidable. Han Xingxin's gaze swept across the contestants, his tone more solemn than ever. Next, I shall announce. The script Han Xingxin followed was provided by the production team. Apart from a few contestants who naturally attracted attention and those who had secured rankings through capital investment, the remaining rankings were read at a rapid pace. The first announcement included contestants ranked from 40 to 59. Among these, there was no one that Chu Xun recognized, thus he paid little attention. Soon, however, in the second round of announcements, names he knew emerged. His teammate from the out-of-control group, Zhong Junrui, was ranked 36, while Bei Xiaofei was ranked 31. Upon hearing this ranking, Bei Xiaofei exhaled in relief. He smiled and embraced his teammates, cheerfully stating, "I'll head over there first. Wait for you all to join me." Bei Xiaofei had initially joined the show merely to accompany Yizhen, so he harbored no competitive spirit. Yet, being a competition, the surrounding environment inevitably imbued him with a desire to achieve a commendable ranking, especially after the first performance. Seeing the fans who had come to support him on stage made it increasingly difficult to maintain a relaxed mindset as before. Regardless, for the sake of his supporters, he wished to endure the first round. Achieving 31st place had already exceeded his expectations. Looking at Chu Xun and Shangwan Qian, a look of gratitude surfaced on his face. He was particularly adept at singing, and since the out-of-control group only had 3 vocal parts, he garnered significant screen time. Coupled with the presence of popular contestants in their group, which attracted considerable attention and votes, a combination of factors contributed to his favorable outcome. Thus, he felt immense gratitude towards Shangwan Qian and Chu Xun for selecting him into the team. While Bei Xiaofei remained in good spirits, Zhong Junrui was not as fortunate. Unlike Bei Xiaofei, he was a contestant from Class A. Logically, he should have placed within the top 10, or at least within the top 20. However, now his ranking stood at 36. Zhong Junrui was momentarily taken aback by this result. He forced a smile and waved at his teammates, resembling a robot as he followed Bei Xiaofei to their seats. Even upon reaching his designated spot, he remained dejected. Chu Xun cast a brief glance towards Zhong Junrui. As a teammate, he possessed a modicum of understanding regarding Zhong Junrui's capabilities. This individual was a remarkably balanced performer, which enabled him to stand out in the theme song competition and secure a place in Class A. After all, the theme song competition primarily measured comprehensive abilities, and Zhong Junrui ranked among the top 5 on the entire island in this regard. However, it was precisely his balanced skill set that rendered him less competitive in specific areas. He could not surpass Shangwan Qian in singing, Ouyang Huiyin in rap, or Mulan Yue in dance. Even as an all-round ace, he had the formidable Gu Wenxuan to contend with. Furthermore, his appearance and personality lacked distinct qualities that would make him memorable, rendering him susceptible to being overlooked by the audience. Thus, a decline in his ranking was inevitable. If he did not enact changes moving forward, the next ranking announcement might see him departing from the island altogether. It was rather unfortunate that a strong performer from Class A could only persist until the second round. Chu Xun's gaze did not linger on Zhong Junrui for long, as he had never been one to meddle in others' affairs. As the mentor Han Xingchen gradually slowed his pace in announcing names, an hour had elapsed, and nearly all members of the out-of-control team had been revealed. Zhai Ming ranked 26th. Yu Ran ranked 18th. Ouyang Huiyin, a popular contestant, ranked 11th, though he had lost many fans due to the previous royal incident. Despite his trending status, the number of fans willing to support him had diminished. However, his interactions with Chu Xun, which transformed his previously haughty demeanor into a lovable tsundere personality, had positively influenced many people's perceptions of him, resulting in his current 11th place. The stage for the first performance had yet to be unveiled. Once it was revealed, Ouyang Huiyin, being the strongest rapper in the competition, was likely to see his ranking rise further. While listening to his teammates' rankings, Chu Xun also paid slight attention to Yi Zhen's position, which was 19th, a commendable rank among his peers. Yi Zhen possessed good looks and a pleasant personality, frequently appearing in various contestants' lip broadcasts. Although his stage presence was somewhat lacking, his character was well-crafted, making his 19th place quite reasonable. At this juncture, only Chu Xun, Gu Wenxuan, and Shangwan Qian remained without announced rankings. As the announcements progressed, mentor Han Xingchen's prefaces grew increasingly elaborate. Each contestant was often described with several adjectives, heightening the suspense before he slowly revealed their ranks. After a prolonged wait, only Chu Xun and his 2 companions stood on the stage. Having remained on their feet for nearly 2 hours, even the most resilient individuals would feel the effects. Nevertheless, Shangwan Qian and Gu Wenxuan stood upright, akin to military training, their eyes fixed ahead with a serious demeanor. In stark contrast, Chu Xun's posture appeared casual and carefree. His shoulders relaxed and slightly slouched, one hand tucked in his pocket while the other lazily toyed with the drawstrings of his hoodie. With his neck relaxed, chin slightly raised, and a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips, his gaze lazily swept across the surroundings, exuding an air of nonchalance and indifference. His demeanor in such a setting was undoubtedly incongruous. Yet, the youthful nonchalance he exuded was not off-putting. Rather, it held an inexplicable allure. At that moment, Han Xingchen's gaze also turned towards him. The camera followed suit, centering on Chu Xun, and the attention of all contestants converged upon him. Han Xingxin's voice resonated slowly as he announced, "I am now going to reveal the contestant who has secured the third position." On stage, despite being the focus of the crowd, Chu Xun remained remarkably unperturbed. He lifted his gaze, locking eyes with mentor Han Xingxin, his fearless expression eliciting a bemused smile from Han. Not one to prolong the suspense, Han Xingxin shifted his focus to the side, addressing the audience with enthusiasm. "Let us congratulate contestant Shangguan Qian." Suddenly, the hall screen displayed Shangguan Qian's image, catching him off guard momentarily. However, he quickly regained his composure and stepped forward, adjusting his expression. Han Xingxin continued, from the nerves of the initial stage to the brilliance of the first public performance. "You have proven your worth. Congratulations to Shangguan Qian for achieving third place with a remarkable 1.67 million votes." Shangguan Qian took the microphone, prepared for his speech, which had been meticulously crafted in advance. He had anticipated his ranking would land him in the top 5, though he had briefly entertained the notion of securing first place. Yet, the voting results from the public performance had made it clear he was the center of his team, commanding the most attention and the most prominent parts. However, when it came to votes, he had not only fallen short against his position rival Gu Wenxuan, but also against his teammate Chu Xun. Thus, he was not caught off guard. Perhaps holding on to the first position was no longer feasible. Shangguan Qian's gaze flickered between Gu Wenxuan and Chu Xun. Gu Wenxuan, a formidable and diligent prodigy, had earned the nickname Gu the Demon King from the audience, and even among the contestants. He was privately referred to as the Great Demon King. The pressure exerted by this formidable presence left little room for resistance among the other contestants. Therefore, Shangguan Qian bore no regrets in losing to Gu Wenxuan. In fact, he felt a sense of joy because he had previously triumphed once in an area where he excelled. As for Chu Xun, Shangguan Qian's eyes glimmered momentarily before breaking into a smile. He raised a microphone, his gaze fixed on Chu Xun, and spoke. "Though it is somewhat regrettable, I am immensely grateful to every fan who voted for me. Your efforts are deeply appreciated." Finally, Shangguan Qian looked at Chu Xun, his eyes sweeping towards the highest position. A smile graced his lips, his tone imbued with anticipation and conviction. "Xiao Sun, I will be waiting for you up there. Waiting for you to reach the pinnacle." Shangguan Qian raised a hand, tapping his temple lightly, and then playfully blew a kiss in Chu Xun's direction, mimicking a gesture that had previously become a hallmark of Chu Xun's charm. Observing this, Chu Xun raised an eyebrow mischievously, and in the next instant he smiled, lifting his hand to gently tap his forehead with his elongated index finger. Then, with a subtle twist of his wrist, he nonchalantly gestured towards Guo Qian with his fingertips pointed upwards. The motion appeared casual, yet it carried an undeniable air of inevitability, as if he were certain of his destiny, proclaiming that he would ascend to the highest pinnacle, gazing down upon all. The identical action executed by the two individuals evoked a markedly different sensation, as though they were engaged in an unspoken dialogue across the void. Everyone followed Guo Qian's gaze, directing their attention towards Chu Xun. He stood there, relaxed in posture, yet emanating a piercing brilliance, as if the very air around him had been cleaved by his exuberance. In an instant, the already hushed hall became utterly silent, with even the sound of breathing dissipating. All present involuntarily held their breath, their eyes riveted on the figure of the young man. Under the spotlight, he seemed to shimmer, each strand of hair gleaming. That innate, unrestrained flamboyance swept through the venue like a tempest, rendering all who beheld him unable to look away. Upon witnessing this, Guo Qian let out a soft smile, clearly proud of his initial choice. He had faith in his judgment. Chu Xun was undoubtedly more talented than Gu Wenxuan, a prodigious being. His formidable learning ability and audacious character made him shine like a beacon, effortlessly drawing the attention of all simply by standing there. Just as he had done once before, Guo Qian cast one last glance at Chu Xun, and when their eyes met, a silent affirmation was exchanged. To Guo Qian, Chu Xun was a born idol, destined to reach the zenith, becoming the most radiant protagonist in everyone's world, the center of attention for all. After Guo Qian's ranking was announced, only Gu Wenxuan and Chu Xun remained. Several cameras zoomed in on their faces, eager not to miss a single flicker of expression. With the announcement of the first place, it was clear that the remaining contestant would naturally claim second place. Thus, Mentor Han Xingchen took a deep breath and boldly declared, "Now, let us unveil the ultimate suspense of the first performance." The lights in the hall suddenly dimmed, leaving a single beam dancing between Chu Xun and Gu Wenxuan. The background music grew increasingly tense. This contestant has displayed a unique charm since the initial evaluation and has captivated all audiences on the stage of the first performance. This statement could just as easily pertain to Chu Xun as it could to Gu Wenxuan. It was a rather generic remark, effectively meaningless, a tired trope of talent shows. Chu Xun crossed his arms, lightly tapping his fingertips against his own arm. Unfazed, he hardly reacted as the light fell upon his face, reminiscent of an adult observing a child's antics. Even the lighting technician felt a twinge of embarrassment. At that moment, the large screen rapidly showcased highlights from both contestants' first performances, eventually pausing on a frame of Chu Xun standing atop a platform, illuminated by ethereal misty blue light. Resembling a divine being under the moon, strikingly handsome. As the image froze, Han Xingchen's voice resonated throughout the hall. "Congratulations, Chu Xun." With a resounding bang, fireworks erupted, and misty blue ribbons cascaded through the hall. All eyes turned towards the illuminated youth, their faces reflecting envy, astonishment, and jealousy. Regardless of their sentiments, in that moment, their gaze rested solely upon him. With one hand tucked into his pocket, Chu Xun ascended the steps under the gaze of all present. His training jacket hung loosely over his shoulders, the hem fluttering elegantly with each stride. The staircase leading to the pinnacle illuminated, and beams of light cascaded like a waterfall. Every glimmer in the venue followed the movements of the youth. Congratulations to Chu Xun, who, with a remarkable tally of 3,780,000 votes, claimed the title with absolute superiority. Han Xingchen paused for a brief moment, a smile gracing his lips as he admired the boy making his way to the podium. His eyes filled with appreciation. He has become a champion of this performance. As the words left his lips, Han Xingchen took the lead in applauding. Thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall, as if heralding the emergence of a future superstar. Chu Xun ascended the highest point with swift determination, and, as he turned, his jacket slipped dramatically, revealing the sharp lines of his black hoodie beneath. He did not feign humility with a bow. Instead, he simply swept back the stray locks from his forehead, exposing his strikingly fierce brow and eyes. At that moment, Mentor Han Xingchen began to prompt him for his thoughts. Chu Xun glanced at the camera, a smirk playing on his lips, and, in high spirits, remarked, "I truly cherish this position." The youth raised his gaze, the light casting perilous shadows beneath his lashes, while the smile at the corner of his lips grew increasingly audacious. Next, the fragmented light reflecting off the crystal throne danced in his eyes, transforming into the glint of a predator lurking within his irises. Please continue to vote for me. Good afternoon, ladies. Chapter 70. The flawed trainee in the audition, so arrogant. Utterly arrogant. Compared to the sentiments expressed by other contestants, Chu Xun's remarks were nearly celestial. How many in the entertainment industry dare to speak to their fans in such a manner? Yet, Chu Xun dares. Not only does he dare, but his brazen demeanor is inexplicably endearing. This very attitude had the mentors chuckling. "Chu Xun, you are quite something," teased dance instructor Miying, microphone in hand. In response to the jest, Chu Xun tilted his head and smiled. "I could be better." The audience erupted in laughter at his youthful and confident retort. It's definitely Chu Xun. Every time he speaks, I'm both terrified and envious. Truly, my Chu Xun is audacious." Chu Xun secured the first place, naturally placing Gu Wenxuan in second. Following Chu Xun's remarks, Han Xingchen announced his vote count, 2,070,000 votes. Gu Wenxuan's tally surpassed that of Shangwan Qian by a small margin, yet Chu Xun's figure loomed over him by a significant gap. Gu Wenxuan tightened his grip on the microphone, emotions swirling in his eyes. He had lost once more. With confidence, He had entered the competition, only to face defeat twice. After delivering his pre-prepared speech, he turned away. His gaze settled on Chu Xun, seated upon the crystal throne. After lingering for 2 seconds, he sidestepped and took the seat beside Chu Xun, designated for the second place. He lowered his eyelids, recalling the 2 words the mentor had used to describe Chu Xun: genius. Genius? Ironically, that was how others had referred to him throughout his life as well. Gu Wenxuan turned his head, looking at Chu Xun with a newfound determination in his eyes. If he can surpass Shangwan Qian this time, then next time he may well exceed Chu Xun. Gu Wenxuan's position was slightly lower, and as he glanced at Chu Xun, he tilted his head upwards ever so slightly. However, this upward gaze did not render him as a subordinate. On the contrary, his resolute demeanor and confident posture made him appear more like a formidable challenger confronting a worthy opponent. Gu Wenxuan's gaze was unmasked, and naturally, Chu Xun felt it. He lowered his eyes slightly, and their gazes collided. The director backstage, witnessing this moment, promptly instructed the cameraman, "Quick, zoom in on the 4th camera. Capture a close-up of the intense exchange between Chu Xun and Gu Wenxuan during the selection of songs for the first public performance." The production team had filmed the rivalry script between Shangwan Qian and Gu Wenxuan. The anticipation had already surged at that time, and discussions were still fervent. Many were eagerly awaiting the outcome of their confrontation. The excitement surrounding the first public performance was palpable. Now, the production team was prepared to recreate that moment. There was no need for a new script. As long as it was effective, that sufficed. Moreover, with Gu Wenxuan as the Demon King and Chu Xun as the Overlord, how could this not be considered a duel of 2 kings? The director aimed to capture the moment when their gazes clashed, igniting a spark of fierce determination. Yet, when Chu Xun met Gu Wenxuan's gaze, he merely curved his lips into a slight smile. His eyelids fell halfway, and the angle of his gaze lent his eyelashes a haughty arch. The shadows cast upon his nose by the lighting formed a delineation, while the upward turn of his lips bore a hint of intrigue. It was neither mockery nor disdain. It resembled a satiated leopard observing a young cub that had wandered into its territory, exuding a languid amusement. His entire demeanor, from posture to gaze, radiated an innate arrogance, as if he were a naturally noble and powerful figure. Gu Wenxuan was momentarily taken aback by Chu Xun's demeanor, yet he felt no anger. Instead, it ignited a fervor within him. Being labeled a genius himself, he understood the mindset of such individuals, recognizing the disdain he had received upon his arrival on the island. Gu Wenxuan felt exhilarated. If previously he had merely aimed to surpass Chu Xun and claim first place, now he was genuinely stirred by the thrill of competition. Historically, no one had ever been able to rival him in any endeavor. Even as a trainee, he stood unmatched. Not to mention, even among trainees from other companies, none could contend with him. The splendid constellation of stars marked the beginning of his journey, and he had arrived with little regard for anyone else. Thus, his sole objective had always been to claim the top spot. Even when Shangwan Qian had secured the C of the theme song, he merely contemplated winning it back next time. He had never entertained the notion of not being able to win. In his eyes, Shangwan Qian was not truly his adversary. At most, he had underestimated others and lost the title during a moment of complacency. However, this time, as Gu Wenxuan fixed his gaze upon Chu Xun, a rare spark of excitement flickered in his eyes. It was the exhilaration of encountering a kindred spirit. The director backstage, upon witnessing this scene, was momentarily taken aback. The intense rivalry he sought to capture appeared rather ambiguous. An assistant cautiously inquired after a brief pause, "Director, shall we use this shot?" The director pondered for a few moments before decisively clapping his hands and declaring, "Let us proceed. Remember to play suitable music when the time comes. Whether it's a confrontation or an ambiguous interaction, as long as it generates discussion, it will suffice." After announcing the results of the first round, the production team granted the trainees an hour for farewells. This segment was also to be filmed, intended to evoke emotion in the final cut. Since all members of the group to which Chu Xun belonged, titled Out of Control, had advanced, they were spared this particular moment. The hour passed swiftly, and the production team, seizing the momentum, commenced the announcement of the third assessment task. The theme of the third task was position evaluation. Contestants would select their roles as lead vocalist, dancer, or rapper based on their personal preferences. Each category featured 2 competing tracks of differing styles, from which contestants could choose according to their rankings. Upon hearing the rules, Chu Xun unhesitatingly placed his card on the door marked Dance and stepped inside. As the first contestant, he entered an empty room, the solitude palpable. Subsequent contestants would notice the nameplates affixed to the door. Chu Xun surmised that Chu Xun, who had previously given him a challenging look, would likely opt for Dance as well, albeit in a different room, given that they would be pitted against each other. He also speculated that Xian would probably choose lead vocals. While Chu Xun was deep in thought, he heard a creaking sound. The door swung open. So soon? Hadn't he just entered less than a minute ago? He looked up in astonishment to find an unexpected face. Chu Xun? Chu Xun was taken aback. He had not anticipated Chu Xun entering this room. Hadn't they just been at odds? Sitting cross-legged on the floor, Chu Xun leaned back on his hands and regarded Chu Xun with a hint of surprise. His relaxed posture exuded an alluring charisma that made one feel compelled to approach him. Chu Xun crossed to sit opposite him, mirroring his stance. Chu Xun, he called out in a tone that was not a question but a statement. Although they had never spoken before, they were familiar with each other's names. After all, the formidable Chu Xun and the audacious Chu Xun were widely recognized among the contestants. Their exchange resembled the self-introductions of celebrities meeting for the first time, acknowledging each other's fame and prowess without words. Observing this, Chu Xun raised an eyebrow. Without inquiring why Chu Xun had chosen this room, he extended his fist in a gesture of camaraderie. Bring forth your full strength, new teammate. Chu Xun smirked, raising his own fist to connect with Chu Xun's. You too. While the outcomes of battles between different teams might be more straightforward, he yearned for a fair contest on the same song and stage. Following Chu Xun's entrance, others soon followed into the room. Mulan Yue, ranked 5th, Shirsu, ranked 7th, and Ouyang Huiyun, ranked 11th. When Ouyang Huiyun stepped in, a momentary silence enveloped the room. Yet he strode towards Chu Xun, seemingly oblivious, and with a hint of arrogance, playfully nudged him. Feeling moved? This young master has come to accompany you. Chu Xun remained silent for a moment before suddenly seizing the nape of his neck with one hand, pulling him closer, and inquiring, "What are you doing here? Why aren't you with the rap group?" Ouyang Huiyun, caught off guard by Chu Xun's grip, shivered yet found himself unable to break free. After a brief struggle, he habitually relinquished his efforts. Though the position was somewhat uncomfortable, his demeanor remained proud. "I can go wherever I please, and you can't control my legs." No sooner had he spoken than the pressure on his neck intensified. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to speak from the heart. "I want to be on your team." His voice was barely audible, shy, and hesitant. Had it not been for Chu Xun's grip, it might have gone unheard. Following the royal incident, Ouyang Huiyun had witnessed the true colors of his subordinates. Consequently, he was reluctant to team up with them. The mere thought of a week of training alongside those individuals filled him with dread. In contrast, he was more inclined toward a team that included Chu Xun. Thus, when it was his turn to choose, he instinctively gravitated towards Chu Xun's dance group. It was merely dance. Ouyang Huiyun was certainly capable. Chu Xun could sense a fragment of Ouyang Huiyun's thoughts. The willful young master naturally prioritized his comfort over the competition. However, as Chu Xun released his hold on Ouyang Huiyun, he furrowed his brow, feeling a touch of irritation. During the first public performance, Shangguan Qian had occasionally managed to rein in this troublesome individual, but now that Shangguan Qian was absent, Chu Xun feared he would be driven to distraction over the coming week. No, as he observed Ouyang Huiyun's triumphant demeanor upon regaining his freedom. The usually upward curving line of his lips straightened. TSK, he was already beginning to feel exasperated. Perhaps it was due to the abundance of popular contestants in Chu Xun's team that new arrivals were coming in swiftly. The last to enter was Yuran, ranked 18th. Upon his arrival, he cheerfully bumped his fist against Chu Xun's shoulder. We're on the same team again. Shall we start practicing the choreography soon? As an old teammate of Chu Xun from the first public performance, he had witnessed Chu Xun's remarkable learning ability. His original profession was that of a dance instructor. Heaven knows how delighted he was to encounter a student like Chu Xun, who grasped concepts with ease. Moreover, contrary to others' claims of his temperamental nature, Chu Xun was merely a tad proud. He was quite amiable when not provoked. Naturally, he would choose the dance group, and with the freedom to select, he opted for the team led by the likable Chu Xun. Seeing Chu Xun in good spirits lifted Yu Ran's mood as well. With a dance teacher focusing on the finer details, the results were bound to improve. While some people can dance, not everyone possesses the ability to teach. Fortunately, Yu Ran was one who could teach, and he was a professional. In their last performance, the choreography was minimal, yet the rehearsal yielded a remarkably synchronized outcome. Even the mentors remarked that their group was the most cohesive. This clearly illustrated the positive influence of having a teacher within the team. The atmosphere within Chu Xun's dance group was filled with joy, while outside, Yi Zhun, ranked 19th, was not feeling quite as cheerful. Even before entering, he had been fixated on the team led by Chu Xun. After the first public performance, he had come to realize a crucial truth. If one was not assigned to the same team, even sharing a dormitory would afford little opportunity for interaction. In fact, after a week, managing to exchange even 10 words would be considered a feat, much like his experience the previous week. Chu Xun's team entered swiftly, and Yi Zhun had been anxious, his palms slick with sweat. Prior to Yu Ran's entry, he had held onto a glimmer of hope, only to find he had missed out by a mere 1 rank. Yu Ran placed 18th, while Yi Zhun found himself at 19th. Lowering his gaze, he stood at the entrance of the dance group, listening to the sounds emanating from within. While he could not discern the voices of others, he was intimately familiar with Chu Xun's tone. His voice was deep, often laced with an air of nonchalance, akin to the mellow resonance of a muted trombone, rich, metallic, and provocatively husky. Yizens fingersteichet. He relished the sound of Chu Xun's speech, adored his audacity, and admired his languid, carefree demeanor. He cherished these moments to the extent that he yearned to be in Chu Xun's presence every single second, watching his face, listening to his words, engaging with him. Lifting his gaze, he cast one final glance at the card bearing Chu Xun's name on the door before turning towards the vocalist group. He was uncertain what this fondness signified. All he knew was that he had never felt such an intense affection for anyone before. Yi Zhun affixed his card to the door of the vocalist group and pushed the door open. Inside, the room was eerily spacious. Yi Zhun was the first to enter. He walked confidently to the center seat, his eyes resolute. Being the first to arrive signified that Yi Zhun would rank the highest in this room. A higher rank would grant him greater autonomy during the selection of parts. Images of those who had recently appeared alongside Chu Xun flashed through Yi Zhun's mind. Ouyang Huiyin from the theme song, Shangwan Qian from the first public performance, and now Yu Ran. All of these individuals were exceptionally talented. Yi Zhun pressed his lips together. In the past, he had lived a rather laid-back existence, making friends only with those who were aesthetically pleasing, lacking any particular passion or ambition. However, this time, as he gazed toward the camera, an emotion akin to a desire for victory flickered in his doe-like eyes for the first time. This time, he wished to attempt something new, to elevate his abilities, to strive for the center position in this song, to ascend to a higher echelon, standing beside the radiant deity he held in his heart. In each group, there were 2 songs, and naturally, the vocalist group was no exception. The first-ranked Chu Xun and the second-ranked Gu Wenxuan had both chosen the same song from the dance group. It was clear, without needing to think, just how much popularity their team would command. Thus, nearly all of the top 20 who could dance opted for the room where Chu Xun resided. According to the current popularity of the show, it is certainly within the realm of possibility for a group of exceptionally talented individuals to come together and create a memorable performance. After all, ultimately, an idol relies on the stage. A captivating performance can garner attention far more effectively than any discord or controversy. The dance team shares this sentiment, and naturally, the vocal team feels the same. Thus, In the vocal team, led by Shangguan Qian, most of the top-ranking and vocally skilled individuals gathered in one room. This left another room for the vocal team unoccupied. When Yi Zhen entered, the door was still bare, devoid of any contestant's nameplate. He was the first contestant among the top 20 to arrive in this room, and it was nearly certain that the center position would be his. Yi Zhen gazed into the dimly lit space ahead, biting his lip to suppress the unease within him. He could do this, he surely could. Once the team was assembled, Chu Xun immediately began distributing parts for the music. Without question, the center position would undoubtedly belong to Chu Xun, as he had secured the first place. If the first place contestant did not receive the center position, the fans' efforts would be in vain. Their dance track, titled Chain Reaction, was a quintessential group performance. Aside from the center position, the spotlight for other roles was relatively balanced. Consequently, the team members did not compete fiercely, but rather settled into their suitable parts. Preparing to practice. The efficiency of Chu Xun's team was astonishing, the only hitch being me as the captain. Yu Ran exclaimed in bewilderment as he accepted the captain's badge thrown by Chu Xun. His rank was the lowest in the entire team. Even if Chu Xun did not wish to take on the role of captain, it seemed implausible that it would fall to him. Yes, you shall. Chu Xun affirmed with conviction. I believe in you, Teacher Yu. Teacher Yu had become Yu Ran's nickname since others learned of his prior experience as a dance instructor, often playfully addressing him in this manner. While he had grown accustomed to this name from others, hearing it from the somewhat aloof Chu Xun caught him off guard. It's settled then. You are our captain. Chu Xun disregarded Yu Ran's reaction and firmly established him in the role. Those acquainted with Chu Xun understood that once he appointed someone as captain, no one dared to contest it. However, to ensure that Yu Ran could confidently wield the authority of a captain, Chu Xun added, if anyone has objections, let them come to me. His gaze swept over the team members, his elongated, phoenix-like eyes radiating an intimidating sharpness. While this statement was directed at Yu Ran, it was also intended for the others. After all, given Yu Ran's lower rank, it was only natural for some to harbor quiet dissent. Yet, since such dissent remained unspoken, it would remain forever hidden. Chu Xun's voice was soft yet carried an unprecedented weight of intimidation, his piercing gaze akin to a blade, momentarily rendering the other team members stiff with apprehension. A display of authority. This was undoubtedly a show of power. Mu Lanyue and other new teammates exchanged glances, silently critiquing Chu Xun's demeanor, yet they maintained a calm facade, as if nothing had occurred. As Chu Xun glanced over, he even managed to return a smile. The top-ranking competitors were far from simple. With his eyes slightly narrowed, Chu Xun paid no heed to the undercurrents swirling among these individuals. Rather than engage in mind games with them, he preferred to exert pressure from the outset, ensuring they would think twice before causing any trouble. Chu Xun decisively appointed the team leader, and once that was established, they commenced their formal training. The high-ranking contestants, without a doubt, possessed considerable strength. Thus, their training progressed exceptionally smoothly, advancing at a pace far surpassing that of their neighboring teams. While the competitors diligently trained, the live stream, which had been dormant for several days, quietly resumed. What have I discovered? Xingzi, have you finally remembered the live stream? Wasn't it promised that the entire process would be live-streamed for transparency? It has been several days since the previous public event without a stream. I thought we would have to wait until the next public event for the stream to resume. Xingzi's usual antics. The live stream always catches everyone off guard. We've grown accustomed to it. Light a cigarette, JPG. What is this? Chu the Overlord and Gu the Demon King on the same team? Goodness, this lineup is quite luxurious. With this lineup, we must make a push for the second public event to prevent any leaks regarding the first public stage. The production team had closed the live stream the day prior to the event. Consequently, the subsequent rankings, athletic events, and contestant groupings were all to be edited into a single episode for release, which explained the absence of a live stream. Thus, aside from the fans present at the first public event, others had not seen their idols for nearly a week. When the live stream for the star-studded event suddenly reopened, the long-awaited fans erupted with unprecedented enthusiasm. In Chu Xun's live stream, "Ah, Brother Chu, I miss you so much. Only a few days apart. My husband is still so handsome. Oh my, has he improved again? That last move left me in awe. Is he the center for the second public event? Ah, yes, he is. Husband S looks remain so reassuring. I'm dying of laughter. That pocket pose. He still my cool B-King dad. The moment the live stream opened, Chu Xun noticed it. He cast a glance towards the corner of the room, the corners of his lips lifting in a smile. If his previous stage had showcased only his charm, then this stage was different. Chu Xun lifted his gaze towards his teammates. Gu Wenxuan, Mulan Yue, Shi Su, Yin Yu, Ouyang Huiyun, and Yu Ran. Each of these individuals could independently uphold a stage, and now they had gathered together. A flicker of ambition sparkled in Chu Xun's elongated eyes, with a hint of fervor gracing his brow. As an idol, the stage is of paramount importance. For a talent show to achieve great success, it requires high-quality performances that resonate with the audience. This group of individuals boasted aesthetics, skill, and popularity. Chu Xun raised his hand, casually rotating his wrist. The silver chain glimmered coldly under the lights, accentuating his features with an even more striking allure. With elegantly arched brows and a slight curl at the corners of his lips, he exudes an alluring blend of seduction and charm, embodying the very essence of a hunter poised for the chase. Within the cool hues of Chu Xun's light-colored gaze lies a glimmer of excitement, reminiscent of a predator anticipating its prey. On this stage, his ambition transcends mere popularity. He seeks a collective euphoria among the masses. You're late, my dear. The beef is galloping here. Chapter 73. The flawed trainee in the talent show. In the dazzling live broadcast of the first public performance, anticipation fills the air. Previously, I've heard numerous sisters from the venue rave about the first public stage's brilliance, and I'm here to immerse myself in this live experience. Post 1. Startsy is truly remarkable. Before the broadcast, they promised a full live stream, yet we are now nearing a week without it. Why are the contestants being kept from the island? Post 2. Finally, the first public performance is upon us. Many of my friends have shared their enthusiasm, and I can hardly contain my excitement. Post 3. The chaotic duo, Shangwan Qian and Gu Wenxuan. Their strong partnership is utterly captivating. Post 4. Strong partnership? ISNT, that just the program's scripted narrative? Gu the Demon King's prowess is unmatched, even by international trainees. Post 5. Do you know why Gu the Demon King is called such? Search online for his history. His title is earned through relentless competition. Post 6. Shangwan Qian's performance for C was genuinely impressive. His skills left me in awe. Post 7. Gu the Demon King has participated in professional competitions, and he can certainly outshine Shangwan Qian in skill. Post 8. Gu Wenxuan has yet to unveil even a fraction of his true capabilities on the island. No one seems able to push him to his limits. Post 9. Although Gu the Demon King has toned down his intensity to fit the idol mold, a glance at his past competition recordings reveals the true origin of his title. Post 10. While Gu the Demon King is formidable, the current frontrunner is undoubtedly Chu the Overlord. Post 678. The live broadcast has begun. Wow, Gu the Demon King and Chu the Overlord are on the same team. Post 679. Allow me to present a dance group. This lineup is extraordinary. Post 680. No, the true marvel lies with Chu Xun's dance group. The other team appears quite dismal. They are bound to be outclassed. Post 681. Shangwan Qian's singing group is similarly matched, aside from Yizhen, who possesses some fame. The rest have low rankings. Post 682. Yizhen's family has already clashed with the production team. This is a 1-against-4 situation. Post 683. Oh my goodness. Chu Xun's team has props. Gloves and chains, how astonishing. Post 684. Watching the practice room has me all fired up. Post 685. They are learning at such a rapid pace. When they first entered the broadcast room, they were still listening to the track and analyzing the choreography. How long has it been? They've already mastered the group dance segments? Incredible. This team is truly exceptional. Their proficiency is intimidating. Post 686. Among these 7 individuals, each possesses at least 5 years of training experience, and all have won accolades, except for Chu Xun. Even Ouyang Huiyun, who engages in rap, possesses a solid foundation. The learning capacity of Chu Xun is even more astounding. Within just a few days on the island, he has reached such a remarkable level. I can already envision the brilliance this stage will showcase. 687. Given this practice room, the second public performance is bound to be extraordinary. 688. Others may be disregarded, but at least they have several years of experience. Chu Bawang is genuinely formidable. I have witnessed his progression from the initial stage to now, and his capacity for learning is downright frightening. 689. Although I have yet to see the first public performance, I am already looking forward to the second. 690. I have watched the trending video of Chu Bawang interacting with fans several times. It is this that has made me eagerly await the first public performance. 691. The first public stage has been unveiled. The stars have been released in advance. 692. How exhilarating. The stars are again defying conventions. 693. I must hurry and go watch the stage. Tianqi squatted in front of her tablet, her expression solemn. She had been despondent for quite some time after failing to secure a ticket to the first public performance. After finally regaining her composure, she stumbled upon a video of Chu Xun interacting with fans on trending topics. Even through the screen, she could feel the overwhelming charisma radiating from Chu Xun. It is unfathomable to think how captivating he would be in person. Consequently, her previously stabilized emotions began to waver once more. Even more disheartening was the program team's decision not to host any live streams of the contestants for nearly a week following this. She could not attend the first public performance, nor could she see Chu Xun in reality. Now, even the online presence was absent. It felt like a thunderclap on a clear day. The program team's main episode became her sole source of anticipation during this time. Thankfully, the stars did not neglect to deliver her stage footage, showing some semblance of humanity. Tianqi solemnly clicked on the latest episode of Brilliant Stars. This episode, over 3 hours long, would not only showcase the performances, but also include glimpses of the contestants' training. Although she yearned to see Chu Xun as soon as possible, the prolonged wait for the stage made her reluctant to fast forward. After all, what if they cut to a reaction shot of Chu Xun while other groups were performing? She has developed a longing akin to a malady named after Chu Xun, and she does not wish to miss even a single frame of him. The first public performance features a total of 8 songs and 16 stages. The quality of the performances varies greatly. Initially, Tianqi watched with great focus, but as time passed, and Chu Xun still had not appeared, she reverted to a more light-hearted mood, critiquing the various stages. To be frank, some contestants deserve their lower rankings. After several viewings, the camera was repeatedly thrust before a particular contestant, yet they failed to deliver a standout moment. As an idol, one should not only strive to seize the spotlight, but at the very least, when the camera is directed at you, one must perform well. Right? Goodness. After nearly 10 close-up shots, not a single captivating gaze was exchanged. Tianqi shook her head. The opportunities were given. What a disappointment. Those shots would have been better directed toward her Chu Xun. At least one could appreciate his visage amidst the lengthy wait. The host finally mentioned the out-of-control group. Tianqi's eyes brightened, and her spirits lifted instantly. Her Chu Xun is in the out-of-control group. In the tablet, a beam of azure light suddenly illuminated the pitch-black stage. A sharp crack echoed, the sound of shattering glass. A tall figure emerged within the frame, clad in a misty blue shirt, with flowing ribbons dancing in the air. The light cascaded upon him, casting a halo that accentuated his flawless physique. Even from a distance, the crowd could discern his remarkable proportions. The moment Tianqi beheld this figure, her eyes widened in disbelief. It bore an uncanny resemblance to her husband. Those broad shoulders and long legs unmistakably resembled him. Yet, the cool demeanor was not characteristic of her husband, who was known for his flamboyant and domineering presence. Who was this person? Just as confusion clouded Tianqi's mind, the camera zoomed in for a close-up. His elongated, phoenix-like eyes slightly lifted, his misty blue gaze locked onto the lens. In an instant, the icy glint in his eyes surged with intensity, captivating everyone present. The strikingly aggressive gaze, imbued with the weight of authority, struck Tianqi like a bolt. Ah, it's my familiar husband. Chapter 74. The flawed trainee in the talent show, the misty blue hue evokes a sense of purity and mystery. The concept of the stage for Chu Xun and his group is the dangerous throb of pure white youth. It encapsulates the journey of an inexperienced boy navigating the tumultuous waters of love for the first time. While it should possess a hint of naivety, the overwhelming aura of Chu Xun as an ascendant figure renders his portrayal more akin to a celestial being untouched by love. His embodiment of mystery and the raw emotions of yearning and loss of control are palpable. The notion of a youthful deity experiencing love's tremors and losing control creates an exhilarating sensation, especially when paired with his striking visage. His elongated phoenix eyes radiate youthful sharpness, and the misty blue of his irises conveys both mystery and an undercurrent of unrestrained emotion. A mere turn of his gaze reveals the unmasked hints of tumultuous passion within his eyes. This makeup is stunning. Introducing Chu Xun at the outset was a brilliant idea. Beauty reigns supreme. In my lifetime, I yearn for Chu the Conqueror to gaze at me like that. Worth it. This isn't just a pursuit. I genuinely desire a connection. The initial shots of Chu Xun are few, serving merely as an introduction. Yet, in those fleeting 10 seconds, his body moved in harmony with the sound of droplets in the backdrop. His graceful and fluid dance captivated the audience, seamlessly blending with the wave-like stage design, as if they were swept along with the boy into a new realm. Tianqi exclaimed, my husband, you are simply extraordinary. The captivating introduction by Chu Xun nearly made her leap from the sofa. Well, had she ever witnessed such a side of him? Strictly speaking, this stage marked Chu Xun's first official performance. Previous appearances, whether in preliminary stages or theme songs, lacked the essence of stage makeup. Though there was an intensity of competition and a display of skill, the ambience of the stage itself had been notably absent. The profession of an idol inherently demands the exhibition of one's utmost charm, with the stage serving as the canvas for this display. Thus, what is measured on stage is not merely skill and speed, but rather charisma, amplifying one's advantages to their fullest extent. Leaving the audience profoundly captivated in both sight and sound is the quintessential duty of an idol. This particular piece leans more towards vocal performance, with minimal dance elements. Given that nearly half of the members are dancers, the camera time allocated to Chu Xun is further diminished. Nonetheless, within the scant moments he is featured, he leaves an indelible impression. Even when not positioned in the center, audiences instinctively seek his presence, showcasing his inherent charm. Chu Xun undoubtedly excels in this regard on stage. Tianqi, who has always harbored admiration for him, finds her gaze naturally drawn to him. Throughout the performance, she suppresses her urge to scream until the very end. The young man she has longed for stands in the center of the stage. As he raises his hand, the shattered ice blue flowers bloom, akin to magic from the deep sea, beautifully romantic yet tinged with a sense of fragility. The youthful figure's eyes, slightly lifted, reveal a misty blue hue that flickers under the play of light and shadow, reflecting a struggle between purity and desire. His lips part slightly, his voice deep and husky, imbued with an alluring essence. The tremors of youth, I am losing control for you. After a considerable pause, the room erupts with Tianqi screams. Baby, I'm losing control for you. Shortly after the first public performance, 3 trending topics emerged. One pertained to the star, another to the loss of control group stage, and the last was Chu Xun's personal trending entry. The ethereal and cool youth captured the hearts of many fans that night. Following the official release of the performance, various direct shots, previously under confidentiality agreements, surfaced. Chu Xun's divine imagery flooded social media, with many discovering the performance through a single image and subsequently plunging headfirst into fandom. The misty blue deity has descended. Chu Xun's stage shot is legendary. Help! He is too handsome. The final shattered ice blue flower was so atmospheric. The misty blue light and shadow of the first public performance seemed destined for him. Chu Xun was born to stand in the light. Not even a fan, but this stage truly stands out. I've seen it so many times. Within a week, Chu Xun's follower count on social media soared past 3 million. While he remained unaware on the island, his manager, Chu Xun, was promptly informed. Upon receiving the news, Chu Xun began to strategize marketing and public relations efforts. Terms such as the first to rise in followers on the island, a rising star in the entertainment industry, a divine stage presence, and a born idol were employed to attract more fans. Simultaneously, he ensured that someone monitored public sentiment to guard against negative press. Amidst the external frenzy, Chu Xun diligently rehearsed choreography with his teammates on the island. Their individual parts have been nearly mastered over the past few days. And now, it is time to focus on the collaborative aspect. This segment requires not only a solid foundation in dance, but also an innate synergy among the members. As the center of attention, Chu Xun holds the reins of this piece, engaging in a duet with each member. Consequently, he has practically taken up residence in the training studio. In the early hours of the morning, Chu Xun is rehearsing with Ouyang Huiyan. Apart from the two of them, their captain, Yu Ran, is also present. Although Ouyang Huiyan's dancing is relatively commendable on the island, within their group, he finds himself at the bottom of the hierarchy. Thus, Yu Ran dedicates a significant portion of his time to Ouyang Huiyan, even overseeing his individual parts. Once again, Ouyang Huiyan trips over the chain and collapses to the floor, lamenting, "This chain is so annoying. I can't take it anymore." Chu Xun, unsympathetic, swiftly strikes his leg with the chain. "Get up. Even if you can't endure it, you still must persevere." Though the force is not severe, it serves to intimidate. Ouyang Huiyan retorts angrily, "You bully. Even in this state, you still want me to practice." Chu Xun tightened his grip on the chain, his sharp eyes narrowing slightly. "Bully? Ouyang Huiyan, if you continue to prattle, I shall show you what a true bully is." Addressing him by his full name, Ouyang Huiyan swiftly rolls to his feet, seizing the chain from Chu Xun and blustering, "Let us practice then. Do you think I fear you?" Hearing Ouyang Huiyan's loud outburst, Yu Ran felt a headache coming on. How could he provoke Chu Xun, knowing full well his temperament? Yu Ran, having just taken on the role of captain for 2 days, already felt the weight of responsibility turning his hair gray. He glanced at Chu Xun's expression and hurriedly stepped in to separate the two, soothingly saying, "Sun, you continue practicing. I'll assist him with this section." Yu Ran took on the role of mediator, striving to maintain harmony within the team. Chu Xun cast a sidelong glance at Ouyang Huiyan, noticing his defiant posture even as his hands trembled. Despite his evident fear, he dared to act so brazenly. Where did he find such audacity? Chu Xun removed the black glove from his right hand and averted his gaze, tacitly agreeing to Yu Ran's suggestion. Allowing Ouyang Huiyan to practice with Yu Ran seemed prudent. Otherwise, he feared he might genuinely lose his temper. Seeing this gesture from Chu Xun, both Ouyang Huiyan and Yu Ran sighed in relief. To Yu Ran, this indicated that Chu Xun would not pursue the matter further with Ouyang Huiyan. In Ouyang Huiyan's eyes, it signified that Chu Xun had taken a step back, conceding to him. A smug smile flickered across Ouyang Huiyan's face. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from the door. The three turned to see Mu Lanyue standing at the entrance. Her gaze was timid, her voice soft yet audible to everyone in the room. Excuse me, Chu Xun. Could you come with me for a moment? I completed my part and would like to try it with you." Upon hearing this, Chu Xun displayed little reaction. However, the previously smug Ouyang Huiyan's expression instantly flattened. After the elimination round, many participants were cut, leaving the practice room notably empty. Next door, the publicity team was present, and there was an available space on the 4th floor. "Shall we go there?" Mu Lanyue spoke softly, her words laced with a gentle cadence that exuded warmth. Chu Xun nodded nonchalantly. For him, any location would suffice. He followed Mu Lanyue without even casting a glance at Ouyang Huiyan. Ouyang Huiyan, feeling dejected, flicked the chain in his hand with irritation. You said you would practice with me. You leave the moment someone calls you. How unfair." Yu Ran observed Ouyang Huiyan's frustration and felt a headache creeping in. To be honest, while Chu Xun was not known for his patience, he was not one to become angry without cause. However, this young master had a talent for creating drama, constantly seeking attention. Each time Yu Ran witnessed this, his heart raced with trepidation, fearing that Chu Xun might truly lose his temper. When he was angry, Chu Xun was nothing short of terrifying. Few dared to intervene when the two of them exchanged barbs, all wary of the repercussions. Were it not for his position as captain, he would have long since fled. Yu Ran pressed his hands to his temples, attempting to soothe Ouyang Huiyun and urging him to focus on practice. Otherwise, he would surely face Chu Xun's wrath upon his return. Yu Ran lamented internally, silently shedding tears. It was only the third day of being captain, and he missed Shangwan Qian dearly. Chu Xun followed Mu Lanyue to the fourth floor. The venue, Starry Night, had attracted significant investment, with ample funding provided by the production team, allowing for substantial infrastructure improvements. The practice rooms were located in an entire building dedicated to the project. With numerous practice spaces, the contestants were naturally dispersed. By noon, most had returned to rest, leaving the fourth floor eerily quiet. As he gazed at the dimming lights around him, Chu Xun's eyes briefly swept over Mu Lanyue, whose presence radiated a subtle allure. Wow, this scene is rather picturesque. It's so serene. Does this count as solitude? The height difference is intriguing. It resembles an artistic oil painting. The chemistry between them is simply captivating. Ah, who can understand me? I previously shipped these two. The bold lead and the delicate beauty. Even in the height of summer, the moonlight shone particularly bright at night. In the tranquil corridor, beams of moonlight trickled in, casting soft patterns on the two figures. Amidst the interplay of light and shadow, their features emerged in a stunning tableau. One with striking phoenix eyes and thin lips, an assertive and rebellious force. The other, a graceful beauty with a gentle demeanor, reminiscent of clear water. With Mu Lanyue leading the way and Chu Xun following leisurely. Their contrasting presence created an exquisite harmony, even at a distance. Wow, this could be a computer wallpaper. I never noticed before. This duo is truly enchanting together. The chemistry is almost mystical. Despite their previous lack of interaction and no physical closeness in this scene, I can't help but feel they are perfectly matched. In terms of this visual, their energies align beautifully. Chu Xun is so audacious, while Mu Lanyue is so tender. Their personalities complement each other perfectly. This scene is absolutely breathtaking. Is the chemistry indeed a mystical phenomenon? Chu Xun followed Mu Lanyue at a leisurely pace, his gaze discreetly surveying the surrounding environment. He lifted his eyelids, his eyes casually drifting towards the figure of Mu Lanyue ahead. It appeared that tonight had been meticulously planned. The training room chosen by Mu Lanyue was at the end of the corridor, and the lighting inside was inexplicably dimmer than in the other rooms. Noticing this, Chu Xun raised an eyebrow. Without uttering a word, he stepped inside. Upon seeing him enter, a barely perceptible smile graced Mu Lanyue's lips. Initially, he had anticipated a more challenging encounter, but it seemed that Chu Xun was nothing more than a fool akin to Ouyang Huiyun. The live-streaming situation was now well known among the contestants on the island, so Mu Lanyue had begun his plan the moment he joined Chu Xun's team. The stretch of corridor leading here had been meticulously selected over the past few days, considering time, location, and moonlight to ensure that the visuals were captivating. It was under the pretense of training that he had summoned Chu Xun. Thus, there was no element of supernatural connection. Every step Chu Xun took was already calculated by Mu Lanyue. This room was, in fact, a carefully laid trap for the night. As soon as he entered, Chu Xun scanned the room. He turned, leaning against the speaker, his eyelids half closed as he regarded Mu Lanyue at the door, casually tightening the chain in his hands. He inquired, "Why didn't you come in?" Mu Lanyue smirked. In the dim light, it was difficult to discern Chu Xun's expression, but excitement had already begun to swell within him. Once someone stepped inside, regardless of how things unfolded, his script could proceed, ensnaring the other. Much like the previous fool, Ouyang Huiyun, whom he had drained of vitality. Mu Lanyue reached back to close the door. Click! The sound of the lock echoed. The handsome youth stepped forward into the light, his eyes curving into a smile that softened his already gentle demeanor. Like a white lotus under the moonlight, he exuded a delicate beauty. Now that he was inside, let us commence. The plan that had been brewing for days was finally set in motion. Chu Xun. There was no escaping now. Good night to the wives. May the fat beef ride a little more tomorrow. Chapter 76. The flawed trainee in the audition. Upon hearing those words, Chu Xun raised his hand and turned on the speaker. The sharp sound resonated in the silent room, causing even the moonlight to shudder slightly. Chu Xun lifted his chin, a playful smile gracing his lips. Come, Mulanyu. A professional dancer with a strong background in classical dance and remarkable flexibility, was responsible for the technical movements in their dance, alongside Gu Wenshuan. At this moment, he twirled the iron chain in his hand, drawing closer to Chu Xun amidst the backdrop of gunfire. This was an inherent move. To dance together necessitated proximity, even physical contact. However, while the original choreography leaned towards a dark and rigid theme, Mulanyue's movements and gaze now bore an added softness. Under the dim light, the scene appeared profoundly intertwined. Wow, Ye's body is so flexible. That leg turn, absolutely stunning. How fitting for a professional. The grace of their form is truly captivating. Who can comprehend this? Chu Xun plays with the chains, biding his time for him to draw near. Truly, the formidable Chu Bawang stands there, exuding an overwhelming aura of charisma. This segment may be labeled as a duet, yet it is, in essence, a series of individual solos, with Chu Xun merely serving as a connective thread. Thus, the preceding part belongs solely to Mulanyue's solo showcase, with his fingers gliding over the silver chains. His elongated gaze fixates almost imperceptibly on Mulanyue. Suddenly, a resounding strike of the drum reverberates. Mulanyue pivots, a smile gracing his features. Beneath the dim lighting, he lifts his leg, aiming directly towards Chu Xun. This moment embodies an interactive movement. All he needs to do is kick, and Chu Xun will deftly sidestep. Then, he will ensnare Mulanyue's iron chain with the silver chain, pulling him to the other side to complete the positioning. However, Mulanyue is oblivious to the imminent danger. His leg, aimed at Chu Xun, is alarmingly close. At the very moment he is about to make contact, a smile curves at the corners of his lips. His foot pivots, transitioning from a kick to a hook, targeting Chu Xun's waist. What an exhilarating choreography. The tension is palpable. Just as Mulanyue's leg is about to graze Chu Xun's waist, a silver chain swiftly wraps around his ankle. The chain constricts tightly, exerting immense control, rendering Mulanyue's leg immobile. Chu Xun tightens the chain in his grasp, the dim light reflecting off the silver illuminating his gaze, making it appear even colder than usual. Lowering himself, he wraps the chain around Mulanyue's ankle several times, securing it with one hand and pulling upwards impassively. The sudden loss of control over his leg sends a wave of panic through Mulanyue. Gritting his teeth, he attempts to break free. Despite exerting all his strength, he cannot budge an inch, helplessly watching as Chu Xun lifts his leg over his head. For a dancer, losing control of one's body is a terrifying prospect, particularly in such a precarious position. What is this pose? Is this something I can witness? Mulanyue truly appears flustered. It is the first time I have seen such an expression on him. Chu Xun, indeed, is the dominant force on the island. He possesses remarkable strength. Why pull on the chains? Seize his leg, grab his leg, elevate his leg while holding onto the chain. As Mulanyue teeters on the brink of losing control and toppling towards Chu Xun, he deftly rotates his right wrist, wrapping the other end of the chain around Mulanyue's neck. Together, they are flung against the adjacent wall. The sudden constriction of a chain around his neck induces a pallor in Mulanyue's complexion, before he can recover from the brink of suffocation. The cold glimmer of silver flashes before him. The icy chain presses against his neck once more. He raises his gaze, locking eyes with a pair of cold, mocking phoenix eyes. Despite their striking beauty, they send a shiver of fear coursing through him, constricting his pupils. Chu Xun. His voice is soft, scarcely differing from his usual tone. Yet, upon closer inspection, one can detect a slight tremor lacing his words. Those who were addressed by him gazed at him intently, their hands entwined around the silver chain, which languidly traversed his neck. The icy sensation sent shivers down his spine. Mu Lanyu, no longer daring to resist as he had at first, could only suppress the fear gnawing at his heart, just as his trembling legs threatened to betray him. The demon controlling his every vulnerability suddenly chuckled softly while practiced. Chu Xun's gaze was profound, the silver chain pressing momentarily against Mu Lanyue's Adam's apple, causing him to flinch. With a sly smile, he inquired, "Shall we do it again?" The audience, overwhelmed by the palpable tension, failed to recognize the underlying fear reflected in Mu Lanyue's pale visage. The cold chain still rested upon his throat, the sensation of suffocation lingering in his mind. Chu Xun's words echoed in his ears, akin to a whisper from the Grim Reaper, instilling dread within him. "No, I cannot." Mu Lanyue endeavored to steady his voice, speaking slowly. He longed to escape from beneath Chu Xun's silver chain, yet inexplicably, his body remained immobile. Noticing this, Chu Xun's gaze swept down over his face. The light refracted from the chain glimmered in his eyes, resembling a cold blade sweeping across Mu Lanyue. After a brief moment, Chu Xun suddenly smirked. "Very well." He retracted the silver chain and took a step back, leisurely strolling to the door, which he opened. Moonlight streamed in from the corridor, illuminating the training room slightly. As the darkness receded, so too did the oppressive aura of Chu Xun. Mu Lanyue finally regained his composure from the earlier suffocating threat, leaning against the wall with a relaxed back. Only then did he realize that his back had already been soaked with cold sweat. He lifted his gaze to find Chu Xun, who was now preoccupied with adjusting the sound system after opening the door. It seemed he had no intention of leaving, as if he wished to practice in that very spot. Previously, this would have filled Mu Lanyue with joy, for there was no better opportunity than sharing the same space to seize a chance. However, now his expression was complex, a hint of trepidation surfacing in his usually glistening eyes. At this moment, not only was he unable to act, but even approaching Chu Xun filled him with profound apprehension. This man was utterly unhinged. Chapter 77. The flawed trainee in the audition Mu Lanyue covered his neck, quietly retreating in the opposite direction of Chu Xun. His gaze fell upon the ajar door, his mind racing with thoughts on how to extricate himself swiftly. He had no desire to remain in the same room as Chu Xun. If that madman were to lose his composure again, it would spell disaster for him. Mu Lanyue felt a prickling pain at his neck, and his fear of Chu Xun deepened. Under normal circumstances, he would have begun to elicit sympathy. Especially with the live stream ongoing, it was the perfect opportunity to garner attention. However, the icy glare from Chu Xun rendered him hesitant to reveal even a hint of the injury on his neck, terrified of provoking this lunatic further. Regrettably, despite his reluctance to disclose, someone else unwittingly brought it to light. Having fine-tuned the sound system, Chu Xun glanced at Mu Lanyue with a seemingly concerned expression and inquired, "Is your neck injured?" Startled, Mu Lanyue met Chu Xun's gaze, which held a semblance of concern, and instinctively recoiled, trying to steady his voice. No, I'm not injured." Observing this, Chu Xun slightly turned, allowing the lower half of his face to fall into shadow, and with a faint smile, he cryptically remarked, "That's good. But the current position seems a bit perilous. Shall we make an adjustment?" The original choreography did not involve any bending at the waist or chaining around the neck. The waist bend was an alteration Mu Lanyue made to better align with Chu Xun, while the neck binding was a response from Chu Xun towards him. Mu Lanyue looked up at Chu Xun, momentarily at a loss for words, uncertain whether to deem it a positive or negative change. He had no desire to experience the sensation of suffocation again. Furthermore, the preceding sequence had been entirely orchestrated by Chu Xun. Throughout, there had been no physical contact between them. He felt more like a mere prop, allowing Chu Xun to showcase his prowess with chains. This segment, which should have been his moment of brilliance, had morphed into a personal exhibition for Chu Xun, while there might be some shippers among the fans. It barely approached the level of binding Chu Xun to him. Instead, it was Chu Xun who was exuding charm and attracting attention. If he did not propose a change, not only would he fail to bind Chu Xun, but he would also forfeit a pivotal moment. Yet if he suggested alterations, would this madman escalate to even more outrageous antics? The pain in Mu Lanyue's neck was unbearable, and he dared not respond. Were it not for the live stream still rolling, he would certainly check to see if he was bleeding. Noticing his silence, Chu Xun assumed his consent. He activated the sound system, and a familiar rhythm resonated once more. Tightening the silver chain, Chu Xun turned to Mu Lanyue with a smile, saying, "Then let us experiment with different movements." Mu Lanyue's face turned ashen with fear. This was the end. An hour later, Yi Zhan arrived punctually to find Chu Xun. This time, he held the center position on stage and served as the captain. As the highest-ranking member of the team, Yi Zhan felt a considerable amount of pressure. He had never before forced himself to undertake such endeavors. He typically operated on a basis of capability. If it worked, it worked. If not, he would simply refrain. Leading the team in competition against formidable opponents was a first for him. Each time he struggled to persist during practice, he would seek out Chu Xun. The past 2 days had been like this, and today was no exception. As Yi Zhan made his way to find Chu Xun, he glanced at his watch in the 4th-floor training room. Time was drawing near. However, he changed training rooms today, and that fellow is likely to search for a while. Chu Xun suddenly had that. This was indeed a fortunate turn of events for Mu Lanyue, who had endured an hour of torment. Although he was uncertain why his adversary had chosen to spare him, he nonetheless attempted to speak in hopes of departing from this madman as soon as possible. "That should suffice for today. I wish to leave now." Chu Xun cast a fleeting glance at him, noting his terrified demeanor, and gave a non-committal nod. Yue Bao has been remarkably focused for this hour. His attention has been fixated on that chain. That chain is quite challenging, from what I observe in the live stream, aside from Chu and Gu. The others are still in the taming phase. Am I mistaken? Or does it seem that Mu Lanyue is particularly attentive to Chu Xun's words? Haha. When Chu Xun accidentally stumbled upon him twice, Ouyang Huiyan would have been in an uproar. They're still not very familiar with each other. I truly hope they can be grouped together in the next game segment. I find their looks utterly captivating. Indeed, they're not very acquainted. Despite spending an hour in the same room, they didn't even brush against each other's clothes. HHHHH. Their dedication is commendable. Can they not even exchange a single word? In the second public performance, Chu Xun shared a dance with each participant. He not only practiced with Mu Lanyue, but also with the others, thus creating the potential for numerous shipping fans. Mu Lanyue had initially intended to create several iconic moments tonight to solidify his popularity and bind Chu Xun to him. Yet, it was evident that he had failed. Not only did he falter, but he was also left trembling in fear by Chu Xun. Chu Xun lazily surveyed the retreating figure of Mu Lanyue, his light-colored eyes glimmering ominously. Instilling fear was precisely the desired outcome. To manage someone so cunning and greedy, one must first thoroughly intimidate him. Thereafter, he would not dare to provoke. Chu Xun flicked the chain in his hand, clicking his tongue. The complexities of a lawful society are indeed troublesome. Even frightening someone requires a roundabout approach. The sound of the chain's movement caused Mu Lanyue to stiffen, instinctively quickening his pace towards the exit. However, just as he reached the door, he collided with someone. The other person was equally swift, and their collision elicited a collective gasp of pain. Ouch! The commotion at the entrance caught Chu Xun's attention. He looked over to see Zhen and Mu Lanyue entangled on the ground. He frowned, approached, and helped the still rubbing Yi Zhen to his feet. "Why are you running?" Upon hearing Chu Xun's voice, Yi Zhen ceased rubbing his head, lifting his gaze to meet Chu Xun's bright eyes. "Ah Sun, why are you on the 4th floor today? I've been looking for you everywhere." Chu Xun's gaze lingered on Yi Zhen's reddened forehead for a couple of seconds before he replied with a light grunt. He was aware that Yi Zhen had been searching for him at this time over the past few days, so he had been anticipating his arrival. Chu Xun raised his hand and gently flicked Yi Zhen's flushed forehead. "Does it hurt?" Feeling the sensation of pain on his forehead, Yi Zhen finally recalled that he had just collided with someone. He quickly turned his head and saw that Mu Lanyue had already managed to stand up on his own. He leaned closer, grasping the wrist of the other party, sincerely apologizing. "I'm truly sorry. It was not my intention. Are you hurt?" Yi Zhen had conversed with all the charming individuals on the island, and Mu Lanyue was no exception, albeit their acquaintance was not as profound. Startled by the sudden grip, Mu Lanyue instinctively let out a soft gasp. However, Meeting Yizhan's concerned gaze, he reassured her, "I'm fine." He freed himself from Yizhan's hold, offering a gentle smile, just as he always did. "Are you not here to find Chu Xun? You two continue your conversation. I shall take my leave." With that, Mulan swiftly departed from that place, not daring to cast a glance in Chu Xun's direction. His focus was solely on evading Chu Xun, oblivious to the gaze that Yizhan cast upon him following his inadvertent tremor. As Yizhan collided with someone, she initially paid little heed, but upon Mulan's fall, he emitted a cry not of surprise, but of pain. It seemed as though he bore an injury. When he had grasped her hand, he had inadvertently grazed her sleeve, revealing a hint of crimson. That mark bore a striking resemblance to one caused by chains. Over the past few days, Yizhan had frequently visited Chu Xun, well aware of what he was practicing. As the center position, Chu Xun's chains were distinct from others, thicker, in fact. The imprint on Mulan's wrist was evidently left by Chu Xun's silver chain. Yizhan's gaze darkened, memories of Mulan's fall flooding her mind. Clearly, there were several places on him where the chains had constricted. "Where's the issue tonight?" Chu Xun's voice resonated from behind. Yizhan turned to see him entering the training room, silencing the upbeat music emanating from the speakers. He casually wrapped the silver chain around his wrist, its glimmer enhancing his already formidable presence, rendering him even more unapproachable than usual. After a moment of winding, he realized the chain was excessively long and prepared to remove it. At that moment, he suddenly noticed that Yizhan, usually so talkative, had fallen silent. Lifting his gaze, he encountered her captivated stare, one that she could not retract in time. That gaze prompted Chu Xun to glance at the silver chain in his hand, causing his motion to pause. He raised his hand, beckoning her. "Do you like it?" Yizhan had always been obedient to Chu Xun's requests. Upon his gesture, she approached him, her eyes fixated on the silver chain. Remembering the red mark on Mulan's wrist, she instinctively reached out to touch it. The cold metallic feel contrasted sharply with an inexplicable warmth emanating from her hand. For a fleeting moment, she envisioned the thrill and stimulation that would arise from Chu Xun using that chain on Mulan, akin to the vivid red mark, seemingly a personal insignia of Chu Xun. Both fervent and beautiful, Yizhan lifted her gaze, her doe-like eyes shimmering with an unusual heat. Looking at Chu Xun, she earnestly inquired, "Are you planning to continue practicing tonight? May I serve as your sparring partner?" Chu Xun did not miss the subtle changes in Yizhan's gaze. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "A sparring partner?" "Indeed." Yizhan nodded emphatically, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Chu Xun. "Our team has finished for the evening. The remaining time can be spent with you, right, Chu Xun?" He yearned to accompany Chu Xun to practice the segment from Mulan together, desiring to leave a unique mark of his own on Chu Xun. Yizhan's eyes were large and radiant, exuding an innocence that seemed to encapsulate only the one person he focused on wholeheartedly. Initially, Chu Xun regarded Yizhan merely as a pawn to fulfill his objectives. However, after some time spent together, he discerned that this individual held a fondness for him, akin to the adoration of fans. Subsequently, this pawn acquired the additional identity of a devoted admirer. Chu Xun had always been patient with those who cherished him. Thus, compared to other competitors on the island, his demeanor towards Yizhan could even be described as gentle. Yet now, as Chu Xun gazed down at Yizhan's pure eyes, resembling precious pearls, he felt an inexplicable desire to treasure them. Noticing Yizhan's peculiar behavior directed solely at him, he found it quite endearing. Chu Xun's fingers curled slightly, his gaze lingering on Yizhan's eyes. Moments later, just as Yizhan anticipated a refusal, the youth before him suddenly smiled, a glint of intrigue dancing in his phoenix-like eyes. "All right," he said, yet now he was compelled to discover just how far this individual, who saw only him in his eyes, was willing to go for him. CP for Chu Bawang's special segment. The dominant master on the island is the authority. Ever since Chu Bawang arrived on the island, various CPs have emerged. A timeline and notable moments have been compiled. Which pair do you prefer? One truly. Chu Bawang is remarkable, the most dominant man on the island. He occupies half of the CP rankings alone, all in the left position. 2. Have you watched the live broadcast these past few days? Chu Baowang's charisma is exceptionally strong. The same chain in his hands exudes an intense sexual tension. 3. Sun Hui seems to be in the lead now, right? Their dual live broadcast truly revitalized Prince Hui. 4. I support Qian Sun. They are from the same company. Having rehearsed together for their debut stage, and their theme song, both in the same team during the first public performance, demonstrates their strong bond. Although there aren't many interaction shots in the main footage, it's evident from the live broadcast that their relationship is genuinely close, with complementary personalities. 5. Raising the banner for Qian Sun, who can comprehend that unspoken understanding where a single glance conveys mutual thoughts. During the first public performance, every time Chu Xun glanced, Shangwan Qian understood. When Ouyang Hui was causing trouble for Chu Xun, it was Shangwan Qian who calmed the situation. This level of synergy is truly delightful. 6. No, it's evident from the live broadcast that Zhan Sun Xiaohua is the best. Right. Chu Xun's attitude towards Yi Zhen is remarkably inconsistent, revealing his clear affections. Although they are not on the same team and their interactions are limited, Chu Xun exhibits a notable patience with Yi Zhen, far exceeding that afforded to others. He seems to accommodate nearly all of her requests, especially when contrasted with the aloofness of Huai Taizi. Chu Xun's indulgence is evident. The reason he acquiesces to her demands may stem from their reasonable nature. Unlike those of Ouyang Huiyun, which can only be described as self-destructive. While it remains uncertain whether Chu Xun harbors feelings for Yi Zhen, her admiration for him is unmistakable, as evidenced by her frequent appearances in his live streams. Initially, Yi Zhen maintained a balanced perspective, yet since the first public event, her focus seems to have shifted entirely towards Chu Xun, prompting whispers of her being a fervent admirer of him. Who wouldn't wish to revolve around such a captivating figure? Regarding the live stream, Chu Xun's interactions with Mulan Yue were quite delightful as well. The scene captured in the corridor last night was visually stunning, almost deserving of the title of a masterpiece. The pairing of Chu Xun and Yu Fei, both in appearance and character, is undeniably harmonious. The corridor image left me momentarily spellbound. Even though their interactions were somewhat limited, I hope to see more exchanges in the future. Chu Xun's popularity has surged dramatically, with the number of discussions skyrocketing to over 2,000 in a remarkably short time. Following the first public event, his personal direct shots have transcended boundaries, and it appears that no one on the island can rival him. The direct shots of the divine youth were indeed impressive. He uniquely captured the essence of an ascendant figure consumed by love, which is truly remarkable. Returning to the topic of Chu Xun's partnerships, a timeline analysis reveals that Qian Xun emerged first, while the rapport between Shangwan Qian and Chu Xun resembles that of an old married couple. In terms of memorable moments, Xu and Hui has contributed significantly, with their dual live streams offering numerous iconic scenes. It is delightful to witness the playful banter between Huai Huang and Chu Xun, particularly when the former finds himself humorously outmatched. In terms of Chu Xun's personal connections, the bond with Yi Zhen stands out as particularly intimate. He seems to possess an inexplicable tolerance for her. This dynamic is compelling, as Yi Zhen's unwavering support for Chu Xun is evident, especially during their live streams. In terms of appearances, the coupling of Yu and Chu Xun is particularly striking, with Chu Xun's strong features complementing Yu Fei's beauty, forming an alluring pair. However, it is clear that the two are not yet well acquainted, and I eagerly anticipate their future interactions. Lastly, I must mention my own fondness for the dynamic duo of Chu Xun and Gu Demon King. I can never escape the allure of this pairing. Both possess a commanding presence, and with them now aligned in the second public event, I hope for increased interaction. This duo truly electrifies the atmosphere. As for the commentary above, I acknowledge your observations and appreciate your insights. Upon reflection, it is indeed astonishing to realize the extensive number of partnerships that Chu Xun has cultivated. Not only are there numerous shipping pairs, but a significant portion of his fanbase consists of girlfriend fans. His appearance and charisma are utterly captivating to them, exuding an overwhelming boyfriend aura simply by standing there. Such a person naturally attracts shipping pairs. To be honest, although I am not a fan of Chu Wang. This particular style truly resonates with me. I don't actively follow, but I genuinely wish to engage in a relationship. In a short span, a shipping thread for Chu Xun has amassed thousands of replies, which already indicates his current popularity. On the island, it can even be said that no one in this year's auditions has garnered more attention than him. Yet, at his current level, shipping pairs cannot offer him any additional boost. What he truly needs now is a breakthrough. Since renewing his contract with the agency, his manager, Chu Xun, has occasionally had the program staff relay messages to him. Thus, even though Chu Xun is physically on the island, he is remarkably well informed about the outside world. He is acutely aware of what he should be doing, which is why he places immense importance on this dance. With an exceptional lineup, he lacks neither popularity nor talent. If executed well, it is highly likely to propel him into the limelight, transforming this stage into a phenomenon. For an idol, a phenomenon-level stage can sustain a lifetime of success. The sound of metal chains exploding through the air resonates. Chu Xun's breath is distinctly audible under the cold blue moonlight, silver chains entwined around his wrists, producing delicate metallic clinks with each movement. The silver chains carve a sharp arc through the air before snapping taut against the wall, emitting a resounding clang. Moonlight streams through the high window, casting his shadow against the wall, a taut figure reminiscent of a hunting leopard, instilling a sense of fear. Sweat trickles down his jawline, splattering onto the ground. Along with it falls the slender, silver chains, descending like a tamed serpent. Chu Xun raises his hand, brushing back the damp black hair from his forehead, fully revealing his sharp brows and eyes. His gaze lifts, the elongated phoenix eyes unabashedly brimming with fervent ambition under the moonlight. The tall youth presses his tongue against his cheek, fingers tightening. Having been in this world for quite some time, it is indeed time for a significant move. While Chu Xun intensifies his training in the second-floor studio, Yi Zhen, upon returning from Chu Xun, also begins to practice diligently. It is already quite late, and most teams have retired for the night. Chu Xun is determined to make waves, thus gathering the entire team for additional practice. Lacking a foundational training background, and being her first time standing in the center position, Yi Zhen also quietly engages in extra practice after the team's training concludes. The second floor is considerably brighter compared to the fourth floor, especially in contrast to the dim room, where Chu Xun and Mu Lian you just were, where the light seemed faulty, allowing only the faintest outlines to be seen in the moonlight. However, the second floor is well lit. Yi Zhen raises head hunt, examining the faintly reddened marks on her wrist, so delicate, as if they could vanish in an instant. Even under the light, they appear so slight, especially when compared to the evident swelling on Mu Lian's wrist. Yi Zhen's gaze dims. She must strive even harder, striving to stand beside a son. Thus, the one who leaves a mark on a son will indeed be him. The following morning, upon rising, Chu Xun cast a glance at the lower bunk where Yi Zhen was still at rest. His gaze lingered on the other's wrist for a few moments. He recalled that last time he had grasped that very wrist. Although Yi Zhen had shown no signs of distress the previous night, even appearing quite content, the body's reactions are never deceptive. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xun approached to rouse him. Shun? Yi Zhen rubbed his eyes, still somewhat dazed. Yet, the instant he beheld Chu Xun, his large eyes sparkled with delight. Such a familiar expression. Chu Xun curled his fingers slightly, averted his gaze, and placed a bottle of menthol pain relief spray on Yi Zhen's bed, reminding him, remember to use it. Having said this, he donned his headphones and made his way to the training room, leaving Yi Zhen momentarily entranced by his retreating figure. After a considerable time, Yi Zhen shifted his gaze from the doorway to the bottle of pain relief spray. It was small, yet emanated a hint of minty fragrance, akin to Chu Xun's scent. A smile graced Yi Zhen's lips, his eyes betraying uncontainable joy. A gift, a son's very first present to him. He carefully placed the spray into his drawer, clearly not intending to use it. A gift from a son should be cherished. Unbeknownst to Chu Xun, Yi Zhen's thoughts were far removed from his own intentions for the spray, which had merely been a remedy for the injury he himself had caused. Although Yi Zhen had willingly participated, the need for training remained, and training while injured could easily hinder progress. As Chu Xun entered the training room, under his imposing presence, none dared to arrive late. Thus, nearly 7 members were already present upon his arrival. Chu Xun's gaze fell upon the corner where Mu Lanyue, visibly shrinking under his scrutinizing stare, stood. Perhaps genuinely frightened from the previous night, Mu Lanyue, who typically occupied a central position, had today retreated to a corner, choosing one farthest from Chu Xun. With a hint of mischief in his eyes, Chu Xun advanced toward him, step by step, as Mu Lanyue regarded him warily. Then, the hour of training from the previous night had forged a muscle memory, and as soon as Chu Xun spoke, Mu Lanyue instinctively complied. He raised his hand to catch the item Chu Xun tossed him. In the process, he inadvertently tugged at his wound. Before he could even discern what the object was, a surge of pain elicited a muffled groan from him. At that moment, Chu Xun stood directly before him, casting a tall shadow that transported him back to the memories of the previous night. Molanue's body trembled involuntarily. He lifted his gaze, meeting the pair of eyes that instilled fear within him. "I have prepared some pain relief spray," Chu Xun remarked nonchalantly to Yu Ran after frightening Mu Lanyue. "Anyone in need may come and take some. The chain striking against the body is somewhat painful. Do not let your injuries hinder our progress, Captain." With a sidelong glance, Chu Xun's gaze briefly swept over Mu Lianyu, his words laden with meaning. Although he addressed the captain, his remarks were equally directed at Mu Lianyu. Yu Ran scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. This was something he should have prepared, but given everyone's formidable strength and control, injuries seemed rare. So it had slipped his mind. "Indeed, I will prepare some bandages and such during lunch. Everyone should be cautious while practicing to avoid injuries." Chu Gu is quite thoughtful. I hadn't even considered it. Chu Xun smirked slightly, stating, "It's not that I'm particularly thoughtful. Someone reminded me of it last night." Reminder? Molian Ypsilonis Bodis Tifenet. Tightening his grip on the pain relief spray. This was no mere reminder. It was a clear warning. Chu Xun cast a casual glance in Mu Lianyu's direction, satisfied that the latter wouldn't slow their progress due to injuries, and chose to disregard him thereafter. Though Mu Lianyu harbored a few ulterior motives, his strength was undeniable. In this arena, he still needed Mu Lianyu, thus he would not squander his abilities. After a few simple exchanges, their routine practice commenced. Time flew by, and before they knew it, the day before the performance had arrived. To prevent any leaks regarding the stage makeup, the production team had, much like during the first performance, closed the live stream in advance. Chu Xun, Yu Ran, and the unwillingly recruited Gu Wenxian crouched behind the machinery to observe the rehearsal's effects. Yu Ran's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, are they really this impressive? The absence of stage effects had previously obscured their prowess, but now, with the addition of stage design, it was simply astounding. Yu Ran was thoroughly satisfied. Given this rehearsal performance, as long as they executed well on the second stage, they were bound to achieve great success. Feeling elated, he raised his hands and patted the shoulders of the two beside him, grinning. "Not bad at all. Let's rest well tonight and conserve our energy. Tomorrow will be the battlefield." However, he soon realized that the other two had remained silent throughout the video review. Glancing back and forth, he noticed both wore rather stoic expressions. "What's wrong? Did we not perform well?" Gu Wenxian shook his head. "It was quite good, but—" Chu Xun tapped his chin thoughtfully, yet somehow, it feels as if something is missing. Yu Ran was perplexed. "What do you mean? How could you not notice while watching the same video?" Chu Xun and Gu Wenxian exchanged glances filled with understanding amidst Yu Ran's confusion. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Wenxian proposed, "Shall we discuss this?" Chu Xun nodded in agreement. "Certainly." Yu Ran couldn't help but interject. "So, are we playing charades in front of your captain?" He attempted to suppress a smile, asking, "What are we discussing? What is lacking? Which part is insufficient?" Gu Wenxian turned to him and responded, "The second group dance section could use a bit more energy." "A bit more energy?" Yu Ran exclaimed in surprise. Were they not already explosive enough? With their movements synchronized and bold, coupled with the lighting and stage design, the rehearsal alone had been electrifying. Achieving such an impressive group dance was no small feat, and they had yet to don their official stage costumes. Indeed, Chu Xun nodded and said to Yu Ran, "Captain, please take them to practice for a while." I will discuss the second segment of the group dance with Gu Wenxuan and Come Find You. After sending Yu ran away, Chu Xun began to deliberate with Gu Wenxuan on how to revise the choreography. Over the course of the past week, training alongside Gu Wenxuan had given him a profound appreciation for his counterpart's remarkable abilities. To speak candidly, Gu Wenxuan's prowess surpassed all the competitors on the island, and he might even outshine the instructors. He was truly a polymath, adept at both composing music and choreographing dances. It was precisely because of Gu Wenxuan's presence that the adaptation of this dance became considerably easier for Chu Xun. Consequently, he frequently sought Gu Wenxuan's insights on stage matters throughout the week. During this period, Gu Wenxuan gained a deep understanding of Chu Xun's astonishing aptitude for learning. Initially, when he had heard from Shangwan Qian, he had assumed it was an exaggeration, as many had previously made similar claims about him. However, he soon realized that this young man was genuinely exceptional. Gu Wenxuan himself was already considered a prodigy, learning faster than the average person. Coupled with his diligent efforts, he had achieved his current level of skill. Yet in Chu Xun, Gu Wenxuan believed he witnessed something beyond mere genius. This was truly monstrous talent. The ability to remember everything at a glance was something he had only encountered in books, yet here was someone who possessed it in reality. Chu Xun could almost master ordinary dance moves after a single viewing, and even more intricate techniques posed no significant challenge after a bit of contemplation. Each time Gu Wenxuan discussed new movements with him, he was astounded. Many of the steps he had forgotten were effortlessly replicated by Chu Xun, who resembled a human photocopier. Unbeknownst to Chu Xun, Gu Wenxuan's perception of him was rapidly shifting as he remained engrossed in pondering the highlights of the second segment. After analyzing the stage, he turned to Gu Wenxuan and suggested, "What if we add some layers here?" Chu Xun's voice snapped Gu Wenxuan back to the moment. He examined the area indicated by Chu Xun and glanced at the stage. The layers Chu Xun proposed were evidently aligned with the stage layout. After a brief contemplation, Gu Wenxuan articulated his thoughts. "If we proceed this way, we could start with 7, then 3, followed by 4. As he spoke, he pointed out positions for Chu Xun. "Based on this stage, what do you think?" Chu Xun took out a piece of paper and diligently sketched chain network, jump, and firewalk. As Chu Xun illustrated, Gu Wenxuan offered suggestions alongside him. Their dynamic exchange of ideas created an atmosphere of strength that was palpable, making it difficult for anyone else to interject. Even the nearby cameraman felt dazzled while capturing their collaboration. If their revamped segment became a hit, it would undoubtedly garner significant attention. The photographer, listening intently, marveled at the potential fanfare these two could attract once their segment was released. Chu Xun and Gu Wenxuan worked swiftly, concluding their discussions in under an hour. Together with their teammates, they practiced the newly revised choreography. Although only a day remained until the second public performance, every member of their team was formidable, fully capable of assimilating the new material. Time flowed seamlessly as the competitors poured their sweat into the rigorous training sessions. As the sun ascended once more, a multitude of ardent fans gathered at the venue for the second public performance. Their eyes gleamed with anticipation as they gazed upon the stage, which had yet to illuminate, their faces brimming with excitement at the prospect of encountering their idols. Suddenly, a spectacular burst of fireworks erupted, illuminating the faces of all present. In the sky, a colossal screen displayed the words, a dazzling array of stars, and simultaneously, the audience erupted in exuberant cheers. The long-awaited stage for the second public performance had finally arrived. The lights dimmed dramatically, and a sea of twinkling stars flickered throughout the audience. This time, the venue for the second public performance was significantly larger and exuded a more sophisticated ambience. The specially invited host emerged from backstage, their voice resonating with grandeur. With the galaxy as our backdrop and dreams as our guide, welcome to the dazzling stage of the second public performance. As the host's words faded, the stage's dome unfurled, revealing a magnificent celestial map that left the fans in awe. "Wow, the production has clearly invested heavily," exclaimed one fan. "This ticket for the second public performance is worth every penny." Are they really pulling out all the stops this time? I'm so glad I managed to secure a ticket. Under the brilliant technological display, the host composedly delivered the opening remarks. Suddenly, the lighting shifted, dimming the bright lights above the stage. "Let us witness the birth of stars tonight," the host proclaimed, raising a hand as the lights illuminating the audience flared to life. The host amplified their voice, declaring stars. The venue echoed with the pre-recorded cheers of the audience. Dazzling. At that moment, golden fireworks erupted around the stage, reflecting the exhilaration of every attendee. One exhilarating start. I will forever support you, star. This ticket for the second public performance is truly valuable. I must return for the third. As the golden fireworks faded, all lights within the venue extinguished, leaving the audience eagerly focused on the stage amidst the darkness. It was evident that considerable financial investment had been made for this second public performance, and the audience was eager to see how the elevated stage aesthetics would enhance the experience. Excitement filled the air among the audience, while the production team behind the scenes felt a palpable tension. Following the breakout success of the theme song by Chu Xun and the subsequent trending topics from the first public performance, a dazzling array of stars had consistently held a prominent position in the realm of variety shows. The success of Chu Xun could only be described as explosive, prompting the production team to adhere to their established processes for the first public performance. However, the first performance had showcased several standout stages, with Chu Xun being the most notable. Although Gu Wenxuan's group did not rank highly, he shone brightly as an individual. Moreover, the direct performances from Shangwan Xian and others garnered substantial viewership, and with the inclusion of talents like Shi Su and Mulan Yue, it was well understood within the industry that a high-quality stage significantly enhances the allure of a talent show. Given the impressive outcomes of the first performance, it was inconceivable for the production team to remain passive. Hence, the stage aesthetics for the second public performance were dramatically upgraded, transforming into the splendid spectacle now witnessed by the audience. Nevertheless, the production team harbored a degree of apprehension amidst these enhancements. Should they fail to meet expectations, their investment would be rendered futile. Consequently, every staff member in the background anxiously focused on the stage and the audience, perpetually attuned to the fans' reactions. Amidst the tension of the production team, the lift ascended. Yi Zhen, clad in a delicate green school uniform, gripped the microphone tightly, fervently inhaling to quell the nervousness within. Positioned at the center of the group, as the first to take the stage, it was impossible to claim he was unperturbed, especially upon hearing the cheers from the audience. His anxiety intensified. Yet, Yi Zhen lowered his gaze to the green scarf on his wrist, reminiscent of the mint candy that Ah Sun had previously gifted him. The lift began its gradual ascent. Yi Zhen raised his eyes, his clear gaze brimming with resolve. He could do this. He must stand beside Ah Sun. As the audience awaited, the stage lights gradually illuminated. A soft green hue gently bathed the translucent veil. The evening breeze caressed the air, the scattered light resembling flickering summer reflections. The sound of a music box resonated in the ears of the crowd as the camera on the large screen smoothly shifted. Eventually, it settled upon a mirror where flowing silk danced, and the lens transitioned to reveal a young boy with a gradient of chestnut gold hair and a strikingly handsome visage. When he looked toward the camera, his round eyes sparkled with the purity of crystal, rendering the hearts of onlookers momentarily blank. The youth's fingertips lightly grazed the mirror surface, his rhythm perfectly synchronized with the music box in the background. At that moment, the audience felt as though they beheld an ethereal sprite amidst the deep green grass and forest, embodying a pristine essence intertwined with the breath of nature, evoking a sense of reverence. Yi Zhen, I can hardly recognize him. Is this truly my silly Jinbao? Whose little sprite is this? Exclaimed the audience in awe. Makeup artist, add a chicken leg. This look suits him perfectly. The production team had invested significantly, and given Yi Zhen's background with a major company, they would naturally not seek to undermine him. Moreover, as the center of the team, meticulous attention was devoted to his styling. The song performed by Yi Zhen's group was titled The Untouchable Light. The stage concept revolved around the bittersweet tale of youthful infatuation, embodying a refreshing melody. Thus, the overall stage design centered on green hues, with costumes reflecting youthful exuberance. Yi Xun, with his striking features, particularly his pure, doe-like eyes, was capable of perfectly portraying an innocent youth. His hair was intentionally dyed in a gradient of chestnut gold, and when illuminated, paired with his green uniform. It exuded an enchanting aura reminiscent of a grassland sprite. Such styling was undoubtedly suited for the grand screen, especially when he appeared suddenly from the darkness, captivating all with a dazzling presence. The radiant youth, the fresh and natural green, the ethereal music box, all unfolded like a fairy tale before the audience. Azen, this is simply stunning. So handsome, Yi Xun. Whose little prince is this? Although Yi Xun's ranking was not particularly high and the number of fans present was limited, his breathtaking entrance sparked even the fans of other groups to chant his name in admiration. Yi Xun, adorned with an earpiece on stage, finds it challenging to discern the shouts of the audience. At this moment, he gazes at his reflection, clad in green, a color representing a Sun support. Lifting his eyes to the camera, it feels as though he is peering through a mirror into the heart of his beloved. You stand in the light, while I hide in the shadows. He fears that even his breath might disturb this sacred, silent dream. Yi Xun brings the microphone to his lips, his melodious voice akin to a gentle whisper, narrating a tale, or perhaps confiding a secret. His exquisite visage reflects the clarity of youth, the haze of confusion, and predominantly, a fervent yet naive devotion. His dream remains a mystery to him, yet his heart and body compel him to draw nearer. Gradually, with all his strength, he seeks to approach. As the stage lights brighten, they radiate from Yi Xun to the edges. The delicate sound of the piano resonates, reminiscent of cicadas in a music classroom after school. The young boys, clad in green attire, appear one after another. This stage is a realm for song, devoid of choreographed movements. Rather, it is the youthful vitality exuded by the boys that captivates. The innocence of youthful infatuation is pure and exhilarating, evoking involuntary smiles upon recollection. They chase after the light, symbolizing both the person hidden in their hearts and the dreams they aspire to achieve. A dazzling hexagram emerges through the refraction of lights in the mirror. Yi Xun stands within this star, feeling the spotlights focus upon him. He raises his gaze, his bright eyes shimmering like stars. The soft light casts a sacred glow on his features, and at that moment, string instruments join in. He reaches out towards the illuminating source, as if extending his hand to his divine idol. You are the youth metal bestowed by the galaxy, while I am the transparent window rejected by light. Even the sound of overlapping shadows is feared, yet he yearns to become a verse within the poetry of your life, with fluid transitions complemented by his unique voice. It seems as though the audience truly witnesses the boy trailing behind the divine figure, innocent yet resolute, fervently desiring to leave a trace of his existence along the divine's path. Oh, Yi Xun, I find it hard to recognize you. This boy's voice is extraordinary, the bittersweet pang of unrequited love. Ah, my baby has made remarkable progress. The vocal transitions are superb. As the performance concludes, a cascade of sheer fabric descends like a waterfall, enveloping the members. In the hazy silhouettes, the fragmented light in Yi Xun's eyes flickers, and he softly confides, this secret affection is kept safe even by the sound of rain. The delicate mist illuminates the boy, casting a serene glow on his final tranquility. The turmoil of his secret love surges like a torrential downpour. It remains as quiet as flowing water, each subtle thread penetrating the heart, evoking deep emotions. Wow, Yi Xun's ending pose is simply breathtaking. My baby, come here for a hug. I can hardly withstand the pure-hearted boy's secret love. As the lights dim, Yi Xun steadies his breath and descends from the stage. Though uncertain of the outcome, he knows he has given his all. Yi Xun appeared composed as he led his teammates back to the viewing room, where he was met with playful banter from fellow contestants. His amiable nature attracted more jesting comments, and almost immediately upon entering, he found himself surrounded. Yizhen, you sly one, practicing secretly behind our backs, are you? We were all left in awe watching you from behind. Are you still the Yi Xun we know? Next time, bring us along too. Yi Xun, known for his good temper, responded to the teasing with ease. However, amidst the crowd, his gaze was drawn to the young man at the center. He peered through the throng, his clear eyes locking onto the other's. As if sensing his gaze, the young man suddenly turned his head. At that moment of eye contact, Yi Xun noticed a faint smile flicker across those familiar phoenix-like eyes. Just a hint of a smile, yet it was enough to settle Yi Xun's previously anxious heart. He beamed a broad smile, responding joyfully to those around him. Though his attention remained fixated on that individual, even after the latter had diverted his gaze, a flutter of excitement stirred within him. Did Sun see me on stage? Yi Xun's performance was followed immediately by that of Chu Xun. Both belonged to the vocal group, performing in succession. Chu Xun watched quietly as Chu Xun and his group took the stage. Although they were both part of the vocal group, their songs differed significantly in style and complexity. Compared to Yi Xun's light and innocent love song, Chu Xun's group presented a piece with greater difficulty and depth. Most of Chu Xun's team were already well established in the industry, boasting superior overall skill and popularity compared to Yi Xun's group. Thus, in this round, victory was unlikely for Yi Xun's team. The few minutes on stage passed swiftly, devoid of the suspense typical of the main show. The results were announced promptly, with Chu Xun's team emerging victorious. In the viewing room, after the results were revealed, Chu Xun rose to fist bump Chu Xun, congratulating him on his victory. Once seated again, his gaze briefly drifted to the corner where Yi Xun sat. Though Yi Xun had lost, his performance was commendable. When the final episode aired, it could very well lead to a surge in popularity. In the realm of talent shows, popularity often outweighed competition victories. Thus, in Chu Xun's eyes, Yi Xun did not truly suffer a defeat. Chu Xun's glance was fleeting, and given the distance between them, Yi Xun remained unaware of it. What Yi Xun did see was Chu Xun taking the initiative to congratulate Chu Xun. What kind of person is Chu Xun? Having been around him daily, Yi Xun understood better than anyone. For Chu Xun to extend his congratulations, it indicated that Chu Xun held a significant place in his heart. Yi Xun's eyes dimmed. If he had one, would his son have celebrated with him in the same way? Or was he simply not strong enough? Following the vocal group was the rap group. Although Ouyang Huiyin was absent, the rap group still ignited the atmosphere. Following their performance, the energy in the room surged. Not only were the audience members electrified, but the contestants in the viewing hall also joined in the excitement, many of them rising to their feet and moving to the rhythm. Except for Ouyang Huiyin. During this period, although the young master has somewhat restrained his temper, he remains unchanged. In fact, due to frequently provoking Chu Xun, he has become even more arrogant than before. Listening to the two performances from the rap group, his brows were furrowed so tightly one could almost catch a mosquito. Were it not for the two individuals beside him watching closely, he would have undoubtedly declared that everyone present was utterly incompetent. This week, Yu Ran has taken on the role of captain, and aside from scrutinizing the members for minor details, he has devoted most of his time to Ouyang Huiyin. Consequently, he has come to understand this little tyrant's temperament all too well. If he dares to provoke someone like Chu Xun, the performers on these stages are even less likely to be regarded by him. Gu Wenxuan has also spent considerable time with Chu Xun lately, frequently witnessing Ouyang Huiyun's provocations. He has gained insight into the degree of this individual's indiscretion and, for the sake of harmony within the group, has kept a watchful eye on Ouyang Huiyun to prevent any reckless utterances. Despite being scrutinized by these two, Ouyang Huiyun refrained from making any alarming statements. However, his furtive glances towards Chu Xun revealed his unspoken intentions. Chu Xun felt his gaze but chose to ignore it, knowing it could only lead to trouble. Ouyang Huiyun, left with no choice, could only suppress his thoughts. It wasn't until they were about to take the stage that he discreetly tugged at Chu Xun's sleeve, saying, "Let me tell you, I rap better than they do. Next time, would you like to join me for a rap session? I'll take you along." Chu Xun zet ponde. Good night, ladies. Ouyang Huiyin was left speechless. After all this time, his sole intention was to invite him to rap. In truth, it was not merely an invitation. Ouyang Huiyin had been brewing this for quite a while, simply desiring to show off in front of Chu Xun. For too long, it had been Chu Xun showcasing his prowess before him. When had young master Ouyang ever felt so constrained? He yearned to impress Chu Xun, particularly in his area of expertise, rap, hoping to garner Chu Xun's admiration. Imagining the look of adoration on Chu Xun's face brought a smile to Ouyang Huiyin's lips. However, just as this fantasy began to take shape, Chu Xun delivered a light slap to his head, dragging him back to reality. As the moment to perform approached, Ouyang Huiyin instinctively covered his head, protecting the hairstyle he had spent so long perfecting. Though the force was mild, it still caused a twinge of pain. Ouyang Huiyin, nursing his forehead, cast a frustrated glance at Chu Xun, his mouth opening as if to speak. Yet, upon noticing that their teammates had already taken their positions, he shot Chu Xun an exasperated look before begrudgingly turning to occupy his own spot. Chu Xun could easily discern Ouyang Huiyin's underlying motives. Had this young master not possessed such a lack of guile, he would not have endured for so long. Nevertheless, his patience had limits, and he would not hesitate to address matters when the time came. On the stage ahead, the performances of the vocal and rap groups concluded, and while the audience erupted in excitement over the dazzling display, they were even more thrilled about the upcoming act. The contestants' live streams had been running continuously for the past few days, and the fans were well aware that the dance group was comprised of exceptional talent. In the training room, the daily rehearsals of Chu Xun and his team elicited screams of excitement. The chains, gloves, and synchronized knife dance of the performers stirred the audience's spirits even before the makeup was applied, leaving them in eager anticipation of the live performance. With the popularity of the upper-tier circle, most attendees of the venue were devoted fans, heightening their anticipation for the dance group's presentation. After a lengthy wait, as the second public performance neared its conclusion, they finally made their appearance. The dedicated staff had set up their equipment, with cameras trained on the darkened stage. The audience, not daring to blink, feared missing even a moment of the spectacle. Suddenly, the electronic pulse sound surged closer, accompanied by the ominous sound of bullets being chambered. The dance group was arriving. After such a long wait, were Chu Xun and his team finally here? Amidst the fervent cheers of the fans, the music abruptly fell silent. In the darkness, a deep, cold laugh resonated. Ha! The low, magnetic voice acted as a predator's signal in the shadows, sending shivers down the spine of those present. Before the crowd could fully process the chilling laughter, 7 crimson lasers swept across the stage. The camera angles shifted rapidly, synchronized to the pulsating beat, leaving the spectators breathless. Tisu's long legs were adorned with gun straps, Mulanue's waist entangled with dark red chains, Yin Yu's wrist protected by studded gear, Yu Rant's left shoulder clasped with a silver skull, Ouyang Huiyin's neck encircled by a fractured cross. Gu Wenxuan brandished a chrome revolver filled with blood-red bullets at his lips. And Chu Xun's blood-red gaze suddenly lifted. Each fleeting image accompanied by the red lasers elicited gasps from the audience. The screen paused momentarily on Chu Xun. His already sharp features combined with the intensely aggressive crimson gaze, and at the moment he raised his eyelids, the crowd seemed to sense an overwhelming surge of bloodlust. Oh my goodness, what an exhilarating start. This is truly remarkable. I can hardly contain myself. Chu Xun, are you trying to leave me breathless? The fans erupted into a cacophony of cheers, as though they might lift the entire venue off its foundations. The opening, the styling, the lighting, it was utterly electrifying. The camera whirled around the 7 members in a rapid 360-degree sweep, the deep bass beats hammering in sync with the hearts of the spectators. In the next instant, the camera cut to a wide shot. The members swung their chains, pivoting with a swift turn, their backs to the audience as they formed a triangular formation. The metallic clinking of the chains sliced through the air in harmony with the pulsating drum beats. The members' neck and shoulder muscles quivered with the rhythm, the black leather gloves gripping the chains as they moved upward, while the silver-studded belts reflected a dazzling crimson in the spotlight. The powerful, masculine aesthetic of the knife dance struck the audience with a tremendous impact right from the outset. The dance group. Help! How can they be so perfectly synchronized? This timing, this chain work? It's overwhelming. With high-top military boots adorned with studs, the 7 members synchronously shifted formations. Under the guidance of their dance instructor, Yuran. Combined with the innate abilities of the members, their raised footsteps were executed with remarkable uniformity. As the boots struck the ground, synchronized with the heavy beats of the background music, the effect was utterly exhilarating. A gunshot echoed. Suddenly, all members collapsed to the ground, relinquishing their strength. In the next moment, accompanied by a somewhat frivolous whistle, they were jerked up like marionettes by an invisible force. In the background, submachine guns fired in rapid succession as the members executed a 90-degree bend at the waist, with the sound of bullets perfectly aligning with their footsteps. This sequence of movements showcased their exceptional core strength and terrifying control over their bodies. Replacing even one member among the 7 would compromise this flawless execution. The audience's screams gradually subsided, mesmerized by the stage performance. The precision of their moves resembled a one-to-one replication of technical brilliance, as if the height of their leaps had been meticulously calculated, instilling a sense of awe. And this was only the beginning. Following a unified dance by the 7, the members commenced the true display of their talents. The first to shine was Ouyang Huiyun, who soared amidst red lasers, creating an explosive sound effect upon takeoff. As he landed, colorful smoke erupted into the air. The camera zoomed in, capturing his golden hair billowing amidst the chaos of battle as he tilted his head back, the chains at his waist clinking with metallic friction. Bang, bang, bang. The rapid gunfire reverberated, and the trembling chains shot out like bullets. Was Ouyang Huiyun's dancing truly this magnificent? My goodness, how striking. I confess, I had underestimated him earlier. His prowess rivals that of royalty. Ouyang Huiyun's segment, which astonished everyone, was, in fact, the simplest among the 7. After all, he was the sole lead rapper. The impressive outcome was largely thanks to Captain Yuran, who had tirelessly monitored him day and night for the past week. After Ouyang Huiyun's part concluded, the real dance extravaganza began. The chains shot from Ouyang Huiyun were caught by Chu Xun, and the camera seamlessly transitioned to him. He wrapped the chains around his wrist twice, pulling Ouyang Huiyun back into formation. Ouyang Huiyun knelt on one knee in perfect harmony with his movement, while Chu Xun loomed over him, one hand gripping the chain at his waist and the other holding a silver gun against his chin. As the ambient sounds intensified, Chu Xun flashed a dangerous smile. His fingers twitched, the trigger clicked, bang. White smoke erupted on stage. What an impressive production. The audience gasped in amazement. The coordination was almost a recipe for a stage accident. Chu Xun's smile sent shivers down my spine. It was sinister. That crisp, clean gunfire. Absolutely breathtaking. Amidst the audience's hoarse screams, the smoke dissipated, revealing Yunyu and Su in its wake. Both were strikingly handsome, tall and lithe, clad in dark combat attire that rendered them exceptionally dashing. As they made their entrance back to back, they appeared as if they were two halves of a whole. The electronic music intensified, and the rhythm began to quicken. The silver gun exchanged hands between the two individuals 7 times, each transfer resonating with the ominous sound of bullets being chambered. Amidst the dazzling display of movement, the chains at their waists twisted into a spiral with their every motion. Suddenly, one end of the chain was flung outward. Bang! The gunfire erupted. In a mere half-second, the two executed a backflip crossfire. The camera darted swiftly between them, arriving at the pitch-black muzzle of the gun. The scene panned to reveal Chu Xun's indifferent phoenix eyes. The second act, Dual Sacrifice, unfolded. How reckless can one be in such a leap? My goodness, the intricacy of those hand movements was astounding. What incredible individuals. The timing was perfect, an exhilarating experience. The stage continued, initially focusing on Chu Xun's face, then slightly retracting to capture a half-body shot. In the frame, Chu Xun cast his gaze downward, his wrist twisting the silver gun, perfectly synchronized with a pronounced beat in the background. The sound of rusted gears turning filled the air. Chu Xun then placed the silver gun on the round table, spinning it, and with a sudden intensity in his gaze, he flung the silver gun forward. The camera followed the trajectory of the gun, landing with a thud. A slender hand caught the gun. The camera lifted, revealing Gu Wenxuan, one knee pressed against the chain. The silver gun's barrel aimed at his temple. At the moment the chamber clicked open, Chu Xun yanked the iron chain at his waist. He rolled sideways and soared into the air. Bang! 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 Gunfire erupted. The bullets soared past Chu Xun, striking 6 targets behind him, igniting a blazing inferno that rendered their movements breathtakingly dramatic. Amidst the searing flames, Gu Wenxuan landed gracefully. The muzzle of the silver gun pointed at Chu Xun's chest, while the chain around his waist was firmly gripped by Chu Xun's hand, coiling from his waist up to his neck. Raising his gaze, their eyes locked amidst the spreading fire. The third act, Crowning Flames, unveiled itself. Wow, that turn. 6 shots, oh my. Gu Demon King truly lives up to his name. What an exhilarating display. Gu Wenxuan unleashed his full prowess. The precision was exhilarating. This aerial maneuver was undoubtedly the work of our esteemed Demon King. Gu Wenxuan's segment was filled with technicality, an achievement unattainable without a solid foundation in dance. Moreover, he infused his unique style into the performance, his movements flowing effortlessly, exuding a sense of grace and ease. Elegant yet powerful, the true embodiment of Gu Demon King. On stage, amidst the flames, the camera pulled back, revealing Yu Ran's silhouette within the firelight. The sound of shattering glass echoed, and the electronic music quickened. The chains danced around him, harmonizing with the flames behind, presenting a captivating dance of war. Yu Ran's timing was impeccably sharp. As a dance instructor, his professionalism shone through, each subtle beat perfectly executed. The chains in his hands resembled a tamed prop, obedient to his whims. Suddenly, the chain entwined around his arm was flung outward. The flames traced the path of the chain, bursting into sparks at its end. Bang! The familiar sound of gunfire rang out. The mirror shattered, revealing Chu Xun's figure behind the glass. He wielded a firearm with one hand, while the other grasped the chain that Yu Ran had flung towards him. As the silver gun spun at his fingertips, crimson shell casings fell to the ground. At this moment of the fourth execution, mirror judgment, the spectators began to perceive something extraordinary. My heavens, is Chu Bawang the mastermind behind it all? How is he able to synchronize so seamlessly with each participant? It feels as though any slight misstep could result in a catastrophic stage mishap. With each gunshot, a figure fell. I realized the professionalism of Yu Ran was astounding, as the timing was so intricate that I struggled to keep up. This stage is a veritable display of skill. From the beginning until now, my mouth has remained agape. Is this the dance troupe? I can only say, it's remarkable. On the large screen, Chu Xun wrapped the chain around his wrist twice before forcefully twisting it. The camera followed the chain's trajectory, revealing Mu Lanyue, who appeared along the descending chain, her waist adorned with a swinging chain that glimmered with a blue light. Compared to the others, Mu Lanyue's figure was relatively slender, and her movements were incredibly graceful. Coupled with her already exquisite visage, the swinging chain resembled a lethal weapon in a flirtatious dance. As she approached Chu Xun, she suddenly arched backward, her right leg lifting to deliver a kick aimed at his head. Just moments ago, her movements had been light and fluid, but this strike was imbued with the ferocity of a tempest. In a flash, the silver chain coiled around her ankle. Chu Xun yanked the silver chain, propelling Mu Lanyue into the air, her leg lifting in perfect harmony, producing a stunning aerial split that graced the lens. Wow, such incredible flexibility. This segment featuring Lanyue is phenomenal. The professionalism is truly distinctive. I am utterly captivated. Each segment flows seamlessly, with each performer showcasing their unique flair. Chu Xun tugged on the silver chain, sending Mu Lanyue soaring high, enabling her to execute 3 rotations mid-air. This moment belonged to Mu Lanyue, hence the camera predominantly focused on her. For a stage to achieve resounding success, every member must contribute significantly. That night, Chu Xun was merely attempting to intimidate him. From the outset, he never intended to overshadow anyone Sun's shining moment. As Mulan Yue touched down, Chu Xun stood a meter behind her, confidently holding his firearm, effortlessly pulling the trigger. Bang! The final gunshot rang out. The fifth execution, Comet Judgment, saw the camera shift from the silver gun back to Chu Xun, who had unknowingly gathered the chains of the remaining 6 members. Suddenly, the scene widened, revealing that all members had assumed their designated positions, encircling Chu Xun. As the pulsating electronic music faded, the sound of heavy breathing intensified. In that moment of silence, the collective heartbeats quickened. An invisible urgency permeated the venue. The next second, bang! The heartbeat resonated loudly. The discordant electronic sounds collided with the clattering of metal chains against the ground, creating a rapid rhythm that echoed in the hearts of the audience. On stage, all 7 members sprang into action. They swiftly crossed paths, manipulating the iron chains at their waists to weave a radial web of crimson in the air. Centered around Ouyang Huiyun, Shi and Yun Yu coordinated their movements, kneeling to whip their chains against the floor. The remaining 4 soared and spun, their iron chains slicing through the air in sync with the gunfire. In midair, Chu Xun suddenly pivoted, securing a chain with 1 foot as he descended. He knelt on one knee, positioned among the members. The industrial metallic friction reverberated in the background, accompanied by the sound of a revolver's chamber spinning. The iron chains around the waist of the 6 entwined him, as if binding him in captivity. The scene reversed, transforming him from the dominator holding everyone's chains to a prisoner ensnared by them. The choreography of chain networks, ricochets, and misfires unfolded seamlessly, leaving the audience breathless, as if they had forgotten to inhale. My voice has gone hoarse. Oh my heavens, is this the stage we can behold? Help me. Chu Xun, what is happening? Has he become this formidable? That mid-air turn left me in awe. How can that chain be manipulated so expertly? Has it gained sentience, obeying so dutifully? Utterly stunning, absolutely explosive. As the rapid drumbeats in the background ceased, they morphed into a crackling electric hum, mingling with the pre-recorded breaths of the members. The camera circled the 7, evoking a sense of a war that had come to a standstill. With a sharp crack, Gu Wenxuan took 2 steps toward Chu Xun, spinning a silver pistol between his fingers. He raised his hand, aiming at Chu Xun. The moment the gunfire erupted, a plume of white smoke soared into the air, enveloping the entire stage once more. The camera zoomed in, revealing the members who had been standing, now kneeling on one knee. Yet, the once-bound Chu Xun slowly rose. He lifted his gaze, his blood-red eyes locking onto the camera, a crimson gem nestled between his lips. Indeed, the bullet from that silver pistol. A horrific smile curled at the corners of Chu Xun's mouth as he tilted his head slightly towards the lens. He raised his hand, lazily removing his black glove, pointing forward with an air of nonchalance. His handsome visage bore a hint of playful mockery. In that fleeting moment, as the camera drew closer, he fired silently. The final execution, blood-red twilight. Good night, my dears. Chapter 84. The Flawed Trainee in the Audition. As the stage concluded, the audience fell into a brief silence, as though time had been temporarily suspended. The air thickened for a second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, before an invisible fuse seemed to ignite. The screams erupted like thunder, sweeping across the entire venue. Chu Xun. This stage has utterly mesmerized me. From beginning to end, it was dazzling. The dance group, oh my goodness, the timing. Every single performer is formidable. The chain props were utilized to perfection. I've never witnessed such a seamless use of props on stage. It was an exhilarating experience throughout. Group dances, solos, perfect synergy, my heavens. Not a second was wasted. It was genuinely impressive. Divinity. Divine. Divine. With Chu Xun's team on that stage, the other dance group was almost entirely overlooked. The contrast was dismal, the outcome utterly indisputable. The votes among the members of Chu Xun's team were remarkably balanced. Even as the center position, Chu Xun's lead was merely a handful of votes. As the members observed the overwhelming number of votes and the audience's enthusiastic reactions, they gradually realized that their performance on this stage was indeed well received. Shi and Yun Yu exchanged glances, each reflecting surprise in the other's eyes. In a corner of the group, Mu Langyue discreetly directed her gaze towards the center, where Chu Xun stood, her expression a tapestry of conflicting emotions. To be frank, the dynamics within their group were far from harmonious. Among the seven, aside from Yuran, who among them was willing to take a subordinate role, only Chu Xun, with his unpredictable nature and fearlessness, could somewhat temper their ambitions. However, this was not so much suppression as it was a matter of self-preservation. They were reluctant to act as recklessly as Chu Xun did. Given these circumstances, they naturally refrained from confronting him directly. Having reached this level, they possessed both strength and ambition, and they would diligently complete the tasks assigned by Chu Xun, not out of fear, but for their own benefit. Yet, in their self-centeredness, they failed to notice the impact of their performance on others. Thus, they were unprepared for the overwhelming response the stage would elicit. Shirsu and Yunyu were relatively unfazed, merely surprised to discover that Chu Xun was, contrary to expectations, a benevolent individual. Even while occupying the center position, he managed to shine a light on them, elevating their vote counts beyond anticipation. It seemed that rumors should not be taken at face value, and one should not judge others solely by appearances. For Mu Langyue, however, her emotions were far more intricate. Since that fateful night, she had realized that Chu Xun was not the straightforward person she had initially thought him to be. This individual possessed cunning and strategy, embodying a fierce and unpredictable spirit. She had anticipated that even if he spared her after that encounter, he would not treat her with kindness. The spray bottle he used was a warning. Yet she had been taken aback by his behavior. As she watched Chu Xun conversing with Gu Wenshuan, her gaze involuntarily lingered on his sharp features. That night, the fear induced by his light-colored phoenix eyes still lingered within her. Yet at this moment, those very eyes held a hint of gentle amusement, dazzling under the lights. Mu Langyue bit her lip. The chilling sting of the spray, the highlight of her personal moment, and the perfectly synchronized chains around her waist coalesced in her mind. Perhaps having stared too long, Chu Xun sensed her gaze and suddenly turned his head. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, those once terrifying phoenix eyes now sparked an unexpected flicker of anticipation within her. Realizing the shift in her feelings, Mu Lanyue's expression changed abruptly. She turned away, evading his piercing gaze. What was she thinking? This was a madman. How could he possibly harbor such goodwill towards her? It was merely a means to an end for him, a way to achieve his desired stage. Mu Lanyue fervently shook her head, striving to convince herself. Chu Xun had utilized her to realize his vision, and she, in turn, had leveraged him to attain her moment in the spotlight. In this exchange, she had not suffered loss. However, this stroke of fortune was mere luck. She could not afford to provoke this madman again in the future. These thoughts swirled in her mind, yet the image of Chu Xun's recently smiling phoenix eyes lingered vividly. Chapter 85. The flawed trainee in the competition that night was destined to be anything but tranquil. The early hours of the morning approached. The audience of the second public performance has already departed from the venue. While the stage has concluded, the exhilaration they carried from the live event still lingers. That night, countless fans returning from the performance began to express their fervor across various platforms. The dance group of the second public performance is absolutely phenomenal. Chain reaction is truly remarkable. Every member showcases their exceptional talent. The synchronized group dance at the front was breathtakingly precise, while the subsequent solo performances were equally impressive. The stage's aesthetic was steeped in dark industrial violence, embodying the struggle between the controller and the hunter, with scene reversals that were nothing short of spectacular. Chu Xun, as the controller, wielded the chains as though they were an extension of his being, performing with flamboyant flair. Moreover, his expression management was utterly captivating. That final smile was simply unforgettable. First comment: how many people have sung praises for the chain hunt now? Is it really that powerful? Second comment: everyone went wild tonight. The internet is ablaze. I'm quite curious. Startsy, please release the stage footage quickly. Third comment: the dance group has been mentioned numerous times. The keywords have trended, and Startsy is truly on fire. Fourth comment: upon returning from the second public performance, the stage was genuinely stunning. I won't even mention Chu Xun's chain reaction, as it has already trended. Instead, let me talk about the group led by Shangwan Qian, which truly exemplified what it means to be a lead singer. Their energy was explosive. The rap group also performed remarkably, igniting the atmosphere. Lastly, I must mention Yi Zhun's group. Although their overall performance was only average in the second public stage, Yi Zhun truly shone this time. Every time the camera focused on him, my heart melted. The stage footage hasn't been released yet, not even images, yet the written descriptions from those present have already trended. I can already envision how lively the entertainment industry will be when the official footage from the second public performance is unveiled. Startse is truly on the rise. 5th comment. Has this place fallen to? 6th comment. There are so many fans going wild on various platforms. It's making me restless. 7th comment. Dog Startse. The stage has ended, yet you haven't started the live stream? Are you planning to keep us waiting for another week? 8th comment. Chu Xun has utterly captivated me this time. The aura of a mastermind orchestrating everything is overwhelming. I can't close my eyes without seeing him. It's impossible to sleep. 9th comment. After watching a live performance, I really can't sleep. 10th comment. The direct shots of everyone in chain reaction are available for viewing. It's genuinely electrifying. 11th comment. Chu Xun was continuously holding onto their waist chains, and the coordination was superb, especially Gu Wenxuan's side flip and Mu Lanyue's triple rotation. Goodness, I was left utterly spellbound. 12th comment. The group dance is the true epitome of artistry. 13th comment. Chain reaction, chain hunt, was perfectly timed throughout, and I was utterly thrilled. As the most popular show of the summer season, the discussions surrounding its star-studded cast are already soaring high. Once the live stream concluded, the fans found themselves with nowhere to go. The fervor of the audience returning from the venue sparked an immediate surge in anticipation for the second public performance. Perhaps the creativity of those present was so remarkable that their vivid descriptions allowed fans who were unable to attend to envision the scene. Consequently, the excitement escalated, and during the quiet hours of the early morning, it even trended on social media. Such discourse left the production team grinning from ear to ear, as they could foresee the frenzy that would accompany the official release of the second public performance. Following the conclusion of the second public stage, the production team customarily granted the contestants a half-day holiday. In the afternoon, the staff summoned the contestants to inform them of a planned bonfire party. According to the divisions established for the second public performance, each group was assigned specific tasks. The team led by Chu Xun was tasked with procuring ingredients. As staff handed him 3 GoPro cameras, he distributed them to Yu Ran and Gu Wenxuan while inquiring, "Ingredients? Do we need to leave the island?" The staff provided him with 5,000 yuan, explaining, "No need to leave the island. Everything you need is available here. What you buy and how you buy it is entirely up to you." Chu Xun glanced at the thick stack of red bills in his hand. To be honest, he had no clear concept of what 5,000 yuan could procure for 60 people. Uncertain of what to purchase, the prices of ingredients, or even where to buy them, he felt overwhelmed by the money in his grasp. Ouyang Huiyun, witnessing Chu Xun's bewildered expression for the first time, let out a loud, unabashed laugh. This is hilarious. Chu Xun, look at you now." Chu Xun, taken aback, raised an eyebrow and shot a frosty glance at Ouyang Huiyun, his lips curling to utter 2 words. "Do you understand?" Ouyang's laughter abruptly ceased. As Gu Wenxuan observed their exchange, he quietly retreated to a corner with the GoPro, striving to diminish his presence. Admittedly, he too was at a loss when it came to the cost of goods. Chu Xun's gaze swept over his teammates. Su and Yun were engaged in a game of rock, paper, scissors, seemingly oblivious to Chu Xun's discerning eyes. Ouyang Huiyun remained silent, while Gu Wenxuan, typically a dominant figure, wished fervently to vanish from Chu Xun's sight. After surveying the group, Chu Xun's attention landed on Yu Ran. Yu Ran, steeling himself, accepted the 5,000 yuan and remarked, "I have a rough idea, but I'm not sure if it's enough." Although his family background was not as affluent as that of the others, they had supported his artistic pursuits and international competitions, which was commendable in itself. Thus, he was not completely ignorant, but compared to these privileged young masters, He certainly had much to learn. 5,000 yuan should suffice for purchasing some inexpensive drinks for 60 people, right? As Yu Ran nervously counted the money in his hands. 5 men watched him intently. After a prolonged silence, Mu Linyue, who had initially intended to avoid conflict, could no longer hold back. He reached over and took the money from Yu Ran, declaring, "It's not just barely enough. It's more than sufficient for a splendid feast." As soon as the words were spoken, the eyes of the others in the group sparkled with interest. Mu Linyue met Chu Xun's gaze and, after a moment's hesitation, spoke up. "A reasonable budget of around 3,000 should suffice. We have 5,000, which allows us to purchase something of better quality. We can first visit the fishermen on the island. Their fish and shrimp are fresh, affordable, and negotiable." Mu Linyue meticulously divided the 5,000 into 3 categories: meat, vegetables, and beverages, clearly outlining where to buy, what to purchase, and in what quantities, instilling direction in the previously anxious group. Ouyang Huiyin looked at Mu Linyue with incredulity. He had not anticipated that his tearful colleague possessed such knowledge. Ouyang Huiyin and Mu Linyue were from the same company, with Mu Linyue being an artist represented by Ouyang Huiyin's agency. While they were not particularly close, they had spent more time together than with the other contestants on the island. To Ouyang Huiyin, Mu Linyue was a gentle soul, often speaking in soft tones that he struggled to comprehend, and was notably prone to tears, especially during the period when he was criticized for his royal demeanor, crying frequently. The sight of Mu Linyue's tearful eyes caused Ouyang Huiyin considerable distress, leading him to avoid Mu Linyue in the aftermath. He could not fathom why Mu Linyue, an unrelated party, would cry when he himself had not shed a tear in response to the criticism. Now, witnessing Mu Linyue's rational and organized approach, Ouyang Huiyin was taken aback. This boy, so prone to tears, had this side to him as well. Under Mu Linyue's guidance, the members quickly divided into 3 groups to procure supplies. Yu Ran took Yunyu and Shi Su to purchase seafood from the fishermen, while Gu Wenxuan and Ouyang Huiyin, both tall, went to buy beverages. Mu Linyue's gaze fell on Chu Xun, lingering for 2 seconds before hesitantly suggesting, "Chu Xun, would you accompany me to the supermarket to buy frozen meat?" "Sure," Chu Xun replied, nonchalantly nodding. He raised the GoPro, ensuring it captured both him and Mu Linyue, then turned to ask, "Shall we set off now?" Standing beside Chu Xun, Mu Linyue felt a sudden shiver as the crisp scent of mint enveloped him when Chu Xun turned his head. It was a remnant of that night. This fragrance instinctively filled him with trepidation, yet he discreetly averted his gaze, unable to look into those sharp, phoenix-like eyes, and timidly glanced at his thin, moving lips. It is often said that those with thin lips are cold-hearted, yet this person, when not in a frenzy, appeared quite considerate. Mu Linyue turned to the GoPro, framing him, once again sensing an unusual feeling. Chu Xun, unaware of Mu Linyue's inner thoughts after receiving confirmation, inquired with the staff for directions to the largest supermarket on the island and led Mu Linyue directly to their destination. The island was not small, and the scenery along the route to the supermarket was stunning. To save on expenses, they chose bicycles as their mode of transport. The afternoon sun, no longer scorching, had transformed into a warm glow, lazily painting the sea in gentle hues of orange and red. The wheels rolled over the fine sand, producing a soft, rustling sound, harmonizing with the rhythm of the waves. Mu Linyue gazed at the cyclist ahead, the wind playfully tousling the individual's hair, exuding an air of carefree abandon. The sun cast a golden hue upon him, dispelling the chill of that previous night, while the warm afternoon light momentarily enveloped Mu Linyue in a haze of reverie. Chu Xun appeared less daunting than before. Inside the supermarket, Chu Xun seemed oblivious to the freshness of chicken wings or the nuances of seasoning and equipment. He trailed behind Mu Linyue with a GoPro in hand, ready to assist once she made her selections, resembling a rather pretentious porter. Though the show's crew claimed to have reserved the entire island, in reality, only a few training facilities were in use. The reservation aimed to restrict fan access to prevent any unforeseen incidents. While fans outside were unable to enter, those residing on the island remained. Chu Xun's towering height made him conspicuous in a crowd, and his penchant for striking poses ensured that even a mask could not obscure him from attention. From the moment they entered the supermarket, curious glances were cast their way. As Chu Xun bent over to examine the chicken legs and wings, someone finally could not contain their excitement and rushed over, cautiously yet eagerly inquiring, "Chu, is that you, Chu Xun?" The unexpected voice startled him, causing him to nearly drop the items he was holding. Steadying his grip, he turned to face the enthusiastic girl before him. Lifting a finger to his lips, he shushed her softly. Chu Xun glanced at the phone case in her hand, adorned with a photo of him on stage, alongside the words Chu Xun. He smiled, replying, "Yes, that's me. Good evening, McCandy." His tone, though questioning, unmistakably acknowledged the girl's identity. The girl's excitement was palpable, and she instinctively covered her mouth, internally screaming in delight. "Help! It's really Chu Xun. So tall, so handsome, and so gentle." She gazed up at his striking eyes, overwhelmed with emotion, and slowly confessed, "Yes, I am McCandy. I really like you, Chu Xun." With a gentle smile, Chu Xun replied, "Thank you." As his presence drew more attention, Mulan Yue sensed something amiss. Turning around, she spotted Chu Xun engaged in conversation with a girl. A quick scan revealed others discreetly capturing the moment with their phones, prompting a change in her expression. Hastily, Mulan Yue approached Chu Xun and tapped his shoulder. "We should head back. If we don't leave soon, we might not be able to return." Chu Xun, now aware of the shifting atmosphere, lowered the brim of his cap, flashed a heart sign at the girl, and quietly said, "See you next time, goodbye." The girl, initially reluctant, was momentarily taken aback by his gesture, and before she could process it, Chu Xun and Mulan Yue had vanished from sight. In a moment of reverie, the video had already found its way onto the internet. Chu Xun, whose popularity was already soaring, easily trended with his name attached. In the footage, he donned a hat and mask, rendering his voice inaudible from afar. Yet his gentle demeanor could be perceived through his lowered gaze and the subtle arch of his phoenix-like eyes. I can't take it anymore. His gentle demeanor is overwhelming. Chu Xun, you are simply too handsome. That heart gesture from behind has me truly envious. Chu Xun, are you trying to charm your fans to the point of recklessness? He is so tall, almost a head taller than the rest, my goodness. He looked so adorable at the start. Did he just make a sound? What a pity we can't hear it. Observing Chu Xun's interactions with others on the island, and then his demeanor with fans, I can't handle it anymore. He genuinely knows how to charm. Jealousy is driving me mad. Even purchasing groceries could send him trending. Not only the production team, but even Chu Xun himself had not anticipated this. At that moment, he was on the grass with Mulan Yue, organizing the ingredients they had brought back from the supermarket. Under the moonlight, Mulan Yue watched Chu Xun busily at work, her mind unconsciously drifting to his recent interactions with fans, the warmth and humor in his phoenix eyes, the secret heart gesture he made while turning away. So, he possesses this side too. Good night, my dear wives. Chapter 87. The flawed trainee in the talent show not long after Chu Xun and the others returned. Gu and Xuan and the rest arrived as well. With the ingredients at hand, the contestants began preparing for the evening's barbecue and party. Time passed, and the last golden rays of the setting sun shimmered upon the horizon, while the aroma of grilled delicacies mingled with a moist sea breeze, tantalizing the contestants' senses. Ouyang Huiyun clumsily gathered a bundle of wood to ignite. As night fell, the orange flames rose high into the air. The contestants' first, and perhaps last, bonfire party on the island officially commenced. Everyone, Instructor Han Xingchen, stood up and clapped his hands. Tonight, we have a rare opportunity. Why don't we treat this place as an impromptu stage, where each of you can showcase something? No scoring, no competition, just pure enjoyment. The contestants erupted in cheers and applause. Those who had made it here all possessed unique talents. Yet, during the show, many of their strengths had been overlooked for various reasons. Now, they could temporarily forget about the competition and simply express their joy freely. Leaning against a tree, Chu Xun watched as contestants took turns showcasing their skills. Some danced hip-hop, others sang, and a few even brought out a swana. The gentle sea breeze caressed the scene, and the flickering flames illuminated the carefree smiles of the youth. Everyone knew that by this time tomorrow, most would leave the stage, but Chu Xun, with one hand, popped open a can of soda and took a sip of the cold beverage. He shook it slightly, watching the bubbles dance inside, and suddenly smiled. Yet at this moment, on this tranquil island, beside the crackling bonfire, this group of dream-chasing youths was unabashedly illuminating their youthful aspirations. Regardless of how much time has passed, this moment will be eternally etched in the memories of both the participants and their admirers. While the contestants were engaged in a bonfire party, the production team was not idle. The setlist for the third performance was generously unveiled, allowing fans to vote on the songs that would grace the stage. As this announcement was made, the fans who had previously criticized the lack of live broadcasts suddenly erupted with excitement. They ceased their complaints and eagerly began to delve into the songs released by the official source. A total of 6 songs were presented, each featuring a variety of styles. In a live competition, a more explosive stage performance would likely hold an advantage, although the voting was ostensibly fan-driven, given the current dynamics. The top 3 groups could practically choose their preferred songs at will. The disparity in fan numbers was simply insurmountable, making it impossible for others to compete at that moment. Chu Xun had performed dance routines in both of his previous stages, so his fans naturally wished to cast their votes for the dance category. There were 2 dance tracks, one of which had a particularly explosive beat that fans initially intended to support. However, upon listening to the other track and envisioning Chu Xun's performance of it, many fans found themselves salivating in anticipation. Before they knew it, their fingers had inadvertently selected that very song. When the final results were revealed at midnight, the outcome was both exhilarating and immensely satisfying. What on earth? This is madness. Oh, what is happening? Is this a fan vote? I seriously suspect it's just a bunch of thrill seekers voting. This isn't how fan clubs usually vote. It feels like there are more jokers involved. No. This scale is undoubtedly the result of fan voting. Passers-by couldn't possibly achieve this level. Seeing this lineup, I've already begun to anticipate the third performance. The earlier acts didn't captivate me much, but this lineup is absolutely tailored to my taste. If it's a fan vote, why wasn't Shangwan Qian included? The stars have risen again. Even casual onlookers can outshine the fans. Everyone is over 185 centimeters. Just for this male model lineup, I'm definitely going to the third performance. Is this the ticketing strategy of the stars? All right. Admit am tempted. The contestants on the island remained blissfully unaware that their stage for the third performance had already been arranged by their fans. They were still peacefully asleep, awaiting the announcement of rankings the following morning. The next day, in the evaluation hall at the same time and in the same positions, the contestants gathered. Mentor Han Xingchen sighed as he held the ranking list in his hands. Although he had experienced this once before, receiving the list again brought forth a wave of sympathy for those facing elimination. In this round of rankings, there was little change among the top 7. The only alteration was that Ouyang Huiyun had surged to the 6th position. His outstanding performance in the first round had silenced previous criticisms of the royal faction, transforming it into a point of attraction. With his good looks, formidable talent, and favorable background, he embodied the quintessential male protagonist of a novel. Did he not? During this period of playful banter with Chu Xun, his endearing yet proud canine personality added a delightful contrast to his character, garnering him considerable affection from many. Consequently, he surged to an impressive 6th place. The debut lineup, set amidst a constellation of stars, comprised 7 members. The current rankings are as follows: Chu Xun, Gu Wenxuan, Shangwan Qian, Mulan Yue, Shi Su, Ouyang Huiyun, and Yun Yu. The captain of the second public performance, Yu Ran, secured the 16th position, which is not significantly different from his previous ranking. Yi Zhen, however, demonstrated remarkable improvement, reaching 11th place without the benefit of being showcased in the second public stage. Yi Zhen's attractiveness ranks among the top on the island, and he possesses a unique charm that sets him apart. His initial stage performance attracted a considerable fan base, complemented by his amiable personality and good rapport with prominent figures like Chu Xun, Gu Wenxuan, and Shangwan Qian, ensuring he received ample screen time. during the first public performance. While all members were overshadowed by Chu Xun, he still managed to stand out slightly. Overall, Yi Zhen's ability to attract fans is notably above average on the island. However, due to his excessively laid-back demeanor and comparatively lackluster stage presence relative to the current debut group, his ranking has consistently hovered around the 20th position. The sudden leap to such a high rank this time can be attributed to Yi Zhen's unexpected surge of diligence. His followers, who frequent his live streams, are well aware that he nearly lived in the practice room for the second public stage. His daily practice hours exceeded even those of Chu Xun. He wore his training uniform almost exclusively, only changing it when seeking guidance from Chu Xun. The perspiration he produced was akin to bathing, and coupled with Yi Zhen's noticeable shift in demeanor, his supporters were left feeling heartbroken after a week of witnessing his struggles. Imaginative fans rallied to rally votes for their beloved Yi Zhen, propelling him to the 11th position. This ranking is remarkably high, nearing the top 10. It seems that daring to dream of a debut position is not entirely out of reach. However, those familiar with the intricacies of talent shows understand that Yi Zhen's current ranking is merely temporary. Without outstanding stage performances or significant events to attract fans in the future, maintaining this position will prove challenging, let alone securing a debut spot. It is essential to note that the second public stage has yet to be released, and other competitors, particularly those vying for debut positions, have not yet begun to exert their full potential. Chapter 88. The Flawed Trainee in the Talent Show. Yi Zhen, unaware of the convoluted machinations of the talent show, felt nothing but surprise upon hearing his ranking, despite not winning the second public performance. He had braced himself for lower rankings in the subsequent rounds. To his astonishment, he placed 11th. Immediately, Yi Zhen turned his gaze to Chu Xun, his eyes sparkling like a pure, innocent fawn in the forest. With this 11th place, might he be able to team up with his son? Yi Zhen's gaze towards Chu Xun was always unabashed. Even amidst recent murmurs suggesting he was merely riding on others' coattails, he remained unfazed. He has always inhabited a world uniquely his own, friendly towards others. Yet this does not impede him from immersing himself in his personal realm. Within the rules of his world, he only invests his attention in matters that pique his interest. In the past, it was captivating individuals and intriguing events. Now, only Chu Xun remains. Thus, he remains indifferent to the opinions of others, focusing solely on his desire to draw closer to Chu Xun with relentless determination. Chu Xun is acutely aware of the gazes directed at him, especially the unabashed scrutiny from Yi Zhen. Almost instantaneously, he perceives her glance. He raises his eyes, their gazes colliding. A smile graces his lips, accompanied by a light chuckle. Captured on camera, he raises his hand and playfully gestures a fist towards Yi Zhen, silently conveying, "Well done." Yi Zhen's eyes suddenly sparkle with excitement. In a daze, she makes her way back to her position, oblivious to her own words. Her mind consumed by the image of Chu Xun she had just witnessed. At that moment of her bewilderment, Ouyang Huiyan also finds himself in a state of confusion. Why is it that he too has made progress, yet receives no such acknowledgement? Frustration brews within him as he stealthily glances at Chu Xun, seething with indignation. He secretly plots to trip Chu Xun when he approaches, thinking, let him know the difference in treatment. Of course, Ouyang Huiyan's plan is doomed to fail. Not only does he not succeed, but he is also met with a forceful step from Chu Xun. Even under the scrutiny of the camera, he suppresses his discomfort, yet his drooping eyes directed at Chu Xun brim with a silent promise of retribution. Chu Xun lets out a derisive humph, increasing the pressure underfoot. Satisfied with the sound of Ouyang Huiyan's gasp, he leisurely walks towards the first position with his hands in his pockets. Throughout this entire episode, Mu Yinyue observes keenly. He notes that Chu Xun appears quite tolerant towards others, exhibiting moments of temper, yet maintaining a semblance of normalcy. This is in stark contrast to the cold, mocking gaze he bore that fateful night, a memory that still sends shivers down his spine. That night, Chu Xun exuded an aura of a ruthless madman, as if the instruments of punishment were mere trifles in his eyes. Mu Yinyue is an astute individual. Rationality dictates that he should distance himself from Chu Xun. Otherwise, he risks gaining nothing while incurring trouble. Yet perhaps due to the different facets of Chu Xun he has witnessed recently, an unusual longing arises within him, compelling his gaze to linger upon that figure. Following the announcement, the training base is less populated. The production team brings the remaining 35 contestants into a spacious room adorned with a large display screen. Mentorhan King Hien announce. We will now reveal the rules for the third public performance selection. The contestants' performances will be entirely determined by fan votes through the official voting channel, including the selection of their respective parts. Upon hearing this, reactions vary. Some express joy while others are filled with dismay. Contestants who rank high had anticipated the opportunity to choose their desired songs for an outstanding performance. However, this new arrangement renders their rankings meaningless, as it is the fans who will decide their fate. What will the fans choose? Will it be something they excel at, or something the fans wish to see? Could there be external influences leading them to perform pieces they are not proficient in? The uncertainties abound, causing the top-ranking contestants to feel a sense of trepidation. For those ranked lower, their lack of choice is already evident. Handing the decision over to the fans might yield unexpected delights. While the top-ranked contestants are anxious, the lower-ranked ones remain indifferent. However, for Yi Jun, it is truly a bolt from the blue. Just moments ago, he was elated about his high ranking, believing he might join Chu Xun's team. Now, he learns that the song selection will not adhere to the rankings. Yi Jun feels as though the sky has fallen. He gazes nervously at the large screen, clinging to a final glimmer of hope. What if the fans choose him to be in the same team as Chu Xun? Chu Xun is a dance lead, and he is a vocal lead, although the likelihood of them being in the same team is slim. What if? Until the results are announced, a shred of hope lingers in Yi Jun's heart. However, this hope is soon ruthlessly extinguished. As the first-place contestant, Chu Xun's song is the first to be revealed. Following the announcement of his song, his teammates quickly appear on the screen. Aligned with Chu Xun's name, Lazy Dominance members, Chu Xun, Gu Wenchuan, Shi Su, Yun Yu, Ouyang Huiyan. Excellent. All of them are over 185 centimeters tall, each a representative of male charm from the island. Coupled with this song selection, the gaze of the audience shifts towards the five of them, now tinged with intrigue. The five under scrutiny, Han Xingqian. This lineup is formidable. The fans have high expectations for you all. Train diligently and do not let them down. Expectations from the fans? Han Xingqian cannot help but chuckle as he speaks. Each of these five has debuted, possessing both talent and popularity. If the fans truly wish to see them showcase their prowess, they should have voted for a song that better highlights their abilities, rather than this flamboyant, attention-seeking piece. To put it bluntly, rather than a strong lineup, this seems more like a high-end male model team. Perhaps the fans, or rather the dazzling audience, simply wish to witness them exhibit their masculine allure. Chu Xun, undeterred by the peculiar gazes of the other contestants, calmly watches the demonstration video on the screen. Do they wish to see their alluring side? Dear, there should be another chapter later. My sleepy wife can catch up tomorrow. Good night, my love. Chapter 89. The Flawed Trainee in the Audition. To Chu Xun, the profession of an idol is fundamentally about charming the fans. Whatever the fans desire, one must deliver. Thus, he harbors no aversion to showcasing his sensuality. In fact, he has already begun contemplating how to present this allure in a stylish and appealing manner. Truth be told, Lazy Dominance is a challenging song to perform. One misstep could render the performance overly greasy. After all, what some boys consider sexy may not resonate with the female audience. The fan base predominantly comprises females. Chu Xun tapped his finger on the card, his gaze drifting thoughtfully towards the large screen. In stark contrast to Chu Xun's calm acceptance, the other members of the team appeared rather uneasy. Having reached this level of success, although bolstered by their good looks, they had never so openly resorted to leveraging their male charm to win over fans. This was particularly true for Ouyang Huiyan, who had initially embraced rap for its coolness, never intending to commodify himself on stage. Gu Wenchuan had some inkling of this situation, yet found it difficult to come to terms with it. After all, he had always relied on his talent to emerge victorious from various competitions. When had he ever engaged in such blatant pandering? Chu Xun and Yunyu, both from the same company, though not physically similar, shared a strikingly similar temperament and style, with heights of 185 and 186 centimeters respectively. From their debut stage onward, they had always performed together, with the company marketing them as a harmonious pair of brothers. Both were exceptional dancers, their synergy undeniable. They possessed strength, bond, and allure, yet had never stooped to such overtly flirtatious antics. On the side of lazy dominance, apart from Chu Xun, the others were sighing in dismay. Yizhen's situation was not much better. The audience, a radiant constellation of stars, had been kind to him, placing him in a vocal performance, a genre in which he excelled. Although this somewhat eccentric vocal piece was outside his comfort zone, he fared better than most. Nevertheless, Yizhen found himself glancing towards Chu Xun's direction, where 5 individuals huddled together, sighing and murmuring in secretive discussions. Yizhen felt a pang of longing. He yearned to know what they were saying to Chu Xun. He would rather forego singing altogether than not be teamed with him. This day had been a tumultuous roller coaster for him. Just when he thought he had no chance, his ranking improved. Elated at the prospect of choosing his partner, he was ultimately dismayed to discover that this time, selections were not permitted. Over in Chu Xun's team, every member stood above 185 centimeters. Yizhen never anticipated that he would find himself at a disadvantage due to his height. While he could work on improving his skills, what could he possibly do about his height? Dejected, Yizhen turned away, seeking solace in a corner, hugging himself tightly. Once the team divisions concluded, the contestants proceeded to the practice room to commence training for the 3rd round. This time, they were spared the need to fight over parts, as the fans had already allocated roles for them, allowing them to dive straight into practice. Upon entering the training room, Chu Xun and his group were greeted by 5 masks and 5 high stools. The production team had evidently made thorough preparations regarding props. Gu Wenxuan twitched his lips, observing Chu Xun as he naturally began examining the masks. He stood still for a few seconds to mentally brace himself, then sighed and approached to try on a mask as well. Chu Xun and Yunyu exchanged glances, both recognizing the shared sense of resignation in each other's eyes. However, there was no alternative. This was the decision made by their fans. They could hardly abandon the 3rd round, could they? Among the teammates, Farhad acquiesced, making Ouyang Huiyun's disdainful expression feel exceedingly out of place. He glanced left and right, unable to restrain himself from asking, "Are you truly planning to jump into this?" Chu Xun replied, "Why not?" Ouyang Huiyun, gazing at the mask in his hands, hesitated and inquired, "Shall we consider making some adjustments?" Upon hearing this, Yunyu, who had initially yielded, felt a stirring in his heart. "I think that's a good idea." Chu Xun promptly tapped his head, coldly retorting, "Will the fans watch if you change it? This is simply driving them away. Can't you think for a moment?" Gu Wenxuan sighed beside them, secretly wishing for a change as well. In the midst of their collective melancholy, Chu Xun lightly touched the golden beads hanging from the mask and suddenly spoke. "It's not entirely unchangeable." This simple statement illuminated the eyes of the 4 despondent individuals. Observing their wives' inquiries, it became clear that the songs in this world were all original, and nothing could be found online. Lazy dominance, a stage embodying the aesthetics of languor and dominance. "Good night, my dear wives." In the face of the 4 pairs of sparkling eyes, Chu Xun calmly stated, "The overall direction cannot be altered, but we can certainly experiment with these details." His fingers brushed over the card in his hand, capturing the attention of the 4. What the fans wished to see was their sensual and alluring side. Thus, the overall style of the song must remain intact. However, overly explicit expressions would surely displease the fans. After all, they were all women. If their performance were too overt, it would come off as vulgar. Why would the fans go to such lengths to vote them into a group if they could simply pay to see male models instead? Therefore, the balance on this stage must be carefully calibrated, neither excessive nor absent. Chu Xun's gaze swept across the lyrics on the card, his light-colored eyes shimmering. The essence of the stage they needed to master was the atmospheric portrayal of emotions, sensuality in the foreground, subtlety in the background. Moreover, he lifted his eyes to regard his 4 teammates. Gu Wenxuan was assertive, Ouyang Huiyan Proud, Sundara, Shirsu Cold, and Yunyu Radiant, each possessing their unique traits. What the fans yearned to see was the unique sensuality emanating from these characteristics. For the individual solos, I believe we can make some modifications without altering the overall style. Chu Xun sao atikut. As soon as he finished speaking, the previously lethargic teammates instantly regained their vitality. Although the modifications could only apply to the individual parts, it brought them considerable joy. After all, if the group dance faltered, it was a collective embarrassment, but the individual parts were truly personal black marks. Especially the original choreography's lip-pursing move, which had left them feeling utterly mortified. Such actions could easily become overly greasy. The opportunity to amend this was nothing short of a lifesaver. Once the five reached a consensus, the training for the third public performance officially commenced. Simultaneously, the contestants' live streaming rooms reopened. This time, the production team had only closed the stream for 3 days, a much shorter duration than the previous week's closure of an entire week. However, the production team still failed to receive praise from the audience. Instead, they faced even harsher criticism. What a dog move to go live at this moment. So, the main episode is airing tonight. How dare you handle it like this? I want to see their practice room, yet I also wish to wait for the official account to drop the main episode. It's the first time I feel the stars are so generous. Why did you keep us waiting before, and now that the main episode is released, you go live? Is there some dark scheme behind this? Tonight should be the first official ranking reveal. From the preview, there's some sports event. Who wants to watch that? I want to see the stage. The first official ranking reveal has been dragged out for so long. And you even shut down a live stream during that time. I'm seriously suspicious of foul play. So, you're going live now to draw attention. Huh? Such a dogged move. How long has it been since the second public event? Why is it still not out? I have zero interest in the first ranking. I just want to see the stage. Hurry up and release the stage for the second public event. Most of the viewers who watched the program sought to learn more about the contestants' live streams, especially after the grand voting for the third public event orchestrated by the production team. By now, everyone was already aware of which contestants were eliminated from the 100 to 60. Previously, fans were overwhelmed by trending searches about the second public event's legendary stage and Chu Xun's personal trending. Now, with the trending topics behind them, the fans of the eliminated contestants began their retaliations. During the ranking announcement, the live stream had been shut down for a week. What happened to the promised transparency? For an entire week, they had not seen the main contestants and were left in the dark about the production team's maneuvers. Many fans who believed their favorites should have advanced were now unleashing their fury, coupled with descriptions from viewers returning from the second public event. Many fans felt like they had been strung along, waiting for so long, only to receive a ranking that everyone already knew in a sports event that was painful to watch. How dare you mock us with this after making us wait for so long? In a sports event with 100 participants, they would need a magnifying glass to spot their favorites. What does it mean to go live at this moment? Are you feeling guilty? Or do you wish to distract us with a live stream? After half an hour of broadcasting, the production team successfully trended on social media for all the wrong reasons. The production team remarked, every episode features a stage and daily interactions. Isn't that how it goes? Although they faced severe backlash, it was unlikely they would release the second public event stage. If they did, what would they present next week? Yet, the fans' anger demanded appeasement. After a lengthy meeting, the production team hesitantly decided to release a preview of the second public event stage early. If the stage could not be revealed, at least a preview would satiate the audience's appetite. The viewers responded. 10 minutes after the preview was released, that trending topic surged even faster. The production team lamented. The stars are flooding the chat. For the new episode, let us keep the hype going. It was simply unbearable after being tantalized by the live audience. The release of this episode doused their excitement with a bucket of cold water. The essence of the matter is this. Start C as the live stream talent show unfolds. Could you not simply edit the highlights for the main episode? We have grown weary of watching the contestants' mundane routines for such an extended period. Moreover, I find myself utterly at a loss for words regarding that sports event. On average, did each contestant even receive 3 minutes of screen time? It would be far more beneficial to watch the live broadcast instead. After such a long wait, the content has turned out this way. Start C. How can you justify this? Comment 1. 100 participants in a sports event, and the production team must have been struck by a donkey. What were they thinking with this segment? Comment 2. Having finished the main episode, aside from a few popular contestants, the others possess almost no presence at all. Comment 3. This episode is truly lackluster. We might as well open the contestants' live streams for our viewing pleasure. Currently, each contestant's screen time is minimal, and those who have been eliminated already had little visibility. This episode is just fluff, treating them as if they were merely background characters. Comment 4. The uproar has begun, with cries of conspiracy, Doge emoji. Comment 5. What conspiracy? Although Startsy may not be perfect, those who were eliminated were not ranked highly to begin with. Their departure was inevitable. Comment 6. That's not quite the same. Surviving the first public performance grants won an additional stage. In previous shows, there have been instances where a single stage revived a career. Haha. Comment 7. The main issue lies in the week of rank announcements. Startsy has shut down the live streams. It is not inconceivable that behind the scenes, capital interests are at play, hidden from the audience's view. Comment 8. Initially, I was drawn to the show Brilliant Stars for its commitment to complete transparency through live broadcasting. But alas, comment 9. It is not so dire. During just this week, the production team's ability to manipulate events is limited. I still place my trust in Startsy's fairness. It is simply that this episode deserves criticism for its lack of substance. Comment about an exciting scene. In a chaotic clash of 40 individuals, it was quite a spectacle. I had nearly decided against watching this segment. Yet the effortlessly graceful and tall figure of the Chu overlord captured my attention. Who understands the sensation of being rescued by the sight of a handsome figure amidst the tumultuous crowd? The Chu overlord's demeanor is truly impeccable. Wherever he stands, it is as if he graces the pages of a magazine. Image 24, so striking. Even without a clear view of his face, he exudes charm. Is this what is meant by an ambience? Comment 1. I too. I spotted him instantly in the crowd. While others were engaged in their disputes, he stood there, calm and collected, exuding such charm that one could die beside him without his notice. Comment 2. He possesses the aura of a strategic mastermind. He was equally captivating during the 1 versus 3 challenge. Even with his eyes covered, his skills remain remarkable. He must have trained extensively. Comment 3. The Chu overlord's poise is truly exceptional. Throughout the entirety of the event, I could not capture a single unflattering image of him. He radiates authority. Comment 4. He shines brilliantly. Amongst so many, he is unmistakable. One can only surmise that his position at the forefront is well-deserved. Comment about a delightful moment. The duet between Tang Dian and Chu Xun on the pressure board. He lifted her effortlessly with one arm. The scene was simply breathtaking. After running a couple of steps, Yi Zhun felt a bit unwell. Uncertain of what to say, Chu Xun unexpectedly switched to a princess carry. You little rascal. No wonder you have a wife. You truly know how to care for others. The scene was utterly heartwarming. Chu Xun's boyfriend energy is off the charts. The height difference and body type between Zhun and Sun truly captivate me. This pair genuinely shares a wonderful relationship. Chu Xun participated in only 2 projects, and the only duo collaboration was with Yi Zhun, whose worth is beyond description. Yi Zhun undoubtedly harbors feelings for Chu Xun. Just look at that gaze. It's evident from the live stream that she likes him. Chu Xun likely has feelings for Yi Zhun as well, but his demeanor is more reserved compared to her. Yet his attitude in certain situations, especially regarding double standards, reveals his affection. Although Ouyang Huiyan sought out Chu Xun for the duo project, he chose to accept Yi Zhun's invitation instead. Ponder that for a moment. To be honest, Chu Xun treats Yi Zhun exceptionally well, distinctively unlike others. From the theme song onwards, Chu Xun provided Yi Zhun with one-on-one instruction. Although the main footage didn't capture it, the live stream clearly shows his special attention towards her. Compared to others, he is indeed different with Yi Zhun. This truly resonates with me. I adore this kind of double standard. Zhun and Sun are undoubtedly genuine. They are the only true couple on the island. My dear, there are still 2 chapters left, so you may rest for now. Good night. In Chapter 91, concerning the subpar trainee in the talent show, Chu Xun and Yi Zhun had minimal interaction in the main footage. Yet their ship ranks among the top 3 on the island. There is no denying it. Yi Zhun's affection for Chu Xun is strikingly apparent. Any shared frame reveals the sincerity of her admiration through his pure gaze. Moreover, based on their time together during the live stream, they actually spent the most time with one another. Yi Zhun seeks opportunities to be near Chu Xun almost daily. Although Chu Xun has never proactively approached her, he has never resisted her closeness either. This lack of resistance alone is enough to make one swoon. After all, aside from Yi Zhun, there have been others who wish to connect with the elusive Chu Xun, but to no avail. Even Mu Lanyue, who typically has good rapport, was unsuccessful. Chu Xun's infamous temperament is well known, yet he is an exception when it comes to Yi Zhun. This quintessential double standard is simply delightful. If it weren't for the lack of notable moments between them, Zhun and Sun would have undoubtedly surged to the top of the ship rankings. Furthermore, Yi Zhun's ranking significantly differs from Chu Xun's, and her more laid-back attitude has led to a lack of hostility between their fans. Thus far, there has been no major conflict. Compared to Chu Xun's previous 2 ships, Zhun and Sun's relationship can be deemed quite harmonious. After all, both Shangwan Qian and Ouyang Huiyin possess somewhat ambitious personalities. Fans tend to rally behind their favorites, and those who need to compete will do so. As time flows, a week swiftly passes. Throughout this week, the dazzling production team of Stars Shine Bright has frequently found themselves trending on social media, often receiving harsh criticism. While this is unfortunate, it undeniably indicates their rising popularity. The production team experiences both pain and joy. On Friday, the contestants engaged in the 3rd rehearsal. Once again, the production team shut down the live broadcast. However, they were quick to react this time, releasing the stage footage from the 2nd performance before the fans could voice their discontent. The moment the main footage was unveiled, the audience, who had been criticizing for an entire week, felt as though the rain had ceased and the sun had emerged, and the stars once again appeared endearing. The sisters who attended the live performance were effusive in their praise for the 2nd stage, fervently expressing their excitement online, captivating the hearts of many. From the descriptions provided by the sisters, it was clear that this dance team had truly exceeded expectations, with some even hailing it as a divine stage. A divine stage? Many fans grew curious, eager to witness this legendary performance for themselves. Upon opening the latest episode, the host appeared, and the camera circled the stage. As the audience beheld the stage, they were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it was evident that a significant investment had been made. The stage design and lighting appeared extravagant. Instantly, many straightened in their seats, becoming attentive as the main footage commenced. The first group to perform was that of Yi Zhun. To be honest, their overall performance was somewhat underwhelming, leaving the audience, who had just elevated their expectations, feeling a tad disappointed. Nevertheless, Yi Zhun's performance, compared to the initial stage and the first performance, surprised both the audience and his fans. The essence of expressiveness is rather elusive. On this stage, Yi Zhun not only delivered a commendable rendition of the song, but also infused it with his own emotions, allowing the audience to empathize with him the moment he appeared. Particularly striking was Yi Zhun's appearance, adorned with beautifully styled hair in a gradient of golden brown and a light green uniform, resembling an ethereal sprite amidst the forest, exuding purity and grace. When he lifted his gaze, the shimmer in his eyes stirred profound emotions within the hearts of many. Oh my, is that Yi Zhun? Wow, this performance is stunning. Is this the treatment reserved for the center position? So beautiful, truly resembles a little deer sprite. Ah, you look so gorgeous. Dear. Yi Zhun was fully immersed in his performance, and although the camera work was not flawless, his captivating portrayal ensured that every time the camera panned to him, it captured compelling visuals. By the end of the performance, while the audience may not have remembered much else, Yi Zhun left an indelible impression in their hearts. His fans were equally supportive, promptly sharing various angles of direct captures and stunning images during the broadcast. With the company's promotional efforts, Yi Zhun's enchanting little deer sprite persona quickly ascended the trending charts. Wow, Yi Zhun's performance was absolutely breathtaking. Is this really the same adorable person I know? Ah, this pure little sprite is too beautiful. Dear, 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 is this not my long-lost darling? I recognized you at first glance. After Yi Zhun's stage trended on social media, it was only a matter of time before Shangguan Qian and his team followed suit. As a popular contestant, Shangguan Qian's team boasted considerable talent, and with the enhancement of the second public performance's stage aesthetics, their rise to prominence was entirely expected. Although the rap group brought an energetic atmosphere to the live audience, the excitement was somewhat diminished when viewed through screen. Furthermore, the rap group lacked standout contestants, leaving the audience with a fleeting impression of their performance. After nearly 2 hours of waiting, viewers finally heard the long-awaited announcement of the dance group. The anticipation was palpable. Are they finally coming? After such a long wait, the legendary stage we've heard about. Let me see what it's all about. It's no wonder they kept this under wraps. The quality of the second public performance is indeed impressive. Finally, they arrived. You cannot imagine how much I longed to re-watch this stage after returning from the last live event. Everyone is destined for greatness. The dance group is here. Those 7 men who haunt my dreams have finally made their entrance. Amidst the audience's eager anticipation, the dark stage resonated with electronic pulses. The sound of bullets being loaded echoed in their ears. A chilling yet mocking laughter echoed, followed by a deep, magnetic voice that sent shivers through the crowd. Before anyone could fully comprehend the moment, a sudden sweep of red lasers illuminated the stage. The background beat quickened, causing hearts to race. The screen rapidly transitioned through images of the members: Chu Xun, Mulan Yue, Yunyu, Yuran, Ouyang Huiyun, Gu Wenxuan, and finally, the blood-red eyes of Chu Xun. The camera panned from below to above, spinning in the air, dazzling the audience, while simultaneously exuding an air of coolness. What an entrance! So cool. Wow. This makeup and styling. It's quite impactful. Everyone of them looks so handsome. This styling is over the top. Those red contact lenses are captivating. From their entrance, the dance group exuded an explosive energy, and their subsequent performance did not disappoint the audience's expectations. They launched into a rapid-fire group dance,